I've made it clear from the very beginning that my conquest of Shrek is not a noble endeavor to elevate my own stature. Rather, it is driven solely by the desire for revenge. Against the sea god pavilion master, Xuanzi, for the murder of my mother, and against Shrek's dean, Yin Shaozhe, for the insult to her honor. Although I may not have contributed significantly during this process, those contributions were incidental. I urge everyone not to misunderstand my intentions, nor to impose excessive moral expectations upon me. Thus spoke Su Tianxi, the eternal emperor of the Sun and Moon Empire, during an interview with Miss Meng Hongchun, the chief reporter of the Douluo Daily, amid Shrek's celestial ceremony. The following day, he remarked, "I have made it clear from the outset that my conquest of Shrek is a quest for vengeance against the sea god pavilion master, Xuanzi, for the slaying of my mother, and against Shrek's dean, Yin Shaozhe, for the dishonor inflicted upon her. I have made substantial contributions, and I ask that you hold me to high moral standards. This is indeed commendable." An earnest report crafted by the chief editor of Douluo Daily, the esteemed Sir Xiao Hongchen. Chapter 1. Better to proactively embrace the sun and moon than to passively endure the trials of Douluo. On the Douluo Continent, within the Heavenly Soul Empire, lies the enigmatic sect of Xianming. The poignant strains of mournful music echoed through the vast grounds of the secluded sect, heralding the passing of a significant figure within. Third young master, please wake up. You must not slip away. Young master, hold on. The young lady is in peril. You cannot afford to encounter any misfortune. In a room adorned with an ancient aesthetic, Su Tianxi lay in bed, his mind clouded, with faint echoes of anxious, sorrowful voices reaching his ears. Having just traversed into this realm and momentarily disoriented, Su Tianxi chose to ignore their pleas, shutting his eyes tightly as he sifted through the chaotic information, flooding his mind. Upon awakening, he found himself in this unfamiliar place, soon overwhelmed by a torrent of fragmented memories. Douluo Continent, Heavenly Soul Empire, the hidden sect of Xianming, the current third young master of Xianming, with a half-brother named Su Sanshi. Good heavens, I've intercepted a delivery truck and found myself in the realm of hydrogen. Moreover, I have landed in an era marked by unprecedented upheaval. The legendary god King Tang Fozu is displaying his divine prowess, going so far as to tear apart his own daughter to ensnare the son of the realm as a mere pawn during the tumultuous Dou Air period. As a member of the post-2000 generation, my exposure to web literature is rather commonplace. I have dabbled in the works of the 5 supreme authors, including certain renowned figures and their illustrious narratives. In my middle school years, I was drawn to the first volume of the Tang family continent, which captivated me to the point of wide-eyed wonder, affirming its reputation. The concept of soul rings was indeed fascinating. When the second installment of the Tang family continent debuted, I anticipated its arrival with eager expectation. However, the unexpected destruction of a lakes by Haoyan sect left me bewildered. Well, it's not unusual for protagonists to endure hardships while their mentors face calamities. Such plot developments, leading to the emergence of soul spirits, are not surprising. At that tender age, I struggled to comprehend, but was left utterly astonished. Later, the astonishing narrative of Qian Kun's Valley of Emotion unfolded, leaving me in a state of utter confusion. As I continued to read, a sense of nausea overcame me, instinctively sensing that the former protagonist, King Tang, had transformed into a villain, though I could not yet confirm that feeling. Upon reaching adulthood and spending considerable time in various online forums, my suspicion solidified. It was more than a mere semblance of villainy had undoubtedly become. The world's foremost puppeteer during the Dou Air era, the establishment of the statue of the god King Tang marked the rise of Shrek Academy, which supplanted the Spirit Hall. However, as long as power remains untethered to personal affairs, the disparity between them remains unfathomably vast. In this place lies a tale of untold tragedy, with Shrek Academy playing a pivotal role. Though I am uncertain as to why I have found myself here, since I have arrived, I shall endeavor to adapt to my circumstances. Perhaps one day, should I ascend to divinity, I may find my way back. Yet, I must avoid being captured by the god King Tang as a mere servant that fortune should be left for Hua to enjoy, as I am unworthy of such blessings. With a sigh, Su Tianxi propped himself up on the mattress, rubbing his forehead with one hand while opening his slightly reddened eyes. 2 figures, one elderly and one youthful, came into view. The child who called him third young master appeared to be around 5 or 6 years of age, named Xuanwu, serving as his personal attendant provided by the Xianming sect, with a lineage of 5 generations devoted to the sect. His elder brother, Xuanwu, was the personal attendant of Su Sanshi, who had assisted Su Sanshi in finding Jiang Nanan for the second awakening ceremony of martial spirits in the original narrative. The elderly man, bearing a face full of wrinkles, was a long-serving steward known as Douluo, who had accompanied Su Tianqi's mother to the Xianming sect. Reflecting on this title now felt quite unique. Upon noticing Su Tianqi's awakening, the two transitioned from sorrow to joy, with Douluo bursting into tears, grasping Su Tianqi's wrist tightly and murmuring through choked sobs, "Young master, you terrified me." The calamity that befell the young lady was already a thunderclap from a clear sky. If anything were to happen to you, I would have no face to show your father in the afterlife. Su Tianqi winced slightly from Douluo's grip and gently reassured the overly agitated elder to release him. "Douluo, please rest assured I am quite resilient. I have already awakened, so there is nothing to worry about." Douluo loosened his grip but still looked concerned, asking, "Young master, are you truly unscathed? Earlier, you fainted from grief before the young lady's spirit, which frightened me terribly." With his eyes reddened, Su Tianqi waved his hand dismissively, indicating he was indeed fine. However, his pallid complexion offered little reassurance. Xuanwu took a breath, managing a semblance of a smile to comfort Douluo, saying, "Douluo, do not worry since the third young master has awakened. He must be well. Moreover, you have already sent word for the Xuanwu divine pill, which is said to possess the power to restore life to the dead." Upon hearing this, Douluo's expression lightened somewhat. Having spent many years at the Xianming sect, he was well aware of their profound alchemical expertise. Furrowing his brow in contemplation, Douluo replied, "I have heard that the president of Shrek Academy, Yin Shaozhe, has come, along with a young lady named Zhang Lishuan, who is acquainted with our internal academy students, to extend their apologies to our Xianming sect." As he spoke, the redness in his eyes intensified, and a deep sense of resentment and indignation surged in his tone as he clenched his fists, exclaiming, "Humph! This so-called premier academy of the world is nothing remarkable. They cannot even protect their own students. The young lady is the chief disciple of their academy, the senior sister of the inner court. Yet she encountered an unfortunate incident while hunting soul beasts in the Stardew Forest Point. One cannot help but wonder what the titled Douluos of their academy are doing in such a situation. What are they doing? Indulging in their appetites while neglecting their responsibilities." Su Tianqi fell silent for a moment, secretly lamenting the misfortune that had befallen his predecessor's mother. Under normal circumstances, although Shrek Academy operates with a certain domineering attitude, treating inner court disciples as expendable resources and enforcing laws across nations, they would still make every effort to ensure their safety. The predecessor's mother, Kongxia, was the leader of the previous generation of the Shrek's 7 monsters, who had once led Shrek's team to a resounding victory against the Sun Moon Imperial Soul Engineering Academy. In her lifetime, she was an 8th ring soul Daw and had already graduated as the senior sister of the inner court, as well as the second wife of the sect master of the Xianming sect. Just before her departure, a group of 12 inner court disciples was set to venture into the Stardew Forest to obtain soul rings. Among them was a particularly gifted junior sister with whom she shared a close relationship, Zhang Lishuan, who was the leader of the previous generation of the Shrek 7 monsters and had visited the Xianming sect several times with Kongxia, whom the predecessor affectionately referred to as Aunt Xian. As Kongxia had mentioned, the 12 inner court disciples were indeed taken seriously by Shrek Academy. They went so far as to dispatch the second strongest member of the Sea God Pavilion, who was soon to assume the role of Pavilion Master, the formidable Taotai, Crown Prince Xuanzi, to discreetly protect them. Yet, predictably, an unforeseen tragedy occurred. Xuanzi failed in his duty to safeguard the students, and the 12 inner court disciples were ambushed by a 100,000-year soul beast, struggling in vain for support, ultimately suffering the loss of 8 lives before achieving a Pyrrhic victory. It is said that the predecessor's mother sacrificed herself heroically to protect her juniors, a death that is indeed noble. However, to Su Tianqi, it felt utterly unjust. Had she not fallen, given her exceptional talent as the leader of the Shrek's 7 monsters and the resources available from the Xianming sect, ascending to the rank of titled Douluo would have been a mere formality, and perhaps even striving for the title of Super Douluo would not have been out of reach. But now, all of that was lost. Xian Lao Deng, why must you be so incompetent? Your negligence has caused great harm, and I shall make you pay for it one day. In his mind, the desire for vengeance against Xuanzi stirred within Su Tianqi, bringing him a sense of relief, and his thoughts became remarkably clearer, the memories fully untangling. Evidently, he had inherited the consequences of this life. Su Tianqi was uncertain about the nature of his transmigration, But now that he was here, it was clear that past and present were intertwined, and seeking out Xian Lao Deng too. Settle accounts was the appropriate course of action in this world of Douluo Continent, where lineage often dictates fate. Su Tianxi felt a flicker of confidence despite Xuanzi being a level 98 super Douluo. His father was the current sect master of the Xianming sect, a title Douluo, and his mother was the leader of the previous generation of the Shrek 7 monsters. Unless his character was as flawed as Master Yu's, he was bound to awaken a top-tier martial soul. With a powerful martial soul, having been well-nourished since childhood, and with innate soul power that could hardly be lacking, it was hardly surprising that his predecessor had consumed several Xianshui pills designed to enhance innate soul power, thus achieving innate full soul power. In the original narrative, Huaguo's rise was greatly aided by 2 Xianshui pills, which significantly transformed his innate talents and increased his cultivation speed by more than 5-fold. Nevertheless, one must strategically underestimate the enemy while tactically acknowledging their strength. Even if Xian Lao were to falter, he remains one of the most formidable beings on the continent. Diligently cultivating for decades may not suffice to surpass him. Given the prestige and power of Shrek Academy, coupled with the threat posed by the Sun and Moon Empire to the original Douluo, 3 kingdoms, any display of animosity from one hailing from the Heavenly Soul Empire would inevitably attract the ire of Shrek Academy and the high-ranking officials of the 3 empires, possibly leading to dire consequences. It is evident that seeking vengeance within the Heavenly Soul Empire is futile, unless one can attain a level of strength that utterly eclipses that of Xian. This would compel the Douluo 3 kingdoms to abandon Shrek Academy, rendering the academy powerless against one's retribution. Su Tianxi pondered this dilemma and concluded the task was overwhelmingly daunting. Even before the Douluo 3 kingdoms were cast into turmoil by the Sun and Moon Empire, achieving such a feat seemed improbable. Instead, he considered a more prudent course of action. What if he allied himself with the undoubtedly victorious Sun and Moon Empire before the inevitable upheaval of the Douluo 3 kingdoms? After all, I have no desire to compete with hundreds for access to a restroom at Shrek Academy, nor do I wish to attract the attention of Tang Fozu. Perhaps it would be wiser to clandestinely migrate to the relatively prosperous Sun and Moon Empire in a few years, where the Royal Soul Engineer Academy seems to offer more favorable accommodations, such as single suites, and their aesthetic aligns more closely with my preferences. That fellow is not like the neighbor Xiao Huahua, who would likely lend support upon discovering our shared origins. If Tang Fozu were to uncover my status as a time traveler, he would probably take me down without hesitation, only to have me rise again. As for those soul bones and secret techniques, they can only be imparted to trusted individuals. In the original tale, Hua Guo received guidance from Mu In and Long Dan, but gained nothing of value from Shrek. Instead, he devoted himself to aiding Shrek and the 3 kingdoms, repeatedly risking his life, thereby repaying Mu In's kindness in full. Without any external advantages, if I were to assume Hua Guo's position and claim Mu In's gold, I would likely attract Tang Fozu's scrutiny, becoming just another pawn. Thus, the notion of defecting sparked a profound sense of liberation. At that moment, the sound of creaking and footsteps echoed from outside the door, as 3 distinct presences entered the room. The voice of Yu Lao, who had been cursing Shrek, abruptly ceased. The trio turned to behold 3 figures entering, 2 men and a woman. The woman, clad in a moon-white robe that accentuated her graceful form, bore a flawless complexion and appeared to be in her 20s. Her serene and delicate demeanor left a lasting impression, albeit her pallor hinted at a touch of frailty. Tianxi, Xianani is so sorry for you. For your mother, I am truly sorry. Zhang Lishuan rushed to the bedside, grasping Su Tianxi's somewhat tender wrist tightly, tears streaming down her cheeks like soybeans. Her voice choked with sorrow as she seemed to recall a painful memory upon seeing him. Su Tianxi glanced at his hand, still bearing the scars of his recent ordeal, and mused that the people of Douluo Continent truly lacked restraint in their actions. The woman before him was Zhang Lishuan, the contemporary eldest sister of Shrek Academy, who had visited him several times during his stay at the Xianming sect, and had affectionately referred to herself as Xianani. Undoubtedly, she was the sole beneficiary from that tragic incident. As for the 2 elderly gentlemen trailing behind her, Su Tianxi's gaze fell behind him as Xuanwu and the god of marriage approached the noticeably older figure in black robes, who was evidently a member of the Xianming sect, and with whom he had considerable past interactions. This elder had previously introduced himself as Grandmaster before Su, being the mentor of his mother in a former life, and appeared to be a rather playful old man. The other elder, clad in white, emanated a gentle and radiant aura, though his expression was somewhat grim, casting a rather unfriendly look towards the god of marriage. With his radiant soul energy, He had come here alongside Zhang Lishuan, and his demeanor suggested that he was indeed Yin Xiaozhe, the esteemed dean of Shrek Academy. It seems my esteemed grandmaster has come to see me, however. I am uncertain of his views regarding Shrek and this matter. Yin Xiaozhe's sour expression likely stems from having overheard the god of marriage's scathing remarks about them. Given this situation, I shall seize the opportunity to gauge my grandmaster's stance. Resolutely, Su Tianqi mustered a strained smile towards the elder in white and inquired, "May I ask, revered elder, are you the dean of Shrek Academy?" Chapter 2. Su Tianqi gazed at Shrek Academy, remarking that it resembled a cult more than a place of learning. "Indeed, I am Yin Xiaozhe, the dean of the martial soul department at Shrek Academy, and I once guided your mother in her cultivation. I express my sincere regrets regarding her fate." Kong Xie was the previous senior sister of Zhang Lishuan within the inner academy of Shrek, although she could not remain at Shrek to continue her dazzling career. Marrying the leader of the Xianming sect was a commendable choice, strengthening the ties between Shrek and the sect. While Shrek undoubtedly stands as the foremost holy land for soul masters, it has always valued maintaining relationships with the elite nobility and hidden sects of the Douluo Continent, such as the White Tiger Duke's estate in the Star Luo Empire and the Nine-Treasure Glazed Tile School in the Heaven Do Empire. Although the relationship between the Xianming sect and Shrek is not as intimate as that of the White Tiger Duke and the Nine-Treasure Glazed Tile School, it remains significant. No one would underestimate the capabilities of this hidden sect, known for its ability to mass-produce Xian Shui Dan and possessing martial souls that rival the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon. Furthermore, Kong Xie was sent to Shrek by the venerable Xianming ancestor, who had no grand expectations for her entrance into the Sea God Pavilion. Providing strength to Shrek from the Xianming sect was already a noteworthy accomplishment. Now, with the unfortunate incident involving Kong Xie, although he felt displeasure towards the gossiping servants of the Xianming sect, he was not inclined to take offense with a mere child. Su Tianqi, unaware of Yin Xiaozhe's myriad thoughts, perceived the acknowledgement of identity and, gathering his words, bit his lip and continued with a tone of sorrow. "May I ask, Dean Yin, why did my mother meet with misfortune in the Stardow Forest? Where were you at that time? Why were you unable to protect her?" As his words fell, the aged, dim eyes of the Xianming ancestor glimmered with sharp intensity, fixating on Yin Xiaozhe as if seeking to unveil some truth from his visage. Zhang Lishuan halted her sobbing, gripping Su Tianqi's hand more tightly. Yin Xiaozhe found himself momentarily at a loss for words. He could not divulge that it was due to the Xianming ancestor's momentary lapse in attention, leading to a separation from the inner academy disciples, who then fortuitously encountered a ferocious 10,000-year soul beast with a battle imminent. To reveal such information would tarnish the reputation of Shrek Academy and validate the reckless gossip of that indiscreet servant. After all, the Xianming ancestor did not act with intent. Quickly organizing his thoughts, Yin Xiaozhe soon found a response and, meeting Su Tianqi's gaze, said, "The circumstances were quite complex at the time. The powerful individuals of Shrek Academy were momentarily occupied with other matters and could not attend to your mother and her companions promptly, which led to the unfortunate incident. However, I assure you that your mother and her comrades perished in the Stardow Forest with utmost honor. Their sacrifices were not in vain. Nor did they dishonor their identities and glory as disciples of Shrek Academy." Upon hearing this, Zhang Lishuan's eyes involuntarily twitched, and a surge of indignation colored her fair cheeks. Though she swiftly suppressed it, not wishing Su Tianqi to notice. What could be done? That negligent powerful figure from the academy was none other than the Xianming ancestor, a peerless being destined to inherit the position of the Sea God Pavilion's master. Even as she witnessed the tragic demise of countless companions, and observed her instinctively survival-driven sister, Xiyu, fall in her attempts to protect herself and others, she harbored a deep resentment towards Elder Xian for his inaction. Yet, what could she possibly do? No matter how exceptional her talent, she remained undeveloped, her worth to the academy pale in comparison to the already established strength of Elder Xian, the second most formidable figure on the continent. In fact, under the insistence of Dean Yin and even Elder Mu, she found herself compelled to beseech Elder Xian not to abandon his responsibilities and simply walk away. If she remained silent, her own safety might be assured. But what of her other companions? This anguish, she resolved to bear alone, forever concealed from the knowledge of others. After Yin Xiaozhe finished speaking, the Grandmaster Xianming waved his hand, enveloping Chen Wu and Yu Lao in a shroud of dark light, causing them to vanish from the room. Yin Xiaozhe and Zhang Lishuan, both possessing remarkable strength, immediately sensed the two being transported 100 meters away, their expressions reflecting a myriad of emotions. Grandmaster Xianming, Su Xiaoyun, smiled at Yin Xiaozhe's astonishment, saying, "This matter is of great importance, and it suffices for us few to be aware. We must avoid provoking them to utter displeasing words. Do not be surprised. This is merely a trivial soul technique of mine." Yin Xiaozhe's grave countenance softened considerably, replaced by a serious expression as he smiled and replied, Elder Su, you jest. I have come on behalf of my teacher to extend our apologies to you. This incident indeed places Shrek in a position of indebtedness to your esteemed sect and to you, Elder Su. It became clear to him why his teacher had warned him not to underestimate the Xianming sect, advising him to treat Grandmaster Xianming with utmost respect. The ability to transport individuals without his awareness demonstrated extraordinary prowess that likely surpassed even Elder Song, who was at the 97th rank. This is the Xuanwu divine pill I personally concocted. You two frail youngsters should take it to replenish your strength. Little Tianxi, feel free to voice your thoughts. The Master Ancestor is here for you. As she swallowed the pill, a voice of encouragement whispered in Su Tianxi's ear, causing her eyes to brighten. She then gazed intently into Yin Xiaozhe's eyes, articulating her query with precision. Dean Yin, I have heard that the strong ones from Shrek Academy are the most elite on the continent, that the titled Douluo from other factions are no match for them. Did that elder encounter multiple titled Douluo adversaries in the Stardew Forest, or was he attacked by formidable soul beasts? Furthermore, she wished to understand. How can you refer to those who perished at the hands of soul beasts as having achieved glory? My mother died under the assault of a 10,000-year soul beast due to lack of support, as did so many others. What glory lies in that? Yin Xiaozhe's expression shifted, taken aback by Su Tianxi's inquiry. Shrek Academy boasts a history exceeding 10,000 years, with students having fallen during soul beast hunts throughout the ages. To fight valiantly until death is indeed a form of glory, especially considering that their sacrifices have forged the formidable Zhang Lishuan of the 8th ring. In his view, it was unquestionably worthwhile. Yet, how could a child grasp such a concept? Zhang Lishuan was momentarily startled by Su Tianxi's unexpected yet logical outburst, gripping her hand more tightly as she urgently replied, Tianxi, the matters at hand are intricate. You are still young, and this is not yet the time for you to comprehend. Yin Xiaozhe was profoundly satisfied with Zhang Lishuan's timely intervention. A radiant glow, reminiscent of Shrek's sacred and inviolable honor, illuminated his previously flustered visage. With his hands clasped behind his back, he solemnly addressed her, Young one. The Dean shall not indulge in grandiloquent philosophies with you at this moment. I can candidly inform you that indeed, there were shortcomings among the formidable members of our Shrek Academy in this matter. However, that esteemed elder has expressed profound remorse and has even proposed to withdraw from the Sea God Pavilion. It is only due to our students' reluctance to see him depart that he has reluctantly agreed to remain. At your current age, you may not fully grasp the significance of the Sea God Pavilion. Yet, should you inherit your mother's extraordinary talents and gain admission into Shrek Academy as you mature, you will come to understand the depth of that elder's contrition and the magnitude of the penance he willingly accepted. Your mother was once the most outstanding student of our Shrek Academy. If you could emulate her and gain entry into the inner sanctum, I am certain that her spirit would find solace in that achievement. With each word that fell from Yin Xiaozhe's lips, Zhang Lishuan's shoulders trembled, her tear-streaked face barely recognizable. Ultimately, she seemed to surpass her limits, merely opening her arms to embrace Su Tianxi, sobbing uncontrollably, unable to articulate a single word, as if only this gesture could provide her with a modicum of comfort. Thus it was, she felt utterly powerless. Su Tianxi made an effort to part Zhang Lishuan's lustrous ebony tresses, revealing her eyes, which sparkled like black onyx, as he fixed his gaze upon Yin Xiaozhe and spoke emphatically. So, what you imply is that the elder from Shrek Academy, who caused my mother's death, along with many of her fellow disciples, has not faced any repercussions. Is that correct? Upon hearing this, Yin Xiaozhe waved his hand impatiently, exuding an air of authority befitting the Dean of Shrek, and retorted sternly, I have told you. You cannot possibly comprehend the greatness of the Sea God Pavilion at this moment. When you mature, you shall understand the sanctity of that place and the resolve of that elder. The glory of Shrek is beyond the comprehension of a mere child. Yet I will tell you this. That glory has been forged and defended by the blood and lives of countless inner disciples over millennia. The very first act of every inner disciple before entering the academy is to sign a life and death contract. To enter the inner sanctum is to confront the most brutal trials. And each year, inner disciples perish. Yet, the honor they defend remains eternal. To question the glory of Shrek is to question the sacrifices your mother made in her lifetime. Su Tianxi inhaled sharply, his eyes widening in astonishment, his expression one of disbelief. Today, he had truly broadened his horizons. Indeed, no amount of reading could compare to first-hand experience. This was no mere academy. It resembled more a cult of fanaticism. Casting a glance at his aggrieved master beside him, Su Tianxi turned back to Yin Xiaozhe and declared loudly, meeting his gaze, I do not know how significant the Sea God Pavilion is in your eyes, but in my heart, No life is more important than my mother's. You of Shrek Academy have taken a life and yet speak of honor. Do you not find that utterly shameless? Enough. Yan Xiaozha, filled with indignation, glared fiercely at Su Tianqi, who dared to question the authority of Shrek Academy before him. With a tone brimming with anger, he declared, "Young man, I had no intention of elaborating. But since you insist on delving deeper, allow me to elucidate the accountability in this matter. Your mother, as a disciple of the Inner Academy, failed to safeguard her teammates during the hunt for soul beasts, resulting in catastrophic injuries to the team. A grave error indeed." Su Tianqi, incredulous, widened his eyes in disbelief, fixated on Yan Xiaozha, attempting to comprehend how one could stoop to such depths of shamelessness. Yan Xiaozha's expression soured further as he continued. "Do not cast me that defiant gaze, for I must remind you that your mother, being a primary control-type soul master within the hunting team, bore the responsibility to exert adequate control. Yet she failed to detect the presence of that 10,000-year soul beast in a timely manner, preventing the team from retreating promptly, which led to the attack that inflicted Shrek with its most significant losses in centuries. The injuries sustained by the team stemmed from her arrogance and negligence. While the instructor who led the team erred in not providing timely assistance, she too bears considerable blame as the principal control soul master. Her subsequent sacrifice to protect her comrades merely offsets her transgressions, and we do not wish to pursue her accountability further. If you harbor grievances regarding the elder's safety, strive to enter Shrek Academy, for if one day you become a titled Douluo who contributes significantly to Shrek, you may indeed earn the opportunity to challenge that elder. But for now, you lack the standing to criticize an esteemed elder who has rendered countless contributions to Shrek and the continent. He is the pinnacle of strength within our academy, and even I must pay my respects as a junior in his presence. This young man is quite obstinate. It appears that once he enters Shrek, he will require some refinement to temper his impetuous nature, lest he inadvertently provoke Xianlao." The demeanor of Yan Xiaozha startled Zhang Lishuan, who swiftly turned her pale countenance towards him, her brows furrowing in defiance as she exclaimed, "Director, he is but a child who has just lost his mother. Please do not frighten him." The circumstances at that time were exceedingly unusual, and the team member dispatched by Sister Xie to assess the situation was the first to encounter misfortune. "We, the survivors, owe her our lives. Tianqi even calls me aunt, and now that Sister Xie is gone, I shall not permit anyone to harm the only child she left behind, even if it costs me my life." Upon witnessing this, Yan Xiaozha's expression softened instantly as he spoke gently. "Lishuan, do not be anxious. I was perhaps overly hasty. I harbored no intention of distressing a mere child. Once he joins Shrek, we shall certainly nurture him with great care." At just over 20, Zhang Lishuan had already attained the rank of Soul Douluo, possessing a 100,000-year soul ring, making her the first in 3,000 years at Shrek Academy. Destined for the Sea God Pavilion, a fact that even Yan Xiaozha could not afford to underestimate. Having reassured Zhang Lishuan, before he could breathe a sigh of relief, chilling, ancient laughter echoed in his ears, sending a shiver down his spine. "Ah, what a Shrek, what a venerable elder from the Sea God Pavilion. Truly deserving of the title of the world's foremost sanctuary for soul masters, imposing one's will is indeed a remarkable display of authority." Su Xiaoyan's eyes, shrouded in a misty haze, erupted with two furious crimson glimmers as he slowly rose from the peachwood chair, the armrests cracking and crumbling to dust beneath his grip. A grand and overwhelming pressure emanated from within him, as if viscous black waters surged beneath his feet, enveloping the entire room. "From your previous remarks, it seems you advocate for strength over reason. My humble disciple is but a minor figure, lacking the standing to question you, Shrek. But what of me, I wonder? Do I possess the merit to do so?" Within the dark, viscous soul power, a dark golden shield adorned with a coiled crimson serpent materialized in the hands of this venerable ancestor of the Xianming. With a countenance as frosty as winter, he bellowed thunderous roars that reverberated in Yan Xiaozha's ears, laden with fury. Chapter 3. Su Tianqi, Xianant. What Yan Xiaozha has lost today is merely his face, while my mother has lost her very life. When I brought Yuera to your Shrek City years ago, I specifically informed your master, who readily assured me he would care for this old disciple. Yet today, you instead delivered a cold, lifeless body. How dare you, a mere junior, shift the blame onto my poor disciple's child in my presence? Yan Xiaozha, you have gone too far." With the dark golden Xuanwu shield in hand, Su Xiaoyan resembled a terrifying, unparalleled beast, as soul rings that appeared to be ablaze with fury rose one by one, eliciting both astonishment and trepidation in Yan Xiaozha. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 red. The air in the vast chamber became thick with tension, the water elements thrumming violently, as if the sound of roaring waves echoed in Su Tianqi and the others' ears. Elder, esteemed Su, you are a venerable figure in the realm of soul masters. I implore you not to condescend to the level of us juniors. Yan Xiaozhi found himself enveloped by Su Xiaoyun's formidable aura, suffocated by an overwhelming sense of fear, beads of sweat pouring down his brow, rendering him speechless. At that moment, he was astounded to discover that the might of his opponent seemed to eclipse even that of Elder Xian, the pressure he exerted rivaling that of his own master. This indicated that the individual before him was a formidable super Douluo of the 98th rank. Moreover, their strength likely surpassed that of Elder Xian. But how could this be? Though they were contemporaries of his master, there had been no mention of this person among the renowned prodigies of yore who had made their names resonate across the land alongside his master. While Elder Xian may be of a younger generation, he was only a decade or so junior to his master, originating from Shrek, undoubtedly at the pinnacle of the 98th rank. Yet, this Su elder did not hail from the body sect, nor was he an equal of the dark sacred dragon. How could he possess strength that rivaled that of Elder Xian? Zhang Lishuan's mouth fell agape in astonishment. Su Xiaoyun's overwhelming presence instilled a sense of indistinctness in her perception, as he was undoubtedly a super Douluo of profound cultivation, transcending her understanding. Su Xiaoyun deliberately moderated his soul power pressure, and though she felt no immediate threat, the prowess he exhibited seemed to rival that of Elder Xian, leaving even the 95th rank Yan Academy president gasping for breath under the weight of it all. The hierarchy of super Douluo is such that although each level represents a vast chasm, it is inconceivable for even a formidable being of rank 97 to exert such overwhelming pressure as to render Dean Yin, a 95-ranked super Douluo hailing from Shrek Academy, utterly defenseless. Only those who have attained the realm akin to the venerable Xian Lao can achieve such a feat. Sister Xia had long met the graduation criteria for inner academy disciples, and with such an esteemed mentor, she need not worry about her cultivation even after departing from the academy, were it not for her noble endeavor to procure spirit rings for me. How could she have perished at the hands of that 100,000-year spirit beast? In a moment of dire peril, Kong Xia, as the most powerful individual present, selflessly shielded all of them. The 100,000-year spirit beast, a swift and lethal dark predator, would have surely claimed the lives of their group of 12 had it not been for Xia's desperate intervention. After the tragic loss of 7 companions, they finally glimpsed the dawn of victory, yet the spirit beast launched a final counterattack, targeting her and another inner academy disciple. It was through Xia's self-destructive use of her martial soul that they were saved, but she herself, reflecting on it now, had Xia departed from the inner academy sooner, with such a venerable elder by her side, would she have met such a fate? Surely not all top-tier powerhouses are like Xian Lao, right? Su Tianxi appeared visibly astonished, marveling at the prowess of his esteemed ancestor. No wonder she had the audacity to encourage him to speak freely. Her strength was indeed formidable. After all, apart from the Golden Tree, Shrek lacked truly unique resources, and the emergence of top-tier powerhouses through the generations was merely a product of accumulated momentum. The quality of their medicinal concoctions could hardly compare to the mass production capabilities of the Xianming sect, known for the Xian Water Pill and the Xuanwu Divine Pill. The distinguished Tiexin Xuanzai, whose achievements warranted the title of Supreme Elder of the Holy Spirit cult, received guidance from Mu'en. Yet without the Qian Kuan transformation pill bestowed by Huoguo, he would likely still be struggling to break through his limits even after a century. Su Lao, I misspoke, please forgive me. I, Xiaozhi, offer my sincerest apologies, Xiaozhi stammered. Su Xiaoyun cast a cold, sidelong glance at Yan Xiaozhi, his voice laced with disdain. Apologize? What were you doing just now? Now that my ire has been kindled, do you still wish to placate me? It's too late. With a dismissive huff, he turned his gaze to the somewhat dazed Su Tianxi, his expression softening into a warm smile as he spoke gently. Child, you articulated your thoughts splendidly. These Shrek individuals have gone too far, consumed by their so-called glory, utterly disregarding the lives of your mother and the others. In light of this, do not hold back. Rise and deliver a few slaps to this old fool. Consider it a means to avenge your mother. Upon hearing this, Su Tianxi's eyes widened in disbelief as he pointed to himself, and then to the crimson-faced Yan Xiaozhi, incredulous as he asked, You mean for me to slap him, rather than you doing it yourself? Am I, a mere child yet to awaken my martial soul, to strike the dean of Shrek Academy? Is the ancestor jesting? Setting aside the matter of whether Yan Xiaozhi would even feel it, given his thick skin befitting a super Douluo, Su Tianxi feared that his own hand would bear the pain for a long time. Su Xiaoyun maintained his affable demeanor, nodding in agreement. It is entirely justified for you to retaliate against the dean of Shrek Academy, who has insulted your mother. Senior, your actions seem exceedingly excessive. I am a super Douluo, the dean of Shrek Academy. How could you allow him? Yan Xiaozhi shouted in anger, but Su Xiaoyun did not grant him the opportunity to speak. The crimson eighth soul ring illuminated, and a colossal beast's phantom abruptly materialized behind him, surging into Su Xiaoyun's body. A sphere of black light, shaped like a six-pointed star, erupted from the tip of his right index finger, slowly targeting Yin Xiaozha's dantian. Yin Xiaozha's eyes widened in terror, desperately summoning his martial soul for protection. With a resounding cry of a phoenix, the radiant phoenix's silhouette appeared behind him, accompanied by an optimal soul ring configuration of 2 yellow, 2 purple, for black, and 1 red. His formidable cultivation of level 95 was fully revealed. Yet, before a powerhouse of level 98, he found himself utterly defenseless, unable to move. Merely watching as the black light of Su Xiaoyun's fingertip loomed larger in his vision. It ultimately struck his dantian. How dare you approach me with such meager cultivation? Junior, you overestimate yourself. Even Muin from 2 centuries ago would not have dared to look down upon me. Su Xiaoyun scoffed, as the 6-pointed star at his fingertip unleashed a terrifying wave of soul power, surging through Yin Xiaozha's meridians, akin to ancient ice and boundless heavy water, overwhelming his pure light soul power. Finally, it sealed his dantian's soul core. Feeling the tumult within his soul power, Yin Xiaozha's pupils constricted in shock. He sensed his cultivation being sealed, even his soul core ensnared by a terrifying sphere of heavy water. An unprecedented scene unfolded, beyond Zhang Lishuan's comprehension. As she distinctly perceived Yin Xiaozha's super Douluo power rapidly dwindling, soon plummeting to tidal Douluo, then soul Douluo, and gradually descending to soul master level before it finally stabilized. After delivering a scathing reprimand, Su Xiaoyun pressed a palm against Yin Xiaozha's chest, forcing him down before Su Tianqi. To insult one's mother is the height of rudeness. To dishonor a master is utterly shameless. I hold the same seniority as your teacher, and it is indeed inappropriate to bully the young. However, since my junior is present, and you have exonerated that old beast, enduring a couple of slaps is hardly unjust. After uttering this bitter reproach, Su Xiaoyun's gaze softened and turned hopeful as it fell upon Su Tianqi. What say you, young Tianqi? He has been sealed by his ancestor, his physical prowess significantly diminished. Do you dare to deliver 2 slaps? With the atmosphere charged, if Su Tianqi hesitated any longer, he would have no place in this world, especially since Yin Xiaozha had previously enraged him. Rising from the bed and freeing himself from Zhang Lishuan's embrace, Su Tianqi raised his fair right hand, aiming to strike the furious and terrified old face of Yin Xiaozha with great force. At that moment, Zhang Lishuan, who had been a silent observer, finally reacted. Her face paling as she urgently interjected, "No, Tianqi. He is, after all, the dean of Shrek Academy. If you strike him, Shrek Academy will not let this matter rest. And you, Senior Su, must also consider the implications for the Xianming sect." After years of cultivation at Shrek Academy, she was acutely aware of its formidable strength. Within the Sea God Pavilion, there were over a dozen esteemed elders, all ranked above the 4 deans, alongside preparatory elders like Beast King Gong Changlong. The majority being titled Douluos, with many super Douluos among them. Today, if Yin Xiaozha were to be humiliated, Zhang Lishuan could hardly bear to imagine the consequences. Indeed, young man, you cannot forget your own identity, Yin Xiaozha thought, widening his eyes as he shouted at Su Tianqi. A sharp slap reverberated through the room, leaving Yin Xiaozha momentarily stunned, as did Zhang Lishuan. Su Tianqi unleashed a flurry of blows, delivering 4 resounding slaps to Yin Xiaozha before ceasing, each clap louder than the last, shaking her stinging hand, which had been jolted by Yin Xiaozha's shamelessness. Su Tianqi turned to Zhang Lishuan with an innocent smile and said, "Andy Lishuan, you should speak up sooner next time, or I might not be able to stop my hand." Su Xiaoyun nodded in satisfaction, then seized Yin Xiaozha by the collar, and with a fierce throw, slammed him against the floor amidst his terrified gaze. With a loud thud, an indentation shaped like a person appeared in the ground. Although Yin Xiaozha did not bleed, he had lost all semblance of dignity, his hair disheveled and covering his face in a most pitiful manner. Su Xiaoyun coldly remarked, "I have lived for over 200 years, preferring to remain low-key, yet I will never allow anyone to bully me and expect me to cower like a turtle. From now on, keep your eyes wide open. If you dare to act recklessly in front of me again, I will not hesitate to teach you, this ill-mannered wretch, a proper lesson on behalf of Muon." He continued, "Now, get out of the territory of the Xianming sect, and do not let me see your hypocritical face again." Upon finishing, Su Xiaoyun's 4th soul ring shone brightly, and the soul skill, Xuanwu replacement, was unleashed. The black light enveloped Yin Xiaozha, who was utterly defenseless, and he was immediately teleported away. As if feeling unsatisfied, Su Xiaoyun executed a kick just as the black light was about to dissipate, landing a heavy blow to Yin Xiaozha's face, causing him to grunt in pain as a burst of bright red blood erupted in the air. "Senior Su." Although Yin Xiaozha spoke offensively, He is after all a disciple of Elder Mu, with an esteemed identity. Such actions may provoke Shrek Academy. Aunt Lishuan. Su Tianxi interrupted Zhang Lishuan, shaking his clenched fist in righteous indignation. Today, Yin Xiaojia has lost nothing but his face, while my mother lost her life. Is it not Shrek Academy that is in the wrong? They caused my mother's death and slandered her. Why should we not retaliate against him? Zhang Lishuan found herself at a loss for words, her thoughts caught in her throat, her expression momentarily stunned and speechless. Indeed, this matter was primarily the Academy's fault. Yet why did she feel so conflicted within? Suddenly, it felt as though the once sacred hall within her heart had developed a few cracks, shrouded in a layer of dust. Chapter 4. Su Xiaoyan. If Long Xiaoyao can ally with the Sun Moon Empire, what reservations do we have in the Xianming sect? With Yin Xiaojia knocked unconscious and taken away, Zhang Lishuan had no choice but to take her leave. As the three exited to the open ground outside the courtyard, Zhang Lishuan retrieved a red token from the storage jade bracelet on her pristine wrist and solemnly placed it into Su Tianxi's hand. Tianxi, this is a token that symbolizes my identity as a disciple of Shrek Academy. Please keep it safe, for it may prove useful in the future. However, plans often falter against the tides of change. Director Yan's excessive attitude has incited the wrath of ancestor Xianming, leaving her unable to express further thoughts. I hope Tianxi will not harbor resentment towards Shrek. Although the character of the Academy's higher-ups is far from admirable, their strength is undeniably formidable. Su Tianxi nodded in acknowledgement, offering a simple good, while Zhang Lishuan's eyes softened as she lovingly caressed the young boy's forehead. After bidding farewell to Su Xiaoyan, she gracefully departed from Xianming's sect. Not long after, she discovered Yin Xiaojia, lying unconscious on the ground like a lifeless dog, an unusual expression gracing his fair and radiant face. Director Yin, who had enjoyed a smooth life, faced a tremendous humiliation today. One could only wonder if it would provoke a reaction from him. His martial spirit is the radiant phoenix. Yet he has always lacked a certain grandeur. It is possible he may seek revenge, thus I must clarify the circumstances before Elder Mu. I trust he will impose some restraint on Director Yin. Fortunately, Shrek still has Elder Mu, a person of discernment. Meanwhile, Su Tianxi wiped the cold sweat from his brow. Exhaling slowly, his chest rising and falling erratically. The fervor of slapping someone had initially exhilarated him, but upon reflection, the experience was rather overwhelming. To have struck a super Douluo without having awakened a martial spirit. Surely this achievement is unparalleled? Oh, but I almost forgot the Reaper's messenger. His Soul King prowess had decimated a multitude of Shrek disciples and allowed him to escape from a level 98 super Douluo. His accomplishments indeed overshadow mine. How does it feel, little Tianxi, to have dealt a few slaps to that scoundrel? Is your heart not considerably lighter? Su Tianxi nodded, finding that the act of slapping had provided the simplest yet most exquisite form of relief, as all his pent-up frustrations were unleashed upon Yin Xiaojia's face. Su Xiaoyun's smile widened, yet her tone shifted to one of regret as she expressed, however, this means you will be unable to train at Shrek like your second brother. For the next few years, you must remain at the sect. Although I too hold little affection for that place, it does offer excellent training conditions and the finest peers. Su Tianxi understood that this second brother was Su Sanshi, who was 3 years his senior and had entered Shrek the previous year, quite early in his academic journey. Nevertheless, this did not concern him much. He felt indifferent towards Su Sanshi while harboring strong animosity towards Shrek. Thus, Su Tianxi shook his head defiantly under Su Xiaoyun's serene gaze, vehemently declaring, the director of Shrek Academy is no great figure. If you, my esteemed ancestor, were willing to teach me, I am certain your prowess would surpass his. Moreover, while Aunt Xian from Shrek is decent, Yin Xiaojia is utterly shameless. He is a despicable villain who harmed my mother. In summary, both of these individuals are destined for downfall. Haha, you speak the truth. My abilities far exceed that scoundrel ass. They may indeed be the foremost academy on the continent. Yet our Xianming sect is a premier hidden sect. That dreadful place is more than enough for your second brother. Su Xiaoyan laughed heartily, placing a reassuring hand on Su Tianxi's shoulder, his deep voice imbued with warmth and concern. As he spoke, he waved his right hand, summoning Xuanwu and Yulao, who had been previously sent away, and gave them a few admonitions before departing with the wind. Su Tianxi watched as the figure strode away, his gaze shifting slightly, and suddenly shouted, Master Ancestor, what if Shrek comes to cause trouble? Rest assured, little one, Su Xiaoyan replied with confidence. Shrek has benefited from us greatly over the years. There are still those with clarity within the Sea God Pavilion. As long as I am alive, they will not dare. Su Xiaoyan responded with vigor before soon vanishing from the sight of the three. Third young master, what shall we do now? Xuanwu asked, somewhat dazed. The notion of traversing such realms felt too extraordinary, making it hard to grasp at once. Nevertheless, since they had arrived, it would be best to rest and ponder later. In the spirit hall of the Su family at Xianming sect, Su Xiaoyun entered silently, his expression sorrowful as he gazed at the woman lying quietly in the circle. His right fist clenched involuntarily, and he approached a middle-aged man who was seated in vigil before the circle, exchanging a significant glance. The silent exchange of Xuanwu initiated, and the two traversed through the darkness, arriving in a secluded chamber. The middle-aged man appeared to be just over 30, with thick brows and sharp eyes, a straight nose, and a square jaw, clad in black mourning attire, his face bearing an expression of bewilderment as he hesitated for a moment before speaking. "Great ancestor, what brings you to seek me at this hour?" Su Xiaoyun's brows furrowed, his gaze piercing and resolute as he said, "My purpose in summoning you is not trivial, but of great consequence. I must impart this to you, the current head of the Su family." The astonishment on Su Fu's face deepened, and he hastily waved his hand, saying, "You speak as if I am the true head. Everyone knows I am merely a figurehead, while the elder council you lead makes the true decisions." Su Xiaoyun shook his head gently and replied, "Do not belittle yourself. Though your talents may not surpass those of your senior brother, they are nonetheless remarkable. There remains hope for you to reach my level in your future cultivation. My time is limited, and the Xianming sect must eventually be upheld by you and your senior brother. Moreover, this matter is of great significance to you. You must listen." Su Fu straightened his posture and clasped his fists, responding, "Grandson will heed the teachings of the great ancestor." His cultivation was directly imparted by the great ancestor, and he addressed the two disciples under Su Xiaoyun as elder brother and sister, granting him a deeper respect for Su Xiaoyun compared to other disciples of the Xianming sect. Su Xiaoyun nodded, his expression calm as he continued, "The matter is straightforward. I intend to send your child, along with your junior sisters, that is, Tianxi, to the Sun Moon Empire for cultivation in a few years. What are your thoughts on this?" Su Fu gasped, his mouth agape in astonishment. "Furthermore, for the next few years, you must enter seclusion and refrain from external affairs. I will publicly declare that you are in seclusion with me, creating a narrative that Tianxi is without maternal kin. This will dissuade outsiders from investing in him, as they will believe he is a wolf in sheep's clothing." Su Fu was left speechless, his heart tumultuous with a tempest of emotions, difficult to articulate. Su Xiaoyun raised a hand, signaling Su Fu to allow him to finish before voicing any objections, then spoke solemnly. "This decision, made after considerable contemplation, serves two purposes. Firstly, it is for the legacy of our Xianming sect. You are aware of your junior sister's background, having been exiled from the imperial lineage of the Sun and Moon Empire. Given Tianxi's unique status and her confrontation with the president of Shrek Academy, and with the former emperor's family now extinct, her journey to the Sun and Moon Empire could earn her the trust and support of its higher echelons. Secondly, I seek to hold Shrek Academy accountable. Years ago, I personally escorted your junior sister to Shrek City, where Muin assured me he would care for her. Throughout the years, our Xianming sect has supported the development of Shrek City, yet we find ourselves faced with such a predicament. I cannot swallow this indignity. Moreover, that Yin Xiaojia had the audacity to bully Tianxi before me today, unjustly shifting the blame for the incident onto your junior sister in a bid to defend that old beast, Xuanzu. This is nothing short of intolerable." With a decisive gesture, Su Xiaoyun brought his hand down, shattering a potted plant into fragments. Su Fu, perceptive as ever, nodded in agreement, his eyes alight with excitement, as if struck by an epiphany. "So, you intend to send Tianxi to the Royal Soul Master Academy of the Sun and Moon Empire, just as you once sent the elder brother to the Xinglu Royal Soul Master Academy to take vengeance on the heavenly soul, and your junior sister to Shrek Academy to retaliate against the Sun and Moon? Indeed, since Shrek has shown no humanity, they must not blame me for my lack of righteousness." Su Xiaoyun's gaze shimmered with a dark intensity, brewing a tempest of fury within. That afternoon, his anger grew with each thought, feeling as though Shrek had profited unjustly from their misfortune. As Tianxi pointed out, Muin's disciple merely suffered a loss of face, while his own disciple had truly perished. Bound by family obligations, he could not act freely, but Tianxi could seize the opportunity in the Sun and Moon Empire. Contemplating Xuanzu and Yin Xiaojia's faces, Su Xiaoyun's brows furrowed, his white beard billowing like a storm, as he declared vehemently, "Humph. Even Long Xiaoyao has allied himself with the Sun and Moon Empire. What reservations do we, the Xianming sect, have? I foresee the inevitable demise of the Douluo Three Kingdoms. Rather than being forced to bow to the Sun and Moon Empire in submission, it would be wiser to invest in them now." "What did you say?" "Long Xiaoyao. The dark sacred dragon from your era has allied with the Sun and Moon Empire. How can this be?" Su Fu's mind reeled at Su Xiaoyun's revelation, nearly rendered incoherent by his astonishment, his expression a tapestry of disbelief. Now, it seems, not only has this ancient figure survived, but he has also quietly pledged allegiance to the Sun and Moon Empire. A being whose power may rival that of the Sea God Pavilion Master has now joined the Sun and Moon Empire? Is it too late for our Xianyin sect to place our bets? Yes, that very individual. I once heard of a coup within the Sun and Moon Empire, where the entire former royal family met their demise. Out of curiosity, I ventured to witness the chaos, only to discover some peculiar traces. Just as I was about to investigate further, I was intercepted by the suddenly appearing Long Xiaoyao, and we exchanged a few blows. Su Xiaoyan nodded, reminiscing about the past, a flicker of deep-seated apprehension and disdain crossing his eyes. It has been over a century since our last encounter. He has now attained the pinnacle of Douluo. Unless we battle at sea, I stand no chance against him, and can only strive for self-preservation. The moon of Shrek has long been rendered a mere shadow of his former self, with only a few years left to live. Once he departs this world, there will be no one in the Douluo Continent capable of standing against Long Xiaoyao. If I were the Emperor of the Sun and Moon Empire, I would undoubtedly initiate a war following Moon's demise, seizing the rare opportunity to annex the three kingdoms and unify the realm. The previous emperor, who met a tragic end alongside his family, was feeble, too intimidated by the Star Luo Empire to retaliate it, and he even insisted on negotiations while exiling those who advocated for war, resulting in a loss of public support. However, the current emperor is markedly different from his predecessor. Over the past few years, I have distinctly observed the rapid enhancement of the Sun and Moon Empire's military might. They have even developed terrifying soul-guiding devices that pose a threat to my very existence. Given time, the long-standing Douluo Continent would stand no chance against them, and Shrek would be no exception. Since the outcome appears to be predetermined, it is imperative for my Xianming sect to make a choice in order to ensure our legacy. However, Ancestor, Chapter 5. The Choice of the Xianming Sect, the First Encounter with Su Sanshi. Su Xiaoyan's words fell into silence within the chamber, before Su Fu's hesitant voice broke the stillness. But Ancestor, we are, after all, from the Heavenly Soul Empire. Su Xiaoyan fixed his gaze upon Su Fu, calmly interrupting his unfinished thoughts, and said thoughtfully, you are of the Heavenly Soul lineage, Tianxi is not. He carries half the blood of the Sun and Moon Empire. In the Heavenly Soul Empire, he is one of us. In the Sun and Moon Empire, he is one of theirs. What is the issue? Had your junior sister's family not been exiled by the former emperor of the Sun and Moon Empire, they might still be inscribed in the royal genealogies today. You are not of the Heavenly Soul royalty. Why burden yourself with such concerns? Su Fu fell into a moment of speechlessness, ultimately managing a wry smile and nodding in agreement. You are correct. Su Xiaoyan let out a soft snort, then sighed gently. Do not think that my actions are excessive. Your first wife is a princess of the Douluo Empire. A few years ago, you took Sanshi to establish familial ties, and what was the outcome? The Douluo royal family, believing themselves to possess noble blood, has never regarded us, the Su family, with any respect. Though they remain unaware of my continued existence and the full extent of our Xianming sect's power, you represent the Su family's honor as its leader. How can we allow them to treat us with such disdain? They ought to consider this, if noble blood truly held significance. How did the Shui family's realm fall into the hands of traitors, losing even the city of Tiando? Given this, why should we, the Su family, lower ourselves and serve these fools for nothing? Maintaining contact is sufficient. Hearing this, Su Fu respectfully clasped his hands and bowed, acknowledging the statement clearly. For our Xianming sect, the interests of the sect outweigh all else. Well, grandson, remember this. Half a month later, the skies cleared. Su Tianxi and his companions emerged from a towering edifice, with Su Tianxi smiling in the sunlight, while Yu Lao maintained a respectful demeanor beside him, and Xuanwu, yawning, wore an expression filled with existential doubt. Third young master. You need not toil so hard to become a soul master. Spending half a month in the library is rather tedious, don't you think? A fortnight prior, upon awakening, Su Tianxi had insisted on visiting the library. As a mere book attendant, he was obliged to accompany him, but being only a little over 6 years old, he found it quite unbearable to remain indoors for such an extended period. Books are indeed treasures, and it would be beneficial for you, my young friend, to immerse yourself in them. Su Tianxi gently patted Xuanwu's shoulder, offering a warm smile of encouragement. As a newcomer, familiarizing oneself with the surroundings is of utmost importance. The Xianming sect boasts a history spanning over 10 millennia, with an extensive collection of texts, making it an ideal place for gaining insight. In his previous life, he retained only a vague recollection of the original works, and his knowledge regarding martial souls and soul beasts was virtually non-existent. After a fortnight of intensive study, he acquired a modicum of understanding about the histories of the continent's foremost powers, such as Shrek, the Body Sect, and the Mingdu, along with some information concerning martial souls and soul beasts. Perhaps it is a benefit of transmigration he discovered that he possessed an extraordinary memory, a manifestation of his formidable mental strength as revealed by Yu Lao. Moreover, if he could not discern the varieties and ages of soul beasts, how could he hope to find suitable targets for hunting in the future? Wouldn't you agree, Yu Lao? After imparting some wisdom to Xuanwu, Su Tianqi turned to Yu Lao with a smile. Indeed, young master speaks wisely, Yu Lao responded, his face beaming with delight, increasingly pleased with Su Tianqi. After the young lady's departure, the young master appeared much more composed. His mental fortitude had improved following the trials of life and death, turning misfortune into fortune. At that moment, a voice filled with curiosity echoed above them, prompting the trio to pause. However, Tianqi, as a direct descendant of the Xianming sect, you are almost certain to awaken the Xianming turtle martial soul. The configuration of its soul skills has remained unchanged for over 10,000 years in our sect. They turned towards the source of the voice, witnessing a nimble figure leap down gracefully from a lush, ancient tree, landing firmly on the ground. The individual, executing a deft maneuver to dissipate the impact, flashed what he believed to be an impressive smile at the trio, waving with a slightly mischievous expression. Hey, how's it going? Tianqi, am I not handsome? Upon recognizing the young man's appearance, Su Tianqi felt his eyelids twitch, then, with a blank expression, pointed to the boy's hair. You've got leaves stuck in your hair. Your hairstyle is a mess. After staying in the tree for so long, my hairstyle is all disheveled? The boy, who referred to himself as brother, displayed a youthful innocence, appearing no older than 10. Hearing about his disheveled hair, he hurriedly produced a small mirror and a comb, preening himself with exaggerated flair. Su Tianqi sighed as he beheld the antics of this person, who was indeed his elder brother, Su Sanshi, one of the Shrek's 7 monsters from the original tale, renowned for his title of eternal sovereignty. His classic blunder was taking the wrong path at critical moments, choosing to traverse land routes instead of the celestial waterway. I hope the sudden appearance of the third young master does not pose a threat to you, second young master. Xuanwu cautiously remarked, his tone low, displaying apprehension towards Su Sanshi. The Xianming sect, with its long-standing lineage, is rife with internal conflicts among its numerous descendants. And it was rumored that even the second young master had fallen somewhat out of favor, which is why he had hastened to Shrek. Su Tianqi cast a sidelong glance at Xuanwu, exuding an air of exasperation. Little Wu, remember, you are not like others. Do not waste your energy on such conjectures. Even if you doubt Yu Lao's strength, can you not trust the intellect of my elder brother? Is it possible for him to come here with the intent to harm me? Upon hearing this, Xuanwu smiled with a hint of disdain, while the Moon Elder proudly puffed out his chest. The Moon Elder possessed the cultivation of a 6-ring Soul Emperor. Although this rank was not particularly impressive within the Xianming sect, it was certainly beyond the capabilities of a mere child like Su Sanshi. The release of his soul power could render any soul master below the rank of Soul Zun immobile. The trio continued their journey, and after tidying up his hairstyle, Su Sanshi quickly caught up, playfully nudging Xuanwu aside to engage Su Tianqi, eager for the younger brother's approval. Come, Tianqi, take a look at my hairstyle now. Is it handsome? Indeed, quite impressive, Su Tianqi replied flatly, raising his thumb as if he were encouraging a child with a lollipop. Su Sanqi's lips curled upward uncontrollably, his palm thumping against his chest as he animatedly recounted his exploits, as if he had an endless stream of tales to share. Haha. Over the past year at Shrek Academy, I've encountered numerous talented individuals, but aside from a certain rascal named Bebe, none have matched my genius. Many soul masters with higher levels of soul power are no match for me. That Bebe wields the blue lightning tyrant dragon, known as the strongest attack-type beast martial spirit in the world. Yet no matter how formidable his thunder dragon claw may be, it cannot breach my Xianming shield formation. Moreover, he is slightly older than I am. Among all the students in Shrek's outer court, I am undoubtedly the youngest and most talented. I've already decided that once I become a Soul Zun, I shall take on the title of Eternal Sovereign. At that time, I will be the foremost defensive soul master in Shrek's outer court. What do you think? I believe that Bebe might not surpass you in terms of cunning. Su Tianqi remarked. What did you say? I didn't quite catch that. Su Sanshi squinted his eyes, displaying a gentle smile. Haha, it is you, Tianqi, who knows how to speak. You are far more agreeable than my other siblings. I have no desire to see any of those rascals. Su Sanshi laughed heartily, patting his chest with an air of self-importance, swinging his fists like oversized sandbags as he leaped about. I have changed significantly. If anyone dares to bully you, tell me, and I shall flatten their head with my Xianming shield. Indeed, there is someone. Would you care to help me flatten him? Su Tianqi stepped in front of Su Sanshi, a playful smirk gracing his lips. Which fool in the Xianming sect would dare to disrespect my brother and me? I shall deal with him right away. Su Sanshi declared with fervor, his eyes ignited with determination. As the two young masters of the Xianming sect joined forces, Even his elder brother would not be beyond their reach. The individual in question is Yin Xiaojia, the dean of Shrek Academy. Just a few days ago, he shifted the blame for the Star Doe tragedy onto my mother during her 7th day of mourning, infuriating our ancestor, who gave him a sound thrashing. I also struck him several times. Reflecting on it now, it still does not suffice. It would be splendid if you could land a few more blows on his head. Su Tianqi walked ahead with his hands clasped behind his back, speaking with an air of nonchalance, as if discussing a trivial matter. Ahem, ahem, ahem. The sound of Su Sanqi's violent coughing echoed behind him. Su Tianqi paused, turned around, and hurriedly supported Su Sanshi, whose face resembled that of a ghost. Eyes wide and round as eggs, clutching his chest while coughing. Concerned, he asked, "Second brother, what is the matter? Could it be that your soul power has gone awry? Do not call me brother from now on. You are my elder brother." To all esteemed readers, please do not neglect this story to its demise. In Chapter 6, when Su Sanshi called him brother, Su Tianqi promised to pass on the supreme secrets of the art, ensuring he would not stray from the right path. As if struck by thunder, Su Sanshi staggered back a few steps before regaining his balance, his mind clouded with disbelief at the shocking news. A singular thought reverberated in his buzzing brain. This was a topic that must not be broached. No, the old man did not mention such a provocative matter when he sent me to comfort my third brother. Who is Yin Xiaojia? He is a legendary figure. As elusive as a dragon shadow, said to have been a super Douluo-level powerhouse decades ago, now nearing a century in age. One can only speculate the depths of his cultivation. To think that such a renowned figure, whom he had only heard of but never seen, had been struck by his younger brother, who had yet to awaken his martial soul. Could it be that he had not slept well last night while perched on a tree and was still dreaming? He pinched his thigh fiercely, the sharp pain refocusing his dazed eyes, involuntarily letting out a cry of distress. Realizing this was reality and not a dream deepened Su Sanqi's sorrow, feeling as if even the gentle sunlight could not dispel the gloom enveloping his heart, casting a bleak shadow over his future. Meanwhile, Su Tianqi, feeling a sense of dark delight, stepped forward, his right hand continuously patting Su Sanqi's shoulder, reassuringly stating, "Second brother, fret not. You are you, and I am me. I believe that Shrek Academy would not forsake such a prodigy as you simply because of me. After all, you are destined to become the foremost defensive soul master of the outer court. Have a bit of confidence." At Su Tianqi's touch, Su Sanshi trembled uncontrollably, his lips quivering in fear, nearly on the verge of tears. No matter how talented one might be, it matters not. I have heard from that fellow Bei Bei that Dean Yin is a person of remarkable demeanor but possesses a very small heart. One must never offend him. Su Tianqi nodded in agreement, fully aware that in the original narrative, Yin Xiaojia was indeed a petty man, devoid of any grand demeanor. It was hardly surprising that he would vent his frustrations on Su Sanshi. However, now that Su Sanshi had been elevated from third brother to third brother in title, Su Tianqi could not abandon his innocent second brother to suffer alone. Upon reflection, a solution soon dawned on him. Did you mention that the one named Bei Bei is from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family? Indeed, given his background, he would hardly care for the resources and teachings of Shrek. If he wished, he could attend any top academy in the Douluo Three Kingdoms. Yet, he could not bear to part with the fruits of his efforts over the past year. Just as he had previously stated, the Shimming Sect, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family, and the White Tiger Duke's estate. All these ancient families have established comprehensive soul skill systems and training methods, rendering them largely self-sufficient in cultivation, perhaps even surpassing inherited practices. The significance of studying at Shrek lies primarily in forging friendships and enhancing one's status. He has already cultivated a commendable relationship with that wretched Bei Bei and has ascended to the rank of core disciple in the Outer Academy, with graduation from the Outer Academy being a foreseeable outcome and substantial hope for entering the Inner Academy. Shrek boasts the prestigious title of the continent's foremost soul master sanctuary, attracting an array of talented second-generation elites from the Douluo Continent, making it an optimal platform for social interaction. The diploma earned here is a radiant testament to one's life journey, and being able to represent Shrek in the prestigious Continental High-Level Soul Master Academy Soul Battle Tournament would be nothing short of splendid. However, it now appears that this path may be devoid of hope. Just as Su Sanshi found himself engulfed in despair, the soothing voice of Su Tianqi resonated. According to the records I have perused in the library these past few days, the current Sea God Pavilion Master of Shrek Academy also hails from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. Since Bei Bei is only slightly older than you, he must also be a top-tier genius from the Blue Lightning family who entered school early. Su Tianqi provided Su Sanshi with a legitimate rationale, further elaborating. Moreover, you mentioned that Bei Bei is well acquainted with Yin Xiaojia's character. Perhaps he has some connection with that Sea God Pavilion Master. You might consider reaching out to him. Upon hearing this, the dimness in Su Sanchi's eyes gradually ignited with vitality, and he soon broke into a grin, giving Su Tianqi a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Truly worthy of being my brother. Your mind is exceptionally agile. How could I have overlooked this? That rascal Bebe tricked me out of a profound water pill last time, so this time I must enlist his assistance." Su Tianqi, maintaining a stoic expression, reminded him, "Little brother, do remember that I am your elder brother now." Su Sanchi, scratching his head sheepishly, averted his gaze and dismissed the remark. "I have confronted Yin Xiaozhe. Do you dare to?" Su Sanchi stiffened momentarily, his head drooping as he sighed. "I dare not. You are my brother." "Oh, that is the spirit. Little brother, if you call me third brother a few more times, I shall impart to you the unparalleled tome I discovered in the library, ensuring you do not stray from the right path and benefit immensely in the future." "What tome? What purpose does it serve?" "This tome is invaluable for the second awakening of your martial soul. Does that not entice you?" "Third brother, you are indeed my third brother. There is no need for our brotherhood to observe such formalities. Here, take this 10,000 gold soul coin. Consider it a humble treat from your younger brother." Su Sanchi decisively presented an excessively ingratiating smile, bending to offer a universally accepted gold soul coin card. He had discerned that despite Su Tianqi's dramatic transformation, he required no coaxing or consolation from him. This fellow had been steadfastly engrossed in the library for nearly half a month. And who knows how many tomes he might have perused. Perhaps he had indeed unearthed some invaluable relic left by an ancestor. If tangible benefits could be obtained, calling him third brother a few times would pose no issue. After all, he and Bebe often jested about calling each other father. Su Tianqi's lips curled into a smile at Su Sanchi's enthusiastic calls of third brother, as he retrieved an untitled book from a necklace soul guide on his chest and handed it to Su Sanchi. "This tome bears profound implications and should only be studied in the stillness of the night. It must not be seen by others during the day. Furthermore, I have transcribed a few phrases from our Su family's ancestors on it. Do remember to peruse them." Su Tianqi clasped his hands behind his back, suppressing a chuckle as he offered a light-hearted admonition. Engaging with children proved to be quite delightful. "All right, I shall remember. If this turns out to be genuinely useful, I could very well call you my third father for an entire year." Su Sanchi treasured the manual as if it were a precious gem, then followed Su Tianqi, continuing to chatter. "By the way, third brother, the old man specifically mentioned that your awakening of the martial soul is to be conducted privately today. Allow me to escort you there." "Very well." Su Tianqi's steps were unusually buoyant as he strode into the morning sun, a relaxed and cheerful smile gracing his lips. In the original narrative, his younger brother had taken a wrong turn, resulting in only a partial awakening of the Xuanwu martial soul. This misstep had led to years of unresolved tension with Jiang Nanan and a prolonged period of unrequited affection that could only be described as melodramatic in the extreme. In his view, this transaction possessed no moral dichotomy, as it was a matter of mutual benefit. However, the elders of the Su family had failed to adequately prepare Su Sanchi for such matters, resulting in a tragic outcome that was truly difficult to articulate. His impression of Su Sanchi was neither particularly favorable nor unfavorable. The latter's spontaneous address of him as brother made it convenient for Su Tianqi to pass him the instructional book without hesitation. The inscriptions within reflected his thoughts on romance, such as the notion that those who pander would ultimately meet ill fates. Su Sanchi's relentless pursuit of Jiang Nanan was difficult for him to assess, as the circumstances surrounding it were far too convoluted. "I cannot allow myself to become embroiled in a tragic situation like Su Sanchi's. What then shall I do?" Gazing at Su Sanchi's retreating figure, the impending awakening of his martial soul brought this troubling question back to his mind. He yearned for a divine beast martial soul, but wished to avoid any melodramatic entanglements. How could he reconcile these desires? Chapter 7. The Emergence of Twin Martial Souls. The manifestation of pristine waters and the fees for commoners' awakening of martial souls. The Xianming sect, sprawling and intricately designed, featured azure tiles and white walls, with sweeping eaves and bracketed roofs that exuded an air of ancient elegance. Under Su Sanchi's guidance, the trio navigated through a maze of corridors and passed through numerous doorways before entering a vast courtyard. Outside the courtyard, Su Tianqi caught sight of a long queue of plainly dressed individuals, predominantly adults accompanied by children, their faces a mixture of anxiety and anticipation. Noticing Su Tianqi's interest in the lines of commoners outside, Su Sanchi beamed and explained, "Third brother, our Xianming sect holds large-scale martial soul awakening ceremonies every 3 months. This presents a significant opportunity for the common folk. For just 10 gold soul coins, they can awaken their martial souls using our formation. It's fair and transparent, with no deceit whatsoever." In response, Su Tianqi casually remarked, "I read that 10,000 years ago, The Martial Soul Hall would actively send individuals to every corner of the continent to awaken the martial souls of commoners, and it was free of charge. Su Sanchi's eyelids twitched, and he quickly covered Su Tianqi's mouth with his hand, whispering urgently in his ear, "Third brother, it's fine to discuss this at home. But you absolutely must not speak of it outside. It could lead to trouble." Su Tianqi was taken aback by Su Sanchi's intense reaction. Is it possible that what the book states is false? Indeed. Su Sanchi insisted vehemently. What is written is true, but even if it is a fact, third brother, you must not voice it aloud. Su Sanchi responded hastily a few times, then turned his gaze to carefully observe the surrounding environment, confirming that no outsiders were present. He cautiously continued, "Brother, allow me to speak some heartfelt words. Ever since the demise of the Spirit Hall, the responsibility of awakening martial souls for the commoners of the continent naturally fell upon the two great empires, and later the three major empires. However, you are aware that the governance of empires relies on the nobility. In those fiefdoms, the nobles act as local sovereigns, wielding life and death over the commoners at their whim. The nobles, accustomed to enjoying their power and privilege, would hardly deign to send people through mountains and rivers to awaken martial souls for the commoners free of charge, as it demands significant human and material resources. The empire does not reimburse them for such expenditures. Thus, the practice of charging for the awakening of martial souls naturally emerged. To speak frankly, our fees are already very reasonable. A common family can save up over a few months of frugality. Moreover, our Xianming sect is not obligated to undertake this task, so it carries a sense of charitable intent." Su Tianqi's eyes widened in astonishment, and he exclaimed, "Are we really charging for our services? And the commoners should be grateful to us?" Indeed, prior to our Xianming sect engaging in this endeavor, the price set by the city lord's mansion was 100 gold soul coins, with a cap on the number of slots available. "Are we not essentially performing an act of charity?" Su Sanchi replied. "In Xianming City, there are no major nobles. The highest rank is merely that of a count. And with the Xianming sect nearby, we require a stable environment for our business, which deters them from overstepping their bounds. In the territories of dukes and marquises, charging thousands of gold soul coins is commonplace, and raising prices temporarily is not unusual, as no one can monitor or challenge them. Lower-tier soul masters are powerless against them, forced to acquiesce to their demands. Moreover, there may be additional, more sordid requirements, such as contracts of servitude. I shall refrain from divulging the more unsavory details, as I have gleaned this information from my classmates, many of whom hail from prestigious noble families. Some had already indulged in such activities prior to enrollment, and when boasting privately, they are quite indiscreet. In summary, the nobility across all three empires profits from this practice. And if you were to publicly mention the Spirit Hall's free awakening of martial souls, you would be in violation of imperial laws. Being apprehended or even executed on the spot would be entirely lawful, for such actions are not recognized by the three major empires." Su Sanchi's vivid description caused Su Tianqi's complexion to pale, as he realized he had underestimated the nobility of the three nations. These individuals had firmly grasped the channels through which commoners could ascend, significantly diminishing the likelihood of a commoner's resurgence and thereby solidifying their own dominion. Within this system, a talented commoner must either join their ranks or align with the sinister soul masters. At that moment, Yu Lao interjected, "Gentlemen, I recall that in the Sun Moon Empire, there appears to be no such clause in their national laws. They also organize individuals to awaken martial souls for commoners, sometimes without charge." Su Sanchi dismissed this casually. What is strange about that? The Sun Moon Empire has never encountered the Spirit Hall, so of course, they lack such provisions. As the group conversed, they had already entered the courtyard, where the individual responsible for awakening martial souls was startled upon seeing Su Sanchi and Su Tianqi enter, arm in arm. Su Sanchi raised his hand to signal silence, leading Su Tianqi quietly away to a three-story pavilion that offered a panoramic view. The figures of Su Fu and Su Xiaoyan came into view. The four of them bowed in unison, and Su Fu gestured towards the stone formation on the ground. Smiling as he said, "Coming quickly." Su Tianqi responded affirmatively and strode into the awakening formation, which could determine a significant portion of his future fate. With a swift motion, Su Fu unleashed a beam of soul power, and the awakening formation, composed of 6 black stones, rose gently, encircling Su Tianqi within. "Close your eyes and feel it deeply," Su Fu instructed solemnly. Then, his body shuddered slightly as he released an overwhelming aura, conjuring a black tortoiseshell shield with a diameter of over 3 meters before him, accompanied by 2 yellow, 2 purple, for black, and 1 red soul rings, ensuring the awakening process would be flawless. In the corner, Su Sanchi stared intently at Su Fu's 9th soul ring, musing that his father's soul ring configuration was indeed enviable. 3 years prior, he had not yet attained the 9th ring during his own awakening. If you desire a red soul ring, then train diligently. When you become a titled Douluo, your ancestor will take you to the sea to seek a suitable one. Su Xiaoyun's cheerful voice suddenly chimed in. Su Sanshi grinned at Su Xiaoyun, swallowing hard as he repeatedly praised his ancestor's wisdom, bringing a smile to Su Xiaoyun's face. The advantages of having elders became apparent. They could assist in slaying 10,000-year soul beasts. Su Sanshi thought joyfully, considering that the scoundrel Bei might not compare to him in this regard. Meanwhile, as Su Tianqi closed his eyes to sense the inner workings of his body, he seemed to hear the sound of shackles shattering. A mysterious and profound power surged from deep within him, quickly filling his limbs and bones. Is this soul power? It feels rather pleasant, he mused, as he felt strands of mysterious energy, as fine as threads, being drawn through his meridians. Su Tianqi nodded inwardly. He felt invigorated. His mind clear, his senses acute, capable of capturing the distant sound of cicadas. Moments later, the soul power suddenly divided, with part flowing toward his right hand and another part toward his brain and eyes. Unable to resist, Su Tianqi opened his right hand, and his eyes involuntarily widened, a flicker of surprise dancing across them. In the next instant, a rich, dark aura surged from the palm of his raised right hand, enveloping him like a tide and spreading outward. A 1-meter-wide black shield emerged from the dark light, hovering before Su Tianqi. It was a standard Xuanwu tortoiseshell shield of exceptional quality. For some unknown reason, Su Fu's body trembled as the Xuanwu tortoiseshell shield materialized, and his pupils jolted sharply. Is it the suppression from a higher water attribute? How is this possible? I am a titled Douluo, with the Xuanwu bloodline in my martial soul. Simultaneously, a subtle warmth flickered in Su Tianqi's opened eyes, as if 2 frosty moons were suspended within the depths of his pupils, and a faint crescent moon symbol appeared on his forehead. Behind him, ethereal strands of mental energy intertwined, appearing both real and illusory, almost undetectable to anyone below the level of a titled Douluo. Su Sanchi's eyes lit up, and he stood with a gulp, clapping his hands in approval. Indeed, it is the Xianming turtle. I had a feeling that my younger brother would awaken our Su family's ancestral martial spirit. From the looks of it, his innate soul power is likely at least level 9. Henceforth, our esteemed Su family shall become a dual-star lineage. But, esteemed ancestor, why do you appear so solemn? Is it not a joyous occasion that Tianqi has successfully awakened his martial spirit? Su Sanshi caught a glimpse of Su Xiaoyun's expression, which had turned remarkably grave, with deep furrows etched into his forehead. Su Xiaoyun cast a sidelong glance at Su Sanshi, his head tilting slightly to reveal a mischievous grin reminiscent of a playful elder. His Xianming water is extraordinary. Why not approach and experience it for yourself? Huh. Oh, all right. Su Sanshi was momentarily taken aback, bewildered as he summoned his own martial spirit to compare their differences. However, before he could reach Su Tianqi, his Xianming turtle shield began to tremble inexplicably, the abundant water elements on its surface dissipating as though confronted by the most terrifying force imaginable. In the next instant, Su Tianqi's Xianming turtle shield roared like a ferocious beast defending its territory. A fleeting purple glow igniting across its surface, and a deep, resonant roar filled the air, accompanied by an invisible wave of energy that surged forth. What is happening? Amidst the beastly roar, Su Sanshi was pushed back by several invisible waves, stumbling several steps before landing unceremoniously on the ground, disbelief etched on his face. Su Tianqi was not even a soul master. It was inconceivable for him to force Su Sanshi to retreat. The only explanation that came to mind was that his martial spirit had been severely suppressed in quality. Yet, this was impossible. Bei's blue lightning Tyrannosaurus could only match him in strength, perhaps even slightly inferior. Among the entire Shrek Academy, his martial spirit was regarded as the strongest. How could Su Tianqi's Xianming turtle shield, which appeared identical to his own, achieve such a feat? In the next moment, as Su Xiaoyun flashed before Su Tianqi and placed his hand upon the Xianming turtle shield, he gasped in astonishment, recognizing the answer. Indeed, it was the ultimate water. This was an unparalleled martial spirit. A newfound brilliance ignited in Su Xiaoyun's eyes as he witnessed Su Sanchi's martial spirit being suppressed and personally experienced the disparity stemming from elemental attributes. He could assert with absolute certainty that within Su Tianqi's Xianming turtle shield resided a power that transcended all water-based martial spirits. The pinnacle of water attributes is none other than the ultimate water. There exists nothing besides the ultimate water that could cause Su Sanchi's water element, endowed with the Xuanwu bloodline, to dissipate instantaneously. Not even the ultimate fire could achieve such a feat. Moreover, it was unfathomable for him, a 98th level super Douluo, to perceive even a faint yet tangible gap at the level of water attributes. That slight difference represented an insurmountable chasm. Heaven bless the Xianming. Heaven bless the Xianming. Ha ha. The heavens have favored my Su family indeed. Ha ha. Su Xiaoyun's hearty laughter resonated through the air. Suddenly, he noticed the presence of outsiders nearby and shot a fierce glance at Su Fu, who was also laughing with delight. This matter is of utmost importance. Not a whisper of this news must escape. Su Fu understood the gravity of the situation, scrutinizing the three individuals present, his gaze gradually locking onto Su Sanshur. Chun Wu and Yu Lao could never leave the Xianming sect. Only Su Sanshur had the possibility of departing. For the future of the Xianming sect, it was best to let him close his eyes and rest for a while. The awakening of the martial soul marked the beginning of a journey. Chapter 8. Tang San. To obstruct my guidance of the younger generation, the Douluo realm has already paved a path toward demise. Tap, tap, tap. Su Sanshur gazed in terror as his father approached with an unrecognizable gait, trembling uncontrollably. He shut his eyes, covered his ears, and his mouth quivered as he stammered. Father, I understand your reasoning. I swear by my martial soul that I will never speak of this matter. Please do not silence me. I am your own son. Third brother, save me. In the formation, Su Tianqi caught the sound and cast a look of astonishment. Su Fu leaped behind Su Sanshur, extending his palms to cover him. A powerful wave of soul energy emanating from his hands. Su Sanshur, drawn by the soul energy, soon sat cross-legged, beginning to meditate, only to tilt his head and collapse. Our Xianming sect's unique meditation technique, when taken to profound depths, allows for cultivation in the realm of dreams. Your father's intervention in guiding Sanchi's meditation will also usher him into a dream state. Let him enjoy a good sleep. Upon awakening, he will remember nothing. Su Xiaoyun chuckled, explaining the situation while handing a soul-guiding crystal ball to Su Tianqi, his voice betraying unabashed delight. Though dual martial souls typically possess innate full soul power, the necessary rituals must still be observed. Come, child, let us give it a try. At that moment, Su Tianqi's innate soul power was unmistakable. Witnessing this, Yu Lao was overcome with joy, murmuring, "My lady, did you see? Young master has awakened the legendary ultimate martial soul, along with innate full soul power. You may rest in peace." Chun Wu stood agape, a surge of ecstatic joy flooding his heart. With a flushed neck, he raised his fist and proclaimed, "Young Master Su is unparalleled, standing above the world. Young Master Su is the first in a millennium, possessing the potential for divinity." Though he did not fully comprehend what an ultimate martial soul entailed, since even the second young master could not compare, he thought it wise to join in the praise. In recent days, he had spent time in the library with Su Tianqi, absorbing little martial soul knowledge but learning a plethora of boastful phrases, able to shout them repeatedly without redundancy. Unparalleled talent, standing above the world. Indeed, indeed. The son of the Xuanwu of our Xianming sect shall undoubtedly stand above all. Though Chen Wu's words were somewhat hollow, they resonated deeply with Su Xiaoyun, who laughed heartily, momentarily forgetting the pain of grasping a few white hairs. At that moment, Su Tianqi's somewhat weakened voice reached Su Xiaoyun's ears. "Master Ancestor, you mentioned I possess dual martial souls. I feel a flow of soul power within my eyes. Could my other martial soul be the I martial soul? Moreover, it seems that a significant portion of my soul power has been drained by the earlier beast roar, and I now feel slightly dizzy. An I martial soul? Indeed, there lies a delightful surprise." Su Xiaoyun swiftly turned to look, witnessing Su Tianqi's pale face. Clearly a sign of substantial soul power depletion. Yet, the shimmering moonlight deep within his pupils remained clear, and the crescent moon insignia on his forehead radiated a gentle glow, leaving an unforgettable impression. He was able to discern with clarity that the mental energy emanating from Su Tianqi surpassed that of several non-psychic Grand Soul Masters. Such a talent is exceedingly rare among psychic soul masters. Furthermore, the faintly interwoven threads of mental energy at the back of his head formed a crescent moon shape. Su Xiaoyun could confidently ascertain that Su Tianqi's other martial soul was a top-tier psychic embodiment. The connection to the eyes, which were linked to the brain, had undergone some mutations. One of the prerequisites for the emergence of dual martial souls is that the qualities of the two martial souls must be closely aligned. Even if Su Tianqi's other martial soul does not reach the pinnacle of the ultimate water of the Xianming turtle shield, it must certainly be of comparable quality. Yuer's martial soul is the tidal cold moon, suggesting that this illusory moon eye has resulted from such a mutation. The awakening of Tianqi's Xianming turtle to the ultimate water must also stem from the combination of his mother's supreme water attribute and the dual water-earth attributes of the Xianming turtle, resulting in a beneficial mutation. Perhaps the Xuanwu divine elixir I provided played a role as well. Setting aside these thoughts, Su Tianqi's martial soul had just repelled Sanshur, nearly depleting his internal soul power. It was imperative to stabilize his body first. In that fleeting moment, Su Xiaoyan contemplated many matters. Yet none were as crucial as the well-being of Su Tianqi. He assisted Su Tianqi in sitting down, then positioned himself behind him, extending both palms to rest against Su Tianqi's back, fervently advising him. Tianqi, the ancestral master is now guiding you to operate the sect's Xianming meditation technique. Absorb as much as you can. This is the optimal state for cultivation. Truly immerse yourself in this process. With a head heavy and feet light, Su Tianqi endeavored to uplift his spirit, sitting cross-legged, closing his eyes, and attempting to channel the residual soul power within his meridians through sheer will. At that moment, he silently lamented. Earlier, when Su Sanshur approached, he had been engrossed in introspection of his meridians, unaware that his martial soul had forcibly drawn upon his soul power to protect him. Su Sanshur had been repelled, yet he felt quite unwell himself, as if his body had been hollowed out. Fortunately, with Su Xiaoyun's soul power reaching an impressive level of 98, his internal energy could seamlessly transform between solid, liquid, and gaseous states. As he exerted his power, an incredibly pure gaseous soul energy surged through the meridians into Su Tianqi's body, receiving external aid. Su Tianqi's physique was akin to a parched land welcoming much-needed rain. His dizzying mind regained clarity and brilliance, inducing a transcendent sense of lightness, as if every pore in his body was rejoicing in relief. At that moment, Su Xiaoyun's resonant voice reverberated within Su Tianqi's heart, ringing a warning bell. Do not become enraptured by this sensation. The ancestral master can only guide the flow of your internal soul power, while external forces may assist in the path of cultivation. The journey must be traversed by you alone. Understanding this, Su Tianqi responded gratefully, then focused his mind, channeling the delicate strands of soul power in tandem with Su Xiaoyun's profound energy circulating within his meridians, awakening the latent potential deep within his physical form. He had encountered several fundamental meditation techniques in the library, yet none compared to the intricacy of Su Xiaoyun's Xianming meditation, which was tenfold more complex, involving certain cerebral pathways that made the cultivation process astonishing. Su Tianqi was certain that without the guidance of predecessors, soul masters below the rank of soul sovereign would find it exceedingly difficult to cultivate the profound techniques illustrated in the Xianming meditation diagrams, and even if they succeeded, they would likely encounter numerous complications. Fortunately, his own foundation was quite solid, having been nourished by multiple Xian Shui pills and Xuanwu divine pills, resulting in wide and unobstructed meridians with minimal impurities, rich in supple elasticity. Even a slight surge of soul power would pose no danger. As time passed, a black aura began to ripple around Su Tianqi, as if an arcane force was taking effect within him, exuding an intoxicating fragrance reminiscent of medicinal herbs. The potency of the Xuanwu divine pill was gentle and enduring, absorbable even by ordinary individuals, albeit at a slow pace. The only means to expedite its effects was through the assistance of a soul master from the Xianming lineage. Su Xiaoyun, the foremost figure of the Xianming lineage, represented a tremendous opportunity for any contemporary genius. The ancient matchmaker had personally witnessed Su Xiaoyun cleanse Kong Xi's marrow, eradicating the adverse effects of inferior medicinal pills, which ultimately led to her becoming the master sister of the Shrek Inner Academy. In the realm of alchemy, the Xianming sect could boast with arrogance that all present from the four nations were but trifles. This process, however, would undoubtedly be protracted. In the god realm of Douluo, within the majestic sea god temple, a figure with flowing aquamarine hair smiled as he caressed an octagonal golden artifact, his eyes shimmering with the thrill of power. This was none other than the sea god and the Shura god, the immaculate Tang Shenhuang. He was enraptured by this key to the center of the divine realm, his eyes ablaze with fervor. The two supreme beings of good and evil, having departed, left this emblem of the highest authority in the god realm in his possession. A true stroke of fortune. The newly appointed Ji Dong and Lai Yin posed little threat, and the only obstacle remaining in his quest for dominion over the realm was the ancient deity of destruction. However, this posed minimal concern. With his intelligence, Tang Xin merely needed to devise a strategy to eliminate this stumbling block. Coincidentally, during these past few days, he had faintly discerned the emergence of a new star on the Douluo Continent and swiftly formulated a seemingly flawless plan. Should it succeed, not only would he gain a worthy son-in-law, but he could also secure an old friend firmly within his ranks, greatly enhancing his power and reaping multiple rewards. Wait for it, destruction. I shall defeat you in due time and prove that the god realm can only radiate its most resplendent brilliance under my command. Gazing at the misty lower realms, Tang Xin envisioned a future replete with promise. Feeling his ascension to the divine realm while still cherishing the principles of righteousness and the legacy of his predecessors, the talented youths of Douluo had grown up listening to his legends. If they knew of his favor from the current God King and the prospect of marrying the God King's daughter, they would surely be overjoyed. Oh, Shaoqi could not be handed over lightly. He must devise some trials for this young prodigy. First, he would let Niu Tiantai have a few rounds with him, and then task him with reviving the Tang sect to share the benefits with Shaoqi. At last, it is imperative for my father-in-law to personally intervene and impart a lesson, to temper his arrogance and instill in him the understanding of propriety, lest he offend Wudong. After all, the daughter of Tang San is not easily won. Enjoying the immense fortune of being the son-in-law of a divine king surely warrants the experience of numerous trials. Just then, Tang San felt a sudden twitch in his eyelid, and to his astonishment, he realized that the elusive child of destiny had become even more perplexed. After a moment of contemplation, Tang San swiftly pinpointed the sole target of his ire, and the delighted expression in his eyes turned frigid as he exclaimed, "Humph! Ignorant fool! I extend my goodwill to nurture the younger generation, yet you dare to obstruct me. Truly, you are courting death. Were it not for my concern regarding that ancient entity, I would seize control of you this very moment. No matter, the child of destiny shall undoubtedly seek out the illustrious Shrek Academy, and I have set my sights on him. You cannot impede my path. Once I have dealt with the threat of destruction, I shall return to address your reckless folly." Simultaneously, within a grand hall suffused with a purplish-black aura of destruction, a soft gasp echoed. How peculiar. Why would there be a fleeting presence of destructive energy from the lower realms? It appears to originate from the direction of the Douluo Plain. However, given the exceptional talents of that region, it is not entirely surprising. Alas, with so many prodigies in the lower realms, it is indeed a lamentable reality that the celestial realm boasts so few divine positions. The sea god has repeatedly opposed my proposals to expand the divine realm. I wonder what his true intentions are. Chapter 9. Capture an evil eye to serve as a soul ring for Su family's Kirin child. On the Douluo Continent, as the golden crow sets in the west and the moon hare rises in the east, Su Shaoyun and Su Fu, both bearing a hint of fatigue, rise simultaneously. They assist their brother Su Tianqi to bed, offering a few words to the matchmaker and Xuanwu, and then ascend to the upper levels of the pavilion with steady steps. As night falls, the Xianming sect's estate, nestled among mountains and waters, is illuminated brilliantly, resembling a tapestry of stars against the night sky, exuding an extraordinary radiance. In the distance, rolling hills shrouded in mist appear almost ethereal. The two pivotal figures of the Xianming sect, Su Shaoyun and Su Fu, gaze upon the serene and grand interior of their sect, cultivating their inner energies. Suddenly, Su Fu's hesitant voice breaks the tranquility. Is it truly necessary to send Tianqi to the Sun and Moon Empire? His extraordinary innate talent surpasses our expectations. Su Shaoyun shook his head, then nodded, his gaze calm as he replied, "Of course we must send him. This was agreed upon long ago. Dispersing our kin is indeed a commendable strategy for the enduring legacy of our Xianming family. However, esteemed ancestor, Tianqi's dual innate abilities of the ultimate martial soul are unprecedented. Given a few decades, he could potentially cultivate to a level rivaling yours, even striving for the pinnacle of Douluo. At that point, he could ensure the Xianming sect's supremacy for 300 years. Su Fu's voice trembled with fervor, his eyes ablaze with ambitious dreams. Moreover, we might even attempt to replicate Shrek's path, allowing Tianqi to turn the tide in crucial moments and lead the coalition of three nations to vanquish the Sun and Moon Empire. In that scenario, our Xianming sect would rise above all, becoming the preeminent sect in the world. In those years, the esteemed Dean Shrek, a formidable wielder of the ultimate fire martial spirit, stood as a bulwark against chaos. Today, Su Tianqi's innate talent eclipses that of his predecessor. How could he not ascend to become the second sovereign of the world? Su Shaoyun cast a sidelong glance at him, exhaling a sigh, and spoke in a somber tone. The cultivation of an ultimate martial spirit encounters several formidable obstacles. The progression from level 30 to 70 is painfully slow. Even with our utmost support, it would take him at least 30 years to attain the status of a titled Douluo. This 30-year period of growth is fraught with peril, should Tianqi's talent be revealed. And given his position within the three kingdoms, the Sun and Moon Empire would undoubtedly exert all efforts to thwart him, never allowing him to flourish. If an ultimate Douluo or a cadre of elite soul masters were to launch an assault, even at the cost of my own life, I might not be able to safeguard him, and Xianming sect could face catastrophic ruin. Su Fu's fervent expression faltered, then he reluctantly remarked, "Did you not inform me that you shared a close bond with Long Xiaoyao in the past? Moreover, he is a revered elder. Surely he would not deign to harm a mere junior like Tianqi?" He continued, "We could still collaborate with the body sect and Shrek. I believe they would not turn a blind eye." Su Shaoyun chuckled softly, the sound tinged with resignation. "When have I ever claimed that the Sun and Moon Empire is home to only one ultimate Douluo? Long Xiaoyao may grant me some modicum of respect, but the other madman does not recognize my old face. As for external support, the old poison master of the body sect is indeed a figure of significance. Yet even if we joined forces, we would only be able to perish together with an ultimate Douluo. If we both fall, who then can protect Tianqi? Muin of Shrek has little time left. When he passes, are we to rely on that old fool Xuanzi to fend off foes? Su Xiaoyan directed a questioning gaze at Su Fu, who recalled the harrowing scene of his wife's funeral, breaking out in a cold sweat. Indeed, that old scoundrel Xuanzi had already caused the demise of his wife. Could he allow his own child to fall victim to him as well? This old fool's ability to safeguard the younger generation is utterly unreliable. Furthermore, if the ancestors' words hold true, there is yet another ultimate powerhouse within the Sun and Moon Empire? But how could this be? The homeland of the Sun and Moon has scarcely produced any super Douluos. Which ancient relic from the Three Kingdoms has defected? Ancestor, in this day and age, does one even need to defect? Why does it still involve ultimate Douluos? Surely you jest? Upon learning that 2 ultimate Douluos had already defected, Su Fu could not suppress a sarcastic remark, his expression a curious amalgam of disbelief. He had anticipated that with Muin's demise, his ancestors' might would reign supreme, and that the old monster would be no match for him. Yet it turned out that the Three Kingdoms did not lack other ultimate Douluos, but rather, the ultimate Douluos had all pledged allegiance to the Sun and Moon Empire. Were they from the Xianming sect destined to be left with nothing? As for the other individual, it is best you do not concern yourself with her. I have neither encountered that madwoman nor wish to. However, this information was relayed to me by Long Xiaoyao when he obstructed my investigation into the evil spirit masters. And I assure you, it is true. Besides those 2, there exists an aura within the Hall of Offerings of the Sun and Moon Empire that I find exceedingly daunting. Their stockpile of power rivals the terrifying might of a 9th-level fixed-mounted soul cannon, capable of unleashing an ultimate Douluo's full force. Su Xiaoyun waved his hand dismissively, a grave expression of apprehension swirling in his gaze as he looked down upon the resplendent estate, tinged with a hint of helplessness. Upon the realization of Su Tianqi's exceptional talent, he too harbored aspirations for the Xianming sect to replicate the unparalleled glory of Shrek from yesteryears. Long Xiaoyao, though possessing a conscience, could show leniency. However, the 9th-level spirit-guided artillery shells afforded no such consideration. With just a couple launched, the Xianming sect could be reduced to ruins. And no one could survive beneath the might of a super Douluo. He could not gamble recklessly with the lives of future generations. Not to mention, the Sun-Moon Empire was home to the malevolent soul master Yi Shishui. A thought of that woman sent shivers down even Su Xiaoyan's spine. It was not merely her strength, but her cunning that instilled fear. As a living relic of that era, he understood all too well the caliber of the black and white dual saints. Yi Shishui, before her descent into darkness, was the sole female soul master capable of contending with them. More than 2 centuries ago, during the Continental Soul Fighting Competition, the 3 great prodigies emerged in a spectacular display, each sealing their legendary status in a singular battle. The Shrek team, led by Muin, naturally claimed the championship. While the runners-up were not the time-honored Sun Moon Royal Soul Engineer Academy, but rather the team commanded by Long Xiaoyao. Yi Shishui's squad also triumphed over the Royal Academy. This demonstrated the extraordinary caliber of talent that year. The captains of those 3 teams now stood as limit Douluo at the pinnacle of this world. Regrettably, 1 had fallen, and 2 had defected to the Sun-Moon Empire. Ironically, the empire that had lost the competition emerged as the ultimate victor. In his youth, he harbored no fear of Yi Shishui. He dared to confront both Mu In and Long Xiaoyao in battle. And even his second awakening of the Xuanwu shield surpassed that of the light and dark dual saints in terms of martial spirits. In the realm of defense, he was undoubtedly the foremost prodigy of his time. Yet, what was once is no longer, now. Those 3 had ascended to limit Douluo, while he remained stagnant at this level for many years, likely doomed to never advance further in his lifetime. He shared a bond with Long Xiaoyao, yet his acquaintance with Yi Shishui was merely superficial. Their camaraderie was too scant to discuss. Furthermore, he was not naive enough to think he could negotiate with a malevolent soul master. The tumultuous events of over 200 years ago were numerous. Ever since Mu In and Long Xiaoyao became enamored with Yi Shishui, a relentless cycle of love and hatred had ensued. The Shrek Academy was besieged by malevolent soul masters. And not long after, Muin's mentor, the former Sea God Pavilion Master, perished in that conflict. The once close-knit bonds of the black and white dual saints deteriorated into estrangement, and even the fiercely righteous Long Xiaoyao became part of the malevolent soul master organization. The only person capable of compelling Long Xiaoyao to make such a choice was Yi Shishui, the woman he had loved for a lifetime. Following these events, Yi Shishui herself became a malevolent soul master of limit Douluo prowess. Connecting these myriad occurrences, Su Xiaoyun felt a chill run down his spine. He was almost relieved that, due to his second awakening, he had secured a beloved wife early on. Had he become entangled in the affairs of those individuals, he feared he might have met his demise at the hands of that woman as well. In his lifetime, Su Xiaoyun had never feared anyone. However, this did not imply he sought danger. On the battlefield, he questioned whether he could guarantee Su Tianqi's safety against such a madwoman. In summary, Tianqi's exceptional talent is so profound that even our Xianming sect, along with the body sect, cannot adequately protect him. Thus, we must send him to the Sun and Moon Empire. Long Xiaoyao once mentioned that within the Hall of Offerings of the Sun and Moon Empire resides an extraordinarily formidable individual, one whom even he could not guarantee victory against. I have investigated the identity of that soul mentor, who serves as the guardian deity of the imperial family and is the foremost among the level 9 soul mentors in the Sun and Moon Empire, named Kong Deming. He was the master of the Mingdu Hall 2 generations prior and is renowned as the father of level 9 soul mentors, boasting a multitude of disciples. Su Xiaoyun concluded, his tone tinged with frustration. The people of the Douluo 3 kingdoms have long believed that soul mentors cannot achieve significant standing. They thought that once one reached the title of Douluo, it would be easy to eliminate level 9 soul mentors. And they were under the impression that the Sun and Moon Empire had only 3 level 9 soul mentors. How absurd such notions are. The Douluo 3 kingdoms cannot find anyone capable of contending with Long Xiaoyao or Yi Shishui, and the only individual with such strength turns out to be within the Sun and Moon Empire, a soul mentor whom the traditional soul masters of the 3 kingdoms scorned. The surname Kong? Could it be that he is related to Yuer? Su Fu keenly caught the critical information and gazed intently at Su Xiaoyun. Indeed, he is a senior to Yuer, likely several generations removed. Perhaps he is the only one in this era who can protect Tianqi. After speaking, Su Xiaoyun could not suppress a sigh, his eyes filled with deep reluctance. If it were not for necessity, who would wish to send their own prodigy away? Yet he felt utterly powerless. Had Muin not been a near-defeated invalid, had Xuanzai displayed a modicum of reliability, he might have been willing to take a chance. Alas, Shrek has been so dismal, he could hardly imagine the scenario of himself, Dugubu, and Xuanzai battling the 3 ultimate forces of the Sun and Moon Empire. Would he and Dugubu desperately hold off 2 opponents while Xuanzai is swiftly subdued? Then it would be 3 against 2? How could they hope to prevail under such circumstances? Su Fu also sighed heavily, and after a prolonged silence, he quietly inquired, then Ancestral Master, what should we do about the cultivation of Tianqi's body martial soul without informing the body sect? We are unaware of how to achieve its second awakening. They could teach the Xianming turtle martial soul themselves, as Shrek had had extreme martial soul students in its history, yet none were of the ultimate water type, rendering them useless in this context. However, they were truly at a loss regarding the Huan Yu Xian Tong, a body martial soul, as they lacked experience. Su Xiaoyun closed his eyes in contemplation, then gradually spoke. There is no need for haste. I have had some dealings with the brothers of the body sect. Although I do not know how to achieve the second awakening, I at least have some understanding of body martial souls. If all else fails, we shall conduct our own research. I will make a trip to the Sun and Moon Empire. You must carefully look after Tianqi and Sanshi. Additionally, contact your elder brother and have him gather abundant nourishing items by the seaside, for Tianqi is at a crucial stage of growth, and our sect must spare no effort in nurturing the future champion of the continent. Su Fu nodded in agreement and then curiously asked, what will you do in the Sun and Moon Empire? I intend to capture a wicked eye to serve as the first soul ring for the Qilin child of the Su family. Su Xiaoyun replied as he stepped out of the pavilion. Suddenly recalling something, he waved his long sleeve and turned sharply, his expression solemn. The circumstances surrounding Tianqi's martial soul must remain shrouded in secrecy. It shall be publicly declared that his martial soul has undergone a mutation, failing to awaken the typical Xianming turtle. His innate soul power will be claimed to be at level 7. Any lower would invite skepticism. Thus, his departure from the sect will not attract undue attention. From this moment forth, no trace of Tianqi's true situation must be leaked. Even in the most private of conversations, the truth must remain unspoken. Otherwise, I shall personally confine you for decades. Yes, rest assured, my esteemed elder. Su Fu responded with utmost respect, watching as Su Xiaoyun departed with a gust of wind. Above, the dome of the sky was illuminated by the resplendent full moon, casting a silvery glow that highlighted the solitary figure of the old man as he vanished into the vastness of the night, journeying westward. Chapter 10. The Unruly Shrek. Absorbing the moonlit Su Tianqi. Alas, how one forgets the past when faced with the new. It seems you were not so devoted when you guided me in my cultivation. As he gazed at Su Xiaoyan's silhouette diminishing into a mere speck, Su Fu could not help but shake his head in lament, reflecting on the capriciousness of life. The spirit-type soul beasts of the contemporary era are epitomized by the Evil Eye clan residing within the evil forest of the Sun and Moon Empire. Renowned for their formidable strength, they are the ultimate aspiration of all spirit-type soul masters, yet the presence of the evil emperor deters many from venturing within. Even super Douluos fear the wrath of the evil emperor. The fact that the first soul ring requires the direct involvement of the ancestor underscores the significance he places on Su Tianxi. Given his profound cultivation, capturing a 100-year-old evil eye would be a simple task, devoid of peril. Nevertheless, considering Tianxi's prodigious talent, such efforts are undoubtedly worthwhile. The evil eye is reputed to be the mightiest spirit-type soul beast species, perfectly complementing Tianxi's martial soul. However, spirit-type soul beasts are notoriously elusive. After securing the first soul ring from an evil eye, the question of which soul beast to pursue next presents a considerable challenge, necessitating careful strategizing. The vast majority of soul beasts are physically dominant, and those possessing spiritual aptitude are exceedingly rare. Purely spirit-type soul beasts are akin to phoenix feathers and unicorn horns, making the selection of soul skills quite perplexing for Su Fu. It cannot be that each time he seeks out an evil eye in the evil forest, while 100 or 1,000 years may be manageable, should a 10,000-year evil eye tyrant issue a distress signal, it could very well attract the attention of a 10,000-year evil eye monarch, and subsequently, the evil emperor himself. Based on his understanding of his ancestor, he will undoubtedly pursue the optimal configuration for Tianxi's soul rings, aiming for nothing less than the pinnacle, at least an 8th ring of 10,000 years. Perhaps he even wishes for him to absorb 3 10,000-year soul rings like Mu'an, impervious to poison. But wait. The evil emperor's beast tide initially targets the Sun and Moon Empire. My concerns may be excessive. Nonetheless, the evil emperor's spiritual power is terrifying. With an extensive attack range, even the ancestor could not withstand it, so it is best to avoid provoking him. As Su Fu descended the stairs, he pondered, a torrent of imaginative notions flooding his mind. In the texts he had perused in previous years, the weakest spirit-type soul beasts mentioned included the ice silkworm from the far north and the soft-boned rabbit from the Star Do Great Forest, both residing at the lowest tier of the food chain. Among the stronger varieties were the silver wolf, a specialty of the Sun and Moon Empire, and the true body of the demon eye tree, as well as the purple spirit beast and the silver feather beast from the Star Do Great Forest. Alas, I have forgotten that several major clans of the fearsome demon dragon have been annihilated by Shrek. Now even a 10,000-year specimen is hard to find. These rascals truly are unworthy descendants. Upon contemplating the terror of the Dragon of Fear, Su Fu was astonished to discover the numerous soul beast species that had been devastated by Shrek over the millennia in the Star Do Forest. Their motives were either to gather precious soul beast materials or to conduct research on secret soul bones. How infuriating! Back in the days when the Spirit Hall still existed, both empires had to impose regulations on the hunting soul forest to prevent excessive slaughter of soul beasts. Yet here you are, benefiting from your proximity to the Star Do Forest, having no qualms about the countless soul beasts you've annihilated over the ages. You even dare to issue tasks, sending inner court disciples to capture soul beasts aged 10,000 years. The Body Sect, a collection of brawny yet simple-minded individuals, was truly foolish. They managed to kill 7 10,000-year soul beasts at once, inciting the frenzy of ferocious beasts. Now, Shrek bears the brunt of this debacle, truly a band of brutes. As Su Fu vented his frustrations towards both Shrek and the Body Sect, his ire began to subside, allowing him to continue assessing the selection of spiritual-type soul beasts. There were few options available beyond that, as they comprised only the elite soul beast species, the three-eyed magic fox of the Star Do Forest, the twin-eyed giant, and the illusory moonlight butterfly. From the Forest of Evil, there existed the evil-eyed tyrant, the sea princess from the Ice Sea, along with the 3 coastal dominators, the demon soul great white shark, the evil orca, and the deep-sea demon whale. Although not purely spiritual in nature, their prowess could not be underestimated. As Su Fu pondered the deep-sea demon whale, a spark of inspiration flickered in his eyes. Speaking of orcas and demon whales, the whale oil produced in their heads is indeed a remarkable substance. Consuming it not only enhances vitality, but also significantly boosts physical prowess. While this may not be suitable for the disciples of Xianin sect before their second awakening, it would be beneficial for Tianxi to try, serving as a means to hone his mental fortitude. The method for the second awakening of the Xuanwu shield developed by Xianin sect requires soul masters to maintain their youthful forms before the age of 15, allowing the feminine yin energy to catalyze the deepest potential of their martial souls for the second awakening. As experts in water attribute alchemy, they understood the benefits of whale oil, which is precisely why it was not administered to their kin, without the possibility of martial soul evolution. The risks would far outweigh the gains. However, in Tianqi's case, there would be little issue. They could afford the cost to assist him in fully awakening his Xuanwu bloodline. Furthermore, with his primary focus on the illusory moonlight eye, his mental strength and willpower would be greatly enhanced, making the suppression of desires during cultivation an excellent training method. With such thoughts in mind, Su Fu caressed the storage soul-guiding artifact on his right hand's index finger. A translucent golden crystal gently settled into his palm, a piece of premium 1,000-year whale oil, prepared for nurturing his relationship with his spouse. Such precious 10,000-year whale oil resided solely in the treasury of Xianming's sect, and as the head of the family, he could not easily appropriate it without following due process. Tianqi, I have sacrificed greatly for you this time. You must dedicate yourself to your cultivation and not disappoint the hopes I and your ancestors have placed upon you. A smile of expectation blossomed on Su Fu's face as he confidently approached Tianqi's room. Elder Yu stood guard at the door, and upon seeing Su Fu, he stepped forward with a bow, greeting him as son-in-law. Su Fu smiled and waved his hand, intending to enter, but Elder Yu remained steadfast at the threshold. His wrinkled face etched with concern as he spoke. Son-in-law, the current state of the young master appears somewhat peculiar. Do take care not to influence him. Has something happened to Tianqi again? Su Fu's smile faded, his narrowed eyes suddenly sparkling with intensity. The significance of Su Tianqi now rivaled that of the Su family patriarch. Any misstep was utterly unacceptable. The matchmaker shook his head and replied softly, I possess limited cultivation, thus I cannot discern the full picture. But I vaguely sense that the young master seems to be absorbing moonlight for his cultivation, remaining undisturbed in his slumber. Are you suggesting that Tianqi is absorbing moonlight for cultivation, just as his mother did in her lifetime? Upon hearing this, Su Fu's expression transformed from solemnity to astonishment, as countless question marks floated above his brow. What could this mean? How could the body's martial soul absorb moonlight for cultivation like the lunar martial soul? This was a characteristic exclusive to celestial martial souls. Oh, indeed. I recall my great-grandfather mentioning that the current sect master of the body sect possesses his own life poison within the undying body. Similarly, the body martial soul can exhibit attribute characteristics, though such occurrences are exceedingly rare. Any body martial soul displaying such extraordinary traits would undoubtedly be of the highest caliber, such as the undying body martial soul itself. The matchmaker's expression turned sorrowful as he nodded in agreement. Excellent. Truly splendid. Tianqi is an unprecedented prodigy of our Xianming sect, not betraying his mother's innate talent. Once he arrives at the Sun Moon Empire, he shall surely find the opportunity to avenge his mother's great grievance. Suddenly, the matchmaker lifted his head, his countenance alight with excitement. Son-in-law, is what you said truly the case? You intend to send the young master to the Sun Moon Empire to avenge the lady? Su Fu smiled affirmatively and patted the matchmaker's shoulder reassuringly, speaking in a gentle tone. Indeed, it seems somewhat unjust for a 6th-level soul master like you to remain here. In a few years, Tianqi will be heading to the Sun Moon Empire, where he will inevitably encounter soul-guided devices. How about you endure this hardship for a while and impart knowledge of soul-guided devices to him? The matchmaker, overcome with emotion, wiped away tears and quietly declared, As you command, my life is yours to command. There's no need for such formalities. You are already a part of our Xianming sect. You are an elder to Yuer, and thus, you are also an elder to both Tianqi and myself. Su Fu consoled the matchmaker a few more times, then handed him the whale glue before stepping through the door, whereupon he was greeted by a scene that filled him with immense joy. On the soft bed, Su Tianqi lay peacefully, the crescent moon symbol on his brow flickering as he absorbed the moonlight streaming through the window. A thread of mental energy flowed silently, coalescing in midair into a small orb of cool, pure moonlight. The outline appeared as though it were on the verge of solidifying into a new crescent moon. Absorbing the power of the moon for cultivation, Tianqi's illusory moon mystic eyes indeed exhibited the traits of a celestial martial soul. May the heavens bless Xianming. Chapter 11. For the benefit of Xianming, in life and death, the responsibility of family legacy rests upon our generation. Having observed for a while the crescent moon symbol on Su Tianqi's brow absorbing the descending moonlight, which reflected a moon shadow the size of a soybean in midair, Su Fu could ascertain with complete certainty that this was the state of cultivation for a celestial martial soul, his heart swelling with joy. Within the realm of soul masters, several types of martial souls are universally acknowledged as formidable, such as the dragon species martial soul, the blue lightning tyrant dragon, known as the world's premier offensive beast martial soul, is a true dragon, while the radiant and dark sacred dragons stand as powerful true dragons among them. Furthermore, the Xianming sect possesses the Xuanwu bloodline beast, which manifests as the Xianming turtle martial soul, endowed with the remarkable ability of secondary awakening. It also boasts an ultimate attribute martial soul, truly a superlative existence among martial souls. Although the stellar martial soul may not quite match these illustrious examples, it remains synonymous with top-tier martial souls. The Sun and Moon martial souls, inherited by the royal family of the Sun-Moon Empire, are nothing short of extraordinary. With the Sun martial soul purportedly nearing the pinnacle of the ultimate flame martial soul in terms of rank. The Shui family of the star Luo royal lineage wields the formidable star crown martial soul, and numerous titled Douluo from the star Luo Empire possess stellar martial souls. The Tian Sha Douluo, Huang Jinxiu, who bears the Tian Sha lonely star martial soul, possesses a cultivation level of only 91 or 92, yet is capable of contending with a 95-level super Douluo. The foremost powerhouse of the Douling Empire, the Tianyang Douluo, whose soul power reaches an impressive 97, exemplifies the might of the Tianyang martial soul. The strength of the stellar martial soul is attributable not only to its exceptional quality, but also to its unique ability to harness the celestial forces of the stars during combat, and to cultivate under special conditions, yielding unforeseen results. Each glimmer of moonlight reflected by the crescent mark upon his forehead subtly enhances his spiritual strength. Although this process is not overtly apparent, it brings unexpected joy. Su Fu is far from dissatisfied, for little by little accumulates into a vast ocean. With this innate talent, coupled with the benefits of whale glue and other precious substances, he need not worry excessively about Su Tianqi's ability to endure the spiritual backlash from the resentment of soul beasts upon absorbing soul rings. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, an illuminating thought struck Su Fu, prompting him to lean closer, his eyes wide open, scrutinizing the flickering crescent mark upon Su Tianqi's forehead. However, he cautioned against premature elation. Despite the stellar martial soul's formidable prowess, it is not without its drawbacks, necessitating further observation to ensure that Tianqi's martial soul remains unblemished. As the Xianming sect master, Su Fu is privy to numerous secrets within the realm of soul masters, and recalling certain peculiarities associated with some stellar martial souls instilled a sense of concern within him. The immense power of the Shui family's star crown martial soul can only be harnessed at night, requiring prior absorption of celestial energy even for the release of soul techniques, akin to the use of soul-guiding devices that necessitate precharging. Once utilized, the energy is depleted. The arduous nature of this cultivation process can disrupt the daily lives of soul masters, particularly in the early stages, leading to considerable discomfort. The plight of Huang Jinxiu, embodying the Tian Sha lonely star, is even more tragic. Orphaned at birth and bereft of family by the age of 8, he is said to forge friendships solely to ensure the demise of his enemies. Su Fu does not fully comprehend the principles behind the Tian Sha lonely star, yet he fervently prays that Su Tianqi's illusory moon mystic martial soul does not become entwined with such malevolent forces, for he yearns for many more years of life. After gazing intently for over an hour, Su Fu meticulously counted the stars, finally confirming that the mark upon Su Tianqi's forehead has absorbed only the essence of moonlight, remaining untainted by any strange celestial bodies. Moreover, during his observation, he noted that the outline of the moon's shadow reflected by the crescent mark gradually grew clearer, undergoing a transformation from ethereal to tangible. This brought great joy to Su Fu. The moon was splendid and enchanting. Even if he were to become a night owl like those from the Star-Crowned sect, it would still be far preferable to being a doomed solitary star. Moreover, from the manifestations observed, if the mark on his brow absorbed sufficient moonlight, the resulting lunar shadow would undoubtedly yield unexpected transformations. This, of course, could not be a third martial soul, but rather an external manifestation of the power of the illusory, moon mystic martial soul. Su Fu had an inkling that once this lunar shadow absorbed enough moonlight and fully formed, it would certainly bring forth unforeseen surprises. He distinctly sensed that this ethereal lunar shadow appeared to possess a certain sentience, with a vibrant spiritual aura that intertwined seamlessly with his soul power, creating an exquisite fusion of spiritual and soul energy. The amalgamation of soul power and spiritual energy encapsulated the essence of crafting advanced combat techniques. Su Fu could not help but acknowledge that even with his temperament, he felt a twinge of envy and jealousy towards Su Tianqi's extraordinary talent. This young man's gifts were simply beyond reason. Now a level 93 titled Douluo, possessing a century-old soul ring and soul bone, Su Fu theoretically only needed to bide his time to break through to the level 95 Super Douluo tier. Yet, when the final step approached, he must achieve a harmonious integration of soul power and spiritual energy. He estimated that taking that step would take him 3 to 5 years at best, or even a decade at worst. However, with Su Tianqi's martial soul endowment, he was confident he could accomplish it within 3 years. Such talent was exceptionally suited for comprehension. The records of the Xianyin sect indicated that only a select few mutated martial souls or innate martial souls possessed this profound aptitude. The practitioners of the primary martial souls often claimed that their innate martial souls were favored by the divine, making it easier for them to achieve enlightenment and facilitate the fusion of soul power and spiritual energy, which appeared to hold truth. Witnessing his son embark on a path that was visibly destined to surpass his own, Xu Fu felt a sense of unease, pondering the shortcomings of their Xianyin lineage. He had long been aware of the unique advantages that primary martial souls held in absorbing soul rings. Their enhancement of the physical constitution and spiritual power far exceeded that of most top-tier martial souls. The contemporary primary Douluo, immortal poison, could absorb 3-century-old soul rings. Illustrating this point, it was evident that his understanding of primary martial souls was still insufficient. This truly was a marvel. With the ultimate water of the Xuanwu bloodline, the Xianyin shield, he could hardly fathom how formidable Su Tianqi would become in a few decades. Nevertheless, it mattered not. Despite the prowess of primary martial souls, they remained part of the Xianyin sect. This opportunity would allow him to study and gather experience for future breakthroughs. Xu Fu quickly reassured himself through a mental victory. No matter how talented the young lad was, he was still his son. As a father, he could observe the intricate process of the fusion of soul power and spiritual energy without incurring any costs. According to Sanshi, Tianqi had spent considerable time in the library, indicating he was fond of reading. By the time he awoke, Xu Fu would have the perfect opportunity to present him with some invaluable insights. As the moon descended in the sky and the sun began to rise, time slipped away unnoticed, and the night swiftly passed. Unable to absorb the moonlight, the crescent moon mark on Su Tianqi's forehead ceased to shimmer, and the egg-sized moon shadow transformed into cool, pale specks of light, flowing towards the crescent mark. Ah, what a truly comfortable slumber this has been. Yawning and stretching, Su Tianqi slowly opened his eyes, only to be startled by the imposing visage of Xu Fu. Creak. The door swung open, and the moon elder entered, cradling a pot of pungent soup, cheerfully ladling it into a bowl and presenting it before Su Tianqi. Young master, this is a nourishing broth made from various rare supplements, including a millennium-old whale resin. It greatly enhances physical strength, bolstering the endurance of muscles, bones, and meridians. You should drink it while it's hot. It has been specially prepared for you by your esteemed father. Su Tianqi blinked in confusion. With millennium whale resin included, was this a supreme restorative soup? Did the Su family enjoy such lavish treatment from the Xianming sect? Without further hesitation, he suppressed his disgust at the fishy aroma and gulped down 3 large bowls, finally pausing after letting out a satisfied belch. He was not one to overlook such an exceptional privilege. This kind of treatment was something many could only dream of. He understood well the benefits of whale resin, as it would directly enhance his body's tolerance to the age of soul rings. After finishing, before he could express his gratitude, Xu Fu beamed and presented a stack of books, arranging them in a row and gesturing. Come, Tianqi, take a look at these books and see which ones pique your interest. I shall elucidate their profound intricacies for you. Su Tianqi's eyes sparkled as he caught sight of several remarkable titles, his lips twitching as he struggled to contain his words. 10 Secrets of the Xianming Family, which has been passed down for over 10,000 years on the Douluo Continent. For the benefit of Xianming, we live and die. The legacy of our family is our duty. Observing the disintegration of the Tiando Empire and the change of royal power in the Xinghua Empire, one can see the advantages of a sect's enduring legacy. Do not ask what the empire has done for you. Consider what the sect and family have done for you. Goodness, the Xianming sect truly is a unique establishment. Perhaps if he proactively proposed investing to diversify risks, they would gladly agree. Such a flexible sect perfectly suited his inclinations, allowing him to evade the clutches of the Tang God King while still enjoying the benefits of the Sun and Moon Empire. Chapter 12. Su Xiaoyan, I wish to inquire. Is Xuanzi an undercover agent of your Holy Spirit cult infiltrating Shrek? In the Sun and Moon Empire, Mingdu, as the sun rose, Su Xiaoyan, clad in a traditional long robe, strolled along the broad stone-paved streets, flanked by vast, towering buildings that seemed to stretch into infinity, most exceeding 5 stories, with some towering over 10. As he walked through this renowned metropolis of the continent, ripples of emotion began to surface in his otherwise calm gaze, his expression growing complex. In terms of area, the combined capitals of the 3 nations on Douluo Continent barely equaled half of Mingdu's expanse. Even adding Shrek City could scarcely match its vibrancy. Along his journey through Mingdu, Su Xiaoyan had already observed the presence of civilian soul-guiding devices. No matter how he tried to resist, he could not in good conscience claim that heating soul-guiding devices were less convenient or warm than traditional fires. After over 4,000 years, Had the status of traditional soul masters finally succumbed to the impact of these soul-guiding devices? It was impossible to reject new innovations. Su Xiaoyun surveyed his surroundings, a weighty concern settling in his heart as he pondered the future of traditional soul masters. The emergence of limit Douluo-level powerhouses among the elite soul masters indicated that they no longer held an unquestionable advantage at the pinnacle of combat prowess. Given time, it was conceivable that the status of soul masters might indeed be supplanted. Perhaps the Su family had reached a juncture where change was imperative. As he glanced around, the enticing aroma of grilled meats wafted through the air from a venerable establishment renowned for its barbecue. Freshly steamed buns were being offered at 3 copper soul coins each, calling out for patrons to partake. The lively shouts of vendors selling breakfast filled his ears, while the tantalizing scent of beef teased his nostrils. Su Xiaoyan swallowed hard, turning to stride into the barbecue shop. Since he was already there, it was best to indulge in a meal. Waitstaff, bring forth your finest grilled meats for me to sample. Lamb, beef, whatever is most delectable, I shall pay generously, he proclaimed with an air of grandeur as he settled into an empty table, producing a gold soul coin card with a flourish. As a member of the Xianming sect, known for its abundance of medicinal herbs, Su Xiaoyun could proudly assert that he was unbothered by monetary concerns. Would you care for some ale as well? We have a regular patron, an elderly gentleman of your apparent age, who enjoys pairing his drinks with meat, the server suggested thoughtfully while jotting down Su Xiaoyun's order. Su Xiaoyun pondered for a moment before shaking his head. Drinking early in the day is not advisable for an old man like me. I shall pass. Just some fruit juice will suffice. Very well, noted. May I ask how to address you? The server inquired. With a warm smile, Su Xiaoyun replied, exuding the demeanor of a wealthy elder, devoid of any hint of a formidable presence. Suddenly, his smile faltered for a moment before returning to normal as he turned to observe a tall, silver-haired elder entering the establishment. A grave expression flickered in his squinted eyes. The silver-haired elder's meticulously combed hair and rosy complexion gave him a youthful appearance, while his long eyebrows lent him an air of authority, complemented by a gentle smile. Under the scrutiny of a top-tier powerhouse like Su Xiaoyun, even a super Douluo might feel a prickle of discomfort, yet the elder seemed oblivious. Approaching Su Xiaoyun with a cheerful demeanor, I apologize for my tardiness. There were no good seats available. Would you mind if I joined you? Su Xiaoyun glanced at the adjacent empty tables, unperturbed, and replied to the server, please double my original order and cancel the fruit juice. Bring me several jugs of ale instead. Don't skimp for this old man. The silver-haired elder, affectionately referred to as Grandpa Long, chuckled and waved his hand. Since someone is treating, let us follow his lead. This esteemed Su grandfather is a wealthy man. We must ensure he enjoys his visit. The server, taken aback by the apparent familiarity between the two, wisely refrained from further inquiries and departed to instruct the grill master to showcase their best offerings. As the server left, the silver-haired elder beamed. This barbecue shop offers some of the finest flavors in the Mingdu, rich, savory meat that is tender and juicy. You certainly have a knack for selecting excellent establishments. Su Xiaoyun let out a soft snort, a hint of pride gracing his countenance as he replied, indeed, throughout my life, I have savored an abundance of exquisite delicacies. I have frequented the kitchens of the palaces and aristocratic residences of the 3 great empires. Just a whiff of the aroma here tells me the meat in this establishment is of exceptional quality. I do not mean to boast, but in matters of gastronomy, you, Long Xiaoyao, cannot compare to me. That is true. I still recall our days at the academy, when your culinary skills in seafood preparation left many drooling with envy. Young Master Su of the Xianming sect is not only a prodigy in defense, but also a culinary virtuoso, handsome and affluent, much adored by the ladies. Su Xiaoyun cast a sidelong glance at Long Xiaoyao, a look of surprise in his eyes. You still remember that incident from over 200 years ago? Quite remarkable. What can I say? My greatest passion has always been meat. Your grilling technique is unparalleled. How could I possibly forget? Long Xiaoyao feigned annoyance. Su Xiaoyun fixed his gaze on Long Xiaoyao, momentarily at a loss for words. Soon, the two exchanged knowing glances and erupted into hearty laughter. Though aged, their spirits remained vigorous and full of life, rivaling that of youth. With a resounding clap, they each uncorked a bottle of wine, clinking them together before drinking straight from the bottles, the liquid flowing generously. After downing a cup, the atmosphere grew considerably more amiable. It was Long Xiaoyao who broke the silence first, inquiring with a smile, I sensed a trace of your aura outside the evil spirit forest last night. What were you doing there? Su Xiaoyun replied with a hint of irritation. What else could one do there besides hunt soul beasts? Am I to seek thrills by battling the evil emperor or confronting your old acquaintance? I have no desire to court death. Of course not. Long Xiaoyao chuckled sheepishly, realizing the folly of his question, and promptly shifted the topic. The evil spirit forest is teeming with mental-type soul beasts. When did our Xianming sect produce a genius in need of such soul rings? And why would you, an esteemed elder, personally venture there? The headquarters of the evil soul master Holy Spirit sect lies within the evil spirit forest. Last night, while strolling through the woods, I inadvertently sensed the faint aura of an old friend, which raised my vigilance. At the level of limit Douluo, one can truly merge with the heavens and the earth, identifying potential threats. There are but a few who can pose a threat to me, and Su Xiaoyan is one of them. Long Xiaoyao was not concerned about Su Xiaoyan revealing this information. Rather, he worried that Su Xiaoyun, in a moment of impetuousness, might seek justice and involve himself unnecessarily. It is my unfortunate little grand disciple. Not long ago, he lost his mother, and upon awakening his martial soul, he experienced an unexpected mutation. Such is the cruel twist of fate. His mother was my young disciple, who met with an accident in the Douluo forest. I must take responsibility. Fortunately, the mutated mental-type martial soul is quite promising, and I intend to prepare the finest soul rings for him. Long Xiaoyao, lacking descendants of his own, nodded in understanding but was puzzled. With your cultivation, how could a junior have met with such misfortune? Was it a fierce beast? Was it the Red King, or perhaps the Bear Monarch? Or the Emperor of 10,000 beasts? Su Xiaoyan glanced at Long Xiaoyao and smiled. What? Does His Majesty the Dragon Emperor wish to avenge me? Long Xiaoyao chuckled lightly and remarked, your words are rather distant. We were once good friends who stood shoulder to shoulder in battle, facing off against the Shrek Academy together and hunting souls in the Douluo forest. In this world, I have few old acquaintances left. Moon is one, but I can hardly bear to see him. You are the only one left with whom I can converse freely. If it were not for Emperor Tian harming your disciple, I would gladly accompany you on your journey. He then added, Emperor Tian does not wish to help. He is simply unable to. You know my martial soul is utterly suppressed by him. Even if we joined forces, it would merely be a path to death. But I believe it would not be him. Su Xiaoyan nodded, a sneer crossing his face. Of course, it is not Emperor Tian. It is merely a gluttonous fool who has caused trouble. Yet that fellow is protected by Moon. I cannot kill him, nor can I bring myself to do so. After all, with Moon deceased, he has become the new Sea God Pavilion Master. Long Xiaoyao's expression shifted in surprise. Are you referring to Xuanzi? Indeed, Su Xiaoyan replied. My young disciple and a group of inner academy students ventured to the Douluo to hunt souls, but unexpectedly encountered a 100,000-year soul beast. At that moment, the teacher leading them delayed due to his gluttony, resulting in 8 out of 12 students perishing. He chuckled darkly. Every time I think of this incident, my rage ignites, and I long to strike that old beast down. The tumultuous anger conveyed in Su Xiaoyan's somber tone was palpable. He then fixed his gaze upon Long Xiaoyao and stated earnestly, It is fortuitous that I encountered you today. I have 2 matters to discuss with you. Would you be interested? Speak freely, Long Xiaoyao replied. The first matter concerns whether Xuanzi is an undercover agent infiltrating Shrek from your Holy Spirit sect. Long Xiaoyao raised an eyebrow. You know that Xuanzi is the vice-captain of Shrek's so-called inspection team, responsible for specific affairs, while Moon is merely a nominal figurehead who does not manage anything. Over the years, the inner academy of Shrek has seen yearly fatalities. Recently, he caused the deaths of 8 prodigies who were nearly certain to become titled Douluos, with the remaining for severely injured. This situation is dire. If he is indeed your undercover agent, I must immediately withdraw my disciples from Shrek. Rest assured, if it proves true, I swear by my martial soul to keep this matter confidential. Su Xiaoyan replied with solemnity, enumerating the numerous transgressions committed by Xuanzi during his tenure, indicating that his words were not mere impulsive chatter. Long Xiaoyao's eyes twitched slightly, and he halted his drinking, confusion rising within his keen gaze. Su Xiaoyan's assertion suggested that Xuanzi had accomplished what many in the Holy Spirit sect could only dream of, deliberately sacrificing a significant number of Shrek's inner academy talents, all of whom were top-tier prodigies poised to ascend to title Douluo, thereby greatly diminishing the future strength of orthodox soul masters. In terms of merit, this fellow could rival even the esteemed leader of the Holy Spirit sect and would be more than qualified for the position of Grand Elder. However, the issue remained that he could not recall such a figure within the Holy Spirit sect. Long Xiaoyao pondered for a moment, mentally sifting through all the formidable figures within the Holy Spirit sect before shaking his head in dismay. It should not be so. I swear by my martial soul that I have never encountered him within the Holy Spirit sect. Fortunately, it seems that the disciples of the Xianming sect can linger a while longer in Shrek. According to the intelligence, Sanshur has recently forged a close friendship with the great-grandson of Muon. With such a connection, it is likely that Mu-En will pay heed to this matter. He surely cannot entrust his own great-grandson to the whims of Xuanzi. Grandfather Long, Grandfather Su, the barbecue has arrived. The waiter presented fragrant, buttery lamb skewers, succulent beef skewers, and generous portions of tender beef ribs, their enticing aroma wafting through the air, drawing the attention of the two formidable figures, both swallowing their saliva in anticipation. Without uttering a word, they seize their knives and forks, indulging in the feast while continuing their conversation. The second matter I wish to discuss is my desire for my little great-grandson to train in the Sun Moon Empire for a few years. I have no particular concerns, save for the possibility of him attracting the attention of your spirit hall. Given that I am treating you to this meal, I trust you will reign in your subordinates. Su Xiaoyan savored the roasted beef, cutting slices while exclaiming with delight, "You, the dark sacred dragon, are likely to thrive for another century. Unlike that unfortunate individual who is quite unreliable." Long Xiaoyao chewed his meat, satisfaction etched on his face as he replied, "Rest assured, considering this meal, even if someone from the spirit hall were to capture your grandson, I would personally ensure his safe return. Then I can rest easy. You, Long Xiaoyao, were a man of your word in your prime. I trust you won't deceive this old man. You speak highly of me. Yet you are the foremost defensive soul master of this era, and your golden tortoise martial spirit is formidable. Even I cannot guarantee to keep you here, for I fear your sanity may falter. Ah, growing old indeed. If I could surpass the limits of the title Douluo, I would dare to hold my ground against both you and Muin. Yet alas, it remains an unattainable feat. I lament that of our generation." Muin was the first to depart, followed closely by the likes of Du Busi and myself. "None have outlived you. Isn't your Xianming sect adept at the turtle breathing technique? With a bit of effort, perhaps you could extend your life for another century. Merely burying myself in the earth for longevity is devoid of meaning, and living long can lead to solitude. The feeling of an aged person bidding farewell to the young is particularly distressing. Meeting an old friend today has been the happiest day of these past years. How I wish you were not with the spirit hall. Then I wouldn't have to send my descendants to the Sun Moon Empire." Su Xiaoyan jested, his eyes glimmering with melancholy. Long Xiaoyao's expression faltered, a fleeting look of anguish passing through his gaze. After a moment of closed-eyed contemplation, he forced a smile and spoke, "Your little great-grandson is a mental-type soul master, quite suited for the study of soul tools. With your esteemed guidance, he is destined to become a title Douluo, and a mental-type title Douluo is bound to evolve into a super Douluo, a rarity among soul engineers in the Sun Moon Empire. Should he possess exceptional talent in soul tools, he may one day rival you in strength, ensuring the continuation of the Su lineage." Su Xiaoyan mused, "Not only to rival me, but to potentially bring me down," yet he responded with a hint of defiance. "I am no waste like Xuanzi. Aside from that Kong Deming you mentioned, is there truly anyone in the Sun Moon Empire who could challenge me in a duel?" Long Xiaoyao pondered for a moment, then gestured towards the expansive Sun and Moon Royal Soul Master Academy, which covered an area comparable to that of a medium-sized city, and remarked, "Indeed, the principal of the Sun and Moon Royal Soul Master Academy, Jing Hanchun, the current head of Mingdu Hall, is one such individual. Although he may not be your match in prolonged combat, he certainly possesses the opportunity to contend with you in a duel. Should Xuanzi encounter him and manage to maintain some distance, the outcome would indeed be difficult to predict. Of course, such talents are scarce in the Sun and Moon Empire. Aside from him, there is also the starry sky Doa Yulin, but other than that, there are hardly any left." "Oh, such capability?" Su Xiaoyan's eyes sparkled with intrigue, a strong curiosity blossoming within him. If Tianchi were to come to the Sun and Moon Empire, it would undoubtedly be to practice at the Sun and Moon Royal Soul Master Academy. If this Mingdu Hall master possesses the strength to contend with Xuanzi, he should not be underestimated. Why would I deceive you? The Sun and Moon Royal Soul Master Academy has just commenced its term. If you doubt me, feel free to witness it for yourself." Long Xiaoyao replied with a smile, savoring his final bite of roasted meat with a fork. "That makes sense. I shall go and witness the commotion, just as a means to alleviate my appetite," Su Xiaoyan declared, leaving behind a golden soul card as he strode out of the barbecue shop. "Hey, are you not taking your golden soul card? I do not need it. Consider it my treat to you. I, Su Xiaoyan, am always generous to my brothers." At the table, a glimmer of astonishment flickered in Long Xiaoyao's bright eyes, followed by a deep sigh as he murmured, "Even you are sending your descendants to the Sun and Moon Empire. It seems my choice has indeed brought calamity upon the three kingdoms. Yet, I am powerless. The sins I committed back then are far too deep and heavy. So heavy that I can only remain forever ensnared in this abyss of hell with Shishui." At the Sun and Moon Royal Soul Master Academy, a group of young men and women strolled about the playground, engaging in lively chatter and gossip. "Hey, have you heard? Our Sun and Moon Royal Soul Master Academy has just welcomed two unparalleled prodigies. They broke through to level 20 at the tender age of 8. And they are a brother-sister pair, handsome lad and beautiful lady, with flowing silver hair. They are far more attractive than those with darker complexions. Who doesn't he know? I heard it from Senior Li Sanshui, the Academy's most gossip-prone student. Those two prodigies come from a significant background. Rumor has it they are the grandchildren of our esteemed principal. Really? The principal looks so endearing. Could he truly have such beautiful grandchildren? One female student, who had witnessed Principal Jing Hongqin's dignified presence, struggled to reconcile his stout and steady appearance with the notion of having exceptionally good-looking grandchildren. Her companion leaned in mysteriously and whispered, "Don't forget the names of those two prodigies, Xiao Hongqin and Ming Hongqin. One could easily infer they belong to the Hongqin family. How could they not be related to our principal? Moreover, do you not believe what Senior Li Sanshui has said? I've heard he has already suggested replacing the top of the campus heartthrob list with young Master Xiao Hongqin. While Miss Ming Hongqin is temporarily set to take the spot of the top campus beauty, the Millennium Silver Wolf." "Oh, in that case, I believe it." The female student nodded in agreement. Typically, some students at the academy, feeling rather idle, would cast votes to elect the campus heartthrob, resulting in a list often populated by rather peculiar creatures, such as Senior Cat and Senior Dog. The top of the school rankings is undeniably occupied by the blue-silver grass, an entity so feeble that no one seeks to hunt it for spirit rings. In contrast, the first ranked is represented by a Silver Wolf Senior, a witness to the comings and goings of countless students, rumored to be the cherished pet of a former dean. Among the most idle students is Li Sanshui, whose unique martial soul grants him the ability to predict fortunes and misfortunes, allowing him to traverse various laboratories. Reveling in gossip. Even this group of gossips has taken the matter seriously. The two, young Master Xiao Hongqin and Miss Ming Hongqin, are likely descendants of the esteemed dean. I must tell you, their innate talents displayed during the entrance physical examination were strikingly formidable. It is said that their physical metrics, as scanned by the spirit guiding apparatus and strength testing device, reached the level of a spirit elder. This is indeed impressive, as they may potentially become the rare super Douluo of our Sun Moon Empire in a millennium. Deep within the playground, Su Xiaoyun's ears perked up, her eyes gleaming at the mention of the spirit guiding apparatus and strength testing device, precious items that Tianxi could certainly put to good use. Achieving level 20 at the tender age of 8, even with the aid of medicinal pills, showcases extraordinary talent. Chanfeng has mentioned that the Hongqin family is among the top aristocrats of the Sun Moon Empire, making them a suitable candidate for collaboration. Half an hour later, the office of Dean Jing Hongqin was abruptly entered by the anxious director Lin Jiai. "Oh no, Dean. Our academy has been robbed." Startled, Dean Jing, who was leisurely enjoying tea while contemplating the teaching plans for his grandchildren, spluttered the beverage all over Lin Jiai, then rose in a fit of fury. "What did you say? This thief has some audacity." Chapter 14. Xiao Hongqin. This cold Hongqin family no longer has a place for me. Disregarding the tea splattered on his face, Lin Jiai urgently reported, "Dean, we just concluded the entrance physical examination for new students, and we discovered that the spirit guiding apparatus and strength testing device used to assess the students' physical fitness have vanished, leaving behind some golden spirit coins." Upon hearing this, the anger that had been kindling in Jing Hongqin's eyes transformed into disbelief as he widened his gaze in astonishment and asked incredulously, "Are you saying that only the testing equipment was stolen and the thief left money behind?" Lin Jiai nodded earnestly. "That's what the staff reported. I visited the scene, and those golden spirit coins were just enough to purchase 2 6th-grade spirit guiding instruments on the market." Jing Hongqin responded, "In this day and age, thieves possess such moral integrity. Why not simply use their wealth to buy what they desire? Must they resort to thievery for thrills?" Although the Royal Academy of Soul Engineers of the Sun Moon Empire is not a military district, its defenses are formidable. Even an 8-ring Soul Douluo or an 8th-grade Soul Engineer would find it challenging to escape unscathed after committing theft. Moreover, the master of the Hongqin Hall is no ordinary figure. He does not believe that anyone capable of breaching this establishment would lack concern for retribution. Furthermore, upon entering, why would one choose to steal only 2 6th-grade instruments? Wouldn't higher-grade spirit guiding devices be more enticing? Even for someone as well-informed as Jing Hongqin, this sudden and bizarre news left him somewhat bewildered. Observing the dean's confusion, Lin Jiai quickly retrieved a dark envelope from his pocket and handed it over. "Moreover, esteemed dean, I have discovered this among the pile of golden soul coins, bearing a seal of soul power at the title Douluo level. This feels right. He is not a thief, but rather someone wishing to convey a message to our esteemed leader." Jing Hongqin exhaled in relief, accepting the envelope and infusing it with a modicum of soul power, causing 6 ink-brushed characters to materialize on the cover, to be opened by Dean Hongqin. "Ah, how intriguing. I did not anticipate that he was not only no thief, but also not a citizen of the Sun Moon Empire, but rather hailing from the original Douluo 3 kingdoms. A glimmer of wisdom sparkled in Jing Hongchen's eyes as he confidently assessed the situation. "Dean, how can you ascertain that?" Lin Jiai inquired, keenly playing the role of the supportive listener. "The seal of soul power on this envelope is exceedingly formidable. I cannot unravel it. The Sun Moon Empire does not possess title Douluo of such caliber, nor even a super Douluo," Jing Hongchen replied with an air of certainty, his voice imbued with absolute confidence and a hint of pride. Did he not know the level of soul power possessed by those 9th-level soul engineers? Aside from Old Kong, none surpassed him, and Old Kong would never jest with him in such a manner. Furthermore, within this seal of soul power, he sensed none of the repugnant aura characteristic of evil soul masters. It was evident that this could only be the work of a formidable soul master from the original 3 kingdoms. All illusions cannot escape the discerning eye of Dean Hongchen. Lin Jiai found himself momentarily speechless, unsure how to respond. Should he commend the Dean for his remarkable self-awareness and perceptiveness? Yet, would that not offend the 9th-level soul engineers? Fortunately, the Dean was not focused on him. Instead, he waved his hand to retrieve a broken 9th-level soul guiding device. And after some effort, he finally managed to break the seal. Lin Jiai could not help but exclaim the Dean's exceptional prowess. While beads of fine sweat began to form on Jing Hongchen's forehead, his gaze growing increasingly profound, igniting with fervor. Initially uncertain, he was now convinced that the one behind this was undoubtedly a super Douluo, likely a formidable individual exceeding level 96. Such a powerhouse would rank among the prominent figures of the Douluo 3 kingdoms. This provocation invigorated Jing Hongchen. The Dean was eager to uncover what secrets lay within your intentions. As he unsealed the envelope and extracted the letter, a hasty scrawl caught his attention, causing his spirited gaze to sharpen. It is said that Sun possesses extraordinary talent and is poised to become a super Douluo. I hope he is nurtured well. For my Kirin child may one day contend with him. I present 3 medicinal pills to assist the younger generation. Could it be that this is a message from the likes of Xiang and Meng? Jing Hongchen neatly folded the letter, glancing into the envelope, where 3 small boxes exuded a fragrant aroma and wisps of mist. Well, how generous of him. Jing Hongchen continued to open the small boxes, revealing, amidst the mist, 3 plump, crystalline pills adorned with intricate patterns of deep blue. Is this the Xianshui Dan? Lin Jiai instantly recognized the variety of the 3 pills, his eyes gleaming slightly. The Xianshui Dan possesses the ability to cleanse the marrow, enhancing innate soul power for soul masters below level 20. Consuming it can elevate their soul power by at least 1 rank, making it immensely popular among soul masters and valued at a fortune. Such a medicinal pill would be highly sought after at the Mingdu auction, especially cherished by those soul engineers with weak foundations seeking to purify their corporeal impurities. Consuming inferior elixirs may adversely affect one's foundation, while high-quality elixirs can enhance one's essence. Indeed, this is the renowned Xianshui Dan, distinguished by its superior quality and rich potency. Jing Hongchen employed an 8th-level detection device, which revealed no harmful substances. What shall we do with this elixir, Director? What do you mean, what shall we do? Of course, we shall consume it, Jing Hongchen remarked as he popped one into his mouth, chewing thoughtfully while gesturing. Quickly summon Xiao and Meng. Inform them of this wonderful find. They have just broken through to level 20, making this the perfect time for them to take it. Oh, understood, Lin Jiai nodded, swiftly exiting the office. He mused internally about how fortunate the director was. His grandchildren had just entered the academy and were already receiving such beneficial gifts. After Lin Jiai departed, Jing Hongchen pondered the elixir's effects, his gaze fixed on the 2 luminous pills, lost in thought. It is said that the Xianshui Dan is a secret medicine from a reclusive sect in the Douluo Continent. The sudden appearance of 3 of them. Could it be that the visitors are connected to that mysterious sect? Or perhaps they are formidable beings from that very sect? Nevertheless, it mattered little. He held unwavering confidence in his grandchildren, particularly in Xiao, who had awakened a divine beast martial soul, making her one of the finest talents at Shrek Academy. A Qilin child, you say? The prodigies of the Hongchen family are not to be compared with those past failures. As the director, I am eager to see just how capable your lineage truly is. With such confidence, I assume your descendants are indeed at Shrek. Humph. While Shrek has held the title of number 1 for 10 millennia, the Sun Moon Royal Soul Engineer Academy shall not settle for being the 2nd for a millennium. Under my leadership, the Mingdu Hall will surely create a new brilliance. Jing Hongchen gently clenched his fist, a surge of ambitious confidence igniting within him. Before long, the office door swung open once more, revealing a silver-haired boy and girl who entered with buoyant steps. Grandfather, did you call for us? I still need to go to the library to study and obtain my next level of soul engineer certification. With a hint of youthful sharpness in his features, Xiao Hongchen approached Jing Hongchen, a smile brightening his face. Seeing his grandson's earnestness filled Jing Hongchun with warmth, and he affectionately patted Xiao Hongchun's forehead, speaking softly. I called you here for good news. You are still young. There is no rush in pursuing soul engineer certification. Since you have just entered the academy, it's best to engage with your classmates. This is the finest academy in the Sun Moon Empire. Making friends will only benefit you. Xiao Hongchun shook his head seriously, declaring, No, everyone outside is watching us. I cannot bring shame to the Hongchun family. His expression embodied the weight of familial legacy, brimming with ambition. Xiao, there is certainly wisdom in what grandfather says about making friends. In the future, as the Hongchun family grows stronger, we may very well require the assistance of allies. Dream Hongchun chimed in with a voice as melodious as a wind chime, her bright eyes sparkling with mischief as she attempted to scold her brother. Despite her earnest efforts to appear mature, her silver hair and rosy cheeks lacked any intimidating presence. Xiao Hongchun, with a hint of pride, raised his chin defiantly, crossing his arms and speaking with gravitas. Dream, we are indeed the rare prodigies of the Sun and Moon Empire, emerging only once in a millennium. Within the academy, I find no worthy rivals. Perhaps only at Shrek Academy shall I encounter such individuals. In the forthcoming Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy competition, I shall undoubtedly showcase my prowess. And I hope those individuals will not disappoint me. Today, having just arrived at the Royal Soul Engineer Academy of the Sun and Moon, I perceive the talents here as rather mediocre. I, Xian Hongchun, am determined to create history for the Sun and Moon Empire and aspire to be its foremost genius in the future. Humph. Dream Hongchun merely curled her lips at him, turning away to disregard her boastful brother, completely unimpressed. Xian Hongchun smiled contentedly, relishing the familial bliss, and after they finished conversing, he handed over the Xian Shui Dan. Here. This is the finest elixir from the Douluo Continent, gifted by a titled Douluo. Once you consume it, I shall protect you. He chuckled, adding, That individual has sent a challenge on behalf of their family's talented scion, claiming they will compete with you in the future. Upon hearing this, Xian Hongchun's eyes sparkled with excitement. That is splendid. I hope the descendant of that titled Douluo is formidable enough. I wouldn't want to defeat him too easily. Dream Hongchun narrowed her beautiful eyes, suddenly breaking into a smile. I hope you don't lose. It would be amusing to see you bested. Xian Hongchun froze momentarily, nearly dropping the Xian Shui Dan from his fingers. Dream, do you really want me to perish from anger? Hee, certainly not, but it brings me joy. You are the greatest genius of the Sun and Moon Empire. Your spirit must be resilient. Why do you vex me daily? Which side are you on? Dream Hongchun pondered for a moment, her small face turning serious. Well, that is hard to say. If that genius from the Three Kingdoms happens to be rather handsome, perhaps I might join forces with him against you. Xian Hongchun feigned despair, covering her face, and turned to complain to Mirror Hongchun. Ah, Grandpa, look at her. You too. Xian Hongchun gazed at them both with a mixture of indignation and sorrow, feeling as though she no longer had a place in the frigid Hongchun family. Transforming her frustration into appetite, she swallowed the Xian Shui Dan in one gulp, then sat cross-legged to meditate, choosing to ignore her troubles. At noon, Su Xiaoyan returned, soaring through the clouds, the silhouette of the Xianming sect manor coming into view. After meeting with Old Long and delivering a message to Mirror Hongchun, he felt assured that Tianqi's future training in the Sun and Moon Empire would proceed smoothly. As Su Xiaoyan traversed the stone path, he mentally reviewed his plans, contemplating further opportunities. Suddenly, a heart-wrenching cry of despair echoed nearby, prompting him to hasten toward the source. Ah, Tianqi, what have you consumed? Please stop chasing me. Brother can't endure it any longer. Su Xiaoyan thought, where did this brat Su Sanshur learn such nonsense? He deserves a beating. Chapter 15. The Reversal Against Su Sanshur. The First Soul Ring, the Supreme Mental System Evil Eye. Su Sanshur, still asleep, on a spacious stone platform of the Xianming sect. An exceedingly bizarre scene unfolded. The unringed Su Tianqi, with fists flying, agile as a leopard, relentlessly pursued the now 24th level Great Soul Master Su Sanshur, who was howling in distress. Su Tianqi consumed a potent restorative substance and received external support, while Su Sanshur was constrained in his abilities, never resorting to his soul skills and merely enduring with the waterless Xianming turtle shell shield. Below the stage, Yu Lao stood, his feet pulsating with 6 soul rings, 1 white, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 1 black, manipulating an exceedingly rare healing soul guide. Whenever Su Tianqi's fist struck the Xianming turtle shield, causing blood to flow, the healing soul guide emitted a green light to mend his wounds. With such a soul emperor providing assistance, Su Tianqi fought with abandon. Unburdened by concerns of depleting his soul power, Su Sanqi's martial spirit faced a counter, allowing him to exert only 50 to 60% of his full strength, resulting in this extraordinary spectacle. However, Despite these circumstances, Sanshur had absorbed 2 soul rings and benefited from soul power nourishing his physique, making his physical prowess far superior to that of Tianqi. What miraculous restorative substance had Tianqi consumed to engage in combat with such fervor? Su Fu, sweating profusely, shook his head and smiled awkwardly, stating, "Oh, it's nothing, just some potent ocean treasures I gave to Tianqi." Bowing respectfully, Yu Lao candidly reported, upon hearing this. Su Xiaoyun's gaze towards Su Fu turned decidedly hostile. A millennium whale gelatin? Such a potent restorative is prohibited for disciples under 15 in our sect. Su Fu, what do you mean by this? A piece of high-quality millennium whale gelatin could significantly enhance a soul master's physical abilities and increase the longevity of soul rings by approximately 500 years. However, its vigorous effects on vitality meant that disciples of the Xianming sect must possess a pure yang physique before their martial spirits undergo a second awakening. Not to mention whether Su Tianqi could withstand such a powerful substance. His primary focus was on the mental aspect of absorbing soul rings, determining whether his spiritual sea could endure the mental impact rather than merely assessing physical robustness. This is sheer folly. Su Fu's face twitched under Su Xiaoyun's imposing presence. Responding meekly, "Great-grandfather, I merely thought to provide the child with something beneficial. Thus, I prepared the millennium whale gelatin I procured by the seaside for Tianqi. Look, he seems to be doing just fine, doesn't he? He has battled Sanshur for nearly 2 hours. His spirit remains vibrant, and he grows stronger with each engagement. It's as if he has undergone a transformation. I have even noticed that his mental strength has improved during battle, indicating that the effects of those restorative substances are indeed manifesting." Hearing this, Su Xiaoyun cast another scrutinizing glance, observing Su Tianqi on the stone platform transformed into a berserker, delivering successive left and right hooks against the Xianming turtle shield, forcing Su Sanshur to retreat repeatedly, his hands bloodied. At that moment, Yu Lao's influence came into play once more. A beam of healing green light struck, instantly mending Sanchi's injuries. Then, restored to a better condition, he prepared to face the next onslaught. Bang! Bang! With 2 forceful punches, Su Tianqi drove Su Sanshur back 3 steps and proclaimed with earnest intensity, "Second brother, as defensive soul masters, it is imperative that we possess immense stamina and willpower. Only by withstanding our opponent's relentless assaults can we find the opportunity to counterattack. You must endure. Tianqi, I have discovered that you are more adept at verbal sparring than that wretched Bebe. It seems that you are not the one who is merely enduring blows, as you cannot employ soul techniques. Oh dear, here comes another punch." Having been dragged in as a human shield for nearly 2 hours since the early dawn, Su Sanshur was already feeling the strain in his back and waist. Upon hearing this remark, his frustration escalated, and he vented his displeasure with a string of curses. If it were not for his inability to utilize soul techniques, he would have long ago incapacitated his opponent with a powerful Xianming shockwave, alleviating his discomfort. Deprived of his soul techniques, the combat prowess of this grand soul master was scarcely superior to that of an ordinary soldier, rendering him an easy target for the ferocious Su Tianqi. Regardless of the situation, Su Tianqi was blissfully oblivious to any pain, relishing each punch he threw with fervent enthusiasm, his blood boiling with excitement. Knowing that his opponent was Su Sanshur and that his safety was assured, with this in mind, what was there to contemplate? He would simply continue to strike. Amidst the interplay of light and shadow, Su Tianqi's eyes glinted like sharp blades, radiating an electrifying aggression as he unleashed his fists mercilessly, occasionally seizing the opportunity to deliver a few sweeping kicks. Those unfamiliar with him would never suspect he was a mental-type soul master. They would perceive him as an outright powerhouse of offensive prowess. At a glance, there seemed to be no issue, regardless of the potency of the medicinal effects. Striking was all that mattered. Observing the amiable interaction between Su Sanshur and Su Tianqi, Su Xiaoyun felt a surge of inspiration. Nodding approvingly with gleaming eyes and a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Seeing this, Su Fu breathed a sigh of relief and leaned in closer, as if presenting a treasure. "Ancestor, you are unaware, but last night, while Tianqi was resting, the crescent moon mark on his forehead autonomously absorbed moonlight, casting a spectral interplay of mental and soul energy in midair. I scrutinized this for quite some time and confirmed it to be a sign of cultivation akin to that of star-type martial souls. After that night, there has been a noticeable enhancement in Tianqi's mental energy." "What did you say? Absorbing moonlight to enhance mental energy?" Su Xiaoyun abruptly turned, his gaze fixed intently on Su Fu. "That is truly splendid." His focus returned to Su Tianqi, his eyes nearly squinting in delight. Such surprises were rare. Yet this year was especially abundant. Initially, he thought that Su Sanshur, with his robust Xuanwu bloodline, was the most exceptional talent of his generation within the Xianming sect, only to discover that his younger brother surpassed him. Huh. The battle concluded with the 10th level Soul Master, Su Tianxi, triumphantly overcoming the 24th level Grand Soul Master Su Sanshi without the use of soul techniques. Oh, Tianxi's comprehension is quite remarkable. After 2 hours of combat, he has devised suitable techniques for exerting force. Su Tianxi's movements were observed keenly by the 3 spectators, and Su Xiaoyun's spirits soared as he mused that his little grand disciple was indeed a genius. He chuckled, recalling the old adage from the body sect regarding the profound mysteries of their martial souls, their extraordinary understanding, and unparalleled combat techniques. Given that Tianxi had been engaged in battle for such an extended period, it was hardly surprising that he had conceived a minor technique. Su Fu jovially remarked. In contrast to the spectacle of Tianxi absorbing moonlight to enhance his mental energy, this was rather inconsequential. Indeed, it was fortuitous that Tianxi was currently brimming with momentum, making it the perfect opportunity to absorb his first soul ring. Su Xiaoyun was well aware that the battle skills of the body sect were unrivaled across the continent, passed down through generations of powerful martial souls. Without further contemplation, he waved his hand, summoning 2 streams of soul power to retrieve his sweat-drenched brothers. Ah, ancestor, you have finally come to my rescue. If you had delayed any longer, I would have perished from exhaustion. Upon seeing Su Xiaoyun, Su Sanshi felt as if the clouds had parted, his face alight with excitement as he rushed forward to embrace his elder's leg. 2 hours had passed, and who could fathom how he endured such a duration? Su Tianxi was nothing short of a beast. This fellow had awakened a martial soul as well. What was it again? He couldn't quite recall. Was it the shimming turtle? Just as Su Sanshi was about to lament to Su Xiaoyun about their shared status as defensive soul masters, questioning why Su Tianxi could indulge in nourishing soup and become so formidable, he suddenly saw Su Xiaoyun wave his hand. A massive spherical creature plummeted to the ground with a thud. Su Sanshi stared in astonishment at its peculiar appearance. It was a silver-white orb with 2 long tentacles and a large eye. Is this the evil eye soul beast from the Sun Moon Empire? Ancestor, what is the purpose of bringing this here? Of course, it is for your 3rd brother's soul ring. Su Xiaoyun replied. Tianxi, this is a pure mental attribute evil eye, sourced from the demon forest by our revered ancestor. It possesses the purest bloodline of the evil emperor and is a top-tier specimen, over 600 years old. Your innate mental strength surpasses that of many great soul masters. I estimate you will withstand the backlash of its resentment after death with ease. The only concern is your physical resilience, but now I have no worries. Just eliminate it. The Evil Eye clan possesses numerous innate abilities, each a premium mental soul skill, making this the most suitable fit for you. Understood. I express my gratitude to the esteemed ancestor, Su Tianxi said, his eyes sparkling as he bowed respectfully. He then drew a 6th grade close combat soul tool, a large blade, and cleaved the evil eye in 2. The 6th grade soul tool was indeed formidable, obliterating the evil eye's vitality in an instant. The severed orb struggled for a moment before falling still, silver-white specks of mental energy rising from it, coalescing into a vivid, deep yellow soul ring that radiated an aura of nobility, signifying the evil eye's illustrious status within its clan. Sit down and focus your mind. Then attempt to perceive it with your illusory moon mystic eye. Channel your soul power to draw this soul ring to yourself, and endure the pressure, Su Xiaoyun instructed. His gaze intensely serious, his palms swirling with dark energy, prepared to act at any moment. All right, Su Tianxi replied, chest held high. He settled down, summoning the exquisite mental soul ring, and slowly closed his eyes. The first soul ring, is it? I wonder what it feels like to absorb one. Su Tianxi thought with anticipation. With a rush, the evil eye soul ring descended, flooding Su Tianxi's illusory moon mystic eye with a torrent of frenzied and vengeful mental energy, akin to a dam bursting, wreaking havoc as it surged forth. The immense mental wave compelled Su Tianxi to grunt involuntarily, his brow furrowing as his body tensed in response. The impact of the evil eye soul force did not significantly affect his body, yet the assault on his mental faculties was indeed quite unbearable. Su Xiaoyun, standing nearby, exhaled a sigh of relief. As long as he could endure this most intense initial onslaught, subsequent challenges would prove far more manageable. Tianxi did not disappoint him. At that moment, Su Xiaoyun's peripheral vision caught sight of Su Sanshi, who appeared utterly dazed, his mouth agape, wearing an expression akin to that of a ghostly encounter. How could a mental-type soul master possess such combat prowess? It defied logic. Su Sanxi's vision darkened, leading him to believe he must be dreaming. Xiaofu, present. Sanshi is tired. Let him sleep a while longer. Wake him once Tianxi has absorbed the soul ring. Understood. Chapter 16. The illusory moon's mystic eye breaks the evil eye, unveiling the sea of consciousness. Su Fu readily agreed, casting a kindly glance at Su Sanshi. Son, you've endured for 2 arduous hours. Allow me to take you to rest properly. Startled, Su Sancher performed a backflip, landing several meters away, his face instantly alight with a broad smile. His hands moved in a blur, and he spoke with the rapidity of a machine gun, not arduous at all. Rest assured, I understand the rules. I swear by my martial soul that I will never divulge this matter. Please don't silence me. I am your own flesh and blood. As he spoke, an inexplicable sense of familiarity surged within Su Sancher. Had he uttered such words before? Su Fu's eyes flashed with surprise. I intended to take you to wash up, have a meal, and then rest. Where did your mind wander? Our Su Ming sect has a grand legacy, spanning generations. It is hardly surprising to have a prodigy like your third brother emerge. His formidable combat ability stems from the awakening of a mutated top-tier mental martial soul, allowing him to consume extraordinary elixirs, not favoritism on our part. Su Fu spoke with a straight face, betraying no sign of deceit. Only then did Su Sancher relax, the weight on his heart lifting. He turned to Su Tianxi, marveling in astonishment. Father, our Su Ming tortoise martial soul is indeed the pinnacle of defensive martial souls. No one in the Shrek Outer Academy rivals my strength. What martial soul has third brother awakened to wield such power after consuming supplements? As a direct descendant of the Su Ming sect, and having spent a year at Shrek, Su Sancher understood that even among those with equivalent soul power, the enhancements bestowed by their martial souls varied immensely. Top-tier martial souls naturally granted their bearers numerous advantages, while inferior martial souls offered no opportunity for cultivation. It was not mere boasting. His physical prowess, nurtured by the Su Ming tortoise martial soul, undoubtedly placed him among the elite of his peers. Even some external soul masters could not compare to him. Earlier, when sparring with Su Tianxi, the latter's sheer brute strength had been impressive yet unrefined, leading to a rather one-sided encounter. Had it not been for the healing provided on the sidelines, Su Sancher would have undoubtedly bested him far earlier. Nonetheless, Su Tianxi's raw power astonished him. His strength was already comparable to some of the esteemed soul masters at Shrek Academy. Individuals who possessed superior martial souls and optimal soul ring configurations. This is a profoundly terrifying matter. Given Su Tianxi's tender age, had his martial soul not attained the pinnacle level, his body would undoubtedly be unable to withstand the overwhelming potency of such a powerful elixir, let alone engage in such fierce combat. Even more astonishing is that, as time elapses, the medicinal force within him begins to rapidly dissipate, almost every few minutes. The strength of his fists increases incrementally, and he grows more and more eager in his assaults. Despite delivering several solid blows, I could not topple him. With a nimble leap, he arose to continue the fray. Even if there was some credit due to the Moon Elder's influence, after an hour had passed, my soul power was nearly depleted, yet he remained blissfully unaware of fatigue, becoming increasingly exhilarated. The fervent gleam in his eyes was enough to daunt even a seasoned defensive soul master like myself. In the final half hour, roles reversed. I had been thoroughly intimidated by this fellow, and truly wished to cease the fierce struggle. Succumbing to a state of despondency, my temper extinguished. This sensation was utterly stifling. I had never felt such discomfort even after numerous encounters with that vile bebe. It was hard to believe that Su Tianxi's martial soul was inferior to mine. Su Fu, knowing he could not conceal the truth from him, and considering that Su Tianxi would soon be experimenting with Su Sanchi's soul skills, smiled blandly and remarked, "It's of little consequence to share this with you. Your third brother possesses the martial soul of a physical manifestation, the illusory moon mystic eye, which is among the most elite spiritual martial souls. It possesses the profound ability to absorb lunar energy for cultivation, having evolved from your second mother's martial spirit. Freed from concerns regarding the secondary awakening of the Xianming turtle, he can indulge freely in potent supplements. I have prepared a millennium-old whale resin for him, which has resulted in the current spectacle. A martial soul deemed innately powerful, especially one associated with the eyes, a most vital part of the human body. This makes perfect sense. No wonder I failed to discern the nature of his martial soul. Upon hearing that Su Tianxi's martial soul was a physical manifestation, Su Sancher wiped his brow and exhaled heavily, relieved that his defeat was not entirely in vain. In contemporary soul master circles, it is said that the Douluo Continent is dominated by three supreme powers: the illustrious Shrek Sea God Pavilion, the Soul Guidance Holy Land Mingdu Hall of the Sun Moon Empire, and the enigmatic Body Sect. The first two are supported by Shrek City and the Sun Moon Empire, while the Body Sect stands alone in its might, boasting disciples who are all physical manifestation soul masters, akin to their Xianming sect with secondary awakenings, showcasing the formidable strength of physical martial souls. According to ancient sect records, cultivating a physical martial soul significantly enhances one's physical prowess beyond that of most top-tier martial souls, and the soul ring configurations of body soul masters often deviate from the norm. It remains uncertain whether they possess secret techniques or are innately powerful. Do not lose heart. Our Xianming turtle martial soul will undergo a dramatic transformation following its secondary awakening, and it is not impossible to transcend a rank in battle. Once you complete your secondary awakening, you too will be able to indulge in the whale resin like your third brother. Su Fu raised his strong hand and patted Su Sanqi's shoulder, then effortlessly lifted him, vanishing from sight with a leap, while Su Sanshi cried out in exhilaration midair. Su Xiaoyan watched the two juniors depart with a smile, his eyes gleaming with brilliance. Although Sanshi's talent does not quite match that of Tianxi, it is still remarkable in its own right. As Tianxi ascends to power in the future, it is essential to cultivate capable allies like Sanshi. The Xianming sect is destined to reach the pinnacle of the Soul Master realm once Su Tianxi achieves mastery, yet the training of other disciples must not be neglected. Su Sanshi possesses considerable talent, not significantly inferior to that of my youth. With proper guidance, he holds the potential to reach level 98. Thereby assisting Tianxi with matters that demand more attention than he can afford. It would be unreasonable for the foremost powerhouse to handle every affair personally. Over the years, Changfeng has managed the business well in Hanhai City, making it effortless for him to procure marine products. However, given the death of Yu Heir, his hatred for Shrek runs deep. I must take Tianxi to see him in a couple of years. Reflecting on his most favored disciple, Su Xiaoyan's gaze was clouded with concern. He dared to confront Yin Xiaozhe because he had confidence in his own strength. Even if he were to perish, there would be someone to safeguard the Xianming sect, alleviating his worries about the future. In the past, your mother regarded your master as both brother and father. Now, he can only find solace in your presence. With him overseeing matters between the three kingdoms and the sun and moon, your path will be smoother. We shall certainly avenge your mother's grievances. At this moment, Su Tianxi was wholly absorbed in fending off the residual mental intrusion of the evil eye, unaware of the surrounding events. Before him, countless silver shadows flitted by, akin to brilliant beams of light surging forth. The greatest pressure fell upon his eyes, followed by his brow, brain, and body. In this hazy state, he found himself in a cool, pristine mental space, where the moonlight hung high, radiating a pure brilliance. Outside this space loomed a colossal shadow of an evil eye, its gaze flickering menacingly, emanating a formidable aura of resentment. This onslaught crashed upon him like a tidal wave, overwhelming him with a force that made his vision dim, as though he were adrift in a tempestuous sea. He understood that, given his strength during combat with Su Sanshi, no ordinary psychic soul beast could pose such trouble. Only the most gifted and pure-blooded of the evil eye lineage could present such a formidable threat. The status of this opponent among psychic soul beasts is akin to that of the dark golden claw bear among terrestrial soul beasts, or the deep-sea demon whale among aquatic soul beasts. Although it is merely a century-old soul beast, its psychic power surpasses many millennia-old counterparts, and even 10,000-year non-psychic soul beasts may not rival it. If this adversary were alive and at full strength, even Su Sanshi would have to flee. For engaging it would be tantamount to confronting an ordinary 10,000-year soul beast. The pure descendants of the evil emperor possess immense resentment, yet today, encountering me may prove unfortunate for you. If you cannot even overcome this challenge, my journey here will have been in vain. Do not underestimate my offensive capabilities. Let us see if you can endure my might. Having endured multiple assaults, Su Tianxi, fresh from his victory against Su Sanshi, felt a surge of ferocity rising within him. He attempted to communicate with the crescent moonlight suspended in the mental space. Waiting passively, gritting his teeth in anticipation, might lead to the exhaustion and eventual dissolution of his opponent, allowing him to naturally acquire a superior soul ring. However, compared to enduring blows, he preferred to take the initiative and strike first. Upon entering this ethereal realm, he sensed an extraordinarily profound connection with the moonlit shadows of the spiritual domain, which emanated a chilling aura, as if he could summon it at will. He was uncertain whether this was merely a projection of the illusory moon's mystic eye. Yet many elite martial souls possessed protective abilities. With Su Xiaoyan as his guardian, he harbored no fears and could thus fully commit to the endeavor. With a mere thought, the resplendent moonlight abruptly leapt from the spiritual space, surging forth with a glacial brilliance, carving a striking linear path. It unleashed a frigid radiance that seemed capable of freezing the very essence of one's soul, transforming into a silver halo as it met the menacing gaze of the malevolent eye's resentment. The beam of the malevolent eye halted upon contact with the icy gleam, and for a fleeting moment, the resentment was ensnared within the silver circle, rendered motionless. In a swift, slicing motion akin to a crescent blade, the resentment was cleaved in twain, dissipating into a cascade of silvery light, utterly disintegrating its spirit. A sense of relief washed over Su Tianxi as he observed that after vanquishing the malevolent eye's resentment, the silvery radiance was irresistibly drawn to the surface of the crescent moon, solidifying what had once been an ephemeral shadow. Simultaneously, his physical form within the spiritual realm began to manifest more tangibly, as if it had acquired a corporeal essence. As the first spirit ring materialized, a profound sensation enveloped the spiritual space beneath his feet, where silvery motes descended, coalescing into an ocean of argent light. Outside, Su Xiaoyan gazed intently at Su Tianqi. Suddenly perceiving a shift, his eyes widened in astonishment. A premier martial soul protecting its master? The emergence of a spiritual sea? Before long, the crescent moon emblem upon Su Tianqi's forehead radiated brilliantly for a brief moment, causing the previously agitated malevolent eye spirit ring to inexplicably settle down. Obediently relinquishing its resistance and firmly anchoring itself at Su Tianqi's feet, becoming part of his power. With the acquisition of this spirit ring, the bottleneck of his spirit power at rank 10 shattered, unleashing a torrent of spirit energy characterized by both mental and water attributes, propelling him to break through 2 levels and approach the 13th rank. Su Xiaoyan felt immense satisfaction with Su Tianqi's success. He envisioned that Su Tianqi would, like the Hongshan siblings, transcend to the next level at the tender age of 8, evolving into a formidable soul master. Master Ancestor, I have succeeded. Su Tianqi opened his eyes and beamed at Su Xiaoyan. Well done, young lad. I did not misjudge you. Su Xiaoyan gently patted Su Tianqi's shoulder, chuckling warmly. Come, let us take a moment to rest. Once you have recovered, we shall see how you fare against your second brother's soul skills. Absolutely. Su Tianqi replied with enthusiasm, though a hint of hesitation crept into his voice. But Master Ancestor, the power of my first soul skill might be a bit overwhelming. What if he cannot endure it? You need not concern yourself with that. Defensive soul masters naturally grow stronger through the trials of battle. You are merely assisting him in accumulating experience against spiritual soul masters. Chapter 17. The first soul skill, Cold Moon's Gaze Pierces the Abyss. The Shrek Sea God Pavilion Conference. After enjoying lunch and a brief respite, the afternoon arrived. With renewed vigor, Su Tianqi, accompanied by the trembling Su Sanshi, ascended the battle platform under the eager gaze of Su Xiaoyan and the others. Su Sanqi's expression was one of profound sorrow, his gaze filled with deep resentment as he glanced at Su Fu, who was personally assisting him in restoring his soul power. His lips trembled uncontrollably. He knew his father would not act out of kindness. The restoration was merely to turn him into a living target for Su Tianqi. Su Tianqi, with a friendly wave, kindly cautioned Su Sanshi. Sanshi, my first soul skill derives from the most formidable innate ability of the Evil Eye clan, Evil Eye Stare. You must exercise utmost caution. The Evil Eye Stare, one of the most potent innate attack soul skills of the Evil Eye clan, represented their most terrifying capability, characterized by its raw spiritual attributes and formidable destructive power. It was rumored in the realm of soul masters that the first powerful figure of the Evil Eye clan, the Evil Emperor, had once challenged the Beast God Emperor in the Stardow Forest, using this technique to strike the Emperor and momentarily immobilizing even the Beast God for 5 seconds, illustrating its unparalleled might. Well versed in the ways of the world, Su Sanshi felt his heart sink further, though his demeanor remained resolute. He puffed out his chest, laughing nonchalantly. It's nothing to worry about. Do not underestimate my strength. I am a level 24 Great Soul Master, possessing 2 century-old soul rings, while you are merely at level 12. Come at me with all your might. I can take it. Let me tell you, I have spent a year in Shrek and have yet to encounter a formidable spirit-type soul master. None of the first-year assault-type soul masters could breach my defenses. I've longed to experience new attacks and pressures. Come, give it your all. If you don't, it would be a slight against me. As he spoke with bravado, Su Sanshi prepared his defenses with utmost seriousness, grasping the Xianming turtle shell shield, the radiance of his second soul ring shimmering as he assumed the strongest defensive stance. Countless deep black shadows erupted from the Xianming turtle shell shield, which, in that instant, seemed to transform into a multitude of shields, coalescing before Su Sanshi to form an impenetrable wall, safeguarding him behind a barrier of soft, yet resilient dark waters. This was the second soul skill of the Xianming turtle shell shield, the Xianming shield formation. With his defenses set, Su Sanshi's body tensed behind the shield formation. His usually carefree peach-colored eyes were now filled with a solemn intensity, reflecting the demeanor of a powerful defensive soul master. As a direct descendant of the Xianming sect, having braved the trials of Shrek Academy among a plethora of geniuses for an entire academic year, Su Sanshi held a sense of pride within him. His aspiration to become an eternal sovereign was not mere rhetoric. In any case, this clash was between a level 24 and a level 12. The advantage lay with him. Moreover, given the rarity of spirit-type soul masters, defensive soul masters often found themselves caught off guard during sudden assaults. Experiencing powerful spiritual attacks now would greatly benefit his cultivation. Su Tianqi regarded Su Sanshi with surprise, reflecting that he had never encountered such a request before. He uttered a word of caution, then be careful. Cold Moon Stare. With a flourish, the first soul ring, over 600 years old, suddenly ignited, unleashing a cascade of shimmering halos from the depths of his pupils, which then expanded into gentle, cool points of light, enveloping his bright eyes. The emblem of the crescent moon at the brow shimmered with ethereal light. Yet Su Tianqi could not perceive the presence of spiritual energy. It remained uncertain whether the previous resolution of the malevolent spirit's lingering essence had depleted the stored power or if it was due to some other reason. In the next moment, the pupils resembling moon shadows suddenly converged into a single point, emitting two barely discernible yet undeniably real beams of chilling silver light. The extreme concentration of spiritual and soul power surged forth with such velocity that it was nearly impossible to capture with the naked eye, hurtling directly towards Su Sanqi's meticulously prepared Xianming shield formation. From the perspective of the onlookers, Su Tianqi's attack appeared almost instantaneous. The soul ring had barely illuminated before the assault descended, swift as a shooting star. With a resounding clang, a crisp sound echoed through the air. Almost at the very instant of contact between the Xianming shield and the icy moonbeam, Su Sanshi let out a pained cry, as if struck by an ice spike. His vision exploding with golden stars. His robust form faltered, staggering backward uncontrollably. Alas, he had underestimated his opponent, the Xianming tremor. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Sanshi cast aside his pride as an elder brother and activated his first soul ring amidst being pushed back. As the Xianming tremor technique was unleashed, the dark light upon the Xianming shield intensified, its black halo expanding outward, covering a vast area of dozens of square meters, resembling a colossal protective dome that reverberated with a thunderous roar. The Xianming tremor was a wide-range technique capable of repelling adversaries and inducing a certain level of disorientation. As the black halo spread, Su Tianqi felt a tremendous resistance against the beam of light emanating from his eyes, making it considerably more challenging to pierce through the Xianming shield formation and strike at Su Sanqi's core. Realizing that the halo of the Xianming tremor was approaching, the self-aware Su Tianqi prudently decided to withdraw, channeling all his spiritual energy before decisively turning and leaping off the stage. As a spirit master with high offensive power but low vitality, it would be folly to withstand the physical assault of a top-tier battle spirit master. The might of Su Sanqi's Xianming tremor was no less formidable than the thunderclaw of the blue lightning tyrant dragon. Descending beneath the stage, Su Tianqi, his complexion pale, observed the black halo of the Xianming tremor expanding throughout the arena, his expression grave. Such an impressive Xianming tremor. It could actually thwart my icy moonbeam's piercing assault. Acknowledging the obstruction of his gaze, Su Tianqi earnestly reflected on his shortcomings. If only his previous offensive had been executed with greater swiftness. Could he have achieved a better outcome? Master Ancestor, what do you think of the power of my strike? Are there areas that require improvement? Master Ancestor? Suddenly, a heavy thud resonated from the stage as a substantial object made contact with the ground. Su Tianqi turned to see that the fallen weight was none other than Su Sanqi's Xianming shield. At that moment, Su Sanshi himself seemed to have lost his strength. Spinning dizzily as if intoxicated, his body tilting backward, on the verge of collapse. Moon Elder, Su Fu called out, swiftly appearing on the stage to support the reeling Su Sanshi and administering a pill. Moon Elder activated the healing soul guide, sending forth several streams of green vitality to envelop him. At this juncture, Su Xiaoyan also regained his composure, casting a serious glance towards Su Tianqi. Tianqi, your mental assaults wield a formidable power, so overpowering that even Sanshi's meticulously arranged defenses were rendered ineffective, leaving him dazed. Should an ordinary soul master endure your full-force strike, they might well be reduced to a state of idiocy, or even suffer a fatal brain injury in an instant. It is essential to recognize that Sanshi's Xianming turtle martial spirit represents the pinnacle of defensive capabilities. Despite his passive stance, he could not withstand the ferocity of your mental onslaught, were it not for his defensive prowess. Even a soul master endowed with a top-tier martial spirit would fare far worse upon receiving such a blow. Furthermore, the energy expenditure from your strike was immense, nearly depleting your mental and soul powers. Henceforth, unless absolutely necessary, refrain from unleashing your full strength. Su Xiaoyan had discerned this clearly. After absorbing that exceptional Evil Eye Soul Ring, Su Tianqi's mental prowess had ascended to a level comparable to certain non-mental soul emperors. This formidable mental strength, combined with the most domineering soul skills of the Evil Eye clan, alongside his own supreme martial spirit, could spell doom for an ordinary soul emperor caught unawares. In his estimation, even a soul emperor ambushed could potentially be affected. Su Tianqi had not anticipated the sheer terror of his strike. After a moment of contemplation, he nodded gravely and posed another question. By the way, Master Ancestor, do you believe there is still room for improvement in the power of my strike? Having utilized it for the first time, I feel there are certainly areas for enhancement. Su Xiaoyun, after serious reflection, replied solemnly, once you have fully recovered, let us conduct a trial. I wish to personally experience it. Meanwhile, miles away in Shrek City, within the esteemed Shrek Academy, the pallid Yin Xiaozhe wandered through the vast institution, arriving at a locale saturated with the stench of alcohol. His gaze reflected sorrow as he approached a disheveled old man. One hand clutching a wine gourd, the other grasping a chicken leg, and respectfully bowed. Elder Xian, the master has proposed convening a Sea God Pavilion meeting, and I have come to summon you. Is it a Sea God Pavilion meeting? It does not seem like the time for our annual gathering yet. Was this meeting called for by Elder Mu on short notice? The disheveled Elder Xian, seated on the steps, lifted his weary eyes to glance at the visibly frail Yin Xiaozhe, a flicker of clarity breaking through his dazed expression. The Sea God Pavilion meeting stands as the highest deliberative assembly of Shrek Academy, determining all significant matters. Upon hearing this term, even the inebriated Elder Xian momentarily regained lucidity. Indeed, I have heard from the master that this meeting is convened for Lu Xian and Bei Bei to discuss the cultivation of reserve forces for the Sea God Pavilion. How swiftly time has passed. Merely 2 months prior, Elder Xian had ventured into the Star Doe forest, brimming with vigor, embodying the undeniable genius of Shrek Academy, the formidable Titan Douluo, and the unchallenged heir of the dragon god Douluo. Following that expedition, he was poised to inherit his master's position, barring unforeseen events. He would now be the new leader of the Sea God Pavilion, allowing his lifelong mentor to rest after years of toil. Yet now, everything has changed. He does not harbor hatred towards Elder Xian. Rather, his ire is directed at that detestable creature, the 10,000-year beast, for failing to remain within its domain and preying upon the soul beasts of its choosing. Why must it attack the disciples of Shrek's South Inner Court? Each disciple within the Inner Court represents the most precious treasure of Shrek Academy, although this incident can largely be attributed to their own negligence. The outcome of 8 fatalities and 4 injuries is something he, as the Dean of the Soul Marshal Department, cannot bear to witness. Among those involved, with the exception of 1 disciple from the Soul Guidance Department, the rest are elite members of his own department, including 2 esteemed members of the second generation of Shrek's 7 monsters, of whom he is immensely proud. The tragic demise of 8 individuals, with the survivors languishing in bed, 2 of whom are grievously injured. Only Zhang Lishuan, having consumed the Xuanwu Divine Pill, exhibits a relatively better condition. The sole silver lining is that Zhang Lishuan has absorbed the soul ring and bone of that beast, emerging as the youngest soul Douluo in Shrek Academy's 3,000-year history. A promising candidate for becoming a Limit Douluo. Even if she does not achieve the rank of Limit Douluo, she is destined to cultivate to at least level 98, ensuring a smooth succession of power within Shrek's ranks. However, the mere thought of Zhang Lishuan's 8th ring from 10,000 years past reminds Yin Xiaozhe of the greatest humiliation he recently endured, darkening his gaze. That old wretch also bore the 8th ring from 10,000 years ago. Although he cannot exact revenge at this moment, he is eager to see if, upon that old wretch's demise, any formidable individuals will emerge from the Xianming sect. It is utterly shameless to bully him simply due to one's higher cultivation. How disgraceful. Engrossed in his indulgences, Elder Xian remained oblivious to the shift in Yin Xiaozhe's demeanor. He voraciously devoured the chicken leg in his hand, unceremoniously wiping his greasy hands on his sleeve, his eyelids drooping as he rose unsteadily, leading the way toward the Sea God Lake. Having set aside his wine and chicken leg, he seemed to regain a semblance of the demeanor befitting a top-tier powerhouse of the continent. After walking for a while, he turned to Yin Xiaozhe and remarked, Lishuan and Bei Bei are children we have watched grow. They are our own, rooted deeply in the academy, and they represent the pride of our Soul Marshal Department now and in the future. Since this concerns them, we must strive to secure the utmost benefits for them. Indeed, I believe the same sentiment resonates with the teacher, Yin Xiaozhe replied. A small boat had already anchored nearby, and the 2 stepped aboard, with Yin Xiaozhe gently channeling his soul power to ensure the vessel glided steadily towards Sea God Island. Observing Elder Xian's continued somber mood, Yin Xiaozhe let out a deep sigh and softly urged, Elder Xian, this unfortunate incident is not your fault. Please do not hold yourself too accountable. Did not Lishuan represent her fellow disciples in urging you to regain your composure and remain at Sea God Pavilion? Elder Xian appeared desolate, shaking his head in anguish as he replied, Xiaozhe, there is no need for consolation. Every time I see that child Lishuan, I am reminded of the nightmare from 2 months ago. 8 seasoned disciples of the Inner Court perished before my eyes. 2 are left with lifelong disabilities, while Lishuan and another disciple are gravely injured. In order to cultivate their talents, Shrek has expended immeasurable resources and effort. The familial powers backing several of these individuals are formidable. The losses inflicted upon the Academy this time are too substantial for anyone but me to bear, and I find it difficult to forgive myself. Yan Xiaojia's expression shifted as he grasped Xuanzu's hand, his face flushed with emotion. But Elder Su, no one can guarantee that mistakes won't occur. The disciples should have been prepared to disregard life and death the moment they entered the inner academy. Every year, some of their peers encounter misfortune while executing the tasks of the inspection corps. Can this truly be blamed on you? Moreover, the responsibility does not rest solely with you. The carelessness of He Yu, Li Xian, and others also played a significant role, coupled with the formidable strength of that 10,000-year soul beast. Even two titled Douluos might struggle to subdue it. This only indicates that the disciples were unfortunate. You have already paid a heavy price for this incident. If it were not for the need to provide an explanation to those families and disciples, why would you refuse to accept the position of Sea God Pavilion Master? Elder Su, you are the pillar of the academy. You must regain your strength. Elder Su sighed and replied, Xiaojia, there is no need for further discourse. Since Lu Xian has already fallen to her knees, how can I bear to further wound her heart? Rest assured, this old body still has the strength to fight and can support you until you grow and take on the role of Sea God Pavilion Master. What I can do now is to maintain this burden of guilt and contribute more to Shrek and the new disciples in the future. Only in this way can I atone for my mistakes. It is wonderful that you can think this way, Yan Xiaojia exclaimed with joy. Elder Mu has long ceased to manage specific affairs. Elder Su is the face of the martial soul department. As long as the continent's second strongest, Elder Su, remains at the helm, no external or internal challenge can shake the position of Shrek's martial soul department. As for that old fellow Su, being self-taught, he cannot possibly rival Elder Su, the Academy's greatest prodigy. Elder Su has been mentored by Elder Mu for many years and has been nurtured by Shrek's profound heritage. The Taotai divine bull martial soul is certainly not inferior to their divine beast, the black tortoise. And then there's that Su Tianqi lad. Interestingly, Bei Bei is a few years his senior. Having followed his teacher in cultivation since childhood, he now possesses a semblance of his teacher's former prowess. His brother, Su Sanshi, has only managed to barely match Bei Bei after a year of training here. I hope that lad possesses some self-awareness and does not foolishly aspire to step into this supreme sanctuary of soul masters. Otherwise, he will surely realize how pale and ridiculous his words questioning Shrek's glory truly are. Contemplating Su Tianqi while gazing at the nearby Sea God Island, a hint of sarcasm surfaced on Yan Xiaojia's pale face. The summer insect cannot discuss ice. This young child truly knows not the heights of heaven or the depths of earth. However, as the esteemed dean of the Martial Soul Academy, it would be beneath my dignity to stoop to the level of this child. Perhaps I could have Du Weilin inquire about his circumstances. He is likely awakening his martial soul by now. Meanwhile, deep within Sea God Island, in the three-tiered pavilion known as the Sea God Pavilion, the pallor of Zhang Lishuan's complexion had improved markedly compared to 2 weeks prior, yet it still bore a hint of a sickly white. With a demeanor of utmost respect, she knelt beside the elderly man with silver hair, who reclined on a golden bench, softly articulating her thoughts. Master Mu, I vow upon my martial spirit that every word I have spoken is true. Although Sister Sie's child may have acted in defiance of an elder by striking Dean Yan, it is possible that the dean's remarks towards that child were somewhat excessive. Lishuan dared not criticize Dean Yan's efforts to uphold the honor of the academy. However, she felt that such sacred matters would likely be incomprehensible to a child who had just lost their mother. In a moment of desperation, the child's actions were, in her view, entirely justified. Lishuan had long sworn to protect Shrek for life, yet had it not been for Sister Sie's fervent defense during their journey to Stardo, she feared she might have already perished at the jaws of a soul beast. Thus, she took the audacious step of pleading for leniency on behalf of that child. Master Mu, I implore you, do not cast your wrath upon a child who has yet to comprehend the world, should Dean Yan harbor grievances. I am willing to bear the burden on behalf of Tianqi. However, before her knees could touch the ground, a gentle force of luminous soul power cradled her body, preventing her from kneeling and guiding her to rise instead. Mu'en, reclining slightly, felt the subtle tremor of soul power and revealed a face marked by the passage of time, yet illuminated by a warm smile. Child, where has your mind wandered? This incident indeed weighs heavily upon our hearts. I sent Xiaojia to apologize in hopes of alleviating the resentment of the Xianin sect. How could I ever blame a child who has just endured profound sorrow? When your sister Xia first arrived at the academy, the ancestral elder of Xianin sect had personally communicated with me. Reflecting upon this now, I feel a deep sense of regret towards them. My inability to extend my apologies in person is due to my frailty. Otherwise, it would matter not if Xiaojia were struck, if that child wished to strike me. there would be nothing to contest. Muin's voice was soft and warm, each word imbued with sincere concern, evoking a cleansing sensation that moistened Zhang Lishuan's eyes, causing her to choke back her emotions. Master Mu, how could this matter ever be attributed to you? None could have anticipated such an occurrence. Alas, I shall not shy away from the truth. The primary responsibility lies with Xuanzi. It was his complete dereliction of duty as the leading instructor that led to this misfortune. Yet, I find myself lacking both time and means to impose a fitting punishment upon him. I am truly powerless. With a deep sigh of melancholy, Muin raised a hand and said, Lishuan, assist me in standing. Zhang Lishuan hastened to support his hand. Muin's movements were slow, reminiscent of an elderly man. As he gradually rose from the wheelchair, though his back remained hunched at nearly a 90-degree angle, gazing serenely out the window as if he could perceive Xuanzi, Yin Xiaozha, and other esteemed elders approaching, he murmured, Lishuan, my time is truly limited. At most, I have no more than 20 years left. When that time comes, the only one capable of inheriting my position and safeguarding Shrek Academy will be Xuanzi. If fate could grant me another 50 years, allowing me to nurture Xiaozha, you, and Bei Bei, I would not overlook the grave mistakes committed by Xuanzu. Yet, time is not on our side, and the current Shrek must rely on its strength. I apologize. Dear child, Zhang Lishuan wept inconsolably, burying her face in her hands to wipe away her tears. Muin sighed softly and continued, at the upcoming Sea God Pavilion meeting, I will propose that you become a candidate member of the Sea God Pavilion. Once you reach the 9th ring, you will officially join the pavilion as a preparatory pavilion master. You and Bei Bei are my dearest children, and I anticipate your growth more than anyone else. When the day arrives that you become the Sea God Pavilion master, possessing strength that surpasses Xuanzu, you may hold him accountable for his past errors. Yet that is a matter for another time. Mu Lao, please refrain from speaking further. I understand, I truly do. I will cultivate diligently and safeguard Shrek. Mu In gently caressed Zhang Lishuan's forehead and sighed. My child, please guide me to the meeting. Chapter 19. Xiaozha, this situation may escalate beyond our control. We at Shrek still have to conduct business with the Xianin sect. In the grand hall of the Sea God Pavilion, Xuanzu and 6 esteemed elders, along with the 4 deans including Yin Xiaozha, took their seats at the oval table, their expressions marked by solemnity. This assembly represents the highest authority within Shrek Academy. Each individual present is a pivotal figure. The 6 elders are formidable super Douluo, and among the 4 deans of the Soul Master and Soul Guidance departments. 2 are also super Douluo, while 2 hold the title of Title Douluo. 8 super Douluo and 2 Title Douluo form the formidable foundation that allows Shrek Academy to stand proud against the world. Yin Xiaozha and Vice Dean Kai Meyer occupied the leftmost seats, facing the Dean of the Soul Guidance Department, Xian Liner, and Vice Dean Xian Duoduo. At that moment, silence enveloped the room as all awaited the words of Muin, the Sea God Pavilion Master, a dragon god Douluo of remarkable prowess. Reclining at the head of the table, let us commence the meeting now that everyone is gathered. Xiao Song, you shall preside over the proceedings. Suddenly, a gentle voice resonated, prompting the esteemed elders to straighten their postures. Yin Xiaozha and Xuanzu exchanged subtle glances, both reflecting a shared confusion. In previous meetings, Mu Lao would typically have Yin Xiaozha, his cherished disciple, lead the discussions. Why was it different today? Nevertheless, Song Lao's strength and credentials are top-notch, justifying his role as host, and neither spoke to contest it. Rising from his seat on the right side of the table, Song Lao smiled warmly and nodded to the assembly, then began, esteemed colleagues. Mu Lao has convened this impromptu meeting of the Sea God Pavilion to discuss the cultivation of 3 students, all of whom exhibit exceptional talent and potential to become super Douluo. Upon hearing this, Yin Xiaozha and Xuanzu's confusion deepened. Were there not only Lishuan and Bei Bei? Who could the 3rd student be? Bei Bei had merely enrolled last year, and aside from Su Sanshur in the 1st year, none could rival him. Could it be Su Sanshur? Yin Xiaozha, as the esteemed dean of the Soul Master Department at Shrek Academy, possessed an intimate understanding of the external academy's prodigies. Instantly, he recalled Su Sanshur, the only individual capable of rivaling Bei Bei. The 2 excelled in their respective domains, one in offense and the other in defense, shining brightly like twin stars. Both were included among the core disciples of the Soul Master Department, and he held high hopes for them. The first child he mentioned was the Academy's current foremost talent, Zhang Lishuan, a girl who had grown up before their eyes. She hailed from a reputable lineage, embodying the essence of a true Shrek individual, destined to become a pillar of Shrek Academy in the future. Elder Song praised Zhang Lishuan with a light chuckle, while Xuanzi and others smiled in agreement. In terms of lineage, no student was more deserving of the honor of being a Shrek person than Zhang Lishuan. Even Bei Bei bore the mark of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. Previously, during the Star Doe expedition, Leshuan had fortuitously absorbed an 8th ring and a soul bone from 10,000-year-old spirits, ensuring her future as a super Douluo, a talent of the highest order. The Academy would seek the most suitable soul rings for her upon her reaching level 90, making her advancement to level 98 merely a matter of time, and level 99 quite promising. Therefore, both Elder Mu and I believe she should be groomed as a potential successor to the Sea God Pavilion Master. Today, let us nominate her as a preparatory member of the Sea God Pavilion, with her official entry upon becoming a titled Douluo. Let us vote. All 10 raised their hands in unanimous approval. Excellent. Let us proceed to the next agenda. Elder Song nodded, casting a smile towards Elder Mu, who reclined in his chair, and continued. The second topic concerns the internal selection of 2 successors for the next generation of the Shrek 7 monsters. As you may be aware, last year, 2 exceptionally gifted prodigies emerged from the external academy, one being Bebe, well known to all, and the other, Su Sanshur, a direct disciple from the reclusive Xianming sect. Here he comes. Indeed, it is Su Sanshur. Had it not been for previous events, he would have welcomed the emergence of 2 internal candidates among his core disciples, but now, he found it necessary to intervene. These 2 prodigies not only possessed remarkable training talent and powerful soul skills, but they also exhibited unique capabilities, with the potential for temporary evolution of their martial souls, making cross-dire combat a possibility. Therefore, both Elder Mu and I believe, Elder Song, along with our esteemed teachers, should we reconsider this matter? Yan Xiaozhe raised his hand and stood, bowing to Elder Song, Xuanzi, and the other 6 elders, interrupting Elder Song's discourse. The 6 elders, including Xuanzi, cast skeptical glances, and even the 3 deans, including Yan Xiaozhe's wife, Kai Meyer, expressed doubt. Is Yan Xiaozhe losing his mind? Old Yan, have you taken the wrong medicine these past few days? What nonsense are you spouting? Bebe is a genuine member of our academy. Shouldn't you promptly apologize to Elder Mu and Elder Song? Qian Duo squinted at Yan Xiaozhe, the first to admonish him. Everyone understood the implications of Bebe becoming an internal candidate for the 7 monsters. Even if you are Elder Mu's most cherished disciple, can you truly hinder him from nurturing his great-grandson? Is that not courting disaster? Yan Xiaozhe shook his head and, despite the pressure from his senior colleagues, continued. I certainly do not oppose Bebe. He is a child we have all watched grow. I wholeheartedly support his becoming one of the 7 monsters. My opposition lies with Su Sanshur. Although he possesses great talent, his background in the Xianming sect raises concerns. I believe it is imprudent to hastily grant him a position among the 7 monsters and to invest significant resources in him, as this investment cannot guarantee returns. After all, even the talents of the younger generation, such as Xiao Tao and Yu Hong, have not been designated as the 7 monsters. In terms of heritage and loyalty to Shrek, Xiao Tao and Yu Hong are far more dependable than Su Sanshur. As Yan Xiaozhe's words resonated, the skepticism in the eyes of the gathered elders diminished significantly. This was the right approach. It was impossible for the astute Xiaozhe to commit such a fundamental error. Xuanzi cleared his throat and was the first to voice his support, stating, I believe what Xiaozhe has said is wise counsel. While Su Sanchi's talent is commendable, it does not compare to the familiarity we have with Bebe. Even if we were to consider granting him a position among the 7 monsters, we could afford to observe him for a few more years. This matter is grave, not only symbolizing honor but also representing a higher level of resource cultivation and the Academy's trust and expectations. It would indeed be inappropriate for Su Sanshur, a mere child who has just entered Shrek for a year, to receive what even the descendants of the original 7 monsters have not. Yan Xiaozhe's eyes brightened. Xuanzi's wisdom was evident, providing everyone with a way to step back. Following Xuanzi's words, a majority of the elders present displayed expressions of agreement. And even Xian Liner and Qian Duo appeared contemplative, finding the reasoning sound. The designation of the 7 monsters symbolizes the highest honor of the Academy. Countless talents have broken their heads over a single spot, and the selection must be approached with utmost caution. At this moment, Lin Lao, sitting opposite Xuanzi, spoke up to express a differing opinion. Esteemed colleagues, the designation of the 7 monsters is based on talent. Su Sanshur possesses sufficient aptitude. What is wrong with granting him this qualification? Is there anyone among his generation capable of displacing him from this position? The timing of the designation, be it early or late, holds little significance. This statement garnered acknowledgement and wavering support from several elders. Does this not further indicate that we ought to nurture this child to mend relations? We indeed owe an apology to that girl, Yuer, rebutted Elder Song, shaking his head. Xuanzi's expression dimmed, and as Yan Xiaozhe attempted to speak again, he was cheerfully interrupted by Lin Lao. Xiaozhe, I am aware that you have faced some grievances from the Xianming sect, but escalating this matter could lead to undesirable consequences. Shrek must maintain its business relations with the Xianming sect. Lin Lao's voice was gentle, yet her words were striking, instantly capturing everyone's attention. She offered a kind smile to the assembly, as she presided over the treasure pavilion in Shrek City and was well versed in the city's economic dealings, particularly with the Xianming sect, a significant player in the medicinal trade. Shrek City operates autonomously, possessing its own tax collection rights, and the Xuanwu Chamber of Commerce, under the Xianming sect, is a substantial taxpayer. Do not assume that I, Lin Huachuan, speak in favor of outsiders. Over the years, I have engaged in dealings with the Xuanwu Chamber of Commerce, allowing me to gain a deeper understanding of them. As far as I know, the Xianming sect is not merely represented by the solitary figure of Su Xiaoyun. It is estimated that they possess approximately 3 super Douluos and more than 10 title Douluos, making their strength unparalleled among all hidden sects, rivaling even the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. The Xianming Turtle Martial Spirit, which is the pinnacle of defensive martial spirits, is so formidable that none among us dare claim superiority in martial spirits over them. Such power necessitates our utmost caution. With that said, she cast a glance at Elder Song beside her, her tone becoming markedly more serious. I once encountered another ancient figure from the Xianming sect, whose cultivation was on par with mine, possibly nearing Elder Song's level. Thus, we cannot afford to underestimate the Xianming sect. The mention of possibly nearing Elder Song reverberated throughout the Sea God Pavilion, causing the eyes of the centenarian elders to suddenly brighten, as if they had regained several years of youth. Elder Song stands as the 3rd strongest in the Sea God Pavilion, second only to Mu In and Xuanzi. With a cultivation level reaching 97, wielding the Blue Shadow Divine Eagle Martial Spirit, renowned as the world's foremost agile attacker. To be close to Elder Song indicates at least a peak level of 96, and a resilient old turtle at that, with Su Xiaoyun at level 98. Alongside several super Douluos and more than 10 title Douluos, excluding Elder Mu, this formidable strength is sufficient to instill a sense of grave concern in the Sea God Pavilion. However, Elder Mu's current condition cannot be easily disregarded. Mu In remained motionless in his golden tree chair, his eyelids half open, having said nothing from beginning to end. Seemingly utterly disinterested, Elder Lin gazed reverently at Mu In and continued, "Furthermore, the Xianming sect excels in alchemy, and their renowned Xianshui pill and Xuanwu Divine pill are well known to you all. If we allow minor conflicts to escalate into a serious rift, I must candidly say that it would be rather inappropriate, for we truly do not possess the moral high ground in this matter. Nurturing relations with Su Sanshur presents an opportunity for reconciliation. As for Xiaozha's matter, we can deliberate it gradually." At this point, the choices of the numerous elders became quite evident. Shrek serves as the spiritual leader of soul masters across the land, fundamentally reliant on its relationships with the great nobility and sections. Historically, they have always sought to maintain amicable ties with these powerful entities. When has there ever been a precedent for actively severing bonds with the great nobility and sects? Not to mention that Elder Xian's affair, if made public, would be a tremendous scandal. You have all spoken quite thoroughly. Allow me to add a word." At that moment, the steadfast Mu In finally spoke, prompting everyone to hold their breath in anticipation. "As far as I am aware, Su Sanchi's mother, the lady of the Xianming sect, is the eldest princess of the Doling Empire, the aunt of the new Doling Emperor." Well, there you have it. With Mu In's decisive statement, there remained no doubt among the assembly, and all 10 votes were unanimously passed. Despite the Doling Empire being the weakest among the 3 nations, it is still a nation nonetheless. As the meeting concluded, Mu In called over the visibly troubled Yin Xiaozha. "Xiaozha, stay behind. I have some words to share with you." "Yes, master." The about to depart, Yin Xiaozha halted, adopting the demeanor of an obedient child, his head lowered in dejection as he approached Mu In with sincerity. Dear Yin Xiaozha, how dare you defy the will of Master Mu? You may find yourself in quite the predicament now. Alas, what splendid weather we have today." Chapter 20. Mu In, once I depart, who knows what will become of Shrek? "Xiaozha," Mu In elongated his tone, weakly calling for his cherished disciple. Master. I am here," Yin Xiaozha replied, his visage steeped in utmost reverence, nearly bowing at a 90-degree angle, fearful of inciting Mu In's ire. "How have you fared since your injuries at the Xianming sect?" Mu In inquired languidly. "The external wounds have been treated by Elder Zhuang, and with your intervention, I have nearly recovered from Elder Su's seal. However, Elder Zhuang has advised that I still need to recuperate for another 10 days to a fortnight." Having faced an unprecedented humiliation, Xiaozha's understanding of the formidable power possessed by a super Douluo of level 98 became painfully clear. Such beings could effortlessly extinguish his existence. His own mentor, the dragon god Douluo Mu In, stood as the unrivaled strongest on the Douluo Continent, the sole extreme Douluo of this era, his realm towering like an unattainable peak. Xiaozhe pondered whether he would ever reach even a fraction of his master's heights in this lifetime. Muin nodded gently and remarked, "That is reassuring. As the successor of Xuanzi, you are the most promising candidate within the academy to attain my realm. Your potential far surpasses that of the elders. Do you grasp the weight of my expectations?" Yin Xiaozhe bowed his head in acknowledgement, clasping his hands in reverence. Disciple understands. Over the years, I have never wavered in my training and shall strive to cultivate to a level that instills fear in all nefarious entities before Elder Xian retires. I will uphold this duty for Lishuan and Beibei. Muin nodded slowly, but then his tone grew serious. However, Xiaozhe, how many years have passed since you broke through level 95 without further progress? With your talent, this should not be the case. Yin Xiaozhe broke into a cold sweat. His back dampened as his mind raced to respond. Disciple has devoted too much thought to the administrative duties of the martial soul department and has failed to immerse himself in secluded cultivation. But rest assured, Master, I shall achieve a breakthrough within the next decade. I have no doubts about that, Muin replied thoughtfully, casting a resigned glance at his most cherished disciple. But Xiaozhe, can the administrative matters of the martial soul department truly consume so much of your energy? I, too, have held the position of dean of the martial soul department. Yet I did not allow such responsibilities to hinder my cultivation. Perhaps you have diverted your focus to other matters, such as the subtle rivalries with Liner from the Soul Guidance Department? Yin Xiaozhe's forehead glistened with beads of sweat as he stammered, his lips quivering, ultimately unable to defend himself before his esteemed mentor. The droplets fell from his brow, landing on the ground with a distinct sound, echoing in the quiet. In the presence of such a sagacious teacher, no falsehood could hold weight. Alas, it is also my fault for being too negligent over the years, believing that competition between your two departments fostered vitality. Yet, it was only after Xuanzi encountered difficulties that I realized the issues within the Sea God Pavilion had become so grave. Mu In lamented, shaking his head in anguish, channeling his light soul power to muster the strength to rise. Master, there is no need for such distress. I am the unfilial disciple. Yin Xiaozhe was taken aback, flustered as he rushed to support Muan. He realized that his teacher was genuinely serious, although he did not believe he had erred in his endeavors over the years. The profound disappointment in his teacher regarding his slow progress left him in a state of agitation. Not only that, Xiaozhe, you must understand that your martial spirit is the radiant phoenix, a symbol of brilliance and grandeur. Only those with an open heart can fully harness the power of such radiance. However, your disposition lacks a certain magnanimity, which has hindered your comprehension and application of light soul power. Were it not for this shortcoming, your achievements today would undoubtedly surpass your current state. Even if you have not yet reached Elder Song's level, you should be at the pinnacle of the 96th rank, and within 10 years. A breakthrough to the 97th rank would be inevitable. In such a case, even when faced with a formidable opponent like Xuanzi, you could hold your own. Do not forget that you were once the foremost talent of the Academy's golden generation. After years of cultivation under my guidance, with the aid of a 100,000-year soul ring and soul bone, you are now well past your 90s. Yet your cultivation level is merely on par with Liner. At best slightly superior. In terms of pure cultivation, you may not even surpass Liner, for she, as a true battle god Douluo, genuinely relishes the process of combat and invests immense effort into it. Yin Xiaozhe bowed his head deeper, his shoulders trembling uncomfortably, at a loss for words. Feeling an immense pressure that overshadowed even the strain of battling a 100,000-year soul beast. I am merely sharing my experience. And how much you take to heart is ultimately your own concern. Muin sighed, shaking his head, his gaze penetrating as he looked at Yin Xiaozhe. He had not intended to be so blunt, but time was of the essence, and as a teacher, he felt compelled to address Yin Xiaozhe's issues directly. Whether Yin Xiaozhe could grasp any of this or effect any change depended solely on his own insight. At Yin Xiaozhe's age, character had long been established, and even if he wished to change, it would not be achievable overnight. A shift in thought softened Mu In's tone as he continued, Xiaozhe, over the years, you have diligently nurtured a multitude of outstanding talents for the Academy. The current thriving state of the Academy owes much to your efforts as the Dean of the Martial Spirit Department. Feeling a sense of guilt, Yin Xiaozhe was reluctant to accept such praise from his teacher. After years of hard work being recognized, he finally exhaled in relief, though he continued to shake his head in modesty. However, Xiaozhe, a portion of the success of your Martial Spirit Department is built upon your relentless suppression of the Soul Guidance Department status. While it may not have been a mistake for you, as the Dean of the Martial Spirit Department, to do so, you are destined to become the Sea God Pavilion Master in the coming decades, and your perspective must transcend the narrow confines of local gains and losses. Moreover, as Liner pointed out, you have a tendency to be overly meticulous, overly concerned with trifles. If you were to inherit the position of Sea God Pavilion Master, it is likely that the Soul Guidance Department could be reduced to a mere subordinate of the Martial Spirit Department. To put it bluntly, in recent years, the Shrek's 7 monsters have seen almost no disciples from the Soul Guidance Department. Each member is an elite from the Martial Spirit Department. If this continues, will there still be a place for the Soul Guidance Department within Shrek? Under the scrutinizing gaze of Muin, Yin Xiaozhi found himself unable to offer any evasive arguments. He merely nodded and promptly assured, "Rest assured, teacher, I understand. From now on, I will refrain from such thoughts and will ease up on the conflicts with the Soul Guidance Department, demonstrating the magnanimity of our Martial Spirit Department." One could only hope so. Muin observed Yin Xiaozhi, who still looked down upon the Soul Guidance Department with a tone of pity, and a profound sense of helplessness rose within him. He had initially contemplated using the tragic incident involving the 12 inner courtyard disciples to provoke some introspection within the Martial Spirit Department regarding concessions to the Soul Guidance Department. However, he hesitated since the Soul Guidance Department was unable to produce high-level soul-guided devices suitable for these inner disciples. It was indeed a formidable challenge to expect them to create devices capable of hunting 10,000-year soul beasts. Vice President Qian Duo of the Soul Guidance Department, a half-eighth level soul master, merely consoled himself with the notion that he could not create 9th-level soul-guided devices. In reality, his level of expertise hardly surpassed that of 8th-level soul masters from the 3 kingdoms. As for the president of the Soul Guidance Department, Xian Liner, her title of martial god belied her true nature as a bona fide soul master. Given Yin Xiaozhi's current attitude, what more could Muin say? Go now. Reflect on my words, and take care. I look forward to witnessing your progress. Yes. Yin Xiaozhi took a few steps back and, upon nearing the entrance of the Sea God Pavilion, turned his body and walked out with his head held high. By the time I leave, I wonder what Shrek will become, Bebe. If only you had been born a few decades earlier. Inside the Sea God Pavilion, the aged Muin let out a deep sigh. Upon exiting, Yin Xiaozhi unfurled his resplendent phoenix wings, soaring gracefully amidst the soaring cries of the phoenix, streaking like a meteor across the skies above the Sea God Lake. Upon landing by the riverside, his gaze shifted several times before he ultimately steeled his resolve, retrieving a voice transmission soul-guided device from his bosom. After pressing a button and infusing it with soul power, he spoke. Is this Violin? This is Yin Xiaozhi. The voice of Du Violin, the head of the Martial Spirit Department, soon resonated from the other end. Director Yin, it is I. What is your command? There is a small matter I need you to attend to, Yin Xiaozhi replied, his expression darkening and voice dropping. Utilize our spies in Xianming City to ascertain the status of Su Tianxi, the 3rd son of the Xianming Sect's master, regarding his martial spirit awakening and innate soul power. No. If he successfully awakens the Xianming turtle martial spirit and possesses high innate soul power, then it will suffice. There is no need to concern ourselves further. However, if he fails to awaken the Xianming turtle and has low innate soul power, you shall contact the sect master's wife, Princess Shui Lingxuan of the Doling Empire, on my behalf and inform her that I have a proposition for her. After a long silence on the other end, Du Violin's hesitant voice finally broke through. Director, wouldn't this be against the rules? After all, Shrek maintains a neutral stance. Yin Xiaozhi scoffed lightly, dismissively stating, what are you afraid of? I am merely asking her, this esteemed lady, to fulfill her supervisory duties over her son. What harm is there in that? It's not like I'm asking her to commit murder. Are the benefits of Shrek so easily acquired? Her son has been appointed as one of the 7 monsters. What an honor that is. This is merely a trivial matter. Besides, I've heard that the atmosphere within the Xianming sect is quite unfavorable, and Su Sanshi is not well regarded among them. Could Su Tianxi truly be more talented than Su Sanshi? Du Weilin fell into a moment of silence before responding. Very well, Dean, I comprehend your intentions. Expedite the matter. I await your news. Upon concluding the call, Yin Xiaozhi exhaled deeply, feeling a considerable amount of pressure dissipate. Turning his gaze toward the direction of the Sea God Pavilion, his previously bewildered expression gradually transformed into one of determination as he murmured, Teacher, perhaps you were indeed correct. Lacking a touch of grandeur has hindered my progress. Yet, I have always believed that the interests of myself, the martial soul system, and even Shrek must be firmly grasped in my own hands. Until this resentment is resolved, my spirit shall remain unsettled. As long as I, Yin Xiaozhi, draw breath, I shall not permit anyone to tarnish the glory and interests of Shrek. No one shall. Chapter 21. The Unattainable Inner Court, Su Tianxi. The efficiency of Shrek Academy was remarkable. Merely 3 days later, a succinct dossier appeared on Du Weilin's desk. The director of the Outer Court. This time, you've truly outdone yourself, my brother. Take this to the city lord and claim your reward. Du Weilin penned a note and handed it to the masked man, shrouded entirely in a black cloak. Director, you are too gracious. Serving the Academy is our honor as Shrek citizens. The masked figure accepted the note, and with a flicker of the 8 soul rings enveloping him, vanished from Du Weiland's office. Truly, he is a genius who emerged from our outer court. With you around, Shrek shall remain steadfast. Du Weiland gazed appreciatively in the direction of the masked figure's departure, a smile gracing his lips. The individual had once been a student of Shrek Academy, but failed to gain admission to the inner court. After graduating from the outer court, he joined the city's defense forces, serving under Shrek City's jurisdiction, and remains the swiftest soul de law in the defense army to this day. With Dean Yin personally emphasizing the urgency of the matter, Du Weiland was compelled to act without delay, seeking assistance from the defense forces. Although Su Tianqi had not awakened the Xianming turtle, he possessed innate soul power at the 7th level, marking him as a commendable talent. Let the esteemed Dean make the final decision. Oh, a rare mental-type martial soul, Moonshadow, with innate soul power at the 7th level? This lad's talent is not entirely lacking. Alas, it appears his martial soul has undergone a malignant mutation. Even with the Xian Shui pill and Xuanwu Divine pill, he has only reached the 7th level. Without such elixirs, he might scarcely attain the 3rd level. Yin Xiaozhe slammed the urgent intelligence report onto the table, a hint of derision flickering across his face. Weiland, what is your assessment of this young man's talent? Will he graduate from the outer court? Can he gain entry to the inner court? From my perspective, unless his martial soul possesses some extraordinary quality unknown to us, he may barely manage to graduate from the outer court. But entry to the inner court remains beyond his reach. Du Weiland's tone was resolute as he continued with a measured analysis. With innate soul power at the 7th level, he has merely reached the minimum threshold for graduation from our outer court. Each year, fewer than 50 students graduate from the outer court, all of whom possess innate soul power no less than 7th level. The spiritual type martial soul possesses certain distinctive qualities compared to other martial souls. Should one diligently cultivate their abilities, there exists a potential for graduation from the external academy. Shrek Academy attracts countless prodigies from the 3 kingdoms. With a portion of individuals eliminated each year, those fortunate enough to enter the 6th grade are seldom below innate level 7, innate level 8 or 9 talents. Even those with full soul power are rare in the outside world, yet they are quite commonplace within the halls of Shrek Academy, continuously flowing in each year. Despite the Academy's evolution over millennia, the title de law has become less of a rarity. However, the majority of title de law from the original 3 kingdoms still possess innate soul power above level 7, with few exceptions. This is one reason why the external academy has set such high graduation standards. While it is true that occasionally a genius with innate level 7 soul power may pass the assessments of the inner academy, the spiritual attribute of Su Tianqi renders success nearly impossible unless the Xianin sect is willing to invest considerable resources in him. Du Weiland, having taken into account Su Tianqi's background, made a prudent judgment. Yin Xiaozhe smiled and inquired, so that means it is impossible. Why are you so certain? The dean possesses an astute eye. Why must you inquire of me? Du Weiland chuckled while shaking his head, then solemnly stated, the reasoning is quite simple. Spirit attribute soul beasts are exceedingly rare, and powerful ones are even scarcer. Even with our academy's extensive heritage, it would be difficult to find a suitable soul ring configuration for him, let alone the Xianin sect. Without a fitting soul ring, it becomes arduous for his martial soul to progress. Reaching 7 rings would be an impressive feat, and where would one find suitable soul beasts thereafter? Surely, we cannot venture to the Sun and Moon Empire in search of evil-eyed creatures. As he spoke, Du Weiland found a touch of humor in his own words. The evil spirit forest is a perilous realm for soul masters, rivaling the Star Dove forest in danger, a place even title de law regard with trepidation. Although the Xianin sect possesses depth, it is unlikely they would squander resources on such a tenuous prospect, especially with fierce internal competition. By the way, what of that old Su and the head of the Su family? Have you thoroughly investigated their circumstances? Yin Xiaozhe recalled the 2 individuals in close relation to Su Tianqi and cautiously inquired, should the old Su stubbornly nurture Su Tianqi, he would indeed find himself at an impasse. It is reasonable to send a message to Shui Lingxuan. Whether to respond should be left to her discretion. Yin Xiaozhe paced thoughtfully before reaching a decision. Very well, Du Weiland replied, turning to make preparations. In the chambers of the Xianin sect's matriarch, Shui Lingxuan, adorned in elegant palace attire, held a letter in hand, her brows furrowed in contemplation. After closing her eyes and pondering for an extended period, she opened her beautiful eyes and beckoned the 2 maidservants standing respectfully beside her. Xuehan, Xuanwan, what are your thoughts? The 2 exchanged glances and replied in unison. It is entirely up to your highness to decide. They were Shui Lingxuan's personal maidservants brought from the Doling Empire, granted the surname Shui, making them unequivocally loyal to her. To allow this palace to decide, this matter is quite vexing. What should I do? Having married into the Xianin sect for many years, Xue Lingxuan possessed a modicum of understanding regarding the sect's profound strength, which could only be described as unfathomable. However, she did not anticipate that her family would hold a significant disdain for the husband who had eloped with her. Even though he revealed his identity as the master of the Xianming sect and exhibited cultivation close to that of a titled Douluo, her once doting father and her newly ascended nephew were equally unwelcoming. Her husband, once a prodigy in his youth, was not a mere clay figurine. He could not endure the mockery and contempt directed towards him, leading to a swift and discordant parting. Upon returning with her husband, though her title as a princess had not been revoked, her influence as a former princess in the Doling Empire was considerably diminished. The head of Shrek Academy suggested that she create difficulties for Su Tianqi, a truly shameless proposition. The gravity of the situation depended on the significance of that young man in her husband's heart. Xue Lingxuan slowly resolved her thoughts and turned to the two women. Instructing, Xue Han, gather people to prepare the whale glue-nourishing soup and invite the master tonight. I wish to have a candlelit conversation with him. Xuanwan, take a group to the market and procure a variety of toys that children adore. The more diverse, the better. Tomorrow, in my name, send them to Su Tianqi of the second house, and also check if he lacks any benefits. Make sure to provide him with everything he needs. Xue Han's cheeks flushed slightly as she respectfully acknowledged the order, fully aware that whale glue was a potent tonic, understanding the implications of a candlelit conversation. The princess clearly had feelings for the master. Xuanwan, however, appeared perplexed and inquired, "This servant is dull-witted and cannot comprehend your highness's intentions. What does this mean? What could it mean? It is merely about treating him well, giving him what he desires, allowing him to indulge in pleasure without the need for diligent cultivation. Is this not how royalty fosters a prodigal?" Xue Lingxuan replied languidly, playfully tossing her hair. "That child has just lost his mother. It is only fitting for me to show concern. As for whether this endeavor bears fruit, that is beyond my control. I have done what I can. I hope they will take more care of Sanshur. After all, I am merely a sole king. They cannot expect me to take action myself. Very well. You two may leave now. Let Xue Xian and Xue Ling come in. I must prepare after my bath. It has been quite a while since I last saw the master, and I miss him. He mentioned he would be in seclusion for 2 to 3 years. And if I do not see him now, I shall have much to ponder later." Understood. The two women bowed gracefully before departing. Once the room was devoid of anyone, a hint of derision flickered in Xue Lingxuan's eyes. The prideful individuals from Shrek were so accustomed to their arrogance that they believed everyone would willingly serve as their pawns. Were it not for the fear of the Sun and Moon Empire, the 3 great empires would not tolerate such a supreme emperor riding atop them, wielding power. Especially for the royal family. While the threat from the Sun and Moon Empire was indeed formidable, how could the looming threat from Shrek, which could topple their throne at any moment, be any less daunting? As night fell, Su Fu, summoned under the pretense of discussing serious matters by Xue Lingxuan, was startled to find the grand lady adorned in elegant attire waiting for him. Golden hairpins adorned her false hair, and delicate ornaments accentuated her chest, creating an exquisite display. After consuming several bowls of the whale glue-nourishing soup, the remainder was unnecessary to elaborate upon. The following noon, while perusing books in the library, Su Tianqi gazed at the pile of antique toys, assorted books, and a gold soul card brought by Xuanwan, his mind filled with questions. Xuanwu and Yulao. What does the term the First Lady mean? What is the purpose of her actions? Su Tianqi absent-mindedly picked up an arrow used for a throwing pot and twirled it in his fingers, a look of contemplation crossing his face. While the item was indeed impressive, he pondered the reason behind her giving it to him, especially since he had not paid her a visit. Yulao furrowed his brow in thought, while Xuanwu, rather bluntly, remarked, "I believe she simply wishes to flaunt her status. Why don't you, third young master, join second young master for some leisure time?" That seemed reasonable. Without further ado, Su Tianqi directly sought assistance from Su Xiaoyan to locate the elusive Su Sanshur, who had been avoiding him these days, and with a smile, he said, "Third brother, I have a matter I wish to consult you about. I cannot speak to other matters, but when I went to pay my respects to her this morning, I found her still in bed, unable to rise. Upon inquiring with my mother's personal maid, I learned that the old man was summoned by my mother last night, and they had quite the night together." Su Tianqi responded with a perplexed expression. What on earth is happening? Could it be that Su Fu pleased her, prompting her to distribute some rewards? Upon reflection, Su Fu seemed quite noble. After all, Xue Lingxuan was at that age of fervor, and his diligent efforts could be seen as a means to benefit both of them. Even if he himself had little need for such gestures, it appeared that the old man was indeed a good person. Su Tianqi sighed with an inexplicable sentiment. Recognizing that while he could not fully ascertain Xue Lingxuan's motives, The presence of his ancestor behind him rendered further speculation unnecessary. Indeed, the old man is truly a good person, Su Sancher wholeheartedly agreed, feeling the weight of the newly acquired gold soul card in his hands. Su Xiaoyan stood silently, his gaze flickering slightly as he caught a whiff of a familiar scent. Perhaps he should inquire about Su Fu later. Chapter 22. Su Tianqi mused. If what you say is true, could Shrek be the lair of evil soul masters? Such artifacts were enjoyable for leisure, but one must not indulge excessively to the detriment of their cultivation. Su Tianqi and Su Sancher nodded in agreement, vowing to sever ties with the idling soul masters and diligently strive to become worthy successors of the Xianming sect. Well then, it's just in time for a meal. Let us go eat together, and afterward, you brothers can practice your martial skills. It's time to eat? Fantastic. This time, no one will stop me. I intend to eat until I burst. Su Sancher, who moments ago had been lamenting Su Tianqi's arrival, suddenly sprang to his feet with an energy that rivaled Su Tianqi's own, as if imbued with the speed-enhancing soul skill of a soul master wielding the 7 treasures glazed tile pagoda. It was as if he believed no one would deny him a hearty meal, evidently. The provisions we prepared at home were far superior to what he consumed at Shrek's outer courtyard. Observing Su Sanchi's exuberance, Su Xiaoyan could not help but laugh heartily, and he, along with the beaming Su Tianqi, hurried to keep up. Indeed, while Shrek boasted abundant resources, how much of it truly benefited a core disciple? How could it possibly compare to the concentrated support from the Xianming sect? Recalling the delightful meals he had shared with Su Xiaoyan over the past 2 days, a smile crept across Su Tianqi's face. The alchemical families truly spared no expense in their medicinal cuisine, and the stock of ingredients was astonishingly plentiful. The Xianming sect's formulation of the Xian Shui pill necessitates the utilization of the essence blood from over a dozen water attribute soul beasts, alongside a myriad of water attribute flora as raw materials. Among these ingredients, many boast an age exceeding a century, and even a casual selection from them yields top-tier culinary delights. The more advanced Xuanwu Divine Pill incorporates materials that are millennia old. Given Su Xiaoyan's esteemed status, the quality of his meals is of little consequence. Even Su Tianqi and Su Sancher partake in such indulgences. Upon arriving at the exclusive dining hall with Su Tianqi, Su Sancher was already devouring a basin-sized serving of rice. Wielding chopsticks in one hand and a spoon in the other, voraciously enjoying 4 dishes and a soup, his manner of eating quite unrestrained. Beside his plate sat a dish of millennium-aged sea grapes to cleanse the palate, each grape glistening with dew and exuding a subtle fragrance that was utterly tantalizing. In this single meal, Su Sancher had already consumed the essence of numerous soul beasts aged over a century. If one were to consider Mu N's brutal defeat of scorpion tiger Doa Zhangpeng while absorbing soul beast blood for cultivation, Su Sancher could certainly be regarded as a burgeoning evil soul master. What? You claim he is a core disciple of the Shrek Academy's outer court? Then all is well. As he feasted, Su Sancher hummed a cheerful tune, his expression radiating satisfaction. Upon noticing Su Tianqi's arrival, he eagerly gestured for him to take a seat. Come, Tianqi. We are indeed blessed by our ancestor. I must tell you, these dishes far surpass what I have eaten at the Shrek outer court. They are simply on another level, truly a delight. Su Tianqi, taking a similarly portioned meal, settled opposite Su Sancher, sipping soup as he chuckled. What do you mean by that? In the Shrek outer court, the cafeteria lacks even tables and chairs. One wonders where all the Academy's funding has gone. They are nothing but a bunch of unscrupulous merchants. Su Sancher exclaimed, his tone filled with indignation. Reclining comfortably in his chair, he pointed at the food with a beaming smile. As a core disciple of the martial soul department at Shrek, I do receive soul beast medicinal dishes, but they are merely a decade old, barely beneficial, hardly comparable to the comfort of these meals. I have heard about the treatment of core disciples in the soul engineering department, and their food is far inferior to ours. It pales in comparison to what we enjoy. Su Sancher popped a few sea grapes into his mouth, his expression a mix of nostalgia and longing. If it wouldn't be too troublesome, I could write you a letter each month to share my thoughts, allowing you to feel a sense of involvement. Come now, Tianqi. You're starting to sound like that fellow Bei, always with the banter. Su Sancher waved his hand dismissively. Relax. Shrek has its rules against indiscriminate slaughter of soul beasts. One must eliminate 100 soul beasts of the same species within half an hour, employing secret methods to provoke the fusion of their soul rings, all for a mere 10% chance of acquiring a soul bone, and even then, the quality would be quite poor. Still, it is better than nothing. Is Shrek really that sinister? Is it the stronghold of evil soul masters? Su Tianqi inquired earnestly. Hearing this, Su Sanchi's expression turned serious, and he raised a finger to his lips in a gesture for silence, even if it seemed factual. Such words should not be uttered. Su Tianqi nodded in a state of partial understanding, then retorted, I comprehend your implication, yet why do you use the term like? In a certain sense, it bears resemblance to the lair of the sinister soul masters. You are unaware of my unfortunate experiences at Shrek. Shortly after my talents were revealed, I became the target of a 6th grade senior. I cannot fathom the nature of her martial soul, even if her divine beast bloodline lacks the purity of mine. Her sinister flame remains unextinguished and requires someone to suppress it, lest it impede her cultivation. Another senior with an ice martial soul from her grade became weary of her incessant requests for help, and thus she turned her attention to me. I am not certain which fool divulged the strength of my water attribute martial soul to her. The process of suppressing her sinister flame was nothing short of excruciating. Su Tianqi's lips twitched slightly, astonished that Su Sanqi's torment began so early. However, to be candid, though that experience was distressing, it did yield certain benefits. Yet, that senior was excessively rough. Upon finding me, she simply whisked me away. The first time I encountered her, I genuinely believed I was under attack by a sinister soul master. After it was over, I felt utterly drained. Tianqi, you are not at the academy, so you cannot fathom my suffering. By the time that Ma Xiaotao sought me out, she was already a 4th ring soul master and the foremost expert of the outer court, while I was merely at the 2nd ring, devoid of the means to resist her. Even my teacher was unable to assist me. My plight was truly dire. Alas! Su Tianqi sighed at Su Sanqi's lamentable experiences. Ma Xiaotao was a direct disciple of Yin Xiaojia. Your homeroom teacher likely dared not aid you and was incapable of doing so. As for the so-called suppression of the sinister flame, Su Xiaoyun possessed some knowledge. It appeared to be a rather standard invocation of soul power for suppression. However, if it were to harm the source or inadvertently lead to the loss of one's innocence, the repercussions for Su Sanshi would be catastrophic. After some contemplation, Su Xiaoyun deemed it prudent to exercise caution. With a flick of his right wrist, an object manifested in his palm, radiating waves of brilliant white light. Su Sanshi and Su Tianqi gazed intently, revealing what was unmistakably a miniature version of a human right leg bone, entirely transparent like crystal, resembling the most exquisite of artworks. Its surface bore faint golden patterns, shimmering with a regal hue that captivated the eye. The bright white glow of soul power emanated from its surface, forming an ethereal silhouette of a fearsome beast in midair, reminiscent of a colossal shark roaring amidst turbulent seas. Is this a soul bone? Su Sanshi and Su Tianqi exclaimed in unison. Chapter 23, Golden Tortoise Soul Bone. Level 3 Soul Mentor, setting forth to the extreme north. Indeed, this is the right leg bone from among the 6 great soul bones. Procured from a 50,000-year-old coastal dominator soul beast, the demon soul great white shark. It was a treasure I acquired during my youthful forays into the outside world. But I already possessed a right leg bone at that time, thus I have kept it. Judging by its quality, this soul bone is flawless and can be deemed exquisite. The demon soul great white shark possessed a regal bloodline in life, making it extraordinary. This soul bone encapsulates its supreme water attribute essence. Upon fusion, you should acquire a formidable offensive or control type soul skill, significantly enhancing both your physical capabilities and water attribute affinity, proving to be immensely beneficial. Absorb it here, and I shall guard you. Old ancestor, I, Su Sanshi, was moved to tears, yet I refrained from accepting the soul bone, instead casting my gaze towards Su Tianqi beside me. Su Tianqi turned away, dismissively waving his hand, saying, "Do not look at me. It is you who suffers in Shrek, not I. I shall seek out the top-tier soul bones myself in the future, and besides, I am of the spiritual system, which has no relevance to me." Su Sanshi, wiping away his tears, broke into a smile, playfully patting Su Tianqi's shoulder, reverting to his initial mischievous demeanor. "Fear not, Tianqi. Once I graduate from Shrek, I shall certainly assist you in hunting formidable soul beasts." Su Tianqi glanced at him in surprise, then revealed a cryptic smile. "You must be cautious. My target is likely to be quite powerful, and as it stands, you can barely withstand my mental attacks. The present is the present, and the future is the future. From this moment forth, I, Su Sanshi, shall be reborn. Ancestor, grant me your assistance." With exuberant delight, Su Sanshi received the precious soul bone from Su Xiaoyun's hands, eagerly settling down cross-legged, placing the soul bone against his leg to begin the fusion. A milky white aura enveloped him, rising in a misty cloud, gradually obscuring his features. At that moment, Su Tianqi heard Su Xiaoyun's voice beside him. "Tianqi, I have a left leg bone from the golden hawksbill turtle, passed down through our family. It should suit you well. Would you like to attempt the fusion?" Su Tianqi turned sharply towards Su Xiaoyun, astonished. "Master ancestor, would this not be somewhat against the rules? I am still a soul master. Directly merging with a top-tier soul bone seems rather extravagant." Su Sanshi could claim to endure hardships in Shrek, and the ancestor's compassion for him was understandable. but a soul bone from the family's lineage bore a different significance. Even if he was the biological child of the clan leader and the ancestor's favored descendant, should there not be a proper process? The golden hawksbill turtle is revered as a symbol of auspiciousness among tortoise-like soul beasts, embodying a regal presence, and is one of the rare soul beasts known for its auspicious nature alongside the three-eyed golden gradient. It is said that if the Xuanwu shield Wuhuan could obtain the soul ring from such a creature, it would evolve into the golden Xuanwu, enhancing its quality further. Whether this is true remains uncertain, yet Su Sanshur genuinely achieved an evolution after merging with the 100,000-year golden hawksbill soul spirit, solidifying the foundation for his ascent to Super Douluo. No, the authority to interpret the sect's rules lies with me. What I declare the rules to be is what they are. Su Xiaoyun spoke with unwavering calmness, uttering words of great authority. Of course, your body is still developing. That soul bone is of considerable age, and merging with it now may pose risks. You must wait until you reach the third ring. For now, you should eat. Having demonstrated his strength, Su Xiaoyun concluded with a cheerful remark, exuding humor. Very well. As night fell, an elated Su Sanshur burst into laughter, declaring his newfound power. Ha! I have succeeded. I am now merely one step away from becoming a soul sovereign. Su Xiaoyun furrowed her brows, a dark radiance emanating from her palm. With a flick of her fingers, she struck at Su Sanchi's vital points, instantly suppressing his surging soul power from the 29th level down to the 26th. Hey, ancestor! Why have you sealed my powers? Su Sanshur exclaimed, realizing that his sudden surge of strength had diminished significantly. Fool! To achieve a 5-level increase in soul power so abruptly. It's evident you either ingested a rare treasure or assimilated a high-grade 10,000-year soul bone. An advanced soul master could discern this with ease. Do you wish to become a target for others? Consider this an opportunity for consolidation. Even without obtaining a soul ring, one can still accumulate soul power, albeit at a slower pace. For the coming year, contemplate the essence of a defensive soul master, Su Xiaoyun admonished, causing Su Sanshur to behave obediently. The 10,000-year soul bone, renowned as the treasure of the Blood River, would incite fierce competition among soul masters. If news of his assimilation of such a prized relic were to leak, even his status as a core disciple of the Shrek Academy and the second young master of the Xianming sect would not shield him from those driven by insatiable desires. Better safe than sorry, echoed the ancestral teachings of the Xianming family, perfectly aligning with the ethos of martial souls. Raising his head again, Su Sanshur noticed that Su Tianqi had vanished. Ancestor, where has Tianqi gone? He is currently studying the knowledge of soul-guiding devices with Xiaoya. There is no need for concern. Su Xiaoyun replied nonchalantly. What? Why are legitimate soul masters delving into the study of soul guides? Isn't that a waste of time and a misallocation of priorities? Su Sanshur exclaimed, bewildered. Su Xiaoyun cast a casual glance at him, stating, a 9th-level fixed soul guidance cannonball can obliterate our Xianming sect. Even I cannot withstand a few. Do you still doubt the significance of soul guides? Su Sanshur, envisioning the catastrophic scene, involuntarily shuddered, a chill coursing through his body. With a clang, Su Xiaoyun produced the soul guidance measuring device and power testing instrument she had procured from the Sun Moon Empire. This is the latest equipment from the Sun Moon Empire, unavailable in the Three Kingdoms. Our Xianming sect also utilizes advanced soul-guiding alchemical furnaces. Broaden your horizons. Soul guides can indeed serve our purpose. Let us test your soul power state now. If this device fails to reveal your true soul power, I shall be at ease. All right, Su Sanshur promptly agreed, stepping forward to undergo the soul guidance scan. Upon completion, no anomalies in his soul power were detected, and Su Sanchi's physical indicators aligned with the soul master level. Su Xiaoyun nodded approvingly and reminded him, by the way, Tianqi has just finished his meal and practiced for a while. He has already broken through to the 13th level. As his elder brother, you must strive diligently. Do not let him surpass you after assimilating a soul bone, or you will suffer great embarrassment. That would be ideal. I eagerly await the outcome. 2 years later, beside a massive metallic table, Yu Lao and Su Xiaoyun stood on either side of Su Tianqi, observing his movements intently. Su Xiaoyun wore a look of contentment, while Yu Lao's hands were tightly clasped, glistening with perspiration. Su Tianqi sat before a metallic table, his left hand grasping a metal sphere while his right hand wielded a dark-hued engraving knife, moving with a fluidity reminiscent of a dragon or snake. The blade danced with fervor, producing a flurry of metallic shavings, as exquisite patterns emerged on the surface of the sphere, akin to delicate works of art. His eyes sparkled with the clarity of moonlight, a radiant emblem gleaming at his brow, while a faint silhouette of a full moon hovered behind him, not a waning crescent, but a luminous orb reflecting the intricate form of the metallic sphere with astonishing detail and peculiarity. As the knife glided through the air, Intricate and arcane designs materialized on the sphere, and the gaze of the Moon Elder brightened with anticipation, while a gentle smile lingered on Su Xiaoyun's face. After a moment, Su Tianqi set down the engraving knife, exhaling softly as he wiped the sweat from his brow and handed the metallic sphere to the Moon Elder. Elder, does this signify success? The Moon Elder accepted the cube with utmost care, gradually infusing it with spiritual energy. Instantly, the metal cube radiated a chilling silver glow, its gentle aura transforming into a column of light that soared 3 feet high. Success! Young master, you have succeeded. This third-level soul guiding core formation is executed flawlessly, with 7 additional formations attached. Such an achievement is typically within the realm of a 4th-level soul master. Even by the most rigorous standards of the Sun and Moon Empire, you would undoubtedly qualify as a 3rd-level soul master. The Moon Elder exclaimed with exhilaration, turning to Su Xiaoyun and adding, moreover, this core formation incorporates your unique effect, the trait of mental paralysis. Centered around it, you shall undoubtedly craft a premier 3rd-level soul device. Su Xiaoyun chuckled softly, stroking his beard, though he remained circumspect in his display of satisfaction. Do not indulge in flattery merely to please Tianqi and me, for as far as I am aware, there have been few precedents in the 3 kingdoms for achieving the status of a 3rd-level soul master in under 2 years. Over the past 2 years, Su Tianqi had devoted his days to studying alongside him and dedicated an hour each evening to learning the art of soul device crafting from the Moon Elder, with materials sourced from the Sun and Moon Empire. Witnessing such monumental progress, even his usually composed demeanor could not suppress his joy. The Moon Elder shook his head solemnly, stating, "It is not merely uncommon in the 3 kingdoms, it is exceedingly rare even in the Sun and Moon Empire. Considering the young master's age, it is truly unprecedented. Of course, your achievements at this age can be attributed primarily to your extraordinary spirit-type martial soul, the illusory Moon Mystic Eye, which is the most suitable martial soul for a soul master that I have ever encountered. Secondly, it is a testament to your training. The foundational soul power and physical attributes of the soul masters in the Sun and Moon Empire generally do not compare to those here in the 3 kingdoms. Although the young master's soul power is only at level 20, his physical indicators have reached the level of a soul ancestor, and his soul power is purer than that of many great soul masters and even some soul emperors, allowing him ample soul power to create a perfect 3rd-level core formation. Naturally, the grading of soul masters in the Sun and Moon Empire is considerably stricter than in the 3 kingdoms, involving extensive theoretical assessments. My skills in soul devices were honed in military service under my former master, focusing on practical application rather than intricate theoretical knowledge. Su Xiaoyun nodded slightly and inquired, aside from theoretical deficiencies, does Tianqi have any other shortcomings? Indeed, soul power. As you are aware, one must possess at least the cultivation level approaching the 3rd ring to utilize a level 3 soul guide. Once the core formation of this young master is completed as a top-tier level 3 soul guide, it will serve as an excellent weapon for the soul sect. Haha, I thought it was something serious. This is easily manageable. With my presence, there isn't a soul beast in the world I cannot capture. Su Xiaoyun laughed heartily, exuding a sense of grandeur as he addressed Su Tianqi. Tianqi, you have been cultivating for nearly 3 months, reaching level 20. This time, let us venture together with our master ancestor to hunt soul beasts and pay a visit to your master uncle, shall we? Su Tianqi nodded with a smile, blinking his eyes in anticipation as he asked, Master ancestor, I wish to hunt a Mirage Moon God butterfly with simulation and illusion abilities in the far north. Can we go? The Mirage Moon God butterfly in the far north? Upon hearing the name of the far north, Su Xiaoyun hesitated momentarily before regaining his composure, nodding emphatically, and instructing Yu Lao, old Yu, prepare some warm and thick clothing for Tianqi. We shall get ready to venture to the far north. Chapter 24, The Titan Snow Demon King and Master Uncle, the Mirage Moon God Butterfly, and the Fury of the Snow Emperor. The far north lies beyond the northern border of the Heavenly Soul Empire, vast in expanse, surpassing both the Star Doe Forest and the Evil Spirit Forest, with an exceedingly harsh environment, earning it the title of a human forbidden zone. Amidst the desolate wilderness, the youthful Su Tianqi was clad in the makeshift warming soul guide he had crafted, bundled in thick clothing, trudging through the icy realm against the howling cold winds, every inch of exposed skin feeling as if it were being cut by knives. Beside him, Yu Lao was fully armed, 6 soul rings pulsating rhythmically, with a shield in his left hand and a gun in his right, observing the surroundings attentively. Su Xiaoyun, the most powerful among them, took the lead, effortlessly navigating through the swirling snow due to his formidable cultivation, occasionally imparting knowledge to Su Tianqi with a tone imbued with caution. Tianqi, legends speak of 3 terrifying beast-level existences in this far north, the naturally born Ice Lady Snow Emperor, the king of the Ice Scorpion clan, and the king of the Titan Snow Demon clan, all possessing cultivation levels exceeding 200,000 years. Even a super Douluo like Yin Xiaozhe would have to flee upon encountering them. Do you recall the 10 fearsome beasts your master ancestor spoke of? The Snow Emperor and the Ice Scorpion King rank 3rd and 7th respectively. I have no desire to confront them directly in this treacherous land. Although the Mirage Moon God butterfly you seek has never produced a beast-level king, its racial talents are formidable, possessing 10,000-year kings. We may need to delve deep into the far north to find a suitable one for you. We must exercise utmost caution on the journey ahead. Tianqi understood the gravity of the situation and expressed his heartfelt gratitude, bowing respectfully to Su Xiaoyan. Over the past 2 years, Su Xiaoyan had devoted abundant resources to his training, and now he personally guided him into perilous territories to hunt for soul rings, demonstrating unparalleled care and attention. Though with his strength, only the Ice and Snow Emperors posed a threat in the far north, the risk remained. No one could be certain whether the two emperors would be idly wandering about. The Ice Emperor was fortunate, encountering an opportunity for escape. However, the Snow Emperor found herself in grave peril. This frigid northern land was her domain, and even if the Emperor of Heaven had come here without the Dragon God's claws, he might not gain any advantage. The arrival of human powerhouses was akin to presenting a feast for beasts. Regarding the selection of his second soul ring, he contemplated simply hunting an ice silkworm soul beast like Huogua did. Yet, upon perusing the soul beast catalog, he stumbled upon the illusory moonlight butterfly and felt an unmistakable connection with this creature. The illusory moonlight butterfly possessed both ice and spiritual attributes, capable of absorbing moonlight to enhance its cultivation speed, ranking among the elite of soul beasts. Its combat style revolved around creating illusions, simulating its own presence and the surrounding environment, ensnaring foes within deceptive phantasms, leaving their senses bewildered and unaware, while generating a chilling spiritual tempest that swiftly eroded the enemy's mental fortitude. Once their mental energy was depleted, death was inevitable. Ordinary soul beasts that approached would quickly succumb to the moonlit powder emanating from its surface. Most terrifying of all, during a full moon, the range and intensity of the illusory moonlight butterfly's spiritual power would temporarily surge, and being a social creature, a 1,000-year butterfly king leading a swarm could obliterate even a soul Douluo, while a soul saint would find it difficult to escape unscathed. To draw a parallel, it was akin to the sapphire-scaled serpent king among spiritual soul beasts. Its sole weakness lay in its frail physique. Upon discovering its true form, even a 100-year soul beast with formidable offensive capabilities could rend the 1,000-year illusory moonlight butterfly to shreds. Ancient texts documented it as the most exquisite butterfly on the continent, second only to the radiant goddess butterfly, with wings of a moonlit hue adorned with blue patterns. Its remote habitat in the far north rendered it seldom coveted, although the reality of its beauty remained uncertain. Suddenly, a thunderous roar akin to an earthquake reverberated from afar. Boom, boom, boom. The aura and commotion indicated the presence of the Titan Snow Demon King. Crouch down and hold your breath. Do not move an inch. Su Xiaoyan's expression changed dramatically as he swiftly summoned the Black Tortoise, bringing Su Tianqi and the Moon Elder to his side, concealing them within the snow. Beneath the snow, Su Tianqi quickly sensed an overwhelmingly terrifying aura. Even the spiritual energy emanating from him quivered in response. He felt the ground tremble as a colossal being of unparalleled might strode past, instilling a primal fear akin to that of a savage beast. Within the protective embrace of the venerable Su Xiaoyan, the footprints of the Titan Snow Demon King did not inflict any significant harm upon Su Tianqi and the Moon Elder, and the immense pressure soon dissipated. Once the Titan Snow Demon King had departed, the three concealed within the snow cautiously emerged into the light. It had been 30 years since their last encounter, yet the aura of this being appeared unchanged. Su Xiaoyan gazed into the distance at the retreating figure of the Titan Snow Demon King, murmuring to himself. Su Tianqi, upon hearing this, inquired of Su Xiaoyan, Master Ancestor, "Have you had dealings with this creature before?" "Indeed," Su Xiaoyan replied. "Over 30 years ago, I brought your Grandmaster here to hunt 10,000-year soul beasts. Despite our careful movements, we still encountered this creature on the outskirts of the far north. Its size was unparalleled in my experience, towering over 120 meters. While its strength was not overly fearsome, its tough hide made it challenging to breach, even for a level 97 Super Douluo. At that time, I harbored trepidation towards the two emperors of ice and snow. Casually, I bestowed upon him a soul skill and swiftly departed the extreme northern lands with your esteemed master." In retrospect, it was quite exhilarating. As the conversation unfolded, Su Xiaoyan suddenly had a whimsical thought. "By the way, this fellow possesses a spiritual attribute. And the Titan Snow Demon clan is also a top-tier lineage. Do you have any interest? Upon hearing this, Su Tianxi pondered deeply and concluded that the explosive soul skill of such a formidable creature paled in comparison to the mirror water moon of the illusory sky moon god butterfly. Thus, he shook his head with a smile, stating, I still believe the illusory sky moon god butterfly suits me better. Very well, Su Xiaoyan nodded, choosing not to elaborate further. By the way, Master Ancestor, you mentioned earlier about bringing your master here to hunt 10,000-year soul beasts? Su Tianxi keenly seized upon this pivotal piece of information, inquiring with great enthusiasm. His master, being of considerable age, had a penchant for speaking in half-truths. From the previous discourse, he discerned that his master was certainly a top-tier title Douluo with a 10,000-year soul ring and soul bone, destined to become a super Douluo in the future. Su Xiaoyun, with a hint of pride, replied, Indeed, your master possesses extraordinary talent, and I naturally sought the finest soul rings for him. However, it is somewhat regrettable that we encountered the Titan Snow Demon King on this occasion. The death of a 10,000-year soul beast in the extreme north caused quite a stir, seemingly alarming even the two emperors of ice and snow, making me hesitant to bring your master here again. Such a pity. There are many 10,000-year soul beasts in the extreme north. Yet I cannot fathom the reason for the excitement of the ice and snow emperors. The ferocious beasts in the Star Doe forest only went mad after the Spirit Hall had slain 7 10,000-year soul beasts. Su Tianxi's pupils dilated in surprise, and he paused to inquire, Do you mean to say that your Master S8 soul ring is also a 10,000-year soul ring, just like yours? Naturally, Su Xiaoyan affirmed. Your Master S martial soul is the mutated ice crystal phoenix, the pinnacle of ice attribute martial souls, its essence nearing the ultimate ice, and it has awakened a portion of divine beast bloodline. Su Xiaoyan gazed into the depths of the extreme north, his eyes warm like the sun, stroking his beard with a smile. I find it somewhat regrettable. Had I captured another ice attribute 10,000-year soul beast, like the Ice Jade Scorpion, at the time of your Master S ascension, it might have elevated his ice attribute to new heights. To my knowledge, there has never been a documented case of a title Douluo with the ultimate ice attribute. If that were to come to pass, I would no longer need to worry about the continuation of our sect. What soul beast does your Master S ninth soul ring come from? I procured a 10,000-year jade sea eagle from the ocean for him. This jade sea eagle possesses a trace of pure phoenix bloodline, which purified your master's divine beast bloodline, making it quite commendable. The advantage of sea soul beasts is that once slain, there are no reprisals, and they generally exhibit formidable vitality, often surpassing their terrestrial counterparts in quality. It is a pity about your mother. Otherwise, I would have hunted one for her as well, and for your future too. Su Xiaoyan spoke nonchalantly, as if slaying a 10,000-year soul beast were as ordinary as having an extra bowl of rice today, devoid of anything noteworthy. His simple words, however, revealed an unwavering resolve for bloodshed. Regarding your 3 esteemed disciples, Master Bo possesses 2 crimson rings, while Su Fu has 1. If Kong Xie had not departed too soon, a 10,000-year soul beast would have perished in the depths of the ocean, blissfully singing while devouring small fish, only to be captured by an ancient tortoise, leading to its demise for the sake of its bones. However, being human, Su Tianxi would never descend into madness by calling out to soul beasts in an unfair manner. At that moment, he lacked the dream token to recharge his energy. Young master, we are nearing the depths of the far north. Please tread carefully, Yu Lao cautioned softly, reminding Su Tianxi to remain vigilant in this forbidden zone for humanity. Rest assured, Yu Lao, I am aware of the stakes. Su Tianxi retrieved 2 secondary soul-guiding devices resembling the handguns of his past life from his storage ring, gripping them crosswise before his chest, poised for action. These 2 devices, from their core formation to their inner and outer shells, were crafted by his own hands. Yu Lao assessed their performance as among the finest of secondary soul-guiding devices, capable of emitting soul-guiding rays, one inducing paralysis and the other delivering explosive bursts. Although their standard power could not rival the chilling gaze of the frost moon, they excelled in endurance. Should he be willing to sacrifice the devices, he could unleash an explosive soul-guiding ray with a force comparable to the frost moon's full power using merely a third of his soul energy, enhancing the paralysis ray's potency as well. Regrettably, Su Tianxi was astonished to discover that he had underestimated Su Xiaoyan's caution. Before him, he found himself without the opportunity to strike. After locating a trace of the illusory Celestial Moon Butterfly clan, Su Xiaoyan promptly activated his 6th soul ring, unleashing the domain ability, the domain of Xuanwu, enveloping the entire butterfly swarm. Despite being led by a 10,000-year butterfly king, the butterflies could not escape the fate of being instantaneously vanquished. Kinshi, this clan comprises 5 butterflies of the millennium level, 2 slightly over 1,000 years. 1 over 2,000, 1 over 3,000, and 1 5,000 years old. Choose wisely, and let us depart swiftly. This place is ill-suited for prolonged stay. All right, are you ready? Su Xiaoyun adeptly stored the illusory, celestial moon butterflies in a soul-guiding device capable of preserving living beings, then raised the gigantic Xuanwu shield, lifting both individuals into the air, quickly transforming into a mere black, vanishing within the icy realm. Before long, an ethereal figure, reminiscent of a snow spirit, emerged in midair, enveloped in frosty mist, her expression cold and proud. She gazed down upon the chaotic scene of destruction, a sorrowful expression gracing her features. Despicable human warriors! How dare you venture into my far north to harm my subjects? Should I discover you again, I shall ensure your demise before the heavenly tribulation, and you shall accompany me to the grave. Chapter 25, Second Soul Skill, Mirage, Battlefield Massacre, Deathly Dream. In a small mountain village within the northern territory of the Heavenly Soul Empire, for reasons unknown, a sense of unease gripped him. A primal instinct stemming from his strength nearing the limits of a tidal Douluo, having captured a Millennium Soul Beast. It should not have drawn the attention of the Ice and Snow Emperors, right? Su Xiaoyun exhaled a puff of warm breath, wiping the sweat from his brow. Cough, cough, cough. Ancestor, I feel a bit dizzy. A faint voice emerged from behind the Xuanwu shield. Su Tianqi, just disembarking from the Xuanwu vessel, experiencing a touch of altitude sickness. Swaying unsteadily on his feet, the Moon Elder appeared somewhat better, though his complexion remained pale. He was gently placing a warm jade on Su Tianqi's forehead to alleviate the aftereffects. It's nothing to worry about. The first experience is always like this. My ancestor's Xuanwu shield is rather uncomfortable to sit in. In the future, when you visit the Sun Moon Empire, you can learn to craft more comfortable flying soul-guiding devices. Su Xiaoyun's eyes sparkled with an idea, quickly fixating on the Sun Moon Royal Soul Master Academy. What if they lacked quality items? They could simply procure them from the Sun Moon Empire. After all, he wasn't stingy with money. He merely sought to streamline the transaction process. Moreover, he didn't haggle and even offered additional benefits. Where else could Jing Hongqian find such a distinguished client? A manned flying soul-guiding device. It seemed to fall short compared to an airplane, those seated within experienced unparalleled comfort. Yet for Jing Hongqian himself, the external conditions posed a significant test of the pilot's ability. However, those considerations were secondary. The immediate priority was to absorb the spirit ring and advance to the Great Soul Master. Suddenly, a soft thud resonated from the ground as the 3,000-year-old illusory, Heavenly Moon God butterfly, captured by Su Xiaoyun, reappeared in sight. The moonlit sheen on its expansive wings had been washed away, leaving it on the brink of death, incapable of posing any threat to external beings. Without uttering a word, Su Tianqi drew a submachine pistol and unleashed a burst of soul-guiding rays with explosive effects. The cacophony of detonations echoed, bringing an end to the life of the magnificent butterfly. Blue and white spiritual light dissipated from its remains, and a resplendent purple soul ring, radiating a rich aura, slowly ascended. Su Tianqi settled into a meditative posture, his eyes suddenly shining with brilliance, resembling a clear spring that invited exploration. A dazzling silver light erupted from his brow, surging towards the back of his head, coalescing into a radiant full moon, interwoven with countless strands of spiritual filaments that reflected the visage of the 1,000-year soul ring. This was the culmination of his 2 years of effort after learning from Su Xiaoyun and Su Fu that his martial spirit could absorb moonlight at night to cultivate mental strength. Whenever the moon graced the night sky, he would meditate in the courtyard, absorbing its luminescence. Ultimately, he expanded a sphere the size of a mung bean into a full moon measuring a foot in diameter. With the emergence of this full moon, his mental energy could be intensely focused and enhanced, whether in unleashing soul techniques or crafting soul-guiding devices, amplifying their potency. Su Xiaoyun had predicted that if Su Tianqi were to unleash the mental power contained within this full moon in one explosive surge, it could pose a lethal threat to Soul Kings. Those below the rank of Soul King would find it nearly impossible to survive unless equipped with top-tier mental defense soul-guiding devices. Yet, such a release would impose a tremendous burden on Su Tianqi, likely rendering him unconscious, and could severely injure his mental sea. It was precisely because of this full moon that Su Tianqi dared to choose the 3,000-year illusory, Heavenly Moon God butterfly as his soul ring. Otherwise, not only would he have been dissuaded, but Su Xiaoyun would have also refused, as this creature's power far exceeded that of the ice silkworm. Seal. Embracing the essence of unity, Su Tianqi summoned the soul ring, which bore the remarkable age of 3,000 years, and it descended upon him, quivering violently. The developmental speed of spiritual soul beasts surpasses that of other soul beasts significantly. The formidable illusory moon god butterfly, a premier spiritual power soul beast, can unleash a soul fluctuation comparable to that of an ordinary 10,000-year soul beast, posing a tremendous threat to the sea of consciousness. Should the sea of consciousness fall, a soul master may be reduced to a mere imbecile, or worse, have their brain shattered. As FR sensed an uninvited guest approaching the sea of consciousness, Su Tianxi summoned the full moon's phantom from within, unleashing a chilling wave that immobilized the remnants of the illusory moon god butterfly's soul and the emitted psychic shockwaves. In the next moment, the full moon fragmented into several crescent moons, transforming into scythes of death aimed at dismembering the remnants of the illusory moon god butterfly's soul. Reluctant to succumb without resistance, the illusory moon god butterfly released psychic ripples to slow Su Tianxi's assault, attempting to fend off the onslaught of icy light from all directions. Su Tianxi's eyes narrowed as he resolutely commanded, "Collapse." The two crescent scythes shattered at his behest, erupting in a surge of spiritual coldness that swept toward the illusory moon god butterfly. Overwhelmed, it was engulfed, its form rapidly disintegrating, gradually losing the strength to struggle. Before long, the soul remnants, laden with profound resentment toward humanity, were torn asunder by several beams of moonlight, vanishing into nothingness. The psychic assault dissipated, and the residual soul power from the soul ring surged forth, coursing through Su Tianxi's tender physique. Having enhanced his physical condition through various nourishing means, Su Tianxi had reached the threshold of the soul master level, easily absorbing the energy from a 3,000-year soul ring. In just a short hour, his body ceased to tremble, and his breathing steadied. Exhaling a breath of foul air, Su Tianxi rose, eager to share his triumph with Su Xiaoyun and the Moon Elder. "Ancestral Master, Moon Elder, I have succeeded. The soul skill I acquired is named Mirror Water Moon, a wide-ranging spiritual illusion technique. It releases psychic energy to simulate and alter the state of myself and the surrounding environment, silently drawing the enemy's consciousness into the illusion. Once ensnared, if they cannot swiftly escape, their fate is sealed." Su Xiaoyun nodded with a smile, "A commendable soul skill indeed. What is the range of influence for this skill?" "Currently, it spans within 100 meters, but I am confident that as my soul power and spiritual strength increase, the range will expand. Moreover, this technique should be capable of affecting multiple targets. As long as they are within this 100-meter radius, they fall under my illusion's domain. If I exert it further, the range could potentially increase, unless they can concentrate their strength to breach the illusion, even if they realize something is amiss and attempt to force their way out. As long as my spiritual energy is not depleted, they will remain trapped. Until then, they are mere targets, vulnerable to any attack. The only concern is that if the target possesses formidable spiritual power, I may find myself in a stalemate upon activating the skill, leaving me immobilized as well. Should the illusion be forcefully shattered, I, the caster, would face backlash." "Enough, young master, this soul skill is truly a battlefield weapon," exclaimed the Moon Elder, astonished and blushing. Having once mingled within the ranks of the Sun and Moon Empire's military, Su Zhu, the old servant, could assert with certainty that once this soul skill manifested on the battlefield, it would unleash a terrifying offensive akin to a barrage of countless soul-guided artillery shells, potentially incapacitating a vast number of enemy combatants. Should the young master's cultivation reach the rank of title Douluo, it was unfathomable to the old servant to imagine the magnitude of its might. It would undoubtedly be a strategic presence. With the guidance of the Moon Elder, Su Xiaoyun swiftly conjured vivid images in his mind, his pupils contracting sharply as he murmured softly, "No wonder some say this illusory heavenly moon butterfly is akin to the spiritual realm's emerald-scale serpent king. If the opportunity is seized, slaughtering an army of 100,000 would pose no challenge." Recalling the account in his family's classified ancient texts detailing the massacre perpetrated by the emerald-scale Douluo a millennium ago, Su Xiaoyun was engulfed in a cold sweat. Fixing an unprecedentedly grave gaze upon Su Tianxi, articulating each word with heightened seriousness, "Tianxi, the effect of your soul skill when unleashed en masse must remain clandestine, and you must refrain from employing it on the battlefield lightly. Otherwise, you risk incurring a reputation that may echo through the ages." A millennium ago, the emerald-scale Douluo, Bo, had fought for the Tiando Empire, unleashing poison to decimate the city of Jiaoling Pass, resulting in the deaths of hundreds of thousands, earning him infamy that tainted the Tiando name. Not long after, the Dugu family faced severed ties with the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family due to this incident. The title of Butcher is not one to be taken lightly, and should your ability come to the attention of certain individuals, they may harbor ulterior motives. Even if you must use it, it must be of your own volition. Do you understand? Su Tianxi lowered his gaze, acknowledging the gravity of Su Xiaoyun's words, which allowed the latter to exhale in relief. He then casually inquired, by the way, you mentioned that your soul skill can simulate and alter your own state and that of the surrounding environment. To what extent can such changes occur? Well, I could change the color of my soul rings and their number. I should also be able to render myself invisible. Beyond that, I am uncertain and will need to explore further, replied Su Tianqi. Moon Elder, could you assist me in examining this? Su Tianqi attempted to activate his soul skill. And suddenly, his yellow and purple soul rings transformed into white, then shifted through yellow, purple, black, and red, lacking any 10,000-year or 100,000-year soul rings. He simulated them based on Su Xiaoyun's soul rings. As the light shifted, Su Tianqi's form vanished without a trace, simultaneously. The snow-covered ground beneath the three transformed into a spring landscape, lush with blooming flowers. This was nothing short of miraculous, a veritable deathly dream. The Moon Elder, trapped for 2 seconds, murmured to himself, unable to articulate his emotions. On the battlefield, 2 seconds could determine life or death. Su Xiaoyun laughed heartily, patting Su Tianqi's shoulder to restore his composure, his expression warm as he said, Chapter 26, Su Tianqi, those willing to heed my words, follow me. Those unwilling may accompany the 9th-level fixed, soul-guided artillery shells. The fruits of an individual's cultivation, aside from innate talent and diligent effort, must also account for the significant influence of resources and mindset. It can be stated with some degree of certainty that any who attain the level of Super Douluo, aside from initially standing out among peers due to talent, are greatly impacted by the resources they garnered throughout their growth, such as the medicinal pills consumed, the soul rings and bones absorbed, or the unique heavenly treasures they encountered. However, upon reaching the pinnacle of the 95th level as a Super Douluo, the significance of one's mindset begins to surpass that of resources. Unless one encounters an extraordinary opportunity, it cannot compare to a harmonious state of mind. Only with a clear mindset can one achieve the utmost comprehension and insight into their martial soul. As for this mindset, it is not necessarily about adhering to lofty ideals or strict morality. Even the malevolent soul masters possess formidable strength, do they not? The crux of the mindset lies in steadfastly believing in one's cultivation path, aligning it with one's own martial soul. For instance, my master ancestor subscribes to the principle of only acting when absolutely necessary, and when he does, it proves lethal. On the surging ocean, a sleek ship equipped with advanced soul-guiding devices cuts through the waves, helmed by Yu Lao in the command cabin. Su Xiaoyun points to the stars in the night sky, sharing the unique perspectives of the elderly with Su Tianqi. Every few sentences, Su Xiaoyun pauses, and Su Tianqi, sitting beside him, nods eagerly, clapping his hands at particularly captivating moments, his eyes sparkling with excitement. The extreme north lies at the northern frontier of the Tianhan Empire, while the headquarters of the Xuanwu Chamber of Commerce is located in Hanhai City, situated in the western part of the empire. They are currently sailing along the vast coastline from the northern to the western territories of the Tianhan Empire, a lengthy journey indeed. With no moon tonight, relentless cultivation seems rather dull. Listening to the tales of an elder is quite delightful. Let us take your master uncle, Xiao Changfeng, as an example. He attained the rank of titled Douluo at the age of 35, after absorbing the soul ring and bone from a 100,000-year-old jade, sea eastern blue, which enabled him to break through to the 93rd level. 5 years later, he ascended to the 95th level, then spent 12 years in seclusion, culminating in his breakthrough to the 96th level. He assumed the presidency of the Xuanwu Chamber of Commerce in Hanhai City, a matter that occurred precisely 7 years ago. With a radiant smile, Su Xiaoyun introduces his prized disciple to Su Tianqi, then deftly shifts the conversation to a fitting cautionary tale. Speaking of Yin Xiaozhe, he is the foremost expert of Shrek Academy, the direct disciple of Muin, the sea god pavilion master, possessing access to an array of top-tier cultivation resources. Aside from lacking a 100,000-year soul ring and bone, he is not at a disadvantage compared to your master uncle. In fact, his resources may even surpass those of your master uncle. I do not shy away from admitting that, in terms of comprehension of cultivation, I cannot compare to Muin. He is a limit Douluo, the unrivaled master of the comprehension of light power. No one is more suited to be Yin Xiaozhe's mentor. Shrek Academy, with its profound heritage, may possess resources unknown to our Xianming sect. He is extraordinarily gifted, and his years of cultivation far exceed those of your master uncle. However, he has likely stagnated at the 95th level for decades. Tianqi, what is your perspective on him? What do I think? This fellow has an issue with his awakened martial soul. If he had inherited the dark sacred dragon, wouldn't he soar to great heights? When discussing Yin Xiaozhe, Su Tianqi cannot help but recall the identities of the supreme leader of the Sacred Spirit Church, Yi Shui, and the supreme offering, Long Xiaoyao, as they indeed hail from a lineage steeped in darkness. Judging by lineage, Yan Shaoxia's qualifications for leadership are surpassed only by the former leader of the Sacred Spirit Church, Zhongli Laoguei, and the son of the supreme leader, Zhongli Wu. Indeed, Su Xiaoyan's face beams with satisfaction, exclaiming, "This individual is a quintessential example of how a discord between one's character and martial soul can lead to sluggish progress in cultivation. Such individuals are utterly unsuitable for the Radiant Phoenix, while the Dark Phoenix, or even the Wicked Phoenix, would be far more fitting. Tianqi, you must take this as a cautionary tale and choose the most appropriate cultivation belief for yourself in the future. Your words are intriguing. Although Yan Shaoxia lacks the evil phoenix martial soul, he has indeed experienced its allure." Su Tianqi silently mocked Yan Shaoxia's youthful escapades, his heart stirring with reflection. This matter is indeed a tangled web. The current vice leader of the Holy Spirit sect, Feng Ling, was once Yan Shaoxia's girlfriend and is now the wife of Zhongli Wu. How are these relationships to be interpreted? Feng Ling may not have become Yan Shaoxia's spouse, yet she occupies the role of his aunt, or even great-aunt. Have Yan Shaoxia and Zhongli Wu become kindred spirits in this familial entanglement? Truly, this represents the distinctive triangular relationships of the Tang family continent, where the ties between the Holy Spirit sect and Shrek are inextricably complex. After pouring out his grievances regarding these melodramatic individuals, Su Tianqi turned his thoughts toward his own future, a look of confusion quickly clouding his gaze. "I comprehend your intent, ancestor, yet I have a question." "What question?" Su Tianqi pondered, stroking his chin in contemplation. "My moonlit mystic eyes are my innate martial soul. What cultivation belief should I adopt for such a martial soul? Is it akin to those ostentatious individuals from the body sect?" At this juncture, Su Tianqi's tone remained calm and natural, his eyes clear and serene, exuding a maturity beyond his years. "Well, that is not strictly necessary. The individuals from the body sect embody both righteousness and villainy, their actions unpredictable, at times rather infuriating. They are not inherently bad people. They act with a strong sense of loyalty and are exceedingly protective of their own. However, their propensity for creating sensational news is something I do not wholeheartedly endorse. Though I respect it, I fully understand the rationale behind the elders' ruthless extermination of 10,000-year-old beasts for the sake of the sect's disciples. Yet their recklessness often leads to beast tides that adversely affect the common folk. This is undeniably true. Nevertheless, their blend of righteousness and villainy, coupled with their carefree mindset, is something to be emulated. As soul masters, we must prioritize a state of mental clarity and balance our actions accordingly." Su Xiaoyan remarked, "I wish not to confine you within rigid boundaries. We need only to perform the duties befitting legitimate soul masters. Acting heroically should come naturally, but always remember to act within your means. Do not sacrifice yourself in the pursuit of heroism." He spoke with profound meaning. It is vital to acknowledge that many malevolent individuals exist in this world, some of whom are formidable enough to instill a sense of caution in me. You are merely a novice soul master, and such immense responsibilities should not fall upon you. Nor can you bear them. Incidents involving Shrek's inner courtyard disciples occur annually across the continent, with even the most gifted inner courtyard prodigies, be they soul kings or even soul emperors and saints, succumbing to unforeseen calamities. How much more vulnerable is a child like you? The authority to uphold justice is often reserved for those of title Douluo stature. Over the past 2 years, he has observed this child's profound compassion, occasionally expressing sympathy for the common folk and, on occasion, distributing copper soul coins to those ragged souls struggling between life and death. He once jestingly inquired why he did not offer golden soul coins, to which the young Su Tianqi, with a somber demeanor, replied that giving them golden soul coins would only hasten their demise, for they could not safeguard them. As an elder, Su Xiaoyan felt a profound sense of sorrow, knowing that all he could do was guide the promising younger generation to prevent them from straying into extremities. He, along with Long Xiaoyao and Muan, had once traversed the tumultuous years of youth, a time when their ignorance of the world's vastness was overshadowed by unbridled passion. They confronted malevolence with fervor, believing that they could vanquish any injustice, underestimating the complexities of life. However, as their cultivation deepened, they were confronted with a darker reality. They came to realize that the sinister aspects of the world were far from simplistic, beyond the formidable evil spirit masters. Many of the villains who preyed upon the innocent were often backed by aristocrats, or were simply the pawns of nobility, undertaking unspeakable acts on their behalf, such as seizing others' wealth, all while the nobles feigned victimhood. These aristocrats could easily eliminate a single foe, yet to eradicate an entire faction was a different matter altogether. Su Xiaoyan, Muan, and Long Xiaoyao were powerless to face nations alone, and as they ascended in power, their perspective shifted. All Su Xiaoyan could aspire to was to safeguard his family. Perhaps Su Tianqi might achieve such feats in the future, but certainly not at present. You are correct, Su Xiaoyan acknowledged, but I believe one does not necessarily require the cultivation of a title Douluo to effect change in the world. With a resounding clink, Su Tianqi produced a row of second-level fixed soul-guided shells from his storage ring, squatting down to tap them, producing a melodious sound. His eyes sparkled with the warmth of sunlight as he beamed at Su Xiaoyan. Master Ancestor, these second-level fixed soul-guided shells can pose a lethal threat to soul sect experts. If they detonate simultaneously, even a soul king would find themselves in disarray, perhaps even injured. My talent in soul guidance is quite commendable. If I were to become a 9th-level soul master, initiating with a 9th-level fixed soul-guided shell, I believe many would be inclined to heed my words. If one shell is insufficient, then 2 or 3 shall suffice. Those willing to follow my lead would accompany me, while those unwilling would follow the path of the 9th-level fixed soul-guided shells. Would you not agree? Su Tianqi unabashedly proclaimed his theory of coercive firepower, his expression earnest, seemingly oblivious to the gravity of his words. Hearing this, Su Xiaoyan visibly twitched at the corners of his mouth, momentarily lost for words. My dear child, a 9th-level fixed soul-guided shell is a weapon of unparalleled destruction. Should you be unprepared or insufficiently powerful, you could be swept away by its energy waves, vanishing without a trace. To deploy such a shell in battle, you would at least need the cultivation of an 8-ring soul Douluo, and that is with your innate talent of possessing twin martial souls. For any other 9th-level soul master, even a title Douluo would hesitate to use such a device, for it would result in mutual destruction. Su Tianqi smiled, nodding in agreement. Rest assured, Master Ancestor, before that time comes, I shall diligently practice with the fixed soul-guided shells to amass experience and strive to enhance my launching skills by the time I reach 8 rings. Su Xiaoyan chuckled at Su Tianqi's words, playfully tapping his forehead. You speak as if your 2nd-level fixed soul-guided shells could threaten a soul sect. Where do you intend to find a target of such cultivation to practice against? Despite the abundance of masters within our Xianming sect, once we step outside, the Soul Lords reign supreme. After achieving notable feats, Soul Masters can even receive noble titles from the 3 great empires, making encounters a rarity. Su Tianqi blinked and remarked. But there are still evil Soul Masters, aren't there? Su Xiaoyan laughed heartily, shaking his head. That makes them even harder to find. Those cunning rats are always cautious in their actions, too afraid to appear brazenly. They seldom venture into the Star Doe forest to hunt for soul rings, often preferring the secrecy of the ocean for such endeavors. At that moment, Yu Lao, who was steering the ship, suddenly spoke up, his aged voice laced with vigilance. Suzu, the soul-guided scanner indicates that several soul masters are engaged in combat with soul beasts just a few miles away and are swiftly approaching us. Su Xiaoyan looked up, his gaze piercing through the distance. His expression darkened as he recognized the presence of a myriad souls, flag martial spirit. An evil soul master? How intriguing that they have indeed come. Su Tianqi quietly reminded him. Did you not just mention that those cunning rats prefer the secrecy of the ocean for hunting soul rings? Su Xiaoyan replied, you make a valid point. In chapter 27, the sinister laughter echoed. Humph, evil soul masters, do not flee. Use the thunder soul-guided cannonball to shatter the dark sea soul beast, the heavenly tyrant. Caught off guard by the appearance of evil soul masters, Su Xiaoyan surveyed his surroundings. A dimly lit ocean under a moonless sky, the perfect weather for those rats to hunt soul rings. Upon observing the evil soul masters in the distance, he counted 7 in total. At the forefront was a 6-ringed myriad souls flag soul emperor, followed by a soul king and 5 soul masters, all cloaked in dark mist, emitting eerie laughter as they surrounded a turtle-like soul beast. Thanks to the powerful lung capacity and volume of the soul masters, their sinister chuckles could be heard from miles away. Alas, what a stroke of fate to encounter a heavenly tyrant so close to shore. Surrender to this humble necromancer's myriad souls flag. The great work of the Holy Spirit shall soon descend, and all unclean souls shall be purified. An era of evil soul masters will dawn. May the Holy Emperor enjoy eternal longevity, and may the Holy Spirit bring compassion to the world. All evil spirits shall be cleansed by our Holy Spirit sect. Come, become part of our Holy Spirit. The voices filled with fanaticism reached Su Xiaoyan's ears, causing his temples to throb. He realized that he could not remain idle today. Beside him, Su Tianqi had already retrieved his self-crafted secondary soul-guided cannon launcher, a shoulder-mounted device reminiscent of a rocket launcher from a past life, and loaded it with a thunderous explosive secondary fixed soul-guided cannonball, aligning his gaze with the simple lens to aim at the target. If he did not take action, how could he ever face his juniors again? What would remain of the ancestors' dignity? Xiaoyu, continue steering the ship. I shall take Tianqi to deal with these audacious intruders. Anyone who dares to challenge me today shall suffer misfortune. With that, Su Xiaoyan grasped Su Tianqi's shoulder, performing a mystical shift that transported them above the soul-guided ship, waiting for the evil soul masters to fall into their trap. Tianxi, once our venerable master has dealt with the leader, the remaining soul sect members are yours to practice on. Just open fire upon seeing them, all right? Su Xiaoyun, with his flowing sleeves and hands clasped behind his back, exuded an air of mastery as he softly inquired of Su Tianxi. Not a problem. I have awaited this day for a long time, Su Tianxi replied, his fingers poised on the trigger of his self-crafted rocket launcher, a broad grin of excitement illuminating his face. As a visitor from Blue Star, he possessed an innate fascination with such weaponry, having never had the chance to engage with it in his past life. In this incarnation, he had become a master craftsman, and with the robust support of Su Xiaoyun and the Royal Soul Master Academy of Sun and Moon, he had personally forged a set of soul-guided artillery shells. Now at his disposal without restriction, an exhilarating prospect indeed. What joy could compare to targeting a living being rather than a mere practice target? His blood surged with adrenaline, eagerly awaiting the moment when the target would fall within range. The speed of both parties did not disappoint. Within mere seconds, a colossal sea turtle, its shell spanning over 5 meters in diameter, surged forth from the distance, crashing through the waves and sending sprays of water soaring high into the air. It occasionally turned its head to roar, unleashing sonic attacks. The roar of the turtle was not that of a mere turtle, but rather a dragon's roar. Its head was not simply a turtle's head but a dragon's, albeit with its horns mostly shattered, presenting a gruesome sight. The shell was heavily cracked, and while its roar echoed powerfully, it bore an undeniable air of decay and exhaustion. Su Xiaoyun narrowed his eyes, observing the dragon-headed sea turtle with astonishment. Is that truly the revered titan of the sea, Tongtian Basha? Such a soul beast is typically found only in the distant seas. How could it appear in these shallows? Moreover, its injuries seem not to be inflicted by evil soul masters, but rather by other sea soul beasts. This makes little sense. Why would other sea creatures attack such an auspicious being? Su Tianxi's eyes gleamed with intrigue as he lowered his gaze and inquired, Master, is this indeed the Tongtian Basha, hailed as the king of the sea turtle lineage? Ancient texts describe this lineage as descending from the 9 sons of the dragon, possessing rare and formidable combat prowess among turtle-type soul beasts. Indeed, Su Xiaoyun affirmed, given its appearance, this Tongtian Basha must be over 30,000 years old. A creature of such cultivation could not be driven to the brink of peril by a mere handful of evil soul masters, whose highest ranks are only at the level of Soul Emperor. It is clear that it has sustained injuries, leaving it vulnerable to opportunistic attack. Yet this raises further questions. Their lineage holds a position in the ocean akin to that of the golden hawksbill turtles within the Star Doe forest, without any natural enemies. They are revered for their auspicious aura, with whom any sea soul beast would seek to associate to ward off evil and calamity. Furthermore, their innate racial talents are immensely powerful, with a robust vitality that allows them to thrive for 100,000 years. And legends speak of terrifying beings within their ranks that have reached the level of fierce beasts. For these reasons, even the most ferocious of sea soul beasts would refrain from attacking a Tongtian Basha, instead opting to forge alliances with it. Yet, I distinctly sense remnants of other sea soul beasts upon it, and these traces reach the level of 100,000 years, likely from a whale-type soul beast. Enough of this discussion. Those evil soul masters are drawing near. Let us first resolve the immediate predicament before delving into further investigation. As Su Tianxi observed the Soul Emperor of the 10,000 Souls banner leading a multitude of beast spirits towards them, he hastily reminded Su Xiaoyun not to forget their primary objective. Indeed, we must first deal with these vermin, he said. Tianxi, pay close attention. Killing must be swift, as our master only demonstrates once. Su Tianxi nodded silently, activating his invisibility and stealthily approaching the center of the battlefield alongside Su Xiaoyun. He retrieved a rocket launcher from his storage ring and equipped himself with a short-range, level 4 flying soul guide. This flying soul guide was not crafted by him, but acquired from the Sun Moon Empire by Su Xiaoyun. Previously, his body could not withstand its power. Yet now he could barely manage to use it for a short duration. In the midst of the battlefield, the Soul Emperor of the 10,000 Souls banner took the lead, unleashing a host of unwilling spirits from slain soul beasts to charge towards the formidable Tongtian Basha. The evil soul master's martial soul existed in a ghostly state, intermittently casting remote soul techniques to disrupt Tongtian Basha, intent on draining the prey's lifeblood like a kite. The martial souls of the 5 soul sects were varied and peculiar, yet their methods of attack were remarkably unified, as they wielded soul guides to bombard Tongtian Basha, adapting seamlessly to the evolving circumstances. Perhaps influenced by the supreme leader Yi Shishui, the techniques of the soul masters within the Holy Spirit Church surpassed those of the Sun Moon Empire, having outpaced the unorthodox soul masters of Shrek by many years. It was a dark irony that they were more receptive to new concepts and vigorously pursued innovations. Fortunately, the strength of orthodox soul masters remained intact. The evil soul master, commanding the battlefield, suddenly sensed a surge of water elements within a radius of several thousand meters, suspecting that Tontian Basha was preparing a desperate counterattack, and promptly called to his companions. Everyone, be cautious. Do not let this beast. As the 6 evil soul masters turned to heed their leader's warning, a powerful black soul force descended from the heavens, piercing through all the summoned soul beast spirits, before striking fiercely against the soul emperor's chest. Caution! What caution? I shall slay you all. Even Long Xiaoyao cannot stop me. Mark my words. A chilling laughter echoed from all directions as the 6 evil soul masters and the beleaguered Tongtian Basha looked on in astonishment at a pillar of light that descended from the sky, darkening the already shadowy atmosphere. From within the beam emerged an elder clad in flowing robes, his face bearing a cruel smile. In the next moment, with a resounding crack, the martial soul of the 10,000 souls banner exploded into ashes. The evil soul master, perhaps intending to utter more, found himself devoid of strength, his body disintegrating in an incomprehensible manner, meeting a swift demise. Alas, it is an orthodox soul master of formidable strength. Everyone, flee at once. The gruesome scene sent shivers down the spines of the 6 evil soul masters, who frantically fled for their lives. Judging by the theatrical entrance and the swift obliteration of the evil soul master, this sudden powerhouse was undoubtedly a title de law. What were they waiting for if not to escape? If you manage to flee, what will become of my reputation? Su Xiaoyan shook his head and nonchalantly pointed a finger. The evil soul master king being caught by the soul force and meeting his end. Meanwhile, Su Tianxi, having stealthily approached the 5 soul sects using the flying soul guide, revealed his presence, lowering his brow as he silently contemplated. Upon arrival, how inappropriate it would be to depart. Let us together plunge into the depths of the sea. The second soul technique, Mirror Water Moon, was activated, unleashing an intangible ripple of mental energy that ensnared the 4 unsuspecting evil soul masters, rendering them immobile. The bewildered evil soul masters were astonished to find their surroundings transformed from the ocean to a fragrant meadow, and just as their confusion mounted, a deafening roar enveloped them, as if a warm wave of heat engulfed their bodies and minds. In the next moment, their consciousness faded into the abyss of darkness. The furthest evil soul master, in a desperate bid for escape, suddenly heard the thunderous sound of a fixed soul guiding cannon being fired behind him, followed by a resounding explosion. Struggling to glance back, he was seized by sheer terror. A soul master, illuminated by 6 radiant soul rings, had discharged a fixed soul guiding cannonball at close range into the heads of his companions, their bodies bursting apart with a cacophony akin to that of ripe watermelons. Moreover, after the explosion, the soul master astonishingly retrieved a massive apparatus with 9 cannon ports from his storage ring, preparing to load it with fixed soul guiding cannonballs, which were still of the 4th grade. Surely, the sheer number of 4th grade soul guiding cannonballs sufficient to obliterate our leader is more than adequate. Is it necessary to regard me, a mere soul master, with such disdain? As a dignified 6-ringed soul emperor, do you truly require this to eliminate me? The targeted evil soul master could only weep in despair as he turned to flee, sporadically casting soul techniques in a futile attempt to hinder his pursuer's speed. Su Tianxi, while operating the flying soul guiding device at maximum power to pursue, offered a disconcertingly warm smile to the trembling evil soul master. His head adorned with a crescent moon, his starry eyes glowing with malice, laughter echoing with the essence of villainy. Cackling, evil soul master, do not escape. Shatter the darkness with thunderous cannonballs. Today marks my debut, and I shall secure 5 kills. He pulled the trigger, unleashing a barrage of 9 fixed soul guiding cannonballs, imported from the Sun Moon Empire, each imbued with thunderous explosive effects, tracing 9 resplendent parabolas across the sky. These cannonballs, propelled by the launcher and their tail fins, pursued the last evil soul master with unparalleled ferocity, detonating behind him amidst his wide-eyed horror. Why does this orthodox soul master resemble an evil soul master more than I? He lamented, are fixed soul guiding cannonballs not exorbitantly priced? The answer to this lament was the explosion that erupted, releasing waves of thunderous energy akin to daylight. Boom. The series of cataclysmic explosions reverberated across several nautical miles, witnessed by Su Tianxi, who was elated. The radiance of thunder illuminated the dark expanse of the sea, transforming it into a resplendent spectacle, as colossal energy waves surged forth, causing the distant Titan sea serpent to tumble through the tumultuous waters. When the Titan sea serpent resurfaced, it found itself encircled by 2 formidable figures, one old and one young, both extending amiable smiles. I have heard that your Titan sea serpent clan is the most intelligent among sea turtle soul beasts. Given your age, you should be able to comprehend our words. Might you possess the ability to converse? Chapter 28. The Sea Soul Beast's Great Misfortune and the Unbreakable Bond with the Benefactor, the Celestial Tyrant. Su Tianxi, with an air of familiarity, waved his hand at the Celestial Tyrant, eagerly anticipating that it might unveil itself as a hidden treasure akin to the ancient golden tortoise of Su Sanshur. Regrettably, although the Celestial Tyrant nodded in a manner that suggested sentience, it did not utter a word. Perhaps one should not hope for too much fortune. Su Tianxi mused with a hint of disappointment. As long as it comprehends our speech, we require neither your soul rings nor wish to refine your essence. However, we harbor a modicum of curiosity regarding your experiences. So, please, relax, and I shall assist you in healing. Su Xiaoyan produced a small vial made of jade, gently pressing down on the Celestial Tyrant's head while allowing drops of glistening green liquid to cascade onto its cracked shell, which immediately began to emit a swirling red mist. Ouch, that hurts. Please be gentle. The Celestial Tyrant, its tightly pursed lips unable to contain a cry of agony, convulsed fiercely yet could not break free from Su Xiaoyan's grip. Su Tianxi's eyes sparkled with excitement as he crouched down, exclaiming, "This handsome and imposing tortoise. It appears you can indeed speak." Upon encountering such an astute human, the Celestial Tyrant instinctively raised its head, eager to respond, but upon recollecting something, it withdrew slightly, muttering, "This rather attractive human brother. I assure you that what transpired earlier was merely an accident. Do you believe me?" Su Tianxi's eyes twinkled with amusement. "Of course. That is hardly plausible." With a playful smile, he cut off the Celestial Tyrant's flicker of hope, urging, "Come now. Tell us how you came to find yourself in this predicament. We currently have time to spare, and we may very well cross paths again in the future." A sentient and articulate sea turtle spirit beast appeared utterly charming. Should they acquire soul techniques in the future, it would be worth attempting to forge a contract with one. For the Celestial Tyrant's lineage was that of the sovereign of sea turtles. Let us ponder whether this lineage might be a devoted follower of the Tang God King. If so, that would require further consideration. The Celestial Tyrant lowered its head in defeat, sighing with a look of innocence. "I truly do not know. Just days ago, I was, as usual, munching on aquatic grass and singing under the sun on the island when suddenly, a terrifying deep-sea demon whale stormed into our territory, unleashing a cataclysmic tempest. We were abducted. Several of my kin, myself included, were injured by that demon whale, some even devoured. It has been countless years since any sea soul beast dared to openly attack our kind. That creature is a madman, a lunatic brimming with murderous intent. We recognize the neighboring deep-sea demon whale, but never have we encountered one so frenzied, its power far surpassing that of any 10,000-year deep-sea demon whale I have known. It is undoubtedly a ferocious beast. In a moment of foolish bravery, I charged at that creature, only to be struck by its massive tail, nearly losing my life. A demon whale of such ferocity? And one that has unleashed its wrath upon the Celestial Tyrant's lineage? Could this be the harbinger of the demon monarch?" Upon hearing that the perpetrator is a ferocious deep-sea demon whale and has targeted the Ba family, renowned for their auspicious beast, Su Tianxi experienced a moment of clarity, recalling the Holy Spirit leader from a millennium hence and the soul beast demon emperor from a million years past. The recollection was prompted not by any other reason but the fact that he was unaware of other ferocious deep-sea demon whales. And the demon emperor had been in a state of turmoil, rampaging and consuming sea soul beasts to augment her power before being discovered by the Holy Spirit. The root of this calamity lies in the shortcomings of both the previous and current sea gods. Even the demon emperor's husband, the deep-sea demon whale king, was not spared, as he was found at home, peacefully slumbering, only to have his eyes gouged out, leading to the madness of the demon emperor, deprived of her husband as protection. As for the consumption of sea soul beasts for cultivation, it is worth noting that the deep-sea demon whale king rarely ventured out, lazily remaining at home, and even faced mockery from the soul demon great white shark for merely waiting with his mouth agape for prey to arrive. Can a whale that does not consume flesh still be considered a whale? Moreover, the soul demon great white shark, a favored progeny of the sea god, has not transformed into a vegetarian out of loyalty. The act of slaying soul beasts, regardless of the soul rings or bones involved, ultimately serves self-interest. However, to label the act of killing soul beasts with an evil designation is truly repugnant. On the Douluo Continent, which vegetarian soul beast has not consumed a few strands of blue silvergrass? Except, of course, for those vegetarian soul beasts that disdain blue silvergrass for its lack of nourishment, as it is abundantly available. And some noble-blooded soul beasts likely refuse to lower their culinary standards. while Su Tianxi indulged in fervent criticism on the other side. The Tongtian Ba family began to unburden themselves, unable to contain their grievances from the past few days. You cannot fathom how formidable that wretched deep-sea demon whale is. Following our attack, the two closest elders, both over 100,000 years old, rushed to our aid, yet they were no match for her. An elder from our clan, who has transcended 2 tribulations, namely my father, engaged her in battle and still could not prevail. It was only with the support of several other venerable elders that the situation was stabilized. We, the younger generation, could hardly withstand the residual energy waves. And when my father attempted to utilize spatial displacement to evacuate us from the battlefield, that vowed demon whale interrupted him, resulting in a mishap during spatial transmission. It was only when my grandfather, the Tongtian Ba ancestor, intervened that the space was stabilized, and I was transported here from home. With a sorrowful exhale, the Tongtian Ba's voice grew more melancholic as he recounted the misconduct of the detestable evil soul masters. Just last night, I had awakened on a nearby island for but a short while when I was targeted by a group of pitch-black human soul masters. It is infuriating that despite possessing 90,000 years of cultivation, my strength was diminished to almost nothing due to continuous injuries, and my vitality was nearly depleted. Those wretched humans bombarded me with terrifying artillery. They pursued me relentlessly for an entire day and night. Oh, how tragic my plight is. Su Xiaoyun and Su Tianxi exchanged glances, silently conveying their thoughts. Su Tianxi remarked, "Master, he claims that his father is a ferocious beast, and his grandfather is also a ferocious beast. Can this be trusted?" Su Xiaoyun replied. The Tongtian Ba family is renowned for their longevity and auspiciousness, with lineage tracing back to the dragon's 9th son, Ba. Their innate talents are not inferior to the ice-blue scorpion, so it is not surprising that they produce 2 ferocious beasts. Their clan leader, known as the Tongtian Ba ancestor, boasts at least 600,000 years of cultivation. Su Tianxi, what shall we do about this fellow? We cannot act rashly, for if we provoke his elders, we shall be doomed. Su Xiaoyun, wearing a serene expression, produced a thick ancient tome and handed it to Su Tianxi. Here. This is the cherished wisdom of our Xianming family regarding the care of turtles. Please study it carefully. Su Tianxi's gaze sharpened as he looked closely at the book. The Complete Guide to Caring for Ancient Turtles, authored by the ancestral heads of the Xianming family. Flipping through its pages, he found comprehensive insights ranging from domestication to cultivation, along with remedies for various ailments. The tome also chronicled the ancient turtles previously nurtured by the family, whose shells were occasionally scraped for rare substances to create nourishing turtle jelly. Ah, my human friends, I am profoundly grateful for your life-saving assistance and healing. A day ago, I sent out a distress signal to my kin, and I can sense that my elders are nearing. Once they arrive, I am confident they will reward you suitably. Having shared his plight, Tongtian Basha craned its neck and took a sip from the emerald vial that Su Xiaoyun had offered, gradually reviving from its former state of weakness, albeit still lacking vigor as it made its promise. Su Tianxi's eyes sparkled with excitement as he extended a hand, symbolizing friendship. Might I inquire if the distinguished turtle brother would be interested in sharing a contact point? I have long admired your lineage, the Tongtian Basha, and have yearned to forge a friendship with you. Additionally, if it is not too much trouble, could you inform us of the location of that mad magic whale? We would like to avoid any unnecessary misfortune. To penetrate the ancestral grounds of the Tongtian Basha and engage in battle with a beast of over 200,000 years of cultivation, alongside several 100,000-year soul beasts, is no small feat regardless of whether this deep-sea magic whale is indeed the demon monarch. Its strength would likely rival that of a 98th level super Douluo. Conservatively speaking, the combat prowess of this magic whale in the ocean could surpass that of Su Ziyu, and Su Xiaoyun was uncertain if he could withstand it. Su Xiaoyun furrowed his brows deeply, anxiety blossoming within him as he contemplated the tier of the deep-sea magic whale's power. His Xuanwu martial soul symbolized water, enabling him to harness the ocean's might to amplify his combat capabilities, even daring to challenge an extreme Douluo. However, in comparison to sea soul beasts, he feared the odds were not in his favor. Certainly, sharing a contact point is a simple matter. The Tongtian Basha welcomed guests from afar. And since you have saved me, you are now esteemed friends of my clan. I shall guide you henceforth. Tongtian Basha gazed tearfully at the 2 benevolent human warriors before it, truly reassured that there exist kind souls in the human world, and not all would covet their precious soul rings and bones upon sight. Splendid. The other party bore no intentions of harm, allowing for a sense of ease in forging this friendship. By the way, my dear friend, I have heard from my elders that spirit-type soul masters generally possess weaker physical constitutions. While your physique appears commendable, there remains room for improvement. When my elders arrive, I shall ensure they assess if there are suitable treasures to bolster your strength. With its injuries alleviated, Tongtian Basha floated effortlessly on the water, exuding an air of generosity, as if to say that their home was filled with treasures. Su Tianqi silently critiqued this 9,000-year-old Basha for being somewhat naive and easily deceived, then curiously inquired, "When will your elders arrive?" "Soon. I estimate there are about 10 minutes left." 9, 8, 7. Tianqi, be careful. Su Xiaoyun pushed Su Tianqi and Tongtian Basha aside, then abruptly turned his body, his gaze sharp as the edge of a sword, seemingly capable of exuding boundless brilliance. 9 soul rings suddenly appeared, and with a swift motion of his hands, he unleashed a vast palm strike. A towering phantom of the Xuanwu rose behind him, its turtle body and snake tail embodying a formidable aura that overshadowed all, gazing intently at the horizon. With a roar, the Xuanwu danced, and Su Xiaoyun's palms radiated a mighty light, which then transformed into towering waves, each wave higher than the last, surging toward the oncoming torrents of water. Su Tianqi, pushed to a distance, acutely sensed the profound spiritual energy contained within Su Xiaoyun's strike, a force that far exceeded his comprehension. The phantom of the Xuanwu behind him appeared as if a true divine beast had descended, emanating a terrifying might that could suppress the heavens, without employing soul techniques. Such power was astonishing. Did the master employ formidable martial skills? Su Tianqi furrowed his brow in contemplation. Boom! The towering waves of dark water cascaded down, colliding thunderously with the approaching whirlpools. As the tide receded, Su Xiaoyun staggered back 3 steps, his brow furrowed and his expression gravely serious. This aura. Could it be that Grandpa has personally arrived? Tongtian Basha extended its head, recognizing the fearsome beast amidst the swirling waters. Is that your grandfather, Tongtian Bazu? Shouldn't you rush to mediate? We cannot let our goodwill go unreciprocated. Do not worry. This is a unique expression of gratitude from our Basha clan. A way to bond with our benefactor. Tongtian Basha patted Su Tianqi's shoulder with its claw, covered in dragon scales, and said calmly. Chapter 29. The 3 instructions of Tongtian Bazu. Surmounting life and death tribulations. Su Tianqi's face twitched, his eyes wide in disbelief. Engaging in a fight with a benefactor upon arrival. What kind of etiquette is that? Tongtian Basha rolled its eyes, its dragon horns swaying. In the ocean, everyone does this. Perhaps it differs slightly from your human customs? Su Tianqi felt speechless. I believe this is not merely a slight difference. Well, for soul beasts, this is indeed a peculiar yet reasonable form of etiquette. With a crash, Su Xiaoyun steadied himself, his pushed-back palms suddenly coming together. The Xuanwu phantom emitted a blood-red light, stirring a tempest within the surrounding dozens of nautical miles, forming layers of barriers to shield himself. Simultaneously, the 9 soul rings on Su Xiaoyun's body underwent a sudden transformation. The first 5 soul rings glimmered simultaneously, instantaneously converging into a single black soul ring that radiated brilliance. The divine beast's bloodline talent. The combination of soul rings, an obsidian shield interwoven with golden lines expanded to a 100-meter radius, manifesting countless shield images. Su Xiaoyun's body swelled under the influence of soul power, resembling a colossal titan, exuding an immense aura that was unyielding and fearless in the face of impending doom. Su Xiaoyun's demeanor had transformed. He had evolved from an unassuming elder into a figure radiating boundless vigor. His flowing robe danced in the absence of wind, and Su Tianqi could distinctly perceive the flickering brilliance in his eyes, as if shadows of countless memories passed through them. His hands caressed the Xuanwu shield, and his gaze grew resolute. Having not unleashed his full power for quite some time, the old man nearly forgot that in his youthful arrogance, he had taken the title of eternity. To encounter you today, amidst this boundless sea, is truly a delight. Su Xiaoyun of the Xianxing sect, title, Eternity. I beseech you to impart your wisdom. Xuanwu roars. The overlapping golden shadows of the Xuanwu shield absorbed the vast water elements of the immeasurable ocean, coalescing into a tangible form, swiftly transforming into resplendent golden walls, reminiscent of an indomitable fortress, stirring the ocean's waves. With a powerful thrust of his palm, Su Xiaoyun unleashed the resplendent golden walls that had colored half the ocean, pressing forward with unstoppable force, parting the seas and breaking the heavens. The deep roar of a colossal beast reverberated across the surface of the sea, and in that moment, the Xuanwu shadow materialized, its blood-red eyes aflame with battle intent. Akin to Su Xiaoyun's second incarnation, radiating unmatched grandeur. As the roar echoed, the fabric of space fractured, rifts appearing in the celestial dome. And Su Tianqi finally witnessed a top-tier powerhouse capable of tearing through dimensions on this Douluo Continent. In the distant horizon, an immense creature, far larger than the Titan Snow Demon King, emerged, treading upon the waves, with the head of a dragon and the body of a tortoise. Its sturdy limbs ended in claws resembling those of a qilin, and it spoke with a voice as profound as the depths of the mountains. Su Tianqi distinctly felt the terrifying beast cast a benevolent glance towards him and the small basha beside him, before it focused intently to counter Su Xiaoyun's formidable onslaught. With a hum, the Tongtian Bazu raised its left forelimb, causing the space around its colossal form to warp violently. Countless azure beams of light poured like ink upon the dim expanse of the ocean, illuminating the path for all who traversed. A more terrifying spectacle soon unfolded. As the Tongtian Bazu grew earnest, enormous swirling black holes emerged from the distorted space, seemingly capable of devouring the heavens and the earth, harnessing the immense power of the ocean to generate unfathomable soul energy. Thousands of water tornadoes erupted, coalescing before the Tongtian Bazu into magnificent water dragons, their claws bared, exuding a majestic aura as they surged toward the seemingly indestructible golden walls. A cataclysmic collision ensued, akin to the arrival of divine retribution, stirring towering waves comparable to a tsunami. It was unimaginable that in this once desolate sea, two beings nearing the pinnacle of strength would engage in an extraordinary battle. Yet, this was merely the second exchange of their confrontation. As calm returned, the spatial rifts created by Su Xiaoyun were mended by the azure light. The celestial dome restored to its pristine state, and the overwhelming golden walls vanished completely. Su Xiaoyun himself was propelled back several thousand feet. Upon reflection, the imposing figure of the ancient titan remained steadfast and unmoving, establishing a clear distinction between the two parties. Both Su Tianqi and the ancient titan were shielded by the tacit understanding of their respective ancestral beings, aside from being violently propelled back several hundred meters. They suffered no further consequences. Each took several large gulps of water, subsequently expelling it from their throats. The scene was utterly terrifying, leading Su Tianqi to conclude that the state of this battle transcended his cognitive limits. He then turned his gaze towards the diminutive titan beside him, his eyes gleaming with a fervent smile as he inquired, "Dear turtle brother, as a formidable soul beast of 90,000 years, you have undoubtedly encountered much and imbibed more seawater than I have consumed salt. Pray, could you provide me with your insights?" The diminutive titan proudly raised his head, bestowing Su Tianqi with a look that conveyed, "You truly know how to flatter," followed by a chuckle, "Fear not, young master. My grandfather frequently engages in such practices at home. He possesses considerable expertise in controlling his power and would never harm your esteemed ancestor." Yet, Su Tianqi's expression remained one of concern. "But turtle brother, my ancestor is not a sea soul beast. He is human. Would your grandfather not harbor vengeful thoughts upon seeing the 9 soul rings adorning my ancestor, potentially leaving him here?" Given Su Xiaoyun's nonchalant tone when discussing the slaying of sea soul beasts, Su Tianqi was convinced that the Xianming clan was indeed notorious for such acts. The 2 100,000-year soul rings on Su Xiaoyun were likely sourced from 2 ancient sea soul beasts. What if the ancient titan, in a fit of rage, were to slay his ancestor? This ancient titan possessed at least 600,000 years of cultivation. Even away from the ocean, his combat prowess was formidable. Su Xiaoyun stood no chance in a direct confrontation, no matter how formidable his Xuanwu martial spirit may be. It could not surpass the affinity for the ocean that the titan possessed. Su Tianqi was beset by anxiety, yet the diminutive titan maintained an air of indifference. Grinning as he reassured, "Rest easy. My grandfather has never been one to meddle in external affairs. As long as your ancestor has not harmed any members of my clan, he shall not strike with lethal intent. What are a few slain soul beasts, Sam? Our clan consumes numerous sea soul beasts each year. How splendid. Then I can finally relax." As both sides prepared to unleash their third strike, Su Tianqi's anxious heart was finally set at ease. The diminutive titan glanced at the ancient titan's expression and, employing a discreet method of communication, exchanged a few words. A smile flickered in the once stern gaze of the dragon-eyed titan as he remarked to Su Tianqi, "Hee, it seems your ancestor is quite formidable, managing to exchange blows with my grandfather. He far surpasses my father. When my grandfather is awake, he enjoys using such encounters to guide my father and his peers in their cultivation. Perhaps he perceives your ancestor as a worthy candidate to mentor." The notion of mentoring the younger generation seemed quite fitting. "By the way, how many tens of thousands of years has your grandfather lived? Does he possess 70,000 years of cultivation?" Upon hearing that Su Xiaoyun had become a mentee, Su Tianqi's lips twitched involuntarily. However, contemplating the age disparity between them, he felt it was not unacceptable and casually inquired about the age of the ancient titan. Observing the ancient titan's demeanor, it was evident that his racial gifts were exceptionally formidable. It remained uncertain how he would measure up against the 3 great beasts of the continent. Little Beigia replied without hesitation, "Indeed, his cultivation has surpassed 800,000 years, and he only crossed the 8th heavenly tribulation a few millennia ago. What? Your grandfather is that formidable? Su Tianqi exclaimed, astonished. To have lived for over 800,000 years? On land. It seems that the only beings with deeper cultivation than this ancient turtle are the silver dragon fish and the beast god Emperor Tian. Moreover, to have reached such an age and cultivated the dual soul core of yin and yang is undoubtedly remarkable. Coupled with the Beijia bloodline, this old turtle could potentially engage Emperor Tian in a fierce battle. One wonders if Emperor Tian's dragon god claw would be effective against him. Indeed, my grandfather often boasts that there are but a handful of sea soul beasts capable of contending with him in the vast ocean. However, his long slumber has led to a diminished reputation, though his strength is undeniably formidable. Little Beijia proudly lifted his head. How splendid! To have such a powerful being to practice against is truly a grand opportunity, Su Tianqi said, his face lit with anticipation. It is now certain that Su Shaoyan could never hope to defeat old Beijia, but any gains from this battle would be commendable. Although Su Shaoyan cannot follow the path of old Beijia's dual soul core of yin and yang, should old Beijia offer some guidance, it would undoubtedly benefit Su Shaoyan significantly. It is not unreasonable to hope for an enhancement in combat prowess, even if one does not achieve enlightenment to break limits. This is the third move, be cautious. The immensely powerful and unfathomable Tontian Bazu spoke, raising his dragon head and letting out a profound roar. The coral-like deep blue dragon horns glimmered, radiating a brilliant aqua light in all directions, transforming into a colossal sphere of light, several hundred meters in diameter, hurtling towards Su Shaoyan. The aqua sphere shimmered with an ethereal quality, flickering unpredictably, as if a great dragon coiled upon it. Su Tianqi and little Beijia exchanged wide-eyed glances, unable to discern its trajectory. Has this move tapped into the power of space? Su Tianqi pondered. Good. Su Shaoyan growled, steadied himself, and extended his arms. The 6th and 7th soul rings merged into a single, blood-red soul ring of 100,000 years, which then erupted into brilliance. Martial soul, true body. Xuanwu domain. A golden halo enveloped Su Shaoyan's form, his aura soaring exponentially. The golden Xuanwu shield slipped from his grasp, bursting forth in the air with resplendent radiance. The halo twisting and transforming in an extraordinary manner, and the phantom of Xuanwu behind Su Shaoyan soared into the sky, disappearing within the colossal sphere of light. Countless waves of seawater surged forth as Su Shaoyan raised his hands, melding into the luminous sphere above. This was the innate ability of the Xuanwu divine beast to manipulate water elements. As long as it resided in the ocean, the Xuanwu could remain undefeated against any opponent of equal standing. 9th soul skill, Xuanwu divine seal. Su Shaoyan ignited his 9th soul ring, a resolute expression emerging on his weathered face. All soul rings, except for the 8th, converged into one, nearly maximizing the power of this strike. He then pointed, creating an energy conduit that connected to his true Xuanwu form. With a thunderous roar, a colossal Xuanwu beast, exceeding 1,000 feet in size, emerged from the void, lifting Su Shaoyan onto its back. Its serpentine tail hissed as it unleashed countless jets of water, while its turtle head summoned torrents, casting a halo that obscured half the heavens. The power of the divine beast Xuanwu? Quite impressive. In the eyes of the celestial overlord, a flicker of emotion finally emerged. Time, heedless of the autumn's passage, had presented him with a rare human capable of exchanging even 2 moves. Alas, the disparity in their cultivation remained significant. The might of the overlord was far beyond reach. Earlier, when his opponent approached, he had already conveyed through a method of telepathy that the insights gained from their 3 exchanges would depend entirely on the latter's understanding. The celestial overlord gently shook his head and spoke with an air of indifference. Although you are not an ultimate Douluo, your ability to withstand 3 moves from me is commendable. You possess a remarkable Xuanwu bloodline. I anticipate your further advancement. With that, the celestial overlord's gaze turned towards Su Tianqi and the little overlord. He exhaled a beam of blue light that landed before Su Tianqi. My clan never owes a debt of gratitude. This item, a piece of armor shed during my tribulation, will safeguard you through one life and death ordeal. Little Tian holds you in high regard. You are welcome to visit our clan. After speaking, the celestial overlord engulfed the little overlord in radiant light and vanished in a flicker, leaving no trace in this realm. Chapter 30, Deep Meditation. If the heavens do not bestow, I shall take it for myself. Those who obstruct my ascension shall face annihilation. As the battle paused, the ocean's surface for hundreds of miles still resonated with the residual energy of the 2 formidable beings, tranquil and undisturbed. A premonition stirred within him. This moment of cultivation might afford him profound insights, a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. engaging in 3 exchanges with the celestial overlord, Su Xiaoyan, amidst the haze. Vaguely approached a half-open heavenly gate, the door he had yearned for throughout his life, the threshold to ultimate Douluo. Had he been granted such an opportunity a century prior, he would have possessed a 70% certainty of forcefully breaking through that grand door. Now, though aged and diminished, his vigor not what it once was, how could he, as a soul master, suppress the excitement surging within him upon encountering the exquisite principles of cultivation? If he did not pursue a breakthrough, he would surely depart this world with unfulfilled ambitions. The original text noted that the second soul core for human ultimate Douluo must possess spatial attributes. It seemed that the 3 moves executed by the celestial overlord earlier contained elements of spatial power. Could it be that his revered master had come to a profound understanding? Entering a state of deep meditation, observing Su Xiaoyan, who appeared as serene as a monk in deep contemplation, exuding a soul power as vast as the ocean, Su Tianqi could not help but speculate. Soul masters typically engage in 2 types of meditation: ordinary meditation and deep meditation. Ordinary meditation represents the everyday state of cultivation, often referred to as shallow cultivation, while deep meditation is a rare state, achieved through insights gained during ordinary meditation, wherein the practitioner's mind delves completely into the act of cultivation, becoming utterly oblivious to external changes until they awaken on their own. In deep meditation, a soul master's soul power operates autonomously, accelerating in speed and enhancing comprehension, yielding results far superior to 10 instances of ordinary meditation. When a soul master encounters a bottleneck, entering deep meditation significantly increases the likelihood of a breakthrough. Additionally, driven by instinctive self-preservation, a portion of the soul power will naturally overflow from the soul master's body to shield them, concealing all traces of their essence. Such opportunities are exceedingly rare. A soul master may not encounter them more than a handful of times in a lifetime. For Su Xiaoyan to enter deep meditation after the battle was indeed a worthy reward for his engagement with the celestial overlord. Indeed, the celestial overlord is an exceptional sovereign. The beast's nature is remarkably sincere, and it genuinely imparts its knowledge. Unable to restrain his curiosity, the Moon Elder softly inquired of Su Tianqi, "Young master, what caliber of formidable being did Su Zhu encounter?" Not only did he fail to prevail, but he also entered a profound state of meditation. Su Tianqi, setting aside the deep blue tortoiseshell he had been examining, waved his hand dismissively and replied with solemnity. He encountered one of the most powerful sea soul beasts of our time. Master was heavily suppressed and faced a setback. Yet it also presents an opportunity. We shall see how he seizes it. The celestial overlord's cultivation exceeds 800,000 years among the soul beasts of the continent. Only Emperor Tian possesses a deeper level of mastery. On this ocean, he holds a distinct advantage, and even the presence of Emperor Tian may not guarantee success. While Emperor Tian's dragon god claw can subdue all soul beasts, the celestial overlord's bloodline is derived from the dragon's 9 sons, Baxia, which is exceedingly unique. Emperor Tian refers to Tao Tai as uncle, and as Baxia is also one of the dragon's 9 sons, it is likely that he can exert bloodline dominance over Emperor Tian. Although it is uncertain how much of the Baxia bloodline the celestial overlord possesses, it is reasonable to assume he does not fear Emperor Tian. The strength of such beings far surpasses the limits of humanity's ultimate Douluo. Su Xiaoyan suffered a significant dimensional blow, yet it is evident that his gains are substantial. For Su Tianqi, this experience is a fortuitous blessing. The tortoiseshell bestowed by the celestial overlord is itself a treasure of extraordinary quality, radiating a mesmerizing deep blue light, akin to a rare gemstone. Holding it invigorates his spirit, dissipating any fatigue. He is certain that with the subtle nurturing of this tortoiseshell, his mental sea will unknowingly become more stable, capable of withstanding greater mental impacts, thereby enhancing his cultivation efficiency. In less than 3 years, he will likely ascend to the next level. As for the celestial overlord's assurance of safeguarding him through a life-and-death crisis, Su Tianqi interprets this as acquiring an invulnerable body. As long as he does not recklessly wander into the perilous regions of Qian Kuan Training Dog Valley and the Star Do Great Forest, his personal safety should be largely assured. Naturally, until he reaches the status of a 7-title soul sage or can adeptly conjure an 8th-level fixed soul-guiding cannonball. It is prudent to avoid confronting such dangerous entities as Tidal Douluo. While he is not one to shy away from challenges, he sees no need to seek unnecessary thrills. Furthermore, individuals of the highest danger level, such as the Tang Divine King, warrant utmost vigilance. Although he possesses a golden ticket to evade death, he must not become complacent. His dual martial souls, particularly his main martial soul and the ultimate martial soul, are exceedingly conspicuous. Should the Tang Divine King discover him, it could lead to dire consequences. To ensnare Huoguo, this fated child, and to manipulate Rong Yinbing, he did not hesitate to tear his daughter's soul into 3 parts. If he were to become aware of my existence, he would likely exert considerable effort to eliminate me. Huoguo's opportunity lies plainly before him. Should I obtain the Dream Ice Silkworm and Ilex, I would inevitably attract the attention of the Tang Divine King, facing countless schemes and assaults. The Tang Divine King's control over the Douluo Continent is akin to casting a shadow over the heavens, with various pieces already set in motion. However, if I do not seize the opportunity, my hope of ascending to divinity will approach zero, and avenging Shrek will be utterly impossible. Su Tianxi, in a moment of introspection, settled into a meditative posture, closing his eyes to contemplate the path that lay ahead. His mind whirled with myriad possibilities as the ethereal energy of his soul began to circulate silently within his meridians and vital points. His body gradually tensing with a newfound resolve. After much deliberation, he concluded that he must take a bold leap, at worst preparing for any eventualities. Even if Tang San were to replicate Hui Yuhao's tale and threaten him with the soul of Kong Xia as leverage, it would hold no sway over him. Su Tianxi was not the lonely and incomplete Hui Yuhao of his youth. If he were to be treated like a dog, a mere leash would not suffice. Should no divine being descend to bestow upon him a godly position, he could always follow the ancient paths of the sea god or the legacy of the angels. Unifying the continent, the frigid north, and even the seas, consolidating the faith of all beings to forge his own divinity. Should the heavens deny him, he would seize it for himself. From this day forth, whether it be Shrek Academy, the Haotian sect, or any individual from the 4 great empires, those who stand in his way to ascend to godhood would meet their demise. As his thoughts raced, a coherent plan slowly crystallized in Su Tianxi's mind. His bright, clear eyes snapped open, illuminated by the radiant moonlight behind him, casting him as a celestial being beneath the moon, exuding an air of inviolable authority. Though his wings had yet to unfurl, he understood the necessity of remaining concealed and dormant for now. In due time, with sharpened claws and a commanding army, he would unify the continent and crush all opposition with the force of a raging tempest, achieving everlasting renown. Notable figures of immense potential and strategic value, such as Hui Yuhao, Jing Hongchun, Kong Deming, Su Tianran, the Holy Spirit cult, the Dreaming Ice Silkworm, and the Ice Snow Emperors, swirled through Su Tianxi's mind. He meticulously assessed the relationships among these pivotal individuals and factions, gradually discerning a path to ascend to the pinnacle of the continent, wielding supreme authority and consolidating divine faith. The moon waxes and wanes, reflecting myriad forms. With the power of his star martial spirit, he could perhaps extend his reach, harnessing the essence of the world to forge combat techniques. With a clear plan set in his heart, Su Tianxi's mind became tranquil, akin to a pristine lake. As he turned his thoughts to methods of cultivation, unbeknownst to him, the celestial curtain of night had unveiled the moon, casting its silvery glow that intertwined with the radiant moon behind the youth, illuminating his brow with remnants of light, as if the mystical goddess were painting an eternal masterpiece. Had the young master truly entered a profound meditation? What a momentous occasion this was. The Moon Elder, immersed in his own endeavors, felt a chill of moonlight cascade from the side. Turning to look, he beheld Su Tianxi seated in white robes, the clear moonlight enveloping him, with tendrils of soul energy swirling around him. Despite his youthful features, a remarkable spirit of ambition emanated from his countenance, leaving one astonished. Such extraordinary talent, indeed. The Moon Elder took a deep breath, his gaze lost in contemplation. Having spent time in the military of the Sun and Moon Empire, he had encountered many of its elite prodigies and heard tales of the Shrek monsters, often left in awe. Yet now, a true prodigy of unparalleled caliber had emerged. How many individuals across the 4 great empires could rival the exceptional gifts and profound insight possessed by the young master? None. Not a single one. The arrogant Shrek has brought ruin upon my family's young lady, and the director remains insufferably haughty. Just wait. When my young master comes of age, he shall undoubtedly topple your esteemed Continental Academy. In the illustrious city of Mingdu, at the Royal Soul Master Academy of the Sun and Moon, Director Lin Jiai, tasked with summarizing the new semester's work, knocked on the director's office door, his steps brisk with enthusiasm as he rushed to share the good news with Principal Jing Hongchun. Principal, I bear splendid news. Both Xiao Hongchun and Meng Hongchun have exhibited remarkable talent in the Soul Master technical assessments of the new academic year, successfully crafting multiple 3rd-tier core formations. From what I have observed, they are already capable of passing the 3rd-tier Soul Master evaluations, setting an unprecedented record for the Empire, truly the greatest prodigies in a millennium. Haha, I trust you, the Empire's premier master. Did not grant them any special training during the break. They are but children, That would be excessively taxing. Ha ha ha. Director Lin, you flatter me. It is merely the children's own diligence that has brought them this far, Jing Hongqian replied with a beaming smile, setting down his teacup with a wave of his hand. Ah, you are far too modest. There have certainly been descendants of 9th-level soul guiding masters in the past. Yet none have matched the brilliance of your Hongqian family, Lin Jiai exclaimed, his face alight with fervor. A mix of sincerity and flattery evident as he gave a thumbs up. I observe that they have already reached the 3rd ring in their cultivation at merely 10 years of age. Might they not have the potential to attain the rank of Soul King by 15? This would place them among our Academy's elite scholars. When the Star Luo Empire next hosts the prestigious continental competition for advanced Soul Master Academies, their strength will surely rival that of many main team members, allowing them to shine brilliantly. Ha ha ha, well said. The grandchildren of the Hongqian family are undoubtedly unparalleled geniuses destined to surpass their grandfather, leading our clan to new heights of glory. Jing Hongqian laughed heartily, then suddenly recalled something, his gaze fixed intently on Lin Jiai. By the way, your visit today isn't to report yet another instance of coercive purchasing at the Academy, is it? Are you here to issue yet another directive? Chapter 31. The path ahead must be walked alone. In the past 2 years, the Royal Soul Master Academy of the Sun and Moon has frequently suffered the theft of soul guiding devices, with the highest theft being a 4th-tier fixed soul guiding cannonball. Yet the thief remains elusive, which is utterly exasperating. Fortunately, this rogue has adhered to some semblance of decorum, leaving behind some slightly above market price in gold soul coins, and even providing local delicacies as compensation. Thus, Jing Hongqian chose to overlook the matter, casually approving a requisition for experimental losses. Though he felt despair over the inability to apprehend the culprit, he deemed it unwise to disclose this publicly. Since the thief was willing to part with a portion of wealth, Jing Hongqian found it acceptable to turn a blind eye. And even Lin Jiai had grown accustomed to following through on the necessary procedures. In the Sun and Moon Empire, numerous individuals engage in the smuggling of soul guides rated below level 5, making it exceedingly difficult to guard against. As long as these thieves refrain from infringing upon the threshold of level 5 and above, Jing Hongqian remains largely unconcerned, treating it as an opportunity to procure elixirs for his grandchildren. The quality of the potions left behind by these nefarious individuals is indeed commendable, surpassing even the finest offerings he has prepared for his own kin from the Sun and Moon Empire. Initially, he harbored some apprehension about whether his grandchildren might encounter minor setbacks upon reaching the Soul King level, but that worry has since dissipated. Thus, Jing Hongqian now eagerly anticipates what peculiar items the eccentric former Three Kingdoms powerhouse has procured this time. However, in the next moment, he is astonished to observe Lin Jiai's smile falter, his speech faltering as he appears hesitant to articulate his thoughts. Jing Hongqian furrows his brow and demands, "Speak candidly. Has that rogue dared to meddle with level 5 and above soul guides this time?" To his relief, Lin Jiai responds that this is not the case. With an expression of unease, Lin Jiai produces a piece of parchment and hands it to Jing Hongqian. This time, it is a list indicating a request to purchase a batch of level 5 and below soul guides, with the price being negotiable. Jing Hongqian is taken aback. Is it not enough to discreetly acquire a few items? Now they seek to wholesale? This is the highest institution of learning in the Sun and Moon Empire, not a black market. As the head of the esteemed Mingdu Hall, I am not a mere peddler of contraband. I am quite curious to see how audacious this individual is to place an order at our academy. Taking hold of the list, Jing Hongqian scrutinizes it closely, and soon his eyes begin to twitch, leading him to comprehend Lin Jiai's earlier reticence. The list details an order for a total of 40 level 5 fixed soul-guided artillery shells with attributes such as thunder, high explosive, shockwave, and ice, along with 5 level 5 fixed artillery launching frames, 1 level 5 flying soul guide, and 3 level 5 invincible shields. What manner of items are these? Are they intended for equipping a Soul King? For Jing Hongqian, while the quantity is considerable, it is not beyond the realm of possibility to procure. Yet, from the list, it appears that the buyer is likely an enthusiast of fixed soul-guided artillery shells. How does this rogue presume that I would supply them with such valuable items? If this were to leak, it would spell trouble even for me. As he reaches the end of the list, Jing Hongqian notices a faint ink stain, and upon infusing it with soul power, 2 lines of chilling text emerge before his eyes. This transaction will be the last within 3 years. Should the Hall Master be unwilling, we shall have no choice but to seek samples from your nation's black market. We hope that Hall Master Hongqian will consider the bonds of friendship and facilitate a pleasant transaction. 3 years hence, my Qilin child shall come to your esteemed nation for cultivation. I trust Hall Master Hongqian will look upon our 2 years of camaraderie with favor, as we share common adversaries in the Douluo Three Kingdoms. Strangely, The aura of soul power emanating from this envelope differs from that of the one received 2 years prior. Yet, it undoubtedly belongs to a title de law. Moreover, they intend to send the Qilin child to our Royal Soul Master Academy for cultivation? What an odd turn of events. Jing Hongqin keenly discerns that the soul power from this envelope originates from another title de law, his brow knitting into a deep furrow as he strains to unravel the situation. Finding himself at a loss. Very well, if it is merely these items, then it poses little issue. After all, it is only 3 years. I shall see what lies within your hidden intentions. At last, Mirror Red Dust made a resolute decision and turned to Lin Jiai to assign a task. As the new school term begins, we shall issue an assessment task for our 6th grade students to create this batch of soul-guiding devices. We will provide the rare metals, and upon successful completion of the transaction, they shall receive 40% of the labor fee. Furthermore, prepare a list of experimental supplies for me. That will be all. Understood, Dean. Hanhai City stands as the sole port city on the western coast of the Heavenly Soul Empire, grandly constructed by the sea. Long before the schism between the Heavenly Soul and Doling empires, during the era of the unified Dou Empire thousands of years ago, Hanhai City was already the largest city in the southwestern region of the Dou Empire and the most significant coastal city on the original Douluo Continent. Following the collision between the Xuanwu Moon Continent and the Douluo Continent, Hanhai City naturally became an essential hub for maritime trade between the Heavenly Soul Empire and the Sun Moon Empire. The advantageous marine resources and transportation conditions have fostered its increasingly prosperous development, making it second only to the 4 imperial capitals and Shrek City across the entire continent. After approximately half a month of maritime navigation, Yu Lao piloted the soul-guiding vessel to dock just outside the port of Hanhai City. He turned to observe Su Tianqi and Su Xiaoyun, who remained deeply immersed in meditation. It seemed the young master and Su Zhu could not be disturbed, so it appeared we would have to wait a while longer. Yu Lao halted the vessel, retrieved a communications soul-guiding device, and dialed a number. Hello? Is this the headquarters of the Xuanwu Merchant Association? I am a representative from the sect headquarters and have just docked at Hanhai City. Please send someone to assist us. A voice filled with excitement quickly responded from the other end of the communication device. Rest assured, we and the president have been waiting near the port. I will inform the president right away. With a click, the communication was terminated, and Yu Lao then witnessed several powerful auras suddenly erupting from outside the port, surging upward like a heat wave, shimmering brilliantly. Mr. Yu Lao, has the teacher and young disciple entered deep meditation? What splendid news! In a flash of light, several individuals arrived swiftly, and a crisp, composed voice, imbued with warmth, resonated in Yu Lao's ear. Recognizing the speaker, Yu Lao promptly rose and saluted the leader. Greeting him respectfully, I pay my respects to you, under the Ice Phoenix crown. Xiao Changfeng, who had personally come to greet the ship, donned a flowing robe and approached Yu Lao, supporting him with a friendly smile gracing his fair, jade-like visage. Just the other day, I received a batch of soul-guiding devices from the Sun Moon Empire, intending them as a gift for the young disciple. Alas, he is now in deep meditation, and I wonder when he will awaken. Yu Lao chuckled amiably. No matter. A good meal is never too late. The intention of Ice Phoenix Crown will surely be appreciated by the young master. Let us hope so, Xiao Changfeng nodded, his gaze towards Su Tianqi revealing a myriad of complex emotions. On the morning of half a month later, Su Tianqi, concluding his meditation, stepped out into the sunlight, his eyes sparkling with intrigue. Have we arrived? Is this Hanhai City? The architectural style of the city that unfolds before the eyes stands in stark contrast to the ancient and grandiose Xianin sect. Although it lacks the towering skyscrapers of a previous life, one can still observe numerous buildings rising above 5 stories. The throngs of people display a remarkable variety in attire, with even some donning dark leather. At this moment, the sun hangs high in the sky, and the harbor is bustling with maritime vessels. Soul masters embark on journeys while soul-hunting teams return laden with their catches. In the marketplace, vendors even hawk century-old soul beasts in plain sight, perhaps influenced by maritime trade. There are even stalls selling compasses and feng shui maps, soul-guided devices, an extraordinary sight in the otherwise soul-guiding device-rejecting Heavenly Soul Empire. The sea breeze wafts gently, carrying a strong briny aroma that leaves Su Tianqi feeling somewhat unsettled. He can't help but cough, fanning himself while muttering, I am not quite accustomed to the scent of this place. At that moment, a hearty laugh resonates near Su Tianqi's ear. Welcome to Hanhai City. The essence of the ocean is indeed like this. Young disciple, you must grow accustomed to it. Su Tianqi turns abruptly to behold a youthful man in his 30s, who exudes a vibrant energy devoid of any detectable soul power. His smile radiates a refreshing confidence and competence. Elder Yu stands beside him, offering Su Tianqi a friendly nod. Recognizing the man's identity, Su Tianqi respectfully bows. Greetings, Master Uncle. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Xiao Changfeng, and you shall be spending the coming years under my guidance. And where is my ancestor? Su Tianqi inquires, scanning the cabin for Su Xiaoyan's presence. He has departed. The reply comes, and he asked me to convey that he cannot accompany you on your future path. You must tread it alone. Chapter 32. The Origins of Kong Xie and the Self-Destruction of the Dog Emperor. My master informed me that he has discovered an opportunity for breakthrough. Yet what currently hinders him from taking that step is not the comprehension of cultivation, but rather his vitality and physical condition. Upon entering the city, Xiao Changfeng leisurely leads Su Tianqi, an elder youth, through the tranquil gardens of the Xuanwu Chamber of Commerce headquarters, relaying Su Xiaoyan's circumstances, his tone imbued with grave weight. Although titled Douluo possess long lifespans, even a master of the level 98 caliber like him experiences a decline in vitality and physical capabilities. The older one grows, the slimmer the chances for further advancement. Historical records indicate that most ultimate Douluo achieve their breakthroughs in their prime, typically before the age of 200, with those surpassing this age possessing potential, albeit requiring ample preparation and utmost caution. My master has surpassed 240 years. He must take great care for at least 3 to 5 years to increase his odds. Should he succeed, he could extend his lifespan by over a century, thereafter standing proudly above the world. Su Tianqi, observing his surroundings, ponders, then Master Uncle, what can we do to assist him? In today's realm, 3 ultimate Douluo exist. Muin's time is drawing near, while Long Xiaoyao and Yi Shishui remain at their zenith. Eventually, when they venture to the Sun and Moon Empire, they will inevitably encounter the nauseating elements of the Holy Spirit cult. Lacking Muin's protective legacy, Long Xiaoyao will not clandestinely safeguard him. Although theoretically Kong Deming could offer protection, the current situation is uncertain, and future developments are unpredictable, far less reliable than Su Xiaoyan's potential breakthrough to the ultimate level. Xiao Changfeng cast a fleeting glance at Su Tianqi, a flicker of satisfaction crossing his eyes. He gently shook his head and remarked, unless we can procure extraordinary materials and treasures, we are unable to assist our master. At their level, even the significance of 100,000-year soul rings and soul bones diminishes considerably. According to our master, the current sect leader of the body sect possesses even more 100,000-year soul rings and soul bones than he does. Yet he has remained stuck at the 99th level for over a century, exhausting all means without success. Though I have yet to step into their realm, I can vaguely sense the arduousness of it. Advancing beyond the Super Douluo level is indeed a formidable challenge. Su Tianqi paused beside a turtle-shaped rockery, raising an eyebrow with a light smile. Master Uncle, you are being modest. Our ancestor holds you in high regard and takes great pride in you. My discernment may be limited, yet I can see that you are far superior to the headmaster of Shrek Academy. The fact that Su Xiaoyan frequently speaks of you attests to your remarkable talent. At merely 60 years of age, you have already attained the status of a 96th level Super Douluo. As long as you do not languish at a certain level for decades like Yin Xiaozha, you are likely to break through to 98 before reaching 100. In their youth, the twin sacred dragons of light and darkness, as well as most limit Douluos, were likely at a similar level. Xiao Changfeng stood beneath the pavilion, a serene smile gracing his lips, but his gaze suddenly hardened as he waved a hand dismissively. My young apprentice, there is no need to mention that hypocrite Yin Xiaozha. Had I been able to see your mother off in time, there would have been no need for our master to intervene. I would have certainly tested his abilities myself. He, relying on the vast influence of Shrek Academy, has bullied our Xianming sect. Yet I am eager to see what remains of Shrek's supremacy on the Douluo Continent once the dragon god Douluo has perished. As his words fell, the temperature in the garden plummeted, a pure and frigid aura emanating from Xiao Changfeng's sleeve, chilling one to the bone. Su Tianqi retrieved a prepared garment from his storage ring to shield against the cold, rubbing his hands together as he inquired, Master Uncle, you do not intend to take action against Shrek after Muin's demise, do you? That would be impossible. I could not kill anyone. A century ago, the beast tide failed to destroy Shrek City, and I could not accomplish that either, nor could I plunge the Xianming sect into abyss. Xiao Changfeng shook his head, a mysterious smile playing at the corners of his mouth as he replied, I understand. Betrayal. Su Tianqi's pupils constricted in astonishment. It emerged that there was more than one individual within the Xianming sect wishing to defect to the Sun and Moon Empire. Over the past 2 years, Su Xiaoyan had been instructing him in the ways of soul masters, and he had harbored suspicions in his heart. Now, he was finally certain that both his ancestor and master uncle, high-ranking members of the Xianming sect, had developed intentions to defect from the 3 nations of Douluo. In terms of concrete actions, at the very least, they were intending to send him, the foremost genius of the younger generation in the Xianming sect and its future strongest member, to cultivate in the Sun and Moon Empire. given his extraordinary talent. This was no longer a mere diversification of investments. It was a deliberate choice to ally with the Sun and Moon Empire, with their own involvement as well. Xiao Changfeng scrutinized the changes in Su Tianqi's expression, inwardly praising his astuteness, and smiled. Master Bo stated, as a citizen of the Heavenly Soul Empire, you may find it difficult to accept this. Allow me to enlighten you. Your mother is not a native of the 3 kingdoms of Douluo Continent. She hails from the Sun Moon Empire and is of royal lineage. Su Tianqi felt a slight twitch at the corner of his eye, yet his heart remained largely undisturbed. The Sun Moon Empire, as its name suggests, boasts an imperial lineage with martial spirits embodying the sun and the moon, occasionally manifesting the formidable purple flame extinguishing dragon. The foremost powerhouse of the Sun Moon Empire, Kong Deming, bears the title of Silver Moon, while Kong Xie wields the martial spirit of the title Cold Moon. Thoughts he had often contemplated. Seeing Su Tianqi's composed demeanor, Xiao Changfeng silently nodded and continued, your mother's lineage is a collateral branch of the Sun Moon Empire's royalty. Having served in the military for generations, constituting a significant force within the Empire's armed forces, your maternal grandfather served in the esteemed Royal Soul Master Corps, the foremost among the 5 guardians of the nation, and prior to his exile, he was a vigorous 7th-level Soul Master, representing the younger faction of the military. You are undoubtedly aware of the significance of the Royal Soul Master Corps, are you not? Indeed. It is the mightiest force directly commanded by the Emperor of the Sun Moon Empire, entrusted with the protection of the capital and the safety of the Emperor, Su Tianqi acknowledged. His thoughts racing. Xiao Changfeng nodded slightly, speaking in a measured tone, correct. This corps operates directly under the Emperor, with each soldier being an elite soul master of rank 5 or higher, and of impeccable lineage, mostly descendants of the nobility of the Sun Moon Empire. Your grandfather was among them. Your mother's grandfather, your great-grandfather, was the strongest among the 4 remaining guardians, the esteemed leader of the Imperial Dragon Soul Master Corps, a 9th-level soul master, with countless disciples and acquaintances. Before your mother's family faced exile, they enjoyed unparalleled prestige, with few families in the Sun Moon Empire capable of rivaling them. Xiao Changfeng, relentless in his revelations, shared a shocking secret, leaving Su Tianqi momentarily dumbfounded. It appeared that his mother's family was deeply entrenched in the military of the Sun Moon Empire, representing a portion of the imperial interests. The ramifications of a family of such stature could entangle numerous interests. Any disturbance might provoke upheaval within both the military and the royal court. How could they have been so easily exiled? Had they committed treason? Su Tianqi voiced his confusion, only for Xiao Changfeng to smirk. A trace of derision crossing his features as he scoffed. They did not betray the Sun Moon Empire. Rather, they steadfastly upheld its principles. The true traitor to the empire's interests was the previous emperor, who was overthrown in a coup that obliterated his entire family. As these words fell, the elder Yu, following the 2, furrowed his brow, shadows of gloom clouding his face, and a deep-seated hatred flickered in his eyes as he interjected, Your Highness, allow me to address the subsequent matters. Xiao Changfeng nodded in agreement. Thank you, Your Highness. Yu expressed his gratitude, his eyes beginning to redden, turning to Su Tianqi. He remarked, Young master, since the collision of the 2 continents over 4 millennia ago, the borders between the Sun Moon Empire and the Heavenly Soul and Star Luo empires have known no peace, with various skirmishes erupting continuously, particularly intense with the Star Luo Empire. Many years ago, the contemporary Duke of the White Tiger, Dai Hao, of the Xinghua Empire, orchestrated a fierce assault on the borders of the Sun and Moon, amassing merit to command the Western Group Army. He mobilized the military forces of the White Tiger lineage to launch a vigorous offensive, breaching 3 border checkpoints and slaughtering countless civilians, with many Sun and Moon officers executed as trophies. Yet, at that critical juncture, the wretched emperor spoke of peace and the greater good, a display of absurdity. Your grandfather and his peers knelt outside the palace gates for days, pleading for battle, only to be met with disdain and threats of demotion from that vile emperor. The news spread like wildfire, igniting outrage throughout the nation. Naturally, the military was unwilling to relent, and the emperor, obstinate, exacerbated the turmoil until, in the end, several families, including your grandfather's, were sentenced to exile. Your great-grandfather, the former master, succumbed to rage and grief, dying at the palace gates, as did several 8th-level soul mentors from the military. We were banished to a remote island, where, shortly thereafter, your grandfather perished at the hands of a sea soul beast, leaving only the young lady and a few of us old servants behind. At this point, Yu Lao, overwhelmed with emotion, wept uncontrollably. Fortunately, several months later, while we ventured out to procure soul rings for the young lady, we encountered Su Zhu, who was fishing at sea, drawn by the aroma of grilled fish prepared by the young lady. He relished a few of our grilled offerings and willingly assisted her in hunting soul rings, engaging in conversation about her lineage. Upon learning the full story, Suzu took us away from our place of exile, took the young lady as his disciple, nurtured her with great care, and sent her to the Shrek Academy. There, during the prestigious Continental Advanced Soul Master competition held in Mingdu, she triumphed over all teams from the Sun and Moon Empire before that despicable emperor. Alas, that vile emperor met an untimely end, his family slaughtered by his brother in a coup, a fitting demise for such a wretch. Your words resonate with clarity, indeed. That detestable emperor was forsaken by all, sealing his own fate. Chapter 33, Revenge Accomplished. Master, if there are no exceptionally gifted disciples, seek them from the imperial family. Su Tianxi was struck with realization, understanding why the former emperor of the Sun and Moon Empire, the father of Kai Tu, was slaughtered in the palace by an evil soul master, while the 9th-level soul guiding devices of the worship hall and the royal soul mentor group, tasked with the emperor's protection, stood idly by, judging by the subsequent protective team of Su Tian. Even if Yi Shishue himself attempted to silently eliminate the former emperor's entire family, it would not have been an easy feat. The only plausible explanation is that those individuals chose to be mere spectators. Had any faction among the worship hall, the royal family, or the military been willing to intervene, the former emperor would not have faced the annihilation of his family in a single night. As an emperor, to renounce power and disgrace the nation, persisting in a stance of peace while exiling a faction of military hardliners and forcing several military leaders to their demise, how could the military, long at odds with the original 3 kingdoms, not despise the scoundrel? To drive a 9th-level soul mentor, hailing from the royal lineage and rooted in the military, to death within the palace, what dignity remains for the royal family? How many interests were harmed? They must have lost their minds to continue supporting this loathsome emperor. What? The emperor's brother, unwilling to remain in obscurity, seeks a coup. Excellent. Let him be swiftly dispatched. Such a wretched soul would be better off dead. Even if a tyrant were to take his place, it could hardly be worse. Kong Deming, the guardian deity of the Sun and Moon Empire, is also a staunch proponent of war. This is splendid. You must swiftly eliminate that despicable traitor to the alliance. My sole focus shall be on the research of soul guiding devices, and I shall not concern myself with anything else. Do not speak of such extraordinary powers being inherent to this fantastical realm, for even in my past life, when the valiant Qin was poised to advance eastward, those seated upon the throne who sought peace would inevitably meet with a dismal fate. As you mentioned, my mother and her family were loyal subjects wronged by the former emperor. Now that the treacherous emperor is dead, is it not fitting that I seek vengeance for my mother in the Sun and Moon Empire? The Moon Elder wiped away his tears and, with a hoarse voice, replied, Indeed, since the ascension of the new emperor, he has endeavored to secure military support by granting amnesty to several families who were exiled in the past, thereby restoring their honor. As he spoke, he retrieved a time-worn purple gold token from his storage ring, bending down to present it with great reverence to Su Tianxi. This token was left by my master. It signifies his authority as the leader of the Imperial Dragon Soul Master Corps. Young master, the lady merely wished to keep it as a memento, but now I entrust it to you. Rest assured, Moon Elder, as it is a relic of my ancestors, I shall safeguard it diligently. Su Tianxi gazed intently at the opulent token adorned with the image of a purple dragon, well aware that it resembled the legendary Purple Radiance Destruction Dragon, before accepting it with care. Overcome with emotion, the Moon Elder excused himself from Su Tianxi and his companion and departed. The sun was now high in the sky. Xiao Changfeng glanced at the heavens, smiling as he said, Little nephew, shall we dine first? After our meal, I will share with you my tales. My experiences, while somewhat extraordinary, have been more fortunate than your mother's. Very well, I am indeed curious about your experiences, Master Uncle. Su Tianxi exhaled deeply in agreement and followed Xiao Changfeng to the dining hall, where an array of delectable dishes soon graced the table, predominantly featuring an assortment of seafood, some of which Su Tianxi had never encountered before. The sect's alchemical concoctions require an abundant essence and blood from aquatic soul beasts, leading to the establishment of the Xuanwu Chamber of Commerce in this vast ocean city. Master Uncle possesses a wealth of exquisite delicacies. Indulge without restraint. Xiao Changfeng gently patted Su Tianxi's shoulder, urging him to take a seat, and guided him through the culinary offerings, including shark oil extracted from the legendary 1,000-year demon white shark, whale brain from the 1,000-year evil orca, and nourishing broths crafted from whale glue and tortoise scales, all immensely beneficial for mental fortitude and physical vitality. Having consumed these delicacies for 2 years, their effects may not be as potent as during the initial encounters, yet the nourishment they provide remains substantial. Su Tianxi never deprives himself in matters of sustenance. Without excessive conversation, Su Tianqi immersed himself in the meal as if it were a form of training or combat, fully engaged, and resolved to write a letter to Su Sanshire tonight to share his experiences. Such fortuitous events should involve him to some degree. After all, a year ago, Su Sanshire had ascended to the rank of Soul Sovereign and now thrived at Shrek Academy, renowned as the foremost defensive soul master of the outer court. Su Tianqi felt compelled to challenge him, lest he succumb to complacency. Sated and with a full belly, Xiao Changfeng began to recount tales, while Su Tianqi listened attentively, his expressions shifting from astonishment to comprehension and eventually to profound reflection. The narrative was not particularly novel. Like Kong Xie, Xiao Changfeng hailed from a branch of the royal family, albeit from the Heavenly Soul Empire as opposed to the Sun and Moon Empire. His father was an old prince of the Heavenly Soul Empire, a younger brother of the current emperor, while his mother, of humble origins, was a kitchen servant bearing the surname Xiao. Xiao Changfeng was the product of an indiscretion committed by the old prince during a drunken revelry. The princess consort, lacking in jealousy, merely held a disdainful view towards this tainted royal bloodline, relegating them to menial chores in the kitchen. The only hope for the young Xiao Changfeng was to awaken a formidable martial spirit, which would afford him resources to elevate the circumstances of himself and his mother. At this juncture, the narrative introduces his esteemed master, Su Xiaoyan, a glutton who stealthily snuck into the old prince's kitchen. After indulging in a few delectable dishes, he fortuitously encountered Xiao Changfeng and his mother. Following this encounter, Su Xiaoyan found Xiao Changfeng to be remarkably astute and promising, bestowing upon him some elixirs to enhance his physique. Xiao Changfeng, in turn, did not disappoint. By the age of 6, he not only awakened a full innate soul power, but also manifested a mutated martial spirit, the Ice Crystal Phoenix. This tale mirrored a successful revenge akin to that of Hu Yuhao. It appeared that his master's lineage possessed a unique tradition, specifically gathering the scions of various imperial families and sending them to rival nations or factions for cultivation. It mattered not if a disciple lacked extraordinary talent. One could always seek out the imperial families for potential talent, excluding the inept individuals from the spirit Douluo Empire. The other 3 empires were indeed capable of producing exceptional individuals. Thus, it seems you, esteemed master, must be the most illustrious prodigy in the history of the Star Luo Royal Soul Master Academy? Su Tianqi jested. Indeed, they did offer numerous benefits. Yet I found little interest in them, Xiao Changfeng replied, calmly sipping his tea. What they can provide, my master can also offer. What they cannot provide, my master can as well. With my master's prowess, they would not dare to retain me against my will. Among the 3 great empires, the Star Luo Empire boasted the most formidable military and soul guide technology, yet in terms of soul master strength, it paled in comparison to the Heavenly Soul Empire. The gap in title Douluo was negligible, but the disparity at the Super Douluo level was significant. Su Tianqi, intrigued, inquired, what do you mean by that? I have heard from my master that the Star Luo Empire possesses a hall of offerings, dedicated to title Douluos and Super Douluos, and the foremost healing-type soul master, the medical immortal Douluo, resides there. Yet, regardless of the medical immortal Douluo's capabilities, they cannot defy the will of the hall's master. What value does that hold? Xiao Changfeng responded, shaking his head. The current master of the Hall of Offerings in the Star Luo Empire is an ancient ancestor of the royal family. The Su family, originally a hidden sect known as the Star Crown sect, possesses the Star Crown martial spirit, which surpasses the quality of most top-tier martial spirits. This venerable ancestor boasts a cultivation of level 98 and formidable combat prowess. However, time is unrelenting. He is older than my master and Muon and has long ceased to engage with the outside world, reportedly secluding himself in the Hall of Offerings. The teacher speculated that the state of the Star Crown ancestor might be exceedingly dire. Whether he could even take action was questionable, and he may have already reached the end of his days, though the Star Luo royal family has kept his demise a secret. This explains the arrogance of Elder Xian within the Star Luo Empire, as there seems to be no one to counter him. It appears that even if the Star Crown ancestor is not deceased, he is in a condition akin to that of Muon. Having learned of the Star Luo Empire's secrets from Xiao Changfeng, and recalling how in the original work, Xian openly threatened everyone in the Star Luo Empire regarding any harm that befell the disciples of Shrek, declaring that he would go mad if such events occurred, and confidently stating that no one here could prevent his wrath, Su Tianqi felt a twinge of sorrow for the Star Luo Empire. Strength is the ultimate truth. Without a top-tier powerhouse at home, one's words lack authority. Aside from the Star Crown ancestor and the healing spirit Douluo, there were hardly any notable figures in the Star Luo Empire's Hall of Offerings, and at the Super Douluo level, they might not even be able to suppress our Xianming sect, hence there is no need to regard them too highly. Xiao Changfeng's demeanor was calm. exuding an air of confidence as light as a breeze. Su Tianqi could not help but chuckle, saying, "Indeed, Master Uncle. You possess the Ice Crystal Phoenix martial soul and are a 96th level Super Douluo with a formidable soul ring configuration. I dare say even a 97th level Super Douluo would struggle to claim victory over you. It is widely known in the Spirit Master community that there are only two 97th level Super Douluos, the Tianyang Douluo of the Doling Empire and the Qingying Douluo of Shrek. I have yet to engage with them, but their martial souls do not compare to mine, nor do they possess my vitality." Su Tianqi's lips twitched, thinking to himself that indeed, those two are esteemed veterans of the Spirit Master community, lacking the vigor of Master Uncle. Rather than pondering this, why not consider when you might advance further? If you were to break through to 97, they would undoubtedly be no match for you, the rising star. Su Tianqi sincerely remarked. Upon hearing this, Xiao Changfeng shook his head with a grave expression, sighing, "That would be quite challenging. Even with 10 years I cannot guarantee a breakthrough. That is only natural. Take your time," Su Tianqi encouraged kindly. "Unless I were to devote myself entirely to seclusion without concern for external matters, then there might be a significant opportunity, but that is simply not feasible," Xiao Changfeng reflected. "You are indeed right," Su Tianqi responded, momentarily at a loss for words, realizing his words could be difficult to follow up on. Xiao Changfeng laughed heartily to dispel the awkwardness, proclaiming, "Little junior nephew, there is no need for envy. Although your ultimate martial soul will progress slowly after level 30. We will do our utmost to facilitate your rapid advancement. Once you become a title Douluo and begin cultivating your second martial soul, that will be your moment to shine. And surpassing me will be merely a matter of time." Su Tianqi's eyes sparkled as he said, after deep meditation, "I have developed some ideas regarding combat. May I seek your guidance, Master Uncle?" "Of course, come forth," he replied. Chapter 34, Su Tianqi. "Yin Shaozhe, this man I shall undoubtedly kill in the future. I may not yet be robust, but I shall grow stronger." With a smile, Xiao Changfeng rose from his seat. His figure flickering as he appeared 100 meters away from Su Tianqi, his hands naturally clasped behind him, his ethereal robe flowing gracefully, a vision of elegance. "Be cautious, Master." Su Tianqi leaped down from the pavilion, and two soul rings, one yellow and one purple, ascended into the air. The illusory moon's mystic eyes manifested as ripples of silver light coalesced within his gaze, while the emblem on his forehead shimmered radiantly. And a clear moon took shape behind him, casting a cool, luminous glow. Without uttering a word, he stamped his foot upon the ground, propelling himself forward like an arrow released from its bow. As he surged within mere strides of Xiao Changfeng, he suddenly unleashed a powerful strike. Simultaneously, the clear moon transformed, a black radiance erupting and rapidly spreading across the entire moon, resembling an eclipse, exuding an ominous glow. Su Tianqi's fist was enveloped in a dark, swirling aura, akin to a vortex. The transformation of his martial spirit marked the initial fusion of spiritual energy and soul power into a formidable assault. What remarkable talent he possessed! A flicker of astonishment crossed Xiao Changfeng's eyes as he swiftly rotated his right hand behind his back, forming a fist to meet Su Tianqi's oncoming blow. With his strength, standing firm to absorb Su Tianqi's strike would leave him unscathed. But engaging in a counterstrike was both a means to fully appreciate the force and a gesture of utmost respect towards Su Tianqi. The collision resounded with a resounding thud. Su Tianqi felt as though his fist had struck an unyielding divine metal. Xiao Changfeng's punch, though plain in appearance, bore an unstoppable might, sending a jolt through Su Tianqi's right arm, causing him to stagger back 10 paces before regaining his balance. Xiao Changfeng glanced at the uneven ground, a hint of admiration gleaming in his eyes. "Your punch possesses remarkable power. Even an ordinary soul master employing a millennium-old soul skill would find it challenging to withstand. At such a tender age, has your teacher already imparted the Divine Beast Celestial Phenomenon to you?" "Divine Beast Celestial Phenomenon? What are you referring to?" Su Tianqi inquired, perplexed. When did his master ever teach him such a thing? He had not even utilized the mystic turtle shield. "You haven't learned it? Then from where did this strike originate?" Noticing Su Tianqi's genuine expression, Xiao Changfeng's handsome visage shifted, and a blue mist flickered into existence before him, his expression oddly questioning. Before he could finish, Su Tianqi observed a subtle twitch at the corner of Xiao Changfeng's mouth, pondering if he had unwittingly grasped something awe-inspiring enough to astonish a super Douluo through mere meditation. Surely, it couldn't be that simple. Xiao Changfeng, both amused and exasperated, reflected that profound meditation was a rare boon for any soul master. He himself had only entered such a state a handful of times, the first during his time as a soul master. He couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy for Su Tianqi, whose talent and fortune were unparalleled. He had the chance to witness the battles of the most formidable warriors of the day and then delve into profound meditation. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Su Tianqi scratched his head and said softly, "I simply hoped to unleash this punch, and to my surprise, I succeeded. As a senior, could you offer some guidance?" Guidance. The best advice I can offer is to observe, practice diligently, and deeply comprehend the moon's abilities and transformations. Engage in battles to discover and master the optimal balance between spiritual and soul power. Using this as an opportunity to unlock the potential of your martial spirit and forge ahead on this path. My teacher possesses a renowned combat skill, the divine beast celestial phenomenon, which manifests as the mystic turtle illusion you witnessed. Since you have such talent, I can pass this knowledge on to you on his behalf. It will undoubtedly prove beneficial. At the moment of the lunar eclipse, Su Tianqi's fist was enveloped in a dark halo that swirled like a vortex, concentrating pure spiritual and soul power, delivering a dual assault on both the mind and body, rivaling the might of a soul sect master. Even without considering Su Tianqi's formidable mental strength, the physical impact of that punch would not pale in comparison to a soul master's millennium soul skill, exhibiting an extraordinary explosive force. It would be hard to contest the assertion that he was a powerhouse-type soul master. Yet, he belonged to the control system, a category often deemed physically frail, presenting a stark contrast to the offensive type. The only explanation that Xiao Changfeng could conceive for such explosive power, aside from proper nourishment, was that Su Tianqi had developed his innate martial soul to a level far surpassing his current rank, delving into the primordial mysteries of martial souls, albeit only scratching the surface. His mother had traversed this path in her lifetime, but Kang Xie had already attained the rank of soul sect at that time, being significantly older than Su Tianqi and having the guidance of a mentor, highlighting the vast disparity between them. Unbeknownst to Su Tianqi, Xiao Changfeng was engulfed in a flurry of thoughts in that fleeting moment, yet he simply nodded earnestly. Indeed, I have read that the various formidable soul skills of the moon martial soul are related to the phases of the moon, including the new moon, full moon, lunar eclipse, and blood moon. Furthermore, star-type martial souls possess the ability to harness the power of celestial bodies in combat, thus inspiring new ideas. For instance, when transformed into the new and full moons, my palm blade should possess considerable cutting power. Observe. With a thought, Su Tianqi's full moon instantly split into three, transforming into 3 crescent moons that circled around him. He extended his palm like a blade and struck the air thrice, causing a large tree to sever into 4 segments. Crashing to the ground, Xiao Changfeng's eyelids twitched in surprise, realizing that this young man truly had potential, yet fortunately, it remained within acceptable limits. After clearing his throat twice, Xiao Changfeng maintained a composed demeanor and remarked, "The cutting power is commendable, rivaling the attacks of sword-wielding soul masters. Is there more? This is the illusory moon, which enhances the phantasmagorical aspect of my second soul skill. Observe." Su Tianqi activated his mirror water moon, and the moon phase transformed into a part of the illusion, rendering him momentarily invisible. Impressive. Is there anything else? The corners of Xiao Changfeng's mouth twitched again, taken aback by the extent of his young prodigy's development, suggesting that his martial soul could be considered dual-formed. This is the flashing moon, which amplifies the power of my first soul skill. Upon finishing his words, Su Tianqi ignited his first soul ring, and the moon phase morphed into a streak of light, darting into his eyes, condensing into 2 beams of lightning like cold light that pierced through a towering stone, leaving behind 2 ethereal holes radiating a chilling luminescence. With a resounding crash, the cold light expanded outward from the holes, fracturing the stone, which quickly crumbled under the force. Xiao Changfeng distinctly sensed that the internal structure of the stone had undergone 2 phases of destruction. Su Tianqi's attack not only wielded spiritual power, but also carried an intense, bone-chilling cold. I have a premonition that this flashing moon phase can autonomously trigger the cold moon gaze, but my control is still insufficient. It requires further honing. Su Tianqi remarked, picking up a shard of the icy stone, his enthusiasm unabated. Turning around, he noticed that Xiao Changfeng had, at some point, retrieved a communication soul guide, instructing someone on the other end. "Master, what are you saying? I will arrange for someone to construct a higher moon-gazing platform and procure stargazing and light-gathering soul tools of level 7 or above from the Sun and Moon Empire. Had I known your martial soul was so exceptional, I would have secured them sooner." Xiao Changfeng put down the communication soul tool and rubbed his forehead. "Soul tools of level 7 or above. Such items are not easily acquired, are they?" Su Tianqi furrowed his brow. "I have acquaintances at the Royal Soul Master Academy of the Sun and Moon. Recently, I acquired a batch of soul tools. These 2 are not combat items, so obtaining them should not pose a challenge. If he declines, I shall resort to the black market for a bounty." Xiao Changfeng spoke with calm assurance. Su Tianqi's lips quivered slightly. He was tempted to inquire about the identity of the person with whom his master had connections. Daring enough to trade such high-level soul tools under Jing Hongqin's watchful eye. After some contemplation, he decided against pressing the matter and expressed his gratitude. I sincerely thank you, Master. I hope that the precautions taken by that unscrupulous individual are sufficiently rigorous to avoid detection by Jing Hongqin. Such trivial matters are inconsequential. Xiao Changfeng waved his hand dismissively, his expression shifting to one of seriousness. Your martial soul is uniquely special, a rarity in my lifetime. Do not squander this extraordinary talent. Your current rate of cultivation is commendable, yet the pace will inevitably slow after reaching level 30 with an ultimate martial soul. Strive to break through to level 30 within 3 years, and I shall accompany you to hunt for soul rings. During this time, I will impart my knowledge, combat strategies, and experiences to you. Study diligently, for upon your ascension to the 3rd ring, it will be time for your journey to the Sun and Moon Empire. I understand. Su Tianqi nodded earnestly, then inquired, Master, what reason shall I provide for my visit to the Sun and Moon Empire? Should I simply declare my intent to avenge my mother? It is far more intricate than that. Xiao Changfeng smiled mysteriously. Long before your martial soul awakened, your teacher made certain arrangements. In the sect's external communications, your innate soul power is recorded as merely level 7, and your martial soul is listed as merely Moonshadow. Moreover, it is likely that rumors have already begun circulating in the Xianming sect about you, the young master, and an old servant eloping from home. Eloping? Su Tianqi was taken aback. Indeed, I believe this information will bring joy to some. Xiao Changfeng nodded lightly. Then his expression turned cold as he gazed in the direction of Shrek City, speaking softly. Your teacher has withheld a matter from you. 2 years ago, shortly after your martial soul awakened, he and your father discovered that Yin Xiaojia had secretly sent word to Xue Lingxuan, urging her, as the head matriarch, to make your life difficult within the bounds of propriety. Xue Lingxuan is somewhat cunning. She provided you with trivial amusements to placate you, allowing the matter to pass. Your teacher suppressed this issue and has spent the last 2 years spreading rumors of your unfavorable standing within the sect, all for this moment. Upon hearing this, Su Tianqi lowered his head in contemplation and suddenly raised his brow, a cold glint in his eyes. Yin Xiaojia, that man shall surely meet his end at my hands. Though I am young now, I shall grow stronger. Chapter 35. The troubling Yin Xiaojia, targeting the deep-sea magic whale and the message from the Supreme Tyrant. Shrek Academy. Outer Court. With an eccentric expression, Du Weiren knocked on Yin Xiaojia's office door. Director, I have some news to share with you. Yes. Du Weiren entered, producing a message. Director, a scout from Xianming City has sent word that not long ago, the 3rd young master of Xianming sect, Su Tianqi, and an old servant have run away from home. However, this event has not stirred much commotion within the Xianming sect. Su Tianqi? Is he not the 3rd young master of Xianming sect that I asked you to keep an eye on 2 years ago? Su Sansher's half-brother? He has run away from home? Yin Xiaojia finally shifted his gaze from the documents to Du Weiren, his mind briefly contemplating before recalling who Su Tianqi was. A presumptuous and Navi youth. Du Weiren nodded. Indeed. According to the scout's report, Su Tianqi has lived reclusively within the Xianming sect these past 2 years, rarely appearing except in the library, avoiding interactions with his peers, and keeping distant from the elders, exhibiting a very solitary temperament. He is accompanied solely by an old servant left by his mother and a study companion assigned by the sect. Apart from them, he has no close confidants. The old servant is the one who left with him this time, due to his lack of presence within the sect. A soul master can easily cultivate for 10 days or half a month without raising suspicion. It was only half a month later that the people of Xianming sect noticed his absence. They searched his room and discovered a letter indicating his intention to run away. A look of surprise flickered in Yin Xiaojia's eyes. He has been well taken care of in the Xianming sect. Why would he choose to leave? Du Weiren replied. Perhaps he could no longer endure the exclusion within the sect. He has never engaged in social interactions, so it is inevitable that the clansmen treated him coldly. Moreover, Xue Lingxuan had promised us to impose strict supervision over him. According to the scout, he has been quite unwelcome in the sect over the past 2 years. Yin Xiaojia pondered this for a moment, his eyes reflecting understanding. It seemed that this was indeed the only reason. What of his father? Any news on Su Leiguai? 2 years have forced this lad to flee his home, and Xue Lingxuan's efficiency is quite remarkable. We may be able to relax our vigilance towards Su Sansher in the future. The head of the Xianming family, Su Fu, has been in seclusion for 2 years and has yet to emerge. As for Su Leiguai, his whereabouts are beyond our knowledge. However, he had long declared his intention to seclude himself for cultivation. In truth, before you informed us of this old monster's continued existence, we were unaware that the Xianming sect had such a person. Du Weiren's tone turned somewhat exasperated at the end. After all, It was unrealistic to send people to investigate the whereabouts of a 98th level super Douluo. That is true. I have placed you in a difficult position. If you cannot find him, then do not pursue it further. Su Leiguai has many descendants and is advanced in years. He likely lacks the energy to focus on that lad. Yan Xiaozha nodded, his previously furrowed brow relaxing into a light chuckle. Here I am, worried about Xiao Tao's matters. And you bring me such good news. This is indeed quite delightful. Xiao Tao's matters? Are you referring to the evil fire within her martial soul? Du Weiren's eyes shimmered with interest. At merely 16, Ma Xiaotao has already attained the Soul King realm, making her a prominent figure among the next generation of the Shrek 7 monsters. However, there is one complication: the evil fire inherent in her martial soul. Indeed, the child Xiao Tao possesses many admirable qualities, yet this malevolent fire poses a grave danger. Presently, her cultivation level is not high, and she can still rely on Ling Luoqing and Su Sanshur to help suppress it. However, should she attain the realms of Soul Emperor or even Soul Sage, this malevolent fire will become a significant issue. When discussing his most cherished disciple, Yan Xiaozha wore a troubled expression, running his fingers through his hair in exasperation. Ling Luoqing is of similar age to Ma Xiaotao, yet his innate talent for cultivation pales in comparison. Currently, he remains at the Soul Sect level, and the gap between them will only widen in the future. Su Sanshur possesses commendable talent, yet his age is a considerable disadvantage. Furthermore, his martial soul, the Xianming turtle, is of the water attribute and does not match the efficacy of Ling Luoqing's ice element martial soul. More critically, Ma Xiaotao exhibits a disinclination towards interpersonal relationships and harbors discord with Ling Luoqing, who is thus reluctant to assist in suppressing her malevolent fire. As for Su Sanshur, he too cannot evade this predicament. Xiao Tao's phoenix malevolent fire is of a quality approaching the ultimate flame to eradicate her potential danger. Only a soul master with an ultimate martial soul can suffice. Theoretically, both ultimate ice and ultimate water could do the trick. Alternatively, one could seek the legendary celestial herb that Tang San's ancestor procured for Xiao Tao's forebear, yet both endeavors are nearly impossible. What a headache it is. If only we could pass down the ultimate martial soul, Shrek Academy would be immortal. Du Weilan, with a forced smile, remarked, "You need not worry excessively. If all else fails, we can seek out powerful ice attribute soul masters from outside to assist our academy. With our academy's strength, what soul master cannot we attract? If a tidal Douluo were to intervene, suppressing it for decades would be effortless." What Du Weilan did not anticipate was that his seemingly innocuous comments would immediately draw Yan Xiaozha's piercing gaze, sharp as a blade. "Weilan, what nonsense are you speaking? Do you realize that we at Shrek are the premier academy in the world?" Du Weilan was taken aback, cold sweat breaking out as he bowed his head, stammering, "Director, I understand, I merely..." "Enough." Yan Xiaozha abruptly rose, raising his hand to silence Du Weilan, his expression stern. "I recognize that you did not intend to speak carelessly, but Weilan, you must always remember that we at Shrek are the foremost academy in the world, a sacred place in the realm of soul masters. Such matters of unresolved dangers concerning our students must never be disclosed. Do you understand?" Du Weilan nearly buried his head in the table, nodding submissively. "I understand." "Good. Let me assure you, our academy's foundation far exceeds your imagination. Within the Sea God Pavilion lies the ice bed of 10,000 years, and suppressing Xiao Tao's malevolent fire has never been a challenge. The issue lies solely in its eradication. Henceforth, do not speak of bringing in outsiders. You may leave. Understood." Regrettably, the Ice Phoenix Soul Master Genius, Feng Changxiao, from the Star Luo Royal Academy has been silent for decades. Had we been able to recruit him back then, we would not be facing such a headache today. He is now nearly 60. Had he been at Shrek, he might have had a chance to challenge the rank of Super Douluo, effortlessly aiding Xiao Tao. Alas, what a pity. 2.5 years later, Su Tianxi, standing over 1.7 meters tall with a broad build, donned in rugged attire and a mask, accompanied Xiao Changfeng to the dock to embark on a sea voyage. The boatman remained the same, Yu Lao, accompanied by 2 soul Douluos, loyal subordinates under Xiao Changfeng's command, unaware of Su Tianxi's true identity. On the deck, Xiao Changfeng and Su Tianxi stood against the wind, engaging in light-hearted conversations, their laughter mingling with the refreshing sea breeze that caressed their cheeks. "Tianxi, your pace of cultivation is truly remarkable, surpassing even my own in my youth," Xiao Changfeng remarked, casting a sidelong glance at Su Tianxi, a look of satisfaction gracing his features. 3 months prior, Su Tianxi had ascended to the 30th level, his foundation solid and profound. Initially, he was meant to embark on a quest to hunt for soul rings, yet unexpectedly, after a few exchanges of martial skills utilizing the divine beast's celestial combat techniques, he fell into a deep meditation that left Xiao Changfeng quite astonished. Fortunately, he himself was not to be outdone through arduous seclusion over the past 3 months. He had astonishingly entered a state of deep meditation as well, albeit for just a month, yet it was equivalent to years of diligent study and contemplation. The more he reflected, the more envious he felt, believing that his own cultivation speed had notably accelerated under Su Tianqi's influence. This young disciple had brought him countless surprises. Su Tianqi waved his hand dismissively, smiling at Xiao Changfeng. My current speed is hardly noteworthy. I have greater troubles awaiting me. No matter how daunting the troubles may be, they are matters for the future. If you manage to enter a state of deep meditation every couple of years, it is an extraordinary opportunity that other soul masters would envy greatly. Xiao Changfeng replied with a carefree smile, his gaze drifting towards the nearby sea surface, concernedly asking, have you decided to hunt the deep-sea demon whale for your third soul ring? I recall that while those creatures possess spiritual attributes, they are not excessively formidable. I've made up my mind. There are no stronger species in these coastal waters. Since it is a hunt for a soul ring, why not choose the mightiest? Su Tianqi responded with conviction. Aside from the peculiar Tianming iceworm, the deep-sea demon whale king boasts the longest lifespan among soul beasts on the Douluo Continent, nearing 1,000,000 years, and having withstood 9 tribulations, which speaks volumes of their extraordinary racial talent. Very well, we have prepared bait to attract the deep-sea demon whales. Once we enter their domain, we can make our move, Xiao Changfeng stated confidently as he produced several vials containing the essence of soul beasts. Su Tianqi glanced at them. Somewhat alarmed, Master Uncle, you are aware of my current physical strength, with so much essence of the evil spirit tiger whale and the demon soul great white shark. Are you not concerned it might attract a 10,000-year demon whale? I cannot absorb that. Despite having consumed numerous supplements, he was still far from full maturity. And attempting to absorb a 10,000-year soul ring would be akin to courting danger, let alone that of the deep-sea demon whale. Rest assured, I am well aware of my limits. Your physical aptitude is exceptionally high. At the very least, I shall seek a demon whale of over 5,000 years to match your potential. There is a hierarchy among deep-sea demon whales, and as a spirit-type soul master, you naturally need one with as potent a spiritual force as possible. Xiao Changfeng smiled, placing the vials aside and retrieving a message tube from his bosom, saying, this is a letter we received after encountering a 90,000-year-old Titan abyssal whale at sea a few days ago, specifically addressed to you. To me? That turtle actually knows how to write? Chapter 36. The Silver Soul Beast, Intelligence from the Duke of White Tiger, and Resources for Evil Soul Masters. Su Tianqi carefully opened the letter tube and extracted the letter within, its uneven handwriting immediately catching his eye. Xiaobaxia had specifically stated that these words were penned by a summoned human sea soul master, and not by his own hand. After a cursory glance, Su Tianqi's lips curled into a faint smile. The content of the letter posed no issues. It was a customary exchange of pleasantries, accompanied by a nautical chart. How sincere of Brother Turtle. In his letter, Xiaobaxia recounted his 2.5-year seclusion at home for recuperation, during which he suddenly recalled the experiences of his human friends. Consequently, he hastily set out to sea, gathering a crew of sea soul masters for amicable and harmonious communication, and expressed a desire to engage them as part-time advisors. Furthermore, Xiaobaxia lamented the recent attack by deep-sea demonic whales on his clan, which had placed several of his kin in peril, and included a map that illustrated the escape route of the ferocious beasts after they were driven off by the mighty Tontian Bazu. This map detailed numerous locations frequented by the deep-sea demonic whales, including territories inhabited by some ancient demonic whales of 100,000 years. Your soul beast friend certainly has a bold heart, marking all these locations of deep-sea demonic whales. If he hasn't deceived us, we could surely locate a suitable demonic whale for you after sailing for 10 days or so, remarked Xiao Changfeng, his tone tinged with an inexplicable nuance. He had already examined the letter early on and was secretly astonished by Tontian Bazu's actions. Thankfully, the deep-sea demonic whale clan possessed formidable strength, had it been another race. How many could withstand such a bargain from Tontian Bazu? This behavior could only be deemed a betrayal of the sea soul beasts. Su Tianqi was equally taken aback that Xiaobaxia, due to a life-saving grace, had guided a human noble. When he first offered to lead me to his home, I thought he was jesting. I never imagined he would truly follow through, he remarked, taking out a magnifying glass to scrutinize the nautical chart. The light in his eyes flickered as he muttered to himself, I have decided on the deep-sea demonic whale. Beyond their tribe's fierce talents, I am intrigued by the rare mutations among them. Possessing such attributes would indeed simplify matters. The deep-sea demonic whale clan holds a status in the ocean akin to that of the dragon clan soul beasts on the continent, endowed with exceptional innate abilities. However, their mental prowess is relatively weaker, attributed to their smaller brains. Yet, exceptions do exist. among the deep-sea demonic whales. There are several special variants with significantly larger brains than their ordinary kin. While their physical strength may be diminished, their mental capabilities are formidable, rivaling those of top-tier psychic soul beasts. This includes the bloodthirsty blood demonic whale, as well as the more harmonious silver demonic whale, the former possessing a savage thirst for blood, while the latter wields terrifying elemental control, reaching the pinnacle of water attributes and exhibiting formidable lightning abilities. After surveying his targets, Su Tianqi ultimately selected a coordinate located thousands of nautical miles to the southwest and directed Xiao Changfeng, "Master Uncle, I have made my choice. It is this one." Xiao Changfeng cast a sidelong glance at the nautical chart, his brows arching in intrigue. "The area frequented by the deep-sea silver demonic whale? It seems you have had your eyes on them for quite some time." Su Tianqi shrugged with a smile, stating that there was little he could do. Within this coastal region, there were not many pure spirit-type soul beasts. After some contemplation, he decided it would be more prudent to seek out the variant of the deep-sea magic whale, a rare silver soul beast. Ancient texts recorded that the dragon god, bathed in the essence of the sun and moon, gave rise to both the golden dragon and the silver dragon. The golden dragon inherited the brilliance of the sun, gradually transforming into the epitome of power, while the silver dragon absorbed the moon's radiance, evolving into a multi-elemental entity. The origin of all contemporary silver soul beasts is derived from the blessings of the silver dragon, capable of absorbing moonlight for cultivation. The silver moon wolf king of the Sun Moon Empire and the deep-sea silver magic whale both exemplify this, although they are not purely spirit-type soul beasts. Their mental prowess rivals that of the foremost spirit-type soul beasts. In a certain sense, my martial soul is also associated with the moon, making the most compatible soul beasts for me those that are either pure spirit-type or silver in nature. The deep-sea silver magic whale ranks among the foremost silver soul beasts of our time. Xiao Changfeng pondered for a moment before a smile graced his face. Indeed, the deep-sea magic whale is already a top-tier soul beast, and the variant silver magic whale possesses even greater overall strength. It would be improbable to find a purely spirit-type soul beast that could surpass them in suitability. In the realm of soul beasts, gold and silver hold special significance for high-ranking entities. Gold signifies ultimate power, while silver embodies multi-attributes or formidable capabilities. Silver soul beasts may evolve into their form, or possess innate strength. The silver wolf, a specialty of the Sun Moon Empire, is a prime example, having the innate ability to control 6 elemental forces. The common trait of silver soul beasts is their exceptionally potent mental strength. Otherwise, they would be unable to wield such formidable elemental powers. Being the apex species of the ocean, the power of this silver variant of the deep-sea magic whale is unimaginable. Xiao Changfeng relayed this objective to the captain, Mr. Yulao. "Mr. Yulao, our target has been determined. Once we enter the depths of the sea, steer southwest and increase our speed. There is no need to take a detour or be wary of the ocean soul beasts along the way. We are here. As a formidable 96th level super Douluo, I possess absolute confidence in repelling any 10,000-year sea soul beasts that dare obstruct our path. As a master uncle, I must exude this level of intimidation. By the way, Master Uncle, our Xuanwu Chamber of Commerce has intelligence networks in all 3 empires. Can we gather information regarding the White Tiger Duke's residence? Considering the events of the past, my grandfather's tragic fate was partly due to the actions of the current White Tiger Duke, Dai Hao, who has long held dominion over the western frontier of the Xinglua Empire, serving as a significant thorn in the side of the Sun Moon Empire. I shall inevitably confront him. To know oneself and one's adversary is the key to victory in every battle. I am quite eager to discover if there are any vulnerabilities within his household." Xiao Changfeng appeared to understand, responding, I see. This matter is manageable. Upon our return, I will dispatch individuals to collect and compile intelligence on both the elderly and the young in his household for you. To be candid, during my time at the Xinglua Royal Academy, I befriended many signs of nobility from the Xinglua Empire. Most of them now hold significant power and would be inclined to assist me. Thus, investigating the White Tiger Duke's residence should pose no challenge. The Duke of the White Tiger, the Dai family, is a remnant of the former imperial dynasty, having wielded substantial power for over 4,000 years in the new era. Their prominence has attracted countless watchful eyes, making the gathering of intelligence an effortless endeavor. The Starfall Royal Academy, a gathering place for the elite, has seen its contemporaries inherit their family legacies, weaving a complex web of connections throughout the upper echelons of the Starfall Empire. By leveraging these relationships, the activities of the Duke's household, even the passing of a mere cat, could be scrutinized with ease. Su Tianqi expressed his gratitude, feeling the weight of the Dai family's conspicuousness would serve as a perfect cover for probing into the circumstances surrounding Huoguo. He held little interest in Dai Hao, considering that should they cross paths in the future, a swift kick or worse could easily resolve any obstacles. Instead, it was the four exceptionally gifted sons of Dai that piqued his curiosity. Dai Yueheng and Dai Huabin, inheritors of the pure white tiger martial spirit, possessed extraordinary talents. Barring any unforeseen events, their ascension to the rank of title Douluo seemed assured, with prospects of reaching the ranks of super Douluo as well. Dai Luoli's blood tiger martial spirit initially appeared unremarkable but, once fully awakened, surpassed even that of the white tiger. As for Huoguo, the protagonist of the original narrative, his spiritual eyes martial spirit was of exceptional quality, and his aptitude for soul guidance was remarkable. However, due to his poor treatment in his early years, his bodily meridians were a chaotic mess, leaving him with merely a meager innate soul power of level 1. Without the initial stock investment in the Dreaming Soul Battery, even with the care of Bei Bei and Tangya, graduating from the Martial Spirit Department would have been nearly impossible. While there remained a glimmer of hope for the Soul Guidance Department, within the Shrek Academy South Outer Court, and indeed the entire Shrek Martial Spirit Department, only one teacher, Wang Yan, could be deemed relatively normal, while the others were akin to simulated life forms, devoid of the sacred virtue of teaching ethics, a concept forever beyond their reach. They lacked the ability to transform an ordinary disciple into a monstrous genius, yet they could cultivate a talent into a formidable force while claiming all credit for themselves. And they excelled at it. Su Tianqi resolved to intercept the Dreaming Soul Battery and the otherworldly guest, Ilix, a move that would be a devastating blow to Huoguo, potentially severing his path to divinity. Although he felt a twinge of guilt over these actions, he deemed it unwise to forsake profit for the sake of conscience. As for Huoguo, the destined child of Douluo Star, Su Tianqi pondered the fate that awaited him without the dreaming ice silkworm. Hoping he would not be rendered completely ineffective, the bait set by the Tang God King had already been cast into Shrek. Should Huoguo be deterred from attending due to Su Tianqi's influence, the Tang God King would find himself at a loss, perhaps compelling the two soul beasts of the Haoyan sect to descend the mountain and seek a husband beneath the banner. In such a scenario, the duration of his own development would become uncertain. He could not remain hidden in the Sun Moon Empire for over a decade without revealing the slightest hint of his existence. If those two soul beasts were to track him down, even Su Xiaoyan would be unable to protect him. It was not merely that Su Xiaoyan had yet to break through to the extreme Douluo realm. Even if he did, he would still be no match. Even if exposure were inevitable, he must first cultivate a sufficiently powerful strength, at the very least to contend with the title Douluo. Therefore, Huoguo must not only go to Shrek, but also avoid being swiftly eliminated by the abhorrent end-of-year elimination system. It would be preferable for him to linger longer with King Tang, allowing him to believe that the advantage lies with me. Although Su Tianqi lacks the capability to arrange for a soul beast sacrifice for him, providing him with a few medicinal pills to enhance his aptitude is a trivial matter, ensuring that King Tang does not merely shake his head at a glance. If one considers further ahead, there is also the twin martial soul, Xiao Xiao. In Huoguo's cohort, should King Tang deem Huoguo inadequate for cultivation, might he shift his attention to Xiao Xiao? Perhaps a suitable seat could be arranged at the Qiankuan Wenqing Valley, granting Xiao Xiao the same treatment as Ning Tiantong. Huoguo is a year younger than I, and calculating the time, his mother is now on the verge of death. Dai Mubai has long stated that he has retrieved her soul from the underworld as a hostage in the divine realm. However, Huoguo has yet to make contact with Wang Dong and should not yet be under King Tang's surveillance. It would be somewhat perilous for me to approach him directly. It is best to employ a black glove, with the evil soul master being the optimal choice. Contemplating thus, Su Tianqi resolutely decided and inquired of Xiao Changfeng, Master Uncle, have we captured any evil soul masters as prisoners in recent years? Chapter 37. Hunting the Deep-Sea Silver Magic Whale, the 8,000-year Third Soul Ring. Why do you ask this? To capture some expendables for unforeseen needs, to perform tasks that I am ill-suited for. That is good. It is Su Tianqi's duty to punish those evil soul masters who are universally notorious. Among those evil soul masters, perhaps some, like Scorpion Tiger Douluo Zhangpeng and Crow Da Wuyun, are unfortunate souls who became evil soul masters without committing any transgressions. However, such unfortunate circumstances are not of his making. One should seek out Shrek and the aristocratic soul masters of the three great empires for accountability. He merely cleans up the refuse, disregarding all else. It is unreasonable to allow oneself to be consumed by the errors of others. 3 days later, on a night illuminated by the full moon, on the deck, Su Tianqi and Xiao Changfeng, simultaneously rising with closed eyes and steady breaths, gazed into the distance, their eyes shining with brilliance. This location was already recorded in charts as a region where the deep-sea silver magic whale had previously appeared. The time had come. Xiao Chongfeng retrieved the prepared essence blood of the evil magic tiger whale and the magic soul great white shark, casting them into the sea. In coastal waters, the magic soul great white shark, the evil magic tiger whale, and the deep-sea magic whale are recognized as the three dominant marine species. While the individual strength of the first two is inferior to that of the deep-sea magic whale, their gregarious nature poses a threat to the solitary deep-sea magic whale. Due to frequent conflicts, these three are natural enemies. Any soul beast that detects the scent of the other two will unleash its bloodthirsty instincts, ferociously tearing apart and devouring any intruding foe. By simultaneously deploying two types, the effect was extraordinarily favorable, and soon a whale was hooked. Suddenly, from the depths of the ocean, a low, resonant whale song echoed, the rolling sound waves altering the sea's surface. In the distance, a blue light surged skyward, accompanied by an overwhelming aura of a formidable beast. The soul-guiding boat was swept by the waves, causing Su Tianqi on the deck to stagger a few steps before regaining his balance, his gaze instantly becoming grave. Peering into the distance, he beheld a colossal figure leaping from the ocean's surface, its streamlined, perfect body entirely azure, with two enormous eyes resembling red lanterns, glinting with a fierce light, exuding an astonishing aura of menace. Upon discerning the full visage of the soul beast, Xiao Chongfeng narrowed his eyes and murmured, "A cerulean body. An ordinary deep-sea magic whale of at least 6,000 years. One cannot truly deem this fortune as either good or bad. I would argue it falls more into the realm of misfortune," Su Tianqi retorted, for his aspirations lay with the noble silver soul beasts. The common magic whale held no allure for him, as he had long grown weary of consuming whale gelatin. True enough, yet it is charging towards us. We must first thwart it. With this declaration, Xiao Chongfeng's figure flickered, appearing like a specter before the deep-sea magic whale, which spanned over 30 meters in length, causing the tumultuous sea surface to abruptly calm. An invisible wall of ice seemed to materialize between heaven and earth, isolating the deep-sea magic whale from the world beyond. "Beast, depart now, and I may yet spare your life," Xiao Chongfeng declared, his brow as frosty as the winter's chill. With a roar, the deep-sea magic whale, drawn by the scent of blood, exhibited its savage ferocity. It may not have comprehended human speech, but even if it did, it would not relent. With a low growl, the whale summoned the waves, its immense body lunging forward to sweep the feeble human away with its powerful tail. Humph. The only response from Xiao Chongfeng was a disdainful scoff. Without even summoning his martial soul, he merely pointed a finger, repelling the deep-sea magic whale from afar. A torrent of blue light surged forth from his fingertip, striking the whale as the sea beneath it began to exhibit an uncanny phenomenon. Ice spread rapidly and terrifyingly outward. Bang! As the icy mist enveloped the area, the deep-sea magic whale swiftly became part of the frost, frozen into an immovable ice sculpture. Having triumphed with a single blow, Xiao Chongfeng descended gracefully, signaling the conclusion of the battle. Swish! Su Tianqi, clad in 5th-level soul-guiding equipment, arrived at the battlefield's edge, landing beside Xiao Chongfeng, his eyes reflecting a hint of astonishment. It appears that the Douluo Continent possesses commendable prowess. The top-tier experts certainly hold their ground. Xiao Chongfeng nodded towards Su Tianqi before refocusing on the deep-sea magic whale. "Your blood shall serve to attract your kin. I hope the magic whale clan possesses a sense of unity." As his words fell, a glimmer of blue light flashed in Xiao Chongfeng's eyes, and the blood splattered by the magic whale was enveloped in soul power, scattering across the ocean in all directions. It soon proved to be an effective strategy. Roar! A quarter of an hour later, another whale's cry echoed through the air, more resonant than the first, and the waves at the horizon surged several-fold, concealing the form of a colossal creature. Bloop, bloop. As the two remained poised and vigilant, a multitude of bubbles erupted from the depths of the trench, followed by several massive silver beams of light that swiftly approached them. "Now this is more like it." Xiao Chongfeng stepped forward, his soul power surging as his repressed aura exploded outward, expanding and wreaking havoc, firmly shielding Su Tianqi behind him. Clang! The resounding and crystal-clear chant of the phoenix echoed throughout the ocean, overpowering all else. The azure wings of the phoenix unfurled in the sky, exuding an air of majesty that commanded respect from all creatures. The tumultuous waves of sound caused the silvery beam of light rushing towards him to dissipate autonomously, rendering it incapable of posing any threat. In the next moment, 9 terrifying soul rings, 1 yellow, 3 purple, 3 black, and 2 red, rose slowly, leaving Su Tianqi astounded. His master had undoubtedly exerted tremendous effort in nurturing his grandmaster, which explained his immense pride. As Xiao Chongfeng revealed his prowess, the colossal magical whale riding the waves seemed to sense the impending danger. However, Instead of fleeing, it emerged from the depths, channeling its soul power and the might of the ocean to brew a formidable assault. Its instincts compelled it to eliminate these two detestable humans before it. Silver body? At last, it was confirmed. Su Tianqi clearly observed that this newly arrived deep-sea magical whale was entirely silver-white, reflecting the moonlight in a graceful display across its streamlined form, its forehead cresting in a captivating manner. This was undeniably a variant of the deep-sea magical whale, the deep-sea silver whale, his primary objective for this expedition. Under the moonlight, the presence of the deep-sea silver whale seemed to be rapidly intensifying, its deep and resonant song akin to a serenade, beckoning the power of the moonlight. A glint flashed in Xiao Chongfeng's eyes. He understood what was unfolding before him. This was the most precious of all soul skills, the domain soul skill, a talent that only super soul beasts could possess. It could exponentially amplify combat power. The long, sonorous call of the silver whale grew increasingly resounding, silver light cascading from its crest like a new, radiant moon, as both its soul power and mental strength surged dramatically, doubling in intensity. A massive silver water bomb, illuminated by flashes of lightning and measuring over 10 feet in diameter, ascended from the depths, swirling around the silver whale, accompanied by the whale's furious roar. It hurtled toward Xiao Chongfeng, resembling a dazzling meteor shower descending from the sky. Yet within this meteor shower lay unfathomable terror. A mere glance sent shivers down Su Tianqi's spine. He was certain that each of these condensed silver water bombs possessed destructive power on par with a level 5 fixed soul-guided cannonball. A simultaneous explosion of multiple level 5 fixed soul-guided cannonballs would undoubtedly obliterate soul saints, and even soul Douluo would be wary. Their might far surpassing that of the Reaper's corpse explosion. Roar! At that moment, the enormous body of the deep-sea silver whale soared into the air, radiating silver-purple light, summoning tidal waves with a tremendous whirlpool that seemed to materialize from thin air, splashing forth boundless arcs of lightning and sweeping up towering waves, as if capable of swallowing everything in its path. Witnessing this, Xiao Chongfeng's cold gaze flickered with admiration, and he nodded slightly, saying, "To possess attributes that approach the pinnacle of both water and lightning is indeed astonishing. With your cultivation of at least 8,000 years and the augmentation from the vast ocean and moonlight, even land-based soul Douluo would find it difficult to contend with you, and may even fall at your hands. Today, encountering me is your misfortune, but I shall grant you a measure of dignity." With that, the first soul ring on Xiao Chongfeng's body shimmered, the icy wings of the phoenix flapped, unleashing a sweeping cold wind, as the phoenix's frigid feathers displayed the divine might to freeze all. A glimmer of cold light swept across, halting the ferocious waves and the terrifying vortex with a forceful grip, subsequently giving rise to an astonishing spectacle of ice forming upon the surface of the sea. The massive form of the deep-sea silver demon whale, approximately 50 meters in length, was also encased in ice, becoming part of this wondrous sight. Regardless of its formidable racial talents, it could not withstand the overwhelming prowess of Xiao Chongfeng. A 96th level super Douluo holds a significant advantage even against a 100,000-year spirit beast, and Xiao Chongfeng is far from being an ordinary practitioner among his peers. The disgrace of a super Douluo like Xuanzi is indeed rare. Tianqi, this individual possesses profound cultivation. You must carefully consider whether to proceed. If the situation becomes untenable, do not push yourself. A shadow of concern clouded Xiao Chongfeng's brow. While the spirit beast before him seemed insignificant, the pressure it imposed on Su Tianqi was undoubtedly immense, and the dangers involved in absorbing it would surpass many 10,000-year spirit rings. Nevertheless, as long as it is not a 10,000-year spirit beast, the issue is manageable. My will is not so fragile. Su Tianqi poised himself in midair, launching a 5th-level fixed soul-guiding cannonball at the head of the deep-sea silver demon whale. The explosion resounded, leading to the demise of the whale, from which a profound and regal purple spirit ring emerged, with a notable black glimmer captivating the eye. Having accomplished this, Su Tianqi gracefully descended, sitting cross-legged, drawing the exquisite spirit ring onto himself through sheer will. His shoulders trembled slightly as a torrent of terrifying energy, akin to a cataclysmic avalanche, surged into his body, igniting a wild explosion that seared every meridian within him like boiling water. A frigid storm of emotion filled with rage, madness, and resentment surged through the depths of his mind, clashing against the sea of consciousness, unleashing a tumult of vengeful thoughts, intent on obliterating this loathsome human. Su Tianqi's body began to tremble involuntarily, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, his bones and teeth creaking, yet he steadfastly clenched his jaw, refusing to yield. The light of the moon hung behind him, illuminating the most intense tug of war. Xiao Chongfeng clenched his fists, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on Su Tianqi, exuding deep concern. The latter's body exhibited signs of swelling, evidently nearing its limits. The energy of the 8,000-year deep-sea silver demon whale was extraordinarily terrifying, posing a life-and-death challenge for many aspiring spirit kings. He himself had experienced such peril when absorbing the 8th ring of a 100,000-year spirit beast. Yet he was already an adult then, with all his bodily functions at their peak. Su Tianqi was still too young. Had he not known that his innate martial soul provided tremendous assistance in absorbing spirit rings, he would never have allowed Su Tianqi to take such a perilous risk. Tianqi, you must persevere. Time flowed steadily, and soon daylight arrived, with the jade rabbit setting in the west and the golden crow rising in the east. On the icy surface, Su Tianqi, who had sat in meditation throughout the night, slowly opened his eyes and exhaled a breath of relief. He had succeeded. Chapter 38, Level 33. Mastery of top-tier lightning elements, divine beast bloodline talent. The rising sun cast its morning glow, enveloping Su Tianqi's now taller and more mature form in warmth, soothing the fatigue that had accumulated from a night of perseverance. A cluster of brilliant electric arcs flickered between his eyes, with rich water elements swirling around him. Above him floated 2 soul rings, one yellow and one purple, while a deep, dark third soul ring pulsed quietly, having completely merged into Su Tianqi's essence of power. Perhaps due to the refraction of light, within the purple hue, Su Tianqi discerned fleeting glimmers of blue and black, seemingly corresponding to the 2 elemental forces of thunder and water previously commanded by the deep-sea silver demon whale. With the absorption of this soul ring, his water elemental essence was significantly augmented, and he unexpectedly gained a surge of thunder elemental power, a delightful surprise indeed. It appears you have adapted quite well, truly. You are a prodigy of your generation. Sensing the overwhelming power coursing through him and the remarkable resilience of his body, which had improved considerably since absorbing the soul ring, Su Tianqi could not help but smile, expressing his gratitude. I must also thank you, Master Uncle, for your assistance. Without your help, I could not have acquired this extraordinary soul ring. Xiao Changfeng chuckled lightly and waved his hand dismissively. Your ability to absorb it is your own merit. There is no need for thanks. Helping you was merely a trifling effort. We are family, after all. Su Tianqi nodded in agreement, appreciating the easygoing nature and decisiveness of his master uncle, which made their interactions enjoyable. Xiao Changfeng scrutinized Su Tianqi for a moment longer, his brows furrowing slightly. However, I must admit, your current soul power level astonishes me. A rank 40 soul master absorbing this soul ring would typically see an increase of over 2 levels. Yet you are at 33. Cultivating an ultimate martial soul indeed presents challenges. Prior to obtaining the soul ring, Su Tianqi had engaged in profound meditation for 3 months. While the essence of meditation focuses on enlightenment, it also cultivates one's abilities. The energy contained within the 8,000-year-old deep-sea silver demon whale soul ring exceeds that of many 10,000-year soul rings, with 2 fortuitous opportunities. Had it been any other rank soul master, their soul power would likely have surged beyond 35 in one breath. There is nothing surprising about this. It is precisely what we anticipated, and I was mentally prepared for it. While the newfound power is excellent, if it cannot be mastered flawlessly, it may prove detrimental. The absorption of the deep-sea silver demon whale soul ring has not only granted him an unexpectedly superior soul skill, but also 2 elemental attributes of power. The cultivation speed of an ultimate martial soul significantly decreases after reaching level 30, while simultaneously solidifying the body's acceptance of the ultimate attributes. Due to the presence of these attributes, his cultivation process at level 40 will encounter no bottlenecks. Sufficient soul power is all that is required to break through. By the way, Master Uncle, after absorbing the soul ring, I discovered an additional surge of thunder elemental power within me, which does not seem to deplete with use. My water elemental essence has also strengthened considerably. What is your perspective on this? The blue-purple lightning flashed once more, this time not in his gaze, but in his palm. Su Tianqi raised a wrist enveloped in crackling lightning, seeking clarification from Xiao Changfeng. An increase in thunder elemental power? Are you suggesting that your constitution has undergone a fundamental transformation? Xiao Changfeng grasped Su Tianqi's wrist, experiencing a slight tingling sensation in his fingers. As a look of astonishment emerged in his eyes, the purity of Su Tianqi's lightning element, while not as formidable as the power displayed by the deep-sea silver demon whale in its prime, has nonetheless reached an elite level, comparable to the most potent lightning attribute martial souls he has previously encountered. Su Tianqi had never cultivated the power of thunder before. This newfound strength must have arisen from the absorption of the soul ring, seemingly becoming an intrinsic part of his soul power. Xiao Changfeng, with his extraordinary mental acuity as a super Douluo, closed his eyes to extend his perception, meticulously scanning Su Tianqi's meridians. He soon discovered that interwoven within his dense and pure soul power was indeed a flicker of lightning. The enhancement of his soul power's essence due to the absorption of the soul ring, along with the emergence of an additional attribute, typically occurs only when there is a profound compatibility between the martial soul and the soul ring. For instance, a plant-type martial soul that absorbs a soul ring from the same species may evolve, or an earth dragon martial soul that assimilates a soul ring from a beast with a strong true dragon bloodline may transform into a true dragon. In Su Tianqi's case, it appeared that the compatibility between his illusory moon mystic eye martial soul and the deep-sea silver demon whale was exceptionally high. The silver soul beast indeed suited him well, reminiscent of certain fortunate individuals mentioned in ancient texts. Xiao Changfeng quickly reached this conclusion, yet, to err on the side of caution, he inquired with concern, "Tianqi, how much moonlight radiance do you have left after absorbing the soul ring last night?" Su Tianqi responded with a request for patience, his consciousness sinking as a clear moon rose behind his head. However, the scale of it caused both Xiao Changfeng and Su Tianqi to involuntarily twitch their lips. The full moon, previously over 2 feet in diameter, had now shrunk to the size of an egg. Su Tianqi rolled his eyes and covered his face, saying, "As you can see, my accumulated moonlight radiance over the past 2.5 years is nearly exhausted." That entity's soul disturbance was exceedingly challenging to counter, and I dared not hold back in the slightest. This revelation made sense to Xiao Changfeng. After a moment of contemplation, he stroked his chin and spoke slowly. The deep-sea silver demon whale is a silver soul beast, and the strength of the elements it commands is due to its ability to absorb moonlight radiance to enhance its attributes. It seems that during your battle with it, you utilized the moonlight radiance, deeply integrating with its powers and thus maximizing the inheritance of its capabilities, including this lightning element. From now on, this lightning element will be an integral part of your soul power. You can wield it in combat or any endeavor you choose. The only distinction between you and pure lightning element soul masters is that they possess soul skills, whereas you do not. Moreover, as you continue to absorb moonlight for cultivation, you may subtly enhance this lightning attribute power. Truly, what a fortuitous opportunity. In concluding his thoughts, even Xiao Changfeng could not help but marvel at the extraordinary fortunes bestowed upon this junior, as if heaven itself were offering sustenance. The addition of a new attribute, particularly one as fierce and domineering as the lightning element, would significantly amplify Su Tianqi's overall power. One could imagine the surprise of his adversaries when, amidst a fierce battle, he suddenly unleashed a bolt of lightning from his palm. What if he lacked soul skills? Given Su Tianqi's current physical prowess, even a top-tier offensive soul master would find it challenging to defeat him in a duel without employing soul skills. Unless that soul master hailed from a prestigious lineage or had integrated soul bones, in which case the odds would still be against them. As for engaging in combat using soul skills, Su Tianqi boasted a unique configuration of soul rings, 1 yellow and 2 purple, with their combined age exceeding 10,000 years. Such a configuration was not permitted for an ordinary soul master whose soul rings collectively did not surpass 8,000 years. And conversing with him was akin to addressing a soul king. This was merely a one-on-one confrontation utilizing the powers of a soul master. Considering Su Tianqi's fervent enthusiasm for fixed soul-guided artillery shells, he preferred to overwhelm his opponents with sheer firepower, leaving even a soul emperor susceptible to swift demise within mere seconds of his control. It was remarkable that the total age of his 3 soul rings surpassed a staggering 10,000 years. Xiao Changfeng suddenly recalled something, his eyes sparkling with brilliance as he fixated intently on Su Tianqi, as if beholding an unparalleled gem. Su Tianqi, under the intense gaze of Xiao Changfeng, felt somewhat uneasy and wiped the sweat from his brow, saying, "Master, if you remember something, you may as well share it. Your scrutiny is rather disconcerting. Apologies. I became overly excited upon recalling that ability." Xiao Changfeng chuckled awkwardly before continuing. "You are referring to the divine beast bloodline's innate ability, the soul ring combination that our Xianming sect has inherited?" Su Tianqi raised his eyebrows, a not-so-distant memory surfacing in his mind. Chapter 39, Bestowing the Soul Ring Combination. A terrifying encounter with the evil demon killer whale horde. The grandeur of that battle was reminiscent of a tsunami, an event Su Tianqi would never forget, as it remained vividly etched in his memory. During the second clash between Su Xiaoyun and the formidable Tontian Bazu, the innate soul ring combination of the divine beast bloodline was employed. The first 5 soul rings fused into one, transforming into the Xuanwu Roar Soul skill. Its magnificent shield projection resembling an eternal golden wall that descended with overwhelming might, while the Xuanwu let out a resonant cry, shaking the heavens with its divine presence. At that moment, Su Tianqi even contemplated that Su Xiaoyun's explosive strike at sea might rival the level of a limit Douluo. Even Long Xiaoyao would not dare underestimate it. Alas, the opponent was the unfathomably powerful Tongtian Bazu, rendering the Xuanwu roar utterly ineffective. During their third encounter, Su Xiaoyun's sixth and seventh soul rings merged into a single vibrant red soul ring of 100,000 years, leaving Su Tianqi profoundly astonished. Two black soul rings merging into a red one. Was this innate ability not excessively formidable? However, upon recalling the original text where Su Sanshur fused his three rings of yellow and purple, which could not collectively exceed 4,000 years, into a 10,000-year soul ring to confront an angelic soul king's 10,000-year soul skill head-on, Su Tianqi felt that this was not so remarkable after all. At least Su Xiaoyun's sixth and seventh soul rings combined had a baseline age of 70 to 80,000 years, which was far more reasonable than Su Sanshur's feat. As for the subsequent fusion of 8 rings, it was merely another manifestation of ring fusion talent, and it did not inflict any harm on Tongtian Bazu. Now, as Xiao Chongfeng brought it up again, a beam of light flashed through Su Tianqi's mind. He pressed his lips together, his voice dry as he inquired, "Master, you wouldn't be intending to impart the method of soul ring combination to me, would you? I have yet to cultivate my second martial soul." Xiao Chongfeng smiled mysteriously, responding in a low tone. "Who told you that such abilities are exclusive to the Xuanwu martial soul? The Xianming sect has been inherited for so many years, and there are not a few titled Douluos like myself whose martial souls are not Xuanwu. Surely, we possess some unique secret techniques? This secret technique can be utilized by any soul master with a divine beast bloodline." Su Tianqi's eyes lit up. "Your meaning is?" "Indeed, it is precisely the meaning you perceive." Xiao Chongfeng chuckled heartily, his toes barely grazing the ground as he soared into the air, 9 soul rings ascending once more. The crystalline phoenix emitted a resonant cry, its majestic presence overwhelming the surroundings, commanding a vast expanse of ocean to submit in silence. "Little disciple, observe closely." With a powerful roar, Xiao Chongfeng's first 4 soul rings blazed with brilliance, synchronizing into a singular entity, transforming into an inky black millennium soul ring. Its aura was profound as an abyss. Although Su Tianqi had never absorbed a millennium soul ring, an instinct told him that the quality of this fused soul ring far surpassed the mere millennium level. After all, it was a combination of 1 yellow and 3 purple rings, and Xiao Chongfeng's 1,000-year 4th ring was nearly a deep purple-black, even more profound than his deep-sea silver demon whale soul ring. Clang! The soul power surged like a torrent, morphing into concentric circles of snow-white ice ripples. The colossal phoenix silhouette took shape and spread its wings in response to Xiao Chongfeng's resounding roar, its eyes sharp as blades, exuding an air of regal authority. A fierce battle spirit ignited within Xiao Chongfeng's gaze as he extended his arms in flight, merging with the icy wings of the phoenix, unleashing an infinite cascade of azure light. The convergence of essence, energy, and spirit elevated his aura to its zenith as he uttered 4 rhythmic syllables. "Ice Phoenix. 1,000 miles." The high-pitched cry of the phoenix transformed into sound waves, reverberating through the heavens and earth. The space around Xiao Chongfeng visibly distorted, producing ripples of ice that permeated the atmosphere, the cold light scattering in all directions, while the biting wind, sharp as a blade, caused Su Tianqi's eyes to sting, compelling him to summon his soul power for protection. Countless feathers of soul power, some azure, others snow-white, coalesced around Xiao Chongfeng, radiating dazzling brilliance. In an instant, he swung his arm, and the crystalline phoenix soared through the skies, accompanied by a torrent of icy winds that enveloped the heavens, the silver-blue light obscuring the sun's rays, imparting a sensation of a wintry landscape, vanishing at the horizon in Su Tianqi's somewhat dazed gaze. "What do you think, little disciple? How was this move from your esteemed master?" Xiao Chongfeng landed with a hearty laugh, crossing his arms over his chest, his icy blue eyes betraying a hint of pride. This was the treatment befitting a formidable 96th-level super Douluo. Though he had not reached such heights at Su Tianqi's age, he had been a remarkable prodigy, unrivaled among his peers. As a senior, it was only fitting to embody the demeanor of one. "Impressive, truly impressive," Su Tianqi remarked, raising his thumb in genuine admiration. "I wonder what would happen if we unleashed this against that scoundrel Yan Xiaojia." "Ha, my dear disciple, there is no need for envy. With your innate talent, mastering this remarkable technique will be but a matter of time," Xiao Chongfeng replied, his smile unable to be contained. Then, his expression turned serious. "However, do remember that this technique places a tremendous strain on the body. The more soul rings fused, and the greater their age, the more arduous it becomes. Even the highest level of 9 rings combined is something I would not employ lightly." At these words, Su Tianqi's gaze shifted, and he nodded earnestly, curiosity piqued. Then, esteemed master, what is your current capability? I have achieved 8 rings combined, but that was during my breakthrough to the 96th level when I faced my teacher. I have yet to attempt the 9 rings combined. Xiao Chongfeng's brow furrowed with a grave expression as he softly advised, in a moment. I will impart to you the incantation. Once you master it, you must reflect upon its essence. Although this technique is founded on invoking the bloodlines of divine beasts, your specialization in the illusory moon mystic eye may present certain challenges. Nevertheless, the principles of the world are interconnected. With diligent practice, you shall undoubtedly master this art. At this juncture, Xiao Chongfeng's tone grew increasingly somber, his gaze turning cold and ruthless as he intoned. However, remember, unless absolutely necessary, do not employ the illusory moon mystic eye in public. The repercussions could be dire. Those titled Douluo, even the super Douluo, driven by avarice, may turn against you. You must attain at least the soul sage level to possess the strength for self-defense. Moreover, if you should find yourself in a private confrontation with an adversary, leave no survivors. It is better to err on the side of caution than to allow any to escape. Su Tianxi, with a serious demeanor, responded calmly, fully aware of the gravity of the matter. This arcane method holds immense allure for any faction or formidable individual. Its practical value far surpasses that of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan's Dragon Transformation, the 9 Treasure, Glazed Tile Sect's Mind Control, and the Haotian Sect's Haotian 9 Absolutes, nearly rivaling the potency of the Explosive Ring. Even a hint of the Ice Emperor's aura during the Star Luo Empire's tournament attracted the attention of the Empire's Guardian Douluo, and even the contestants from Shrek Academy dared not act lightly, indicating that those titled Douluo are not to be trifled with. One cannot rely on benevolence. Indeed, this is satisfactory. Noticing the determination in Su Tianxi's eyes, Xiao Chongfeng smiled and nodded, his lips moving as he articulated a series of intricate and profound incantations. Su Tianxi listened intently, a flicker of curiosity crossing his gaze. When he inquired further, Xiao Chongfeng smiled and clarified, and soon, mere minutes passed. Upon completing the incantation, just as Su Tianxi was about to seek further insights, he noticed a glint in Xiao Chongfeng's eyes, accompanied by a strange expression on his face. Master Uncle, what is it? Su Tianxi asked with concern. It seems that the Ice Phoenix's 10,000-mile soul skill eye unleashed struck the sea soul beast, and quite a few were hit. Among them, there should be more than 1,000-year soul beast of considerable strength. Su Tianxi was taken aback. Master Uncle, your aim is remarkably precise. Did you hit an entire group? Then shall we go take a look? Su Tianxi suggested eagerly at the prospect of witnessing the commotion. Let us indeed see, Xiao Chongfeng mused, feeling it prudent to investigate, given that the deed was already done. 2 minutes later, amidst a sea surface transformed into ice, Xiao Chongfeng descended alongside the astonished Su Tianxi, gazing silently at the dark purple soul rings suspended in midair. By the heavens, I truly did not intend to indiscriminately slay soul beasts. How could their fortune be so poor, to be struck so directly by my attack? The creatures that had been ravaged were no ordinary soul beasts. Each exceeded 15 meters in length, possessing streamlined bodies akin to the deep-sea demon whale. They were unmistakably one of the 3 dominant soul beasts of the near sea, known as the evil demon orca, even in their fallen state. The remains of these orcas exude an aura of ferocity and dominance, their frozen gazes hauntingly captivating. In life, each was a formidable entity that ruled its domain. The lead orca, a malevolent creature, measured nearly 30 meters in length, its essence unmistakably reaching the level of a soul beast over 50,000 years old. Had I known I would encounter these beasts, I would have refrained from fusing one less soul ring. Such precious soul rings are now squandered, a lamentable waste. Chapter 40. Bones of the 30,000-year-old malevolent orca and the right leg bone of the 60,000-year-old malevolent orca. Xiao Chongfeng's gaze fell upon the leading malevolent orca. Releasing a long sigh, this malevolent orca represents an incredibly precious resource for soul beasts. Its soul rings would not be wasted even as the 8th or even 9th soul skill for some soul masters. Its untimely demise is truly regrettable, if given the choice. He would have preferred not to unleash a senseless slaughter. He had not slain the 6,000-year-old deep-sea magic whale, let alone these 6 malevolent orcas. Cough, cough, master. I believe this incident cannot be attributed to you. After all, we are still within the territory of the deep-sea magic whales, and we certainly did not anticipate the intrusion of these malevolent orcas. Their unfortunate encounter with your attack can be regarded as a stroke of ill fortune. Su Tianxi coughed lightly, recounting the previous circumstances for Xiao Chongfeng. Malevolent orcas are notorious for their brutal predation, regarded as the most vicious soul beasts in coastal waters. Aside from the ocean's first auspicious species, the sky tyrant, there is no soul beast race they would shy away from attacking. Clearly, these creatures were drawn by the scent of blood, Whether it was the bait laid by Xiao Changfeng or the blood of the deep-sea magic whale remains unknown. Just as they were about to indulge in a feast, they were met with Xiao Changfeng's divine retribution. Even the leading malevolent orca, a powerful being exceeding 50,000 years in age, could not withstand the full force of a 96th-level super Douluo strike, surrendering its soul ring on the spot. Su Tianqi quickly discerned that the largest among them had endured the most attacks, likely struck directly by Master S Ice Crystal Phoenix Shadow, resulting in a catastrophic separation of head and body, with numerous ice spikes embedded in the whale's brain, a truly tragic sight. Alas, regardless of the circumstances, this undertaking was not of my choosing, yet it is indeed regrettable. Hearing this, Xiao Changfeng's mood lightened somewhat, though his expression remained one of sorrow. Your words remind me of a time a millennium ago when King Tang led the Shrek's 7 monsters to hunt down a massive pod of malevolent orcas, nearly annihilating a group of 300. The soul rings they obtained far exceeded yours by 4 or 5 times, yet I saw no signs of their regret. Only Bai Qinxiang absorbed a 10,000-year soul ring, while the rest were wasted. Su Tianqi rolled his eyes, soon illuminating with a thought, pointing to the sole surviving malevolent orca. Do not be disheartened. I believe not all is lost. There remains a soul ring that can be utilized. Xiao Changfeng fixed his gaze intently, his brows furrowing suddenly. This malevolent orca is over 30,000 years old. While it is indeed impressive, it does not meet the standards for your second martial soul. I cannot allow you to take such risks. It is simply an impossible absorption. Su Tianqi's second martial soul possesses boundless potential. Even if he cannot hunt down a 9-headed soul beast aged over 100,000 years, he must ensure that each soul ring he acquires is no less than 50,000 years in age. Anything less is simply not an option. In the past, the body sect was capable of slaying 700,000-year soul beasts for its disciples. How could the Xianming sect not dare to pursue such feats? If Su Tianqi's physique can withstand it, they might even consider targeting ferocious beasts. Before leaving, Su Shaoyan mentioned to him that he believed the Titan Snow Demon King in the extreme north possessed the bloodline of the Ice God, with high age, ample vitality, and mental attributes, making it perfectly suitable as a soul ring for Su Tianqi, even if it risks being besieged by all of the extreme north. It is worth a try. As for the emperors of ice and snow, it is not that they do not wish to act. Rather, they are truly unable. Not to mention that even Su Shaoyun, having broken through to the limit Douluo, cannot subdue them. The gathering of 10,000-year soul beasts from the entire extreme north would surely overwhelm both master and apprentice. Su Tianqi waved his hand, pointing to the distant soul-guided vessel that had arrived late, and smiled. I certainly would not jest with my life. But have you perhaps forgotten that we happen to have someone here in need of a soul ring to break through the soul saint level? Hearing this, Xiao Changfeng's eyes brightened, revealing a look of realization. Are you referring to Elder Yu? Indeed, his frail condition makes this soul ring perfectly suited for him. Elder Yu, hailing from the Sun Moon Empire, possesses mediocre cultivation talent, having achieved his soul emperor rank primarily through the consumption of medicinal herbs in his early years. In recent years, the Xianming sect has provided him with numerous elixirs, allowing him to staggeringly reach the threshold of the quasi-soul saint level. Xiao Changfeng's purpose in bringing Su Tianqi along was also to hunt for the 7th soul ring. For Elder Yu, a soul ring aged over 50,000 years would be perilous, while one over 30,000 years would be just right. Furthermore, a soul ring sourced from the evil demon orca, aged over 30,000 years, is of quality that rivals most 50,000-year soul rings, proving to be a premium choice for a soul engineer with far inferior physical constitution compared to soul masters. Quickly summoning the bewildered Elder Yu, Xiao Changfeng cheerfully pointed out the soul beast for him. Upon hearing that he could obtain a top-tier soul ring he had never dared to dream of, Elder Yu's face flushed with excitement, overwhelmed with joy. Thank you, Your Highness Ice Phoenix, for your generosity. I shall endeavor to protect the young master with this newfound power. Elder Yu bent his waist in gratitude, and Xiao Changfeng stepped forward to assist him, offering soothing words to calm his emotions. Without excessive conversation, Elder Yu drew forth a 6th-level close combat soul guide greatsword and decisively severed the head of the nearly lifeless evil demon orca. A dense, pitch-black aura immediately surged from its body, coalescing into a menacing 10,000-year soul ring. Elder Yu activated his swordfish martial soul, and 6 soul rings, 1 white, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 1 black, rose in a dazzling display, drawing in the 7th soul ring. His body tensed abruptly as he began the agonizing process of absorption. Su Tianqi observed with concern, and Xiao Changfeng cast a look of approval. Suddenly, Xiao Changfeng's gaze shifted as he noticed something amiss with the deceased 30,000-year evil demon orca. Despite its apparent demise, how could such intense fluctuations of soul power still emanate from its severed head? With a lightning-like swiftness, he traversed the air, appearing atop the formidable head of the abyssal orca. With a deft motion of his fingertip, Xiao Changfeng cleaved the creature's skull asunder, unleashing a deep crimson radiance from within its cranial depths, casting a sanguine hue across an expanse of over 100 square meters. Indeed, it was a soul bone. And moreover, the head soul bone, second only in significance to the torso bone. Drawing forth that crimson glow with a mere thought, astonishment flickered in Xiao Changfeng's eyes. The value of a soul bone of the same age far surpassed that of a soul ring by 100-fold. A 10,000-year soul bone was lauded as a treasure of the blood river, with head soul bones being particularly precious. This specimen, derived from a 30,000-year-old abyssal orca, was truly a paragon among the 10,000-year soul bones. Master Uncle, is this truly a 10,000-year head soul bone? Su Tianxi, piloting a flying soul-guiding device, swiftly joined Xiao Changfeng's side. Indeed, the worth of this artifact is exceedingly high. I could trade it for several level 8 soul-guiding devices. And I am certain there are those in the black market who would be willing to take the plunge. Xiao Changfeng nodded with a light laugh, his spirits evidently elevated. The value of the head bone from the 30,000-year abyssal orca might well exceed mere monetary worth. Yet level 9 soul-guiding devices were exceedingly rare, scarcely ever seen in the Douluo Continent over the years. Although the accidental slaying of a soul beast is lamentable, the serendipitous acquisition of a top-tier soul bone is not such a grievous loss. Upon hearing this, Su Tianxi's gaze flickered as he glanced at Yu Lao. Sensing Su Tianxi's hesitation, Xiao Changfeng keenly inquired, "Are you suggesting I bestow this soul bone upon Mr. Yu Lao?" "Indeed, nothing escapes your discerning gaze, Master Uncle." Su Tianxi chuckled, clasping his hands in salute, tentatively proposing, "Shall we consider this as my tribute to Mr. Yu Lao? He has graciously guided me in the knowledge of soul-guiding devices these past few years, serving as my mentor on the path of soul-guiding." Xiao Changfeng shook his head with a bemused smile, saying, "What are you saying? Once the soul bone is acquired, it must be assimilated. Since you have spoken, how could I withhold such a treasure? Furthermore, this soul bone achieves its optimal effect only when absorbed in conjunction with a soul ring. The soul beast was slain by Mr. Yu Lao, thus this artifact is destined for him, making it the finest choice. Given Mr. Yu Lao's age and cultivation, he would normally not qualify to absorb such an exceptional soul bone. Yet, with Su Tianxi's intercession, Xiao Changfeng could not refuse him. Moreover, once Mr. Yu Lao breaks through to the soul sage realm, he may attempt to forge level 7 soul-guiding devices, with the enhancement of soul rings and bones. Who is to say he cannot eventually reach the soul Douluo level? That would hardly be a loss. Of course, were it not for Su Tianxi's presence, Xiao Changfeng would not presume to wager on an elderly man's potential for future advancement. Securing allies or engaging in beneficial exchanges would be far more prudent. Su Tianxi recognized the favor bestowed upon him by Xiao Changfeng, and while he etched this kindness in a memory, he confidently pledged, "Master Uncle, your vision truly knows no bounds. As I grow, I shall surely seek out other exceptional soul bones for you. By the way, do you still have any body parts that lack soul bones?" Xiao Changfeng raised an eyebrow, a smile gracing his lips as he waved his hand in amusement, responding, "Among the 6 parts of my body, only my left arm has yet to be fused with a soul bone. Your concern is appreciated, yet the soul bones are indeed elusive, and there is no need to force the matter. However, I must express my discontent with your statement. What if soul bones are difficult to find? If one truly seeks, they will undoubtedly be discovered." Su Tianxi, with an air of defiance, puffed out his chest and gestured towards the disarrayed, evil demon orcas, saying, "Take these creatures for instance. Their demise was so tragic that I believe there is a significant possibility of obtaining a soul bone from them. I speak not in jest. The realm of soul masters has established a consensus regarding soul bones. The older the soul beast, the greater the resentment it harbors at the time of its death, thus increasing the likelihood of soul bone generation." Having been annihilated by Xiao Changfeng's strike, the evil demon orcas' eyes remained wide open in their final moments, leading Su Tianxi to surmise that their resentment must indeed be substantial. Xiao Changfeng was well aware of Su Tianxi's intentions. Although he doubted these orcas would yield a second soul bone, he could not help but be heartened by Su Tianxi's enthusiasm, erupting in laughter. "Haha, very well. Let us see if these creatures will indeed produce a second soul bone." With a flick of his hand, cold light and icy rain coalesced and surged forth from Xiao Changfeng's palm, instantly obliterating the bodies of the orcas. A vivid crimson beam shot into the sky, far surpassing the intensity of the head soul bone, leaving both Xiao Changfeng and Su Tianxi in a state of astonishment. As he reached out to retrieve the soul bone, Xiao Changfeng examined it closely, unable to suppress a gasp of awe. The level of energy emanating from it indicated that it was the right leg bone of a 60,000-year-old evil demon orca. Standing beside him, Su Tianqi felt as though he had been granted a miraculous revelation. A mere casual remark had indeed borne fruit. Chapter 41. One cannot criticize the Tang God King for being inhumane while simultaneously engaging in actions inferior to his own. The anguish of inadvertently slaying a soul beast and wasting resources is indeed heart-wrenching, yet the exhilaration of acquiring a soul bone inevitably brings a smile to one's face. This encapsulates Xiao Changfeng's true sentiments at that moment. The quality of the right leg bone from the 60,000-year-old evil demon orca was exceptional, flawless, and exquisite, with a texture as smooth and delicate as diamond, completely transparent, and seemingly infused with a dark red liquid that perpetually flowed within. It radiated an ethereal glow, invigorating the spirit, embodying an incredibly pure essence of water element soul power. Simultaneously, it absorbed the elemental forces of the universe, transforming the shape from that of a human foot to resembling the tail of a whale. With the heightened perception of a super Douluo, Xiao Changfeng was certain that this soul bone exuded an aura of regal ferocity, indicating that one of the parents of this evil demon orca must have been a soul beast of at least 100,000 years, boasting a lineage that was both pure and formidable. Although the right leg bone ranks last in importance among the 6 major soul bones, the significance of such a soul bone transcends its designated area. It is a treasure of unparalleled quality beneath the realm of 100,000-year soul bones. Realizing the value of this soul bone, a subtle smile graced Xiao Changfeng's lips as he presented it to Su Tianqi, warmly stating, "Tianqi, this soul bone is of superior quality, and the innate talent of the evil demon orca lineage is remarkably potent. Their soul skills are either formidable control techniques or devastating attacks. Each one is among the finest. I am quite certain that integrating this soul bone will elevate your physical prowess to new heights, significantly enhancing your ultimate water source and providing a notable increase in soul power sufficient to match your extraordinary talent. Shall we attempt to merge with it?" Su Tianqi fixated his gaze on the soul bone for a moment, his throat involuntarily moving. Upon close contact with the soul bone, he finally comprehended why countless soul masters are so enraptured by it. Merely being near it made him feel the velocity of his internal soul power surge, and the sound of his heartbeat became particularly pronounced and clear. The evil demon orca clan is indeed endowed with exceptional gifts, and the benefits of absorbing the soul bone are glaringly evident. Should he successfully absorb it, he would no longer fear any genius soul master of the soul sect and might even contend with the soul king. However, the age of the soul bone is still a tad too low. Without reaching 100,000 years, it is unsuitable. Rationality triumphed over his emotional self, and Su Tianqi forcefully averted his gaze, shaking his head as he spoke. "Master Uncle, I believe there is no need to rush. Oh, it appears this little fellow has high aspirations, turning his nose up at such a treasure." Xiao Changfeng, possessing profound experience, instantly discerned Su Tianqi's underlying thoughts. This young disciple's desire for the soul bone was no less than that of any other soul master, yet he chose to decline at this moment. The sole reason being, he believed he could obtain something even better in the future. Su Tianqi smiled awkwardly, then adopted a serious demeanor, pointing at the soul bone and speaking earnestly with a resonant voice. "It is not that I am overly ambitious, but rather, Master Uncle and Ancestor possess such formidable abilities. With your intervention, capturing 100,000-year soul beast must be a trivial task. Were it not for towering elders like you standing before me, Tianqi would not dare to entertain such lofty aspirations. I would have eagerly absorbed this treasure long ago. In essence, it is not my greed, but my confidence in your prowess. After all, Ancestor is a seasoned poacher of 100,000-year soul beasts, possessing extensive experience." Xiao Changfeng could not help but feel elated upon hearing this, the corners of his mouth curling upward in pride. This child truly knows how to speak, making him quite endearing, and his perspective is commendable. As a dignified level 96 super Douluo, encountering a 100,000-year soul beast was akin to facing the Grim Reaper. Escape was utterly impossible, considering that Su Tianqi would only begin to absorb 100,000-year soul rings upon reaching the 7th ring. And with the slow cultivation of his ultimate martial soul, perhaps by that time, he would have ascended to level 97 super Douluo, rendering the slaughter of 100,000-year soul beasts as easy as slaughtering chickens. Even ferocious beasts would dare not stir. Excellent. In that case, Master Uncle shall await the day you can absorb a 100,000-year soul ring. I shall ensure both of your martial souls are equipped with sufficiently powerful 100,000-year soul rings. Resolute in his decision, Xiao Changfeng carefully stored the soul bone, giving Su Tianqi's shoulder an encouraging pat, his face brimming with anticipation. The dual martial souls have always been synonymous with unparalleled genius. If he could provide you with a complete set of soul bones exceeding 100,000 years, What immense power that would bestow. Master Uncle could hardly fathom it. Ha 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 ha. Su Tianqi remained silent, merely smiling in response, clasping his hands in a gesture of respect before gracefully settling into a meditative posture, employing his spiritual energy to perceive the internal and external realms, engaging in introspective cultivation. The words of Xiao Changfeng flowed into his chest like warm currents, akin to soaking in a hot spring on a winter's day, bringing both physical and mental relief. Although the Tang God King was not a paragon of humanity, he undeniably bestowed numerous benefits upon the original 7 monsters. Had it not been for Tang San, perhaps only Oscar among the original 7 monsters would have attained the rank of titled Douluo. The others, either burdened by the flaws of their martial souls or prematurely extinguished, could not have aspired to godhood. Among the divine positions of the 6 monsters, Oscar and Ning Rongrong, as the god of food and the 9-colored goddess respectively, sought him out, while Xuanwu served as the Shura sword sheath, responsible for sheathing the sword. The potential for Dai Zhu Ma and his companions to achieve godhood likely bore the influence of Tang San. Otherwise, the god of destruction would not have expressed dissatisfaction towards him. The Tang God King's actions were undoubtedly aimed at nurturing a foundational strength. However, his endeavors were measured by results rather than intentions. Benefits were indeed granted, though not in their entirety. His cousin and his brother's wife, lacking utilitarian value, were overlooked. If he truly wished to assist, arranging for a third-tier god, or even a divine official would ensure immortality, allowing for a lasting companionship with Ma Hongjun. No other god king would dare to disregard the new law enforcer, Tang San. The dual divine positions inherently permitted the elevation of more individuals to the divine realm. How could the new Shura god not bring along a loved one? Was it not an affront to the Shura divine sword? Despite being in dire straits, he gifted his cherished, unparalleled king of ginseng to Tang San, aiding him in rekindling ties with his old comrade Yang Wudi, only to find that Xiao Wu's recovery, orchestrated by Tang San's uncle Bai He, left him feeling quite disheartened. Such genuine assistance seemed to have been in vain. One must also express sympathy for the unfortunate Dugu ancestors and the nominally illustrious 9-treasure Glazed Tile School, who suffered due to their lack of utility. Nonetheless, it would be beneath one to berate the Tang God King for his lack of humanity while simultaneously engaging in actions lesser than his own. Such behavior would indeed be disgraceful for a notable time traveler. Ma Xiaotao, the fire phoenix, could purify the fiery essence of blazing gel into the purest flames, and naturally, Xiao Chongfeng's ice crystal phoenix could achieve the most exquisite ice. As for divine positions, the Titan Snow Demon King claimed to possess the bloodline of the ice god, though it remains uncertain whether the ice god exists in the divine realm. However, even in the absence of the ice god, the phoenix divine position belonged to Ma Hongjun. After all, remaining alone in the divine realm would be rather dull. Burying oneself in a volcano was hardly preferable to relinquishing a divine position to roam the cosmos. As thoughts drifted beyond the confines of the universe, Su Tianqi began to contemplate the divine position. In his future aspirations, consolidating faith to forge a unique divine position was an inevitable path. However, the faith of the beings on Douluo Star was limited. The sea god took a millennium to traverse this path, and achieving success was no small feat for him. Assisting Xiao Changfeng was beyond his capabilities. To attain godhood first and subsequently inspire others, he would have to resort to seizing opportunities. Ma Hongjuan's phoenix divine position served as a safety net. Although he struggled to comprehend why the phoenix divine position was merely a secondary deity, he had no alternatives. He would delve into the mysteries of the divine realm at a later time. In summary, Su Tianqi had yet to cultivate any remarkable abilities. He excelled solely in the art of overwhelming firepower and employing logic to persuade, purely physical logic. As time flowed imperceptibly, the night arrived, and the moon, which Su Tianqi yearned for most, suddenly appeared, its silvery radiance illuminating the night sky. Notably, it was a full moon. Sensing the appearance of his desired target, the crescent mark on Su Tianqi's forehead gleamed with excitement, and he eagerly unleashed his gravitational pull to gather the luminous essence of the moonlight. Unlike the previous gradual absorption, Su Tianqi's speed has significantly accelerated at this moment. A moon-white vortex, merging soul force and spiritual power, emanates from his brow, actively devouring the moonlight. The moonlight within several square meters surrounding Su Tianqi is swiftly consumed, coalescing into visible rays that surge towards his forehead. The illusory moon mystic eye is activated, and the moon halo behind Su Tianqi's head expands at an astonishing rate, as countless ethereal strands of spiritual energy outline a lunar disk within half an hour. Within the disk, blue and black light flickers in alternation, accompanied by the sound of thunder and rain. Xiao Chongfeng's eyes reveal a hint of astonishment. His heart filled with awe. In order to facilitate Su Tianqi's cultivation, he had specially constructed a high platform and acquired equipment to create an optimal simulated training environment for him. Yet, Su Tianqi's current speed surpasses that on the high platform by more than threefold. Tianqi's spiritual prowess has exceeded many soul kings, nearing the level of a soul emperor. It seems that absorbing that soul ring has brought boundless benefits, even exponentially enhancing the speed of devouring moonlight, possibly inheriting the deep-sea silver magic whale's talent for absorption. Before long, a figure, aged yet powerful, approached Xiao Changfeng, his eyes gleaming with respect as he bowed to him. Xiao Changfeng turned to glance at the Moon Elder, smiling as he produced a 30,000-year-old evil magic tiger whale bone. Encouraging, success is paramount. You should absorb this as well. The Moon Elder was taken aback, his hands casting shadows as he stammered. Under the Ice Phoenix crown, how could this old servant have the virtue to absorb such a soul bone? Absolutely not. It would be a waste of this treasure on me. Even if the young master cannot utilize it, it could still, upon seeing the soul bone. His first thought was for Su Tianqi, but then he realized that the Ice Phoenix crown must have considered this beforehand, and the young master likely had no use for it. In a moment of desperation, he contemplated crafting this soul bone into a top-tier soul guide for future generations. Yet his mind went blank, unable to articulate it. Such a creation was beyond his capabilities. Xiao Changfeng observed the charmingly candid elder with quiet satisfaction. Raising a hand to halt the Moon Elder's further words, his deep-set eyes reflecting tranquility. Bestowing this soul bone upon you is not my intention, but rather Tianqi's wish. The myriad emotions on the Moon Elder's face abruptly froze, and tears welled up in his sunken eyes. Gratefully glancing at the meditating Su Tianqi, who was as focused as an ancient monk in deep contemplation, the Moon Elder could not help but softly weep. This old servant thanks the young master. And the Ice Phoenix crown. Indeed, Xiao Changfeng replied with a gentle nod, a smile gracing his lips as he gazed affectionately at Su Tianqi. The situation on the continent is soon to change. I have a premonition that Tianqi will become a pivotal figure in this transformation, and we shall bear witness to it. Welcoming a brighter future. It brings me great solace to have such a descendant. Chapter 43. The task of pursuing the evil soul master assassin group. Xiao Changfeng's farewell gift. As the stars realign and the sun and moon cycle, a new day dawns. Su Tianqi emerges from a night of meditation, rising to greet the morning sun. Offering a warm smile to Xiao Changfeng and the Moon Elder, his expression radiant and full of vitality. Very well. He stood guard for Su Tianqi and the Moon Elder throughout the night, yet displayed no signs of fatigue. He presented to Su Tianqi a soul guide ring with vast storage space. Tianqi, he said, within this ring are the medicinal pills, soul guides, several golden soul cards, and the worship token of our Xuanwu Chamber of Commerce that I have selected for you. Take a look and see if anything is lacking, and inform your master uncle. Our Xuanwu Chamber of Commerce ranks among the finest on the continent, with various holdings in the Sun Moon Empire. With this token, you can access resources with the highest authority, which will grant you certain conveniences in the future. You will soon embark on a journey across the continent, and later, you must travel alone to the Sun Moon Empire. What are your thoughts? Not much to contemplate, really. It's merely a matter of overcoming obstacles and defeating enemies, Su Tianqi replied as he accepted the storage ring. His spiritual energy flowed into it, and his eyelids involuntarily twitched. There were 20 boxes containing Xianshui pills. Was he expected to consume them like beans? However, taking more wouldn't harm his foundation. As he extended his spiritual energy deeper, a plethora of pill boxes came into view, each with its designated contents. 5 boxes were labeled with the healing sacred Xuanwu divine pills. 1 was marked with the soul elevation pill, and several others bore the label of a peculiar concoction known as the weeping pill. Weeping pill? What is its effect? Su Tianqi questioned, perplexed. I have never heard of such an oddity before. Do not forget your persona. The voice of Xiao Changfeng chimed cheerfully, a slight smile gracing his lips. You are the 3rd young master of the Xianming sect, having lost your mother in childhood, enduring countless grievances, running away from home, and vowing revenge. While you may not express deep sorrow, your heart is undoubtedly burdened. When you encounter individuals from the Sun Moon Empire and reminisce about the past, tears are likely to flow. You cannot simply cry when the moment calls for it. Thus, external assistance is required. This pill, a remedy found by my teacher and personally refined by me, will accelerate the flow of your soul power and induce tears. It is quite reliable. Even a tidal Douluo probing will only reveal a fade of disordered soul power, and it offers some benefit to your mental strength. Upon hearing this, Su Tianqi's mouth twitched slightly, and a dark line appeared on his forehead. So, before I head to the Sun Moon Empire, I must first practice my acting skills. The Douluo Grand Stage, where if there is a play, you will come? It feels akin to a comedic skit from the Spring Festival Gala. designed to amuse the audience, while I, the performer, bear the brunt of it all. Su Tianqi rubbed his temples in exasperation, lamenting, "Master Uncle, your foresight is truly remarkable. Flattery will get you nowhere," Xiao Changfeng replied nonchalantly. His demeanor composed as he accepted Su Tianqi's praise. "As an elder, it is only natural for me to consider the welfare of my juniors. The information on the evil soul masters that you requested will certainly be delivered to you within half a month." Xiao Changfeng stood with his hands behind his back, gazing forward, his expression unchanging despite Su Tianqi's admiration, exuding an air of nonchalance. Su Tianqi, hiding his face in his hand, mused that this master uncle was indeed a person of hidden talents, likely a carefree figure in his youth. Reflecting on Su Sancher's mischievous demeanor, Su Tianqi concluded that there must be a principal culprit within the Xinming sect, one who had corrupted the atmosphere of the entire sect, leading to a misalignment of values. This individual, he thought, would probably not be Su Xiaoyan, the sect's ancestor, would they? A month later, in the simulated training environment of the moon viewing platform, Su Tianqi emerged triumphantly from his breakthrough, receiving a wanted notice from the Moon Elder, his brow slightly furrowing. Task of the Adventurers Guild of the Xinglua Empire, to locate and eradicate the malevolent demon soul killer group, which has been persistently attacking merchants and small soul-hunting teams around the Mingdu forest. Summary of intelligence. The leader of the demon soul killer group is suspected to be an evil soul master, self-styled as the messenger of malice. In a battle 6 months prior, he displayed the prowess of a top-tier soul master, withstanding the onslaught of a soul king and 2 soul masters, ultimately emerging unscathed and retaliating to slay one of his assailants, showcasing formidable defensive capabilities. Furthermore, the killer group comprises dozens of soul masters and over 200 vicious butchers, notorious for their ruthless acts of arson and pillaging, adept at concealing their presence and shifting the battlefield. Adventurers are advised to carefully contemplate the decision to undertake this mission. Recommendation. It is suggested that a team led by no fewer than 3 Soul Kings be assembled to launch a decisive and rapid assault against the killer group. Upon successful completion of the task, adventurers may present significant material evidence of the killer group's members at the Adventurers Guild office to claim a reward in gold soul coins. Most nobles from the 3 great empires are involved, with the royal families of these empires presiding over the affairs, issuing bounties through the Adventurers Guild. Reflecting on the nature of the Adventurers Guild, Su Tianqi nodded slightly, a serious glimmer igniting in his eyes. In the original narrative, the Emperor of Xinglua, Su Jiawei, cunningly auctioned the Snow Emperor embryo for a staggering 150 million gold soul coins, dealing a severe blow to the Mingdu Hall, only to turn around and issue a bounty of 100 million gold soul coins through the Adventurers Guild to seize the embryo, thus profiting an easy 50 million gold soul coins. The 2 soul Douluo representatives of the main body sect accepted the task, leading to the first crisis for the Mingdu Hall, where the toxic and invincible crowd wreaked havoc. And Huagua took advantage of the chaos to steal the Zero Mecha being researched by Jing Hanchen, leaving him in tears. Only the royal families and top-tier nobles of the 3 great empires possessed the influence to establish such communication platforms. Many monitoring missions from Shrek Academy also stem from this source. In other words, the Mercenary Guild. Yu Lao stood respectfully before Su Tianqi, introducing a somewhat somber, middle-aged man clad in a blue robe beside him. "Young master, this is your guardian arranged by the Ice Phoenix Crown, the 78th level control system soul master, Ji Sun, who possesses the top-tier plant-based martial soul, the Tianqing Ghost Vine." The Tianqing Ghost Vine? Su Tianqi boldly conjectured. Could it be that Senior Ji Sun's martial soul is a variant of the Tianqing Vine? Su Tianqi leapt to his feet, offering a gentle smile to the somber Ji Sun, whose hair was white. "Indeed, young master is well informed. My martial soul is indeed a mutation of the Tianqing Vine." Ji Sun performed a formal bow to Su Tianqi, his deep voice imbued with respect, adopting a humble demeanor. Su Tianqi was taken aback, even with his esteemed status. It seemed improbable that a soul saint, nearing the cultivation level of a soul Douluo, would show such deference. Was he perhaps underestimating his own standing? "Young master, do not be surprised. In the past, the Ice Phoenix Crown saved my life and provided guidance in my cultivation. My life belongs to the Ice Phoenix Crown. You are a person of significance to the Ice Phoenix Crown, and thus I shall devote myself to you." He appears to be a man of stories. Su Tianqi pondered internally, concealing his thoughts, as he led the 2 companions to bid farewell to Xiao Changfeng. At the harbor of Hanhai City, Xiao Changfeng stood with his hands clasped behind him at the shoreline. Suddenly, he turned with a smile, the sea breeze gently tousling his hair, presenting a carefree and elegant demeanor. "Have you arrived?" Su Tianqi approached Xiao Changfeng, bowing deeply with a 90-degree angle, expressing his gratitude. "Over the past 2 years, Xiao Changfeng had meticulously cared for his nephew, providing him with abundant resources for cultivation. He generously shared insights during the impartation of his profound teachings, often suppressing his own cultivation level to offer Su Tianqi guidance, exhibiting none of the arrogance typically associated with a super Douluo. Even when dealing with the precious soul bones, he treated Su Tianqi with utmost respect, embodying a refined and charming personality in every gesture. Few could achieve such humility even with their own kin, making Su Tianqi's solemn bow entirely warranted. Xiao Changfeng extended his hand to assist Su Tianqi, patting his shoulder gently, his deep, tranquil eyes gleaming with clarity. Before you depart, allow me to present you with one final gift. Do not be anxious, relax your mind. Remember this, a good man should travel the world. The mountains are the same everywhere. Let the azure waves flow, and let your spirit remain undaunted. As he spoke, a flicker of blue light danced in Xiao Changfeng's eyes, and in an instant, Su Tianqi found himself lifted from the ground, astonished yet composed. In the next moment, Su Tianqi felt countless streams of energy converge upon his body's vital points, dozens of warm and gentle soul powers flooding into him, inducing a sensation of ethereal bliss that compelled him to close his eyes. Crack! Time seemed to stretch, and eventually, the sound of shattered glass pierced his ears. Upon his feet touching the ground once more, he was elated to discover that his body felt even lighter, and a surge of formidable strength coursed through him. His soul power had broken through the 33rd level, seemingly ascending from the mid-30s to the pinnacle of 34, and he could faintly sense the impending barrier of 35. More importantly, having undergone this enlightening experience, his foundation remained intact, with no signs of instability in his soul power. Instead, it had grown even purer. Just as Su Tianqi intended to seek out Xiao Changfeng, he noticed the bustling crowd at the dock, unable to catch a glimpse of the elegantly attired figure in blue. Indeed, Master Uncle is a man of great humility and accomplishment, Su Tianqi mused with admiration. He then turned to wave and smile at Yu Lao and the others, saying, "Let us depart. We shall rely on your esteemed guidance in the journey ahead. As you command, young master." Chapter 44, Mingdu Great Forest, Xingluo Royal Academy. Su Jiujiu, young master, the Mingdu Great Forest, akin to the Mingdu mountain range, stretches across the Sun Moon and Xingluo empires. It encompasses a vast area roughly half that of the Star Do Great Forest, occupying 1/3 of the border of the Xingluo Empire. This forest is abundant in mutated soul beasts. While their overall strength may not rival that of the Star Do Great Forest, they are still exceedingly perilous. The fact that those evil soul masters can engage in heinous acts of plunder and murder on the outskirts of the Mingdu Great Forest speaks volumes about their formidable strength. On the soul guidance vessel, Yu Lao continues to steer the craft while Ji Sun, the soul sage, assumes the role of guardian, elucidating the perilous nature of their mission to Su Tianqi. He underscores the significant threats posed by the mutated soul beasts lurking within the vicinity of the Mingdu Great Forest, warning that these creatures are rarely benign and exhibit a ferocity surpassing that of ordinary soul beasts. They must not be ensnared by them. Upon hearing this, Su Tianqi's eyes gleamed with intrigue as he pondered aloud. According to your esteemed words, the Mingdu Great Forest is indeed a treasure trove of sorts. Beyond the Star Do Great Forest, this region appears to be unmatched as a gathering place for soul beasts. Would you not agree? Mutated soul beasts pique my interest most. What is the allure in creatures that are unaltered? It is the emergence of new abilities that captivates me, such as the top-tier silver soul beasts. Ji Sun was taken aback by the young noble's unusual focus, seemingly dismissive of the notorious evil soul masters. Indeed, the Mingdu Great Forest, adjacent to the Mingdu mountain range, spans a vast area where the quality of soul beasts is notably high, making it one of the prime hunting grounds for soul rings sought by the soul masters of the two great empires, the Sun Moon and Star Luo. Rumors suggest that within the depths of the Mingdu Great Forest lurk terrifying mutated soul beasts that have existed for 100,000 years. And any ordinary title Douluo would meet their demise in such encounters. Only a super Douluo might stand a chance against them. As for the legendary ferocious beasts, the subordinate could not ascertain. Such entities are immensely powerful and likely require a super Douluo of Ice Phoenix caliber to contend with. Are there any remarkably powerful silver soul beasts or formidable psychic-type soul beasts? I would also be interested in those associated with celestial bodies, Su Tianqi inquired with keen enthusiasm. Ji Sun's eyes flickered, sensing that Su Tianqi's inquiries were somewhat demanding. Theoretically, such beings exist, though I cannot guarantee their prevalence. However, I have heard whispers suggesting some relevance. For instance, certain vital soul skills associated with the Star Crown Martial Soul, inherited by the current Star Luo royal family, can only be found within the Mingdu Great Forest, indicating the presence of celestial-type soul beasts. Additionally, Over 3,000 years ago, the Sun Moon Empire hunted a silver dragon that originated from this very forest. Su Tianxi's eyes sparkled even brighter. Deeply engrossed in discussing the soul beasts of the Mingdu Great Forest with Ji Sun, his excitement palpable. Given that this forest covers at least half the area of the Star Do Great Forest, it should be capable of nurturing formidable beasts such as the Titan Snow Demon King or the Ice Bear King, Xiaobai. Moreover, with legends of the Silver Dragon's existence, it is conceivable that he might encounter a soul beast particularly suited to him. With 6 soul rings remaining for his Xuanwu Xian Tong martial soul, none can be wasted. The subsequent soul rings will likely require his own pursuit, and he must strategize carefully. Was this young noble truly here to hunt evil soul masters? Or was he more interested in capturing soul beasts? Had he not only recently broken through to the 3rd ring? Furthermore, was he not perhaps overly confident? After all, they were on a mission to eliminate an evil soul master. Yet, under the Ice Phoenix's guidance, it was said that this young noble had independently slain 5 evil soul masters of the soul master rank with ease. Could it be that he possessed absolute confidence in his own strength? Time flows swiftly. After Su Tianxi had thoroughly excavated the knowledge of Ji Sun, his face brightened with joy, and he shifted the conversation to the topic of cultivation, exhibiting not a trace of tension. His tone was relaxed and leisurely, with a beaming expression that betrayed none of the apprehension typical of a novice soul master. In truth, Su Tianxi indeed regarded those evil soul masters with indifference. Merely a handful of them. Those to be captured would be captured, and those to be slain would be slain. If he could not manage it with considerable depletion of soul power and stamina, he would simply resort to using a fixed soul-guiding artillery shell. Although the primary objective of his retreat was to assess the strength of soul masters, this did not imply that he would be so obstinate as to forego the use of soul-guiding devices. Thanks to the comprehensive teachings from Yu Lao over the past few years, his skills as a soul master had already reached the level of a 4th-tier soul master. What was once a necessity to import 4th-tier fixed soul-guiding artillery shells, he could now craft with enough raw materials and time. Xiao Changfeng had profited handsomely from selling the 4th-tier artillery shells he had produced on the black market. His inability to craft a 5th-tier soul-guiding device prior to breaking through to the Soul Sovereign stage was not due to an inability to inscribe the 5th-tier core array, but rather because his soul power simply did not permit him to complete the fabrication of a 5th-tier device independently. During the month of seclusion, he had diligently honed his skills, practicing several common Thunder attribute attack techniques, such as Thunder Shadow Step, Thunderclap Hand, and Thunder Fist, achieving moderate success. Concurrently, he poured his heart and soul into experimentation and ultimately succeeded in crafting his first 5th-tier soul-guiding device, a fixed artillery shell imbued with icy effects. Although it was a counterfeit modeled after those from the Royal Soul Master Academy of the Sun and Moon, it was nonetheless a product of his own creation. Theoretically, if detonated in proximity to a soul emperor, it held a significant chance of incapacitating that formidable opponent, while even a soul saint would find their body rendered numb from the cold. As it was an artifact of his own making, it constituted a portion of his strength, and there was no reason to overlook its value. Should any evil soul master dare to provoke him, he would unleash the artillery and let them experience the terror of soul-guiding technology. 3 days later, in the evening, Su Tianxi and his companions arrived at a sizable town situated 50 miles from the Mingdu Great Forest, after traversing both waterways and land routes for a brief respite. The town, in proximity to the Soul Beast Forest, showcased a building style that, while simple, exuded a wild essence, with various amenities provided for soul masters. The air was filled with the sounds of vendors, some seeking temporary soul-hunting companions, while others hawked precious materials harvested from the Mingdu Great Forest. To Su Tianxi's astonishment, a small garrison of 500 troops was stationed within the town, and fully armed night squads patrolled the streets, their iron armor glinting coldly, a testament to their formidable equipment and the palpable aura of menace surrounding them. Young Master, the Western Group Army of the Xinglua Empire has stationed 500,000 troops in the Mingdu Mountains. This town serves as both a supply point for soul masters and a beacon tower, specifically established to guard against soul beast incursions. With military experience, Yu Lao discerned the strategic intent behind the town's layout at a glance. Attacks by soul beasts were a grave concern for human society, prompting all 4 great empires to establish watchful forces in areas densely populated with soul beasts. Zisen cast a sweeping glance around and remarked, "I fear it is not merely this. Since the Star Luo Empire possesses military strength here, it must be under their complete control. Every individual who enters is likely being silently monitored for information by the Star Luo Empire." Su Tianxi shrugged nonchalantly and replied with a smile, "No matter. We are all equipped with soul-guiding masks crafted by the Moon Elder, and our soul power is entirely concealed. These ordinary individuals cannot possibly gather any useful information about us. He had previously observed that the heavily armed knights of the Star Luo Empire were robust and formidable, each one a battle-hardened warrior. However, without martial souls, even the most well-equipped ordinary person could only contend with a typical soul respecter, the sort with a white-yellow configuration. Although large formations of soldiers could sweep through enemies and even compel titled Douluos to retreat, the mere 500 present here posed virtually no threat. Any one of the three could emerge from their midst and annihilate them without leaving a trace. The Moon Elder was adept at covering fire as a soul master, while Zisson was a top-tier plant system soul sage, both skilled in group combat. As they continued their observations, the trio made their way into the largest inn, the Luck Inn, seeking a secluded corner to settle down and order their meals. This establishment was adjacent to the Mingdu Great Forest, and the menu featured dishes made from the hides and flesh of century-old soul beasts, albeit at a rather steep price, which was of no concern to the three. As they awaited their meals, Su Tianqi's gaze fell upon a group of soul masters within the inn, drinking and boasting, exuding confidence. Suddenly, a strikingly impressive entourage entered through the inn's doorway, causing the raucous chatter to diminish abruptly. 2 middle-aged soul masters, evidently the leaders, led the way, followed by 7 others, each possessing an ethereal charm, adorned in luxurious attire, and notably youthful, capturing the attention of many eyes and prompting whispers. Such an imposing group must surely belong to a powerful Soul Master Academy or a notable sect, perhaps the Star Luo Royal Academy? That institution ranks as the second-best Soul Master Academy on the continent, surpassed only by the legendary Shrek Academy. Thus, could they not be the most outstanding young talents of our nation? Indeed, each of these prodigies was exceptional, and I observed that 3 among them had attained the level of Soul King or near Soul King, while the remaining 4 were Soul Sect experts. They might very well be the team representing our Star Luo Royal Academy in the Continental Soul Master Elite Competition in 2 years. Hey, brother, did you notice that the most beautiful maiden among them seems to be leading this group? In all my years, I have never encountered such a stunning girl. Silence. You fool. The students of the Star Luo Royal Academy are either affluent or noble. She could very well be the daughter of some duke. Do not dare to speak so recklessly about her. A sweat-drenched, irate elder brother struck his foolish younger sibling sharply, fearful that such words might be overheard, jeopardizing their lives and fortunes, not to mention the potential retaliation from a duke. Even the cultivation levels of the 2 leading soul masters were beyond his comprehension, undoubtedly surpassing that of a soul sage. Who would dare provoke them? In the esteemed Star Luo Royal Academy, Su Jiao glided gracefully, akin to the moon embraced by stars. Her golden tresses were woven into a soft braid, and a delicate, enchanting smile graced her fair visage, which rivaled the beauty of frost and snow. Her gaze remained calm and indifferent, while a gown of golden silk accentuated her already dignified figure, exuding an air of refined elegance. Despite being scrutinized by numerous gazes, some of which may not have been well-intentioned, Su Jiao maintained her composure. Having frequented various high-profile occasions since childhood, she was well acquainted with such scrutiny. The perceptive but somewhat unimaginative fellow had misjudged. There was no duke in the Star Luo Empire with a daughter like her. Yet, regardless of her lofty status, it bore no relevance to him. After dealing with the sinister soul masters and completing his business at the White Tiger Duke's estate, he would soon embark on a journey to the sun and moon, rendering any social interaction unnecessary. His gaze fell upon the soul beast delicacies presented by the tardy waiter, and Su Tianqi's eyes ignited with fervor. In this vast world, nothing surpassed the joy of dining. Simultaneously, Su Jiao's seemingly casual observation caught sight of Su Tianqi, astutely noting the shift in his demeanor and actions. Had the allure of gourmet cuisine eclipsed her presence in his eyes? Intriguingly, these 3 individuals appeared rather extraordinary. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that Su Tianqi and his companions were not ordinary, their faces concealed by masks, their soul power concealed. Such restraint indicated they were formidable, likely among the elite of the soul sect, akin to herself. "My lord, is something amiss?" inquired a concerned escort, having noticed the subtle change in Su Jiao's expression. "Nothing of great consequence, merely an intriguing individual," she replied nonchalantly. Chapter 45. Su Tianqi. If you want me to leave, I shall leave. Who do you think you are? On the Douluo Continent, there existed numerous exceptional individuals and hidden sections. Encountering a few near the Mingdu forest was hardly surprising. Su Jiao's mood remained serene, though her guardian, Xuanwu, was not entirely at ease. She cast scrutinizing glances towards Su Tianqi and his companions, her brow furrowing gradually. Chosen personally by the Emperor Su Jiao of the Star Luo Empire, Xuanwu hailed from the enigmatic Zhu family, known for their ethereal feline spirits. With a striking yet slightly thin-lipped visage, she excelled in reading expressions and discerning potential threats. Her sole purpose for this journey was to ensure Su Jiujiu's absolute safety. In this remote wilderness, the presence of two soul saints accompanying a young man suggested his status was far from trivial, warranting vigilance. Considering the significance of their mission, Zhu Wen's lips moved slightly as she discreetly conveyed a message to the leading instructor of the Star Luo Royal Academy. Oldemo, the masked youth in that corner merits attention. I suspect he is an unknown variable, and neglecting him could potentially jeopardize the actions of the young lady and her entourage. Upon hearing this, Old Mo's gaze flickered as he subtly guided a group of students to the most spacious seating area, contemplating their next move. After a moment's thought, he directed his attention to a lanky youth among the 7-member team of the Star Luo Royal Academy, transmitting a message. Xiaojia. Those 3 masked individuals dining in the northeast corner of the inn seem unusual. Please investigate the young man's identity and, if feasible, invite him to join us for a meal. Understood, teacher. While chatting idly with his companions, Chen Xiaojia perked up upon hearing the teacher's voice, exchanged a few light-hearted words with several classmates, and made his way directly towards Su Tianxi and the other 2. Upon witnessing the arrival of Chen Xiaojia, who ranked among the top 3 in strength among the group, Zhu Wen's face revealed a satisfied smile. As previously speculated by a few whispering individuals, their team was indeed formed by the Xingluo Royal Academy in preparation for the Continental Soul Master competition scheduled for 2 years hence. The members of this combat team possessed considerable strength, garnering the favorable attention of the Xingluo Emperor, Su Jiawei. The team already included 2 Soul Kings, while Chen Xiaojia was a quasi-Soul King. Their purpose for this outing was to secure a suitable Soul Ring for him to ascend to Soul King status and to undertake a significant team evaluation, which involved eradicating a deranged group of evil Soul Master assassins and honing their collaborative skills. She aimed to assist Princess Su Jiujiu in establishing absolute authority within the team, documenting her courageous leadership throughout the mission to bolster Su Jiujiu's reputation and esteem. This task had been meticulously selected by His Majesty himself, leaving no room for error. At the northeast corner of the table, Su Tianxi, whose keen perception detected a piercing gaze akin to that of a hawk upon him, raised an eyebrow in perplexity. Despite his attempts at subtlety, someone still sought him out. The mental energy emanating from the newcomer was not weak, barely reaching the level of some ineffectual Soul Kings. Chen Xiaojia soon approached, but Su Tianxi remained seemingly oblivious, elegantly lifting a piece of braised rabbit meat with his knife and fork to savor it. The century-old tender rabbit was quite delectable. Su Tianxi showed no reaction, nor did Yu Lao and Ji Sun allow a quasi-Soul King to disrupt their meal. Should a conflict arise, they would not hesitate to retaliate. As Chen Xiaojia drew nearer, he could no longer suppress a couple of coughs and initiated the conversation. Ahem. My friend, I've come quite close to you. Do you not wish to greet me? According to the teacher, the opponent's cultivation should be at the soul sect level, a tier of experts capable of accurately perceiving even the slightest movements within a space of several dozen square meters. Since he had not deliberately masked his footsteps, the individual should have sensed his approach. However, it appeared that Su Tianxi was disinclined to acknowledge him, preferring to attend to his meal. My apologies. I was engrossed in my dining and did not notice your presence. I am unaware of your purpose for seeking me, but I suggest you wait until I finish my meal. At that time, whether it be for tea and conversation or a quarrel, I shall do my utmost to oblige. Su Tianxi interjected, undeterred by Chen Xiaojia's intentions to invite him to dine. But should you disturb my meal, Su Tianxi continued, fixing his gaze firmly upon Chen Xiaojia, I shall have no choice but to regard you as a source of trouble, which would undoubtedly sour my mood. And I am certain it would affect the spirits of my 2 esteemed companions as well. I presume you do not wish to leave with a bruised visage, do you? Therefore, I kindly ask for your patience, as we were here first, and I assure you my dining pace is not slow. You shall not be kept waiting for long. With that, Su Tianxi resumed his meal, indulging in another piece of rabbit leg and sipping from a bottle of spring water, completely disregarding any further engagement with Chen Xiaojia. An uninvited guest warranted no hospitality. He had not invited these individuals to converse with him, so they should simply remain in their own comfort. Upon witnessing this, Chen Xiaojia's expression darkened considerably. As the son of a marquis from the Star Luo Empire and a prodigious youth, he had seldom encountered anyone who dared to speak to him in such a tone. The demeanor of this individual was not only casual, but also tinged with disdain, as if he were entirely beneath notice. Even the exceptionally gifted and nobly born Princess Jiujiu treated him with a smile. Yet here was an obscure genius acting so presumptuously. Was that not a bit excessive? However, the other party had been correct in one regard. He could not contend with his 2 elders. Thus, he took a deep breath to compose himself and extended an invitation in as calm a tone as possible. My good fellow, I have come to request that you join my companions and me for a meal. It would be a wonderful opportunity for young people to engage and foster camaraderie. Might I implore you to grant me this favor? Su Tianxi paused, setting down his utensils, and lifted his gaze to meet Chen Shaojia's. Frowning as he replied, I am not acquainted with you in any way. What reason do we have to gather? One glance at us should suffice to reveal that we prefer not to partake in lively gatherings. It seems you are putting forth an unreasonable demand. Was it the poor discernment of those from the Douluo Royal Academy that led them to pursue him while he was discreetly enjoying a meal in a secluded spot? Was it merely because he had glanced at Su Jiuzhou in passing? Yet, even the royal family of Douluo ought not to be so domineering. How could a princess prohibit one from looking while venturing out? Were they to act as auctioneers? I understand your reluctance. However, I am compelled by my mentor's request to invite you. Thus you must cease your dining. Chen Shaojia's voice was rigid, laced with a chill, and his eyes flashed with electric light as his soul power surged, exerting pressure upon Su Tianxi. As one of the top 3 prodigies in the current generation of the Douluo Royal Academy, possessing a premier lightning attribute martial soul, Chen Shaojia harbored a deep-seated pride. With his quasi-soul king cultivation, he seldom encountered a soul sovereign capable of matching him unless they hailed from Shrek Academy. Under the weight of Chen Shaojia's soul power, Su Tianxi exchanged a knowing glance with his 2 soul saints, then waved his hand to dissipate the oppressive force, rising with a sigh. After all this, you still seek trouble. Why not simply state your desire for a duel from the outset? If you were looking for conflict, I would have expected more from a quasi-soul king. If you were a true soul king, I might have treated you as a worthy adversary, but a quasi-soul king being so arrogant is laughable. The soul power pressure he exerted was childlike in comparison, a mere shadow when set against that of his master. As the pressure dissipated, Chen Shaojia realized that Su Tianxi was no ordinary opponent. He summoned his martial soul and spirit rings while retorting angrily. I had no intention of engaging you in combat, yet your utter disregard for my goodwill has left me no choice. I have extended my invitation multiple times, yet you have ignored my genuine intentions. Su Tianxi regarded him with astonishment, suspecting that perhaps the other's mind had been befuddled. Upon uttering these words, an eerie silence enveloped the entire inn. Whether it was the dining patrons, the innkeeper tallying accounts, or the 8-member team from the Douluo Royal Academy, all were momentarily stunned into silence by Su Tianxi's remark, including Chen Shaojia himself. They are indeed the prodigies of the Douluo Royal Academy, hailing from backgrounds of immense wealth and privilege. This very town serves as a military base of the Douluo Empire. Who would dare to audaciously address such celestial beings? Historically, such a scene is exceedingly rare. Chapter 46. How dare the mere Douluo Royal Academy brazenly proclaim enmity against my millennia of glory, Shrek? Do they even have the right? In Su Jiuzhou's understanding, there are but 2 types of individuals who would dare to speak to Chen Shaojia in such a manner in this place. The first type is the ignorant and foolish brutes, utterly oblivious to the significance of the Douluo Royal Academy. The second type is someone with profound confidence, fully aware of the Academy's strength, yet entirely unfazed. Which type Su Jiuzhou is dealing with in Su Tianxi remains unknown, but she harbors an ominous premonition that he is unlikely to be the former. Aunt Zhu, that person is no ordinary foe. Did you instigate Chen Shaojia to provoke him? This could lead to trouble. Unable to suppress her bewilderment, Su Jiuzhou quickly connected the dots and expressed her concerns to this likely impulsive guardian. Though Teacher Mo and Chen Shaojia are not known for their patience, they would not seek trouble without cause. The only one capable of such recklessness is Zhu, the dim-witted heiress of the Netherworld family. Zhu, unfazed by Su Jiuzhou's revelation, confidently patted her distinctive chest and smiled reassuringly. Fear not, Your Highness. That lad's cultivation has certainly not reached the Soul King level. Shaojia is unmatched below that tier. It is an opportune moment to test his mettle. He will know his limits. Chen Shaojia, the sole agile assault-type soul master in their team, had sought her guidance on cultivation matters, rendering him somewhat of her disciple. She holds great expectations for him. Fully assured of his capabilities, Teacher Mo and several other students of the Douluo Royal Academy, visibly indignant, chimed in. Indeed, Your Highness. Shaojia approached him with courteous intent, yet was met with disdain. It is no wonder he was provoked. This is the territory of our Douluo Empire. How can we tolerate such humiliation? Shaojia is in the right. Exactly. Our Douluo Royal Academy gathers the most gifted individuals in the nation. How can we allow some unknown interloper to insult us? Even if he is a descendant of a titled Douluo, it is unacceptable. Should we fear a titled Douluo? One by one, teammates expressed their outrage. Su Jiuzhou struggled to maintain her composure, longing to remind them that the nation's top talents had been largely claimed by Shrek Academy. and most present likely could not measure up to those admitted into Shrek's inner court. Yet, upon further reflection, she remembered that the number of inner court disciples at Shrek never exceeds 50. Setting those individuals aside, Chen Xiaojie is a top-tier genius. Surely, his fortune would not be so dire. At that moment, a piercing cry of a hawk echoed from afar, and the optimal configuration of 2 yellow and 2 purple soul rings appeared beneath Chen Xiaojie, accompanied by vibrant yellow arcs of electricity that sliced through the air with a crackling roar. This is the martial spirit of Chen Xiaojie, the lightning falcon. Known not only for its remarkable speed, but also for its formidable attacking prowess, possessing a tremendous explosive power akin to thunder, approaching the threshold of a top-tier martial spirit. Kid, you have forced my hand. Prepare to face my wrath. Chen Xiaojie retreated several dozen meters to establish distance, then swiftly activated his first and second soul rings. In an instant, he transformed into a streak of yellow lightning, with multiple phantom bolts of lightning appearing in midair, rushing towards Su Tianxi from various directions. No one anticipated that Xiaojie would immediately employ his first soul skill, Thunder Transformation, and his second soul skill, Thunder Shadow, with such astonishing speed that even a Soul King would find it difficult to perceive. This lad was in for a dire fate. Among the students of the Star Luo Royal Academy, the most powerful, the Dark Magic Tiger Soul King, Huang Xingyun, exclaimed with excitement, "That kid is utterly motionless. Could he be paralyzed by Xiaojie's speed? But then again, it's understandable, as even I struggled to keep up with Xiaojie's onslaught before my breakthrough." The second most powerful, the Netherline Soul King, Du Guishangshan, stood with arms crossed, offering a lofty critique. As the bolts of electricity neared within 5 meters of Su Tianxi, Su's heart momentarily felt a flicker of relief. Indeed, his concerns were unwarranted. Chen Xiaojie's strength remained formidable. Suddenly, a piercing scream erupted from Chen Xiaojie, his agonizing cry resonating through the air. The 8 members of the Star Luo Royal Academy sprang to their feet, their smiles frozen, eyes wide in disbelief at the scene unfolding before them. Far removed from their expectations, in midair, amidst a cascade of blood, they witnessed not how the masked youth delivered his punch, but all the yellow lightning was utterly shattered, revealing Chen Xiaojie, who was now spitting blood, collapsing amidst a cacophony of overturned tables and chairs. Before anyone could react, Su Tianxi, enveloped in flickering blue-purple lightning, lunged forward, his right foot, enveloped in erratic arcs of lightning, crashing down on Chen Xiaojie's chest. Having just learned some basic lightning combat techniques from his master, he was eager to test the Thunder Shadow step on this opponent. Crack! The sound of shattering bones echoed as Chen Xiaojie's chest caved in significantly, causing him to vomit another mouthful of blood, his face contorted in agony, rendering his features nearly unrecognizable. With this decisive kick, Chen Xiaojie's martial spirit dissipated automatically, and his 4 soul rings vanished, his blood-red eyes fixated on Su Tianxi, who appeared indifferent. "I haven't even exerted myself, and yet you have fallen. You are a pitiful and laughable quasi-soul king," Su Tianxi remarked from the depths of his being. Indeed, those of the agility attack type were invariably fragile. Merely striking his chest at the right moment had caused this individual to lose his martial spirit state, utterly defeated. Moreover, this fellow's lightning element paled in comparison to his own. The so-called Thunder Shadow could not evade his mental targeting, making him a fool attempting to display his prowess in front of a master. With a furious cough of blood, Chen Xiaojie slumped, his head tilting as he fainted. The humiliation was unbearable. As the battle concluded like autumn leaves swept away by the wind, the onlookers from the Star Luo Royal Academy finally regained their composure. Zhu Wen and Old Mo hurried forward, each unleashing their martial spirits, their soul power erupting like a volcanic explosion. "Kid, you have gone too far." Old Mo raised a large fish-slicing knife, and from beneath his feet, 7 soul rings emerged, 1 white, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 2 black, creating a rather unsightly spectacle. Zhu Wen's eyes glowed a fierce crimson as he fixed his gaze on Su Tianxi, his unspoken aura surpassing Old Mo's by several degrees. With the manifestation of his nether spirit cat martial soul, sharp claws shot forth from his fingertips, ears perked up in alertness, accompanied by the optimal configuration of 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 3 black soul rings rising beneath him. 6 other students, including Su Jiujio, also stood up, revealing their cultivation levels as soul ancestors and soul kings, with their yellow, purple, and black soul rings shimmering brilliantly around them. "You dare!" Mou and Ji Sun charged forward simultaneously, unleashing a formidable pressure of soul power that equaled their opponents. Ji Sun's soul ring configuration matched Zhu Wen's optimal setup, as his soul power surged. Numerous vibrant dark green vines erupted from beneath the yin, weaving together at an astonishing speed to form a massive net, aiming to ensnare all 8 members of the Xuanwu Royal Academy. Although Mo's soul ring configuration was not as impressive, he immediately produced a large number of 6th-level soul-guided cannons and guns, aiming them at the students of Xuanwu Royal Academy. Should he strike, he was confident he could turn them all into a veritable beehive. The intervention of these 2 soul saints momentarily brought a sense of calm to the side of the Xuanwu Royal Academy. It was then that Su Tianqi spoke coldly. "A waste, daring to come forward and seek a beating. You are not even worthy to utter the word excessive before me. As for you, rabble, even if you all gathered together, it would merely take 3 punches and 2 kicks to handle you. Who would have thought that a meal could bring about such trouble? Since you have come looking for me, do not blame me for dealing with you properly. Conveniently, I possess a Shrek inner court token that has been lying idle in my storage ring for quite some time. Today, I shall put on quite a show for you, testing my acting skills." Resolute in his decision, Su Tianqi's expression turned as cold as frost as he stood with his hands clasped behind his back. His second soul skill, Silent Mirror Water Moon, activated, and the optimal configuration of 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 1 black soul rings rose beneath him, emanating an imposing aura of soul power that felt as chilling as a 1,000-year-old glacier pressing down upon every member of the Xuanwu Royal Academy. Earlier, he had shattered a quasi-soul king with a single punch and kick without using his martial soul, and his pretense of being a soul king aroused no suspicion. Instead, many involuntarily gasped, realizing how terrifying he truly was. It is well known that a soul master is in 2 distinct states when using and not using their martial soul. When Su Tianqi had dispatched Chen Xiaojia with mere physical prowess, they all assumed he was a formidable being above the Soul Emperor level. Who could have imagined that he was merely a Soul King? The thought of how terrifying he was without his martial soul led many to wonder what would happen if he unleashed it. Could he possibly contend with the Soul Emperor? From what dreadful place had this monster emerged? Among them, including Su Jiujiu, many found themselves pondering this question, their hearts growing increasingly alarmed. Old Mo, with eyes aflame, exclaimed, "Do you understand that this is our Xuanwu Empire's military base? To dare oppose the Xuanwu Royal Academy is to declare war against the Xuanwu Empire. No force can protect you now." This realization struck Su Jiujiu, who had begun to speculate about Su Tianqi's identity, and she silently thought that things were taking a turn for the worse. Indeed, upon hearing those words, Su Tianqi burst into laughter, as if he had just heard the greatest joke in the world. He stood with 1 foot pressing down on the unconscious Chen Xiaojia, hands on his hips, laughing heartily towards the heavens, his mirth exuding an unrestrained and reckless abandon. However, what he said next plunged the hearts of everyone from the Xuanwu Royal Academy into a chilling abyss. How absurd! A mere Xuanwu Royal Academy dares to be so audacious. No wonder, throughout history, apart from that singular victory under the leadership of the Soul Emperor against the Sun and Moon Royal Soul Master Academy, you have never made it to the finals again. Truly a bunch of worthless fools. Humph. You dare to recklessly claim that the Xuanwu Empire would stand against the powers backing me? I shall go to Xuanwu City and inquire of your emperor whether he dares to oppose us, the Shrek Academy, for the sake of you inept individuals. A mere Xuanwu Royal Academy dares to challenge the illustrious Shrek Academy? You are not worthy. Open your eyes and see clearly. With that, Su Tianqi threw the inner academy disciple token handed to him by Zhang Lishuan, using a swift flick of his wrist to hurl it with great force at Old Mo's face, causing him to stagger back in shock. However, at that moment, Old Mo did not resist. Instead, he seemed entranced as he grasped the red token, casting a despairing glance at the unique Shrek monster emblem upon it. Blood surged within him, and he coughed up a mouthful of old blood, his eyes losing focus as he collapsed, creating a pool of crimson on the ground. At that instant, the inn was engulfed in a profound silence, save for the sound of Old Mo's fall. The weighty phrase Shrek Academy bore the weight of millennia of glory, pressing down upon everyone's shoulders, leaving them breathless. Chapter 47, Su Jiujiu. The insult to Shrek today shall be repaid 100-fold in the future. A seemingly light token should not, under any circumstances, render a soul saint powerless. Yet, if that token were to originate from a distinguished elite disciple of Shrek's inner academy, and if that disciple held significant influence, the situation would be entirely different. Now, the pressure rested upon the Xuanwu Royal Academy. Everyone's faces turned ashen, their heartbeats racing. Too terrified to consider the dire consequences they would face should Su Tianqi truly venture to Xuanwu City to pose this question to His Majesty the Emperor. Perhaps even death would become a luxury. No one doubted the authenticity of Su Tianqi's identity as a Shrek Inner Academy disciple, with no need for martial spirits. He could easily defeat a quasi-soul king with a single punch or kick. This was undeniably a monster among monsters. Moreover, The Shrek Inner Academy disciple tokens had never been forged falsely. No one had ever attempted it, nor would anyone dare. And Su Tianqi's audacity to brazenly insult the students and faculty of the Xingluo Royal Academy within the military base of the Xingluo Empire. His reckless demeanor stirring both earth and spirits. Could it possibly be a vowed? Who else, apart from the Shrek Inner Academy disciples, known for their international enforcement across the continent, would dare to be so bold? At this moment, the people of the Xingluo Royal Academy found themselves in a most precarious position, akin to having stepped upon a rare metal alloy capable of crafting a level 9 soul guiding device. In the end, no one dared to utter a word. All awaited the full brunt of the wrath from the audacious Shrek Inner Academy disciple, too intimidated to ignore the terrifying threat posed by two formidable soul saints. Do not be deceived by the seemingly unimpressive spirit ring ratio of that elderly gentleman. His exquisite array of spirit-guiding devices is something that few from the Douluo Royal Academy have witnessed for a long time. The profound heritage of the Shrek Academy's spirit-guiding department is indeed formidable. As for the other individual, a cold-faced king of the plant-type battle spirits, he too must have emerged from Shrek. It is hardly surprising that such powerful figures arise from there. Amidst the heavy silence, the highly regarded disciple from Shrek's Inner Academy finally spoke again. This time, his gaze swept past the others, landing squarely on Su Jiuzhou. A cold smirk on his lips as he remarked, I had failed to comprehend earlier. I did not expect even the esteemed princess of the Douluo Empire to be present here. I have been foolishly blind. With the princess's support, it seems that the words of your academy's teacher were indeed not mere fabrications. I shall faithfully relay your teacher's words to Master Zhang Lishuan and Dean Yin Xiaojia. I implore them to adjudicate this matter. As Su Tianqi's words fell, Su Jiuzhou felt as though she had been struck by lightning. The sky seemed to be collapsing upon her. Given her sensitive position, if this matter was not handled with utmost care, it could truly become the most significant diplomatic catastrophe the Douluo Empire has faced in millennia. Even though her brother cherished her dearly, he would not hesitate to sacrifice her for the greater good, using her to quell Shrek's wrath. If she could not prevent the impending crisis, even if she survived and continued her training, she would never again stand in the limelight, and all she yearned for would dissolve into mere illusions, rendered void. The thought of such consequences filled Su Jiuzhou with an overwhelming sense of dread. Her porcelain-like cheeks flushed with anxiety as she waved her hands frantically, exclaiming, Your Excellency, you have misunderstood. Our Douluo Royal Academy has never harbored any intentions of hostility towards Shrek Academy. Our royal family, I, my royal brother, and the other members of the royal lineage all hold Shrek Academy in the highest esteem and admiration, wishing only for Shrek to grace our Douluo Empire. How could we possibly entertain thoughts of enmity? Su Tianqi let out a scoff, retorting coldly, wishing for Shrek to come to your Douluo Empire? It appears your empire seeks to engulf us instead. Do you truly believe we are unaware of the grievances you have harbored against our academy over the years? No, absolutely not. How could our Douluo Empire harbor discontent towards Shrek? You are mistaken, truly mistaken. Su Jiuzhou protested, her hands flailing faster than a windmill. Uttering fabrications she herself scarcely believed, as tears brimmed in her beautiful eyes. I must inform you. The reason our academy has chosen to ignore your petty maneuvers is not due to ignorance, but rather because the Azure Dragon has never deemed the opinions of mere ants worthy of consideration. This is the teaching of Dean Yin Xiaojia to us. The millennia-long glory of Shrek cannot be comprehended by your Su family royal lineage, which has merely a history of over 4,000 years. Each of his words pierced Su Jiuzhou's heart like a dagger, each utterance striking at the very wounds of the Douluo royal family. His expression reveling in a cruelty that bordered on inhumanity. He fancied that if there were an Oscar award on the Douluo Continent, it would be rightfully his. Today marked the culmination of his theatrical prowess. Even if Su Jiuzhou maintained her composure, she would inevitably harbor a deep-seated hatred for Shrek henceforth. The indomitable alliance of the three great empires, and Shrek has ceased to exist from this day forth. I shall bring your downfall. With his chin held high, Su Tianqi's every feature, masked in fervor and disdain, radiated an unrestrained fervor as he declared. The history of Shrek Academy stretches back a full 10,000 years. Do you comprehend the magnitude of that? Under the leadership of our ancestor Tang San, we vanquished the malevolent spirit hall. From that day forward, Shrek stands as the supreme force above all existence. No faction on the Douluo Continent can surpass us, nor would anyone dare to. Su Tianqi raised his arm in a fervent salute, his countenance embodying an aura of inviolable sanctity, soon transforming into a disdainful gaze that looked down upon the world. We do not seek to manipulate the throne. It is merely that we possess the loftiest ideals and have long since turned our noses up at your despicable, sordid affairs. A true soul master should embody an unrivaled ambition to gaze upon the world with pride. Our aspiration is to safeguard the tranquility of the continent, not to indulge in the childish antics of you lot. Do you believe that one day, when your star Luo Empire has vanished, Shrek will still stand resolute upon this Douluo Continent? Do you believe it? Your names shall perish along with your bodies, yet the rivers shall flow eternally. The status and glory of Shrek shall be passed down forever. We are the everlasting First Academy of the Douluo Continent. We nurture the finest talents. But we shall never stoop to engage in your petty squabbles, unless, of course, you seek your own demise. Perhaps the words of the opposing party held some truth from the perspective of soul masters, yet from her vantage point, they appeared as a rabble of madmen, scornful of imperial authority and lawless. When have they ever acknowledged the presence of the three great empires? In truth, they were well aware of these matters long ago. Were they not? Shrek possesses the power to topple any empire. Their failure to do so is born from their disdain. They prided themselves on being dragons soaring through the heavens. How could they possibly lower themselves to gaze upon the dust and stand alongside those obsessed with worldly power? Furthermore, they wield the authority to levy taxes, conduct diplomacy, and possess military might that surpasses the three nations. Their internal governance through the Sea God Pavilion, whose councils have purportedly altered the course of the continent's fate on several occasions, renders Shrek City a nation within a nation. This entity surpasses the three great empires, seizing their most cherished talents, devouring their economic and cultivation resources, all while masquerading as a neutral state. Even if the Star Luo Empire were to vanish, they could still endure upon the Douluo Continent. Does this not imply that as long as Shrek's legacy continues, they could watch the Star Luo Empire be annihilated by the Sun Moon Empire or other foes without lifting a finger to save it? They reap the rewards, bask in the accolades, yet shirk responsibility, far inferior to the spirit hall of 10 millennia past. At least back then, the world was not plagued by such rampant evil soul masters. If one generation fails, then 2, 3, or even 100 generations will strive. Regardless of how many generations toil, they must eradicate this malignant tumor that disturbs their peace. She was unaware of how many others shared the same sentiment as Shrek, but it was certainly not a few. The demeanor of those disciples from Shrek's inner courtyard while acting outside only served to instill a lingering chill within Su Jujio. He consistently referred to Yan Xiaojia and possessed such extraordinary combat talent. He was likely among the elite within Shrek's inner sanctum, perhaps even a direct disciple of Yan Xiaojia himself. Yan Xiaojia, in his prime, had the audacity to compel the emperor of the Doling Empire, who had failed to graduate from Shrek's outer academy, to bow before him with utmost respect, accepting it with grace. With no alternatives available, to avenge today's humiliation and secure the future of the empire, she resolved to dedicate her entire life to the destruction of Shrek. Biting her lip deeply, causing crimson blood to seep forth, Su Jujio pressed her fingers into her flesh, then undertook an action that left everyone in sheer astonishment. Before all present, she relinquished the dignity and pride of her status as a princess of a nation, lifting her gown and kneeling before the disciple of Shrek's inner courtyard. Aware that misunderstandings had escalated, she dared not hope for his forgiveness, nor did she wish for him to believe her words. She implored him, considering her identity as the crown princess of the Xinghua Empire, to spare the lives of her companions and refrain from troubling the likes of Dean Yin and his associates. As for herself, she willingly accepted death to atone for today's events. Her long hair cascaded down, concealing her face marred by a tumult of hatred. She gambled that the arrogant madman before her would not strike against her. She wagered on his disdain and pride. Shrek, I, Su Jujio, shall forever remember this day of shame. The humiliation endured today shall be repaid 100-fold in the future. Chapter 48. Su Jujio, Devouring Soul Skills, Evil Soul Masters. Shrek, what an extraordinary Shrek indeed. Su Jujio's gamble paid off. That audacious disciple from Shrek's inner courtyard indeed refrained from killing her, casting her a glance infused with a profound sense of superiority. The emotion in his eyes, perhaps pity? How astonishing it was that such a madman could feel compassion. Pitying her as a princess of the empire, revealing how tragically insignificant her esteemed status appeared in his eyes. Of course, this perception was shared by many in Shrek as well. How laughable. What do I care for the life of the crown princess of the Xinghua Empire? Do you intend to perish together with me? Su Tianqi laughed heartily, a mocking expression on his face, seemingly deriding Su Jujio's naivety. His intention was to forge an indelible enmity between Su Jujio and the Shrek Academy, and while it was impossible to kill Su Jujio, it was equally untenable to let her go so easily, for that would not align with his persona. Su Jujio was not one to proactively seek trouble. It was likely the two teachers leading the group who instigated this. However, that old man was utterly inept, fainting at the sight of a mere token, thus leaving the burden to the other elder woman. The soul saint assigned to protect Su Juzhou by the Mingdu family was indeed suitable. As his gaze fell upon the middle-aged beauty, Xuanwu, Su Tianqi silently acknowledged her as the one, then spoke coldly. Let me make this clear. I am here today to execute a mission to hunt down the despised demon soul assassin group and have no interest in anything else. The students of Shrek Academy have always held disdain for the slaughter of the innocent, yet every grievance has its source and every debt its master. If my assumptions are correct, this wretched being beneath my foot is one you dispatched, is it not? A fool from the Mingdu clan. As he spoke, he ground his foot with a cruel smile curving at the corner of his lips. The masked youth, clad in white, Lin Chong, encircled by purple lightning, stood over a once promising genius on the verge of becoming a soul king, unflinchingly interrogating a formidable soul sage hailing from the esteemed aristocracy of the Xinghua Empire. This blood-soaked, bizarre, and tyrannical scene cast Su Tianqi as an unrestrained harbinger of death, as if nothing could escape his gaze. He exuded an overwhelming aura, a pressure far surpassing his own cultivation level, one that even a titled Douluo would envy. No, that is not the case. This unparalleled prodigy from Shrek's South Inner Court. Please do not misunderstand me. How could I, a mere soul sage, dare to engage in such acts? Xuanwu stammered, her eyes reflecting sheer panic as she quaked under Su Tianqi's icy, blade-like stare. The sight of her flustered demeanor only strengthened Su Tianqi's resolve to strike decisively. He chuckled disdainfully, his piercing gaze growing ever more imposing and domineering, gesturing towards Su Juzhou, who knelt in the dust with her head bowed, then pointing at Xuanwu, as if tallying his prey. Soul sage, you, among this pitiful lot, possess the highest cultivation and the greatest strength. If you lack the courage, who among these wretches would dare? I see the princess, though not entirely honest, retains some clarity of thought. Yet you, woman, not only lack honesty but dare to shirk responsibility. Do you believe you are worthy of my unjust accusations? My lord, I truly. Xuanwu's pallor deepened as she protested, her trembling legs failing to muster any strength, whether for kneeling or fighting. Spare me your words. Since you dare to trouble me, be prepared to face your demise. Teachers, please take action. Su Tianqi disregarded Xuanwu's attempts at explanation, a sweeping motion of his hands sealing her fate. To forge a deep enmity, one must take lives. Trampling 10 quasi-soul kings does not compare to forcing a soul sage to their end. Moreover, this is a soul sage of the Yuming clan. All right, martial soul, true body. Moon Elder and Jisun responded coldly, their seventh spirit rings illuminating in unison as they entered their most powerful combat state. Su Tianqi had already conveyed the intent of this matter to them. It is better to kill wrongly than to let one escape. Vines of dark azure, bristling with barbs, erupted from the earth like serpents breaking through the soil, as though they had long been lying in wait. With Jisun's command, they exploded into the air, weaving into massive webs that exuded a terrifying aura capable of corroding all, descending upon the flustered Xuanwu. The vines coiled like azure serpents, ferociously lunging at their prey. From the frail form of the Moon Elder surged a bloodthirsty malevolence, transforming into a colossal swordfish adorned with the traits of a malevolent orca, commanding an array of soul-guided devices into the sky. With a resonant cry, he unleashed a dazzling barrage of soul-guided rays, raining down like a vibrant storm. The goal is pure and direct, Xuanwu. No, the true form of the martial soul. The formidable beings of Shrek are synonymous with invincibility among their peers. In her state of mental turmoil, she lacked the courage to engage in a one-on-one confrontation, let alone facing two adversaries simultaneously. Xuanwu's aspirations were splendid. Yet she overlooked a critical detail. The cramped confines of the inn offered insufficient space for her as a sensitive attack-type soul saint to maneuver effectively. Among the two deadly foes intent on her demise, one was a plant-type control battle soul saint, particularly adept at countering sensitive attack types. The earth-shattering dark blue vine serpent enveloped the area, completely sealing off the inn and transforming it into a death trap. The spectral spirit cat crashed against the vine-woven door, its desperate assault proving inadequate to breach the barrier. She illuminated her soul rings, unveiling soul techniques identical to those of the ancient spectral Douluo, Zhu, rendering her form ethereal and unstable while generating two avatars possessing a fraction of her strength, attempting to escape from multiple angles. The techniques, spectral thrust, spectral claws, and spectral slash, were unleashed in succession, yet aside from momentarily delaying the assault of the azure ghost vine, they bore no other effect. In response, both Yu Lao and Jisun executed their strategy with remarkable simplicity, a barrage of firepower, 3 full-on attacks. The Azure Ghost Vine restricted the Spectral Spirit Cat's mobility, while 3 fifth-level soul-guided artillery shells, imbued with icy effects, were swiftly launched towards the vicinity of Xuanwu's main body and her avatars, subsequently detonating with a resounding explosion. In such a confined space, entwined by the Azure Ghost Vine, Xuanwu had not a sliver of chance to evade the catastrophic energy wave unleashed by the 5th-level artillery shells. The hauntingly beautiful, yet tragic blood splattered midair, Xuanwu's wails surpassing even those of Chen Xiaojia, as her 2 avatars vanished, leaving behind a battered spectral cat. Half its body rendered stiff, blood gushing forth. Simultaneously, vast tendrils of Azure Ghost Vine inexplicably burgeoned within the spectral spirit cat, rendering it immobile. One of the most common yet challenging sudden soul techniques employed by plant-type soul masters, parasitism. The spear descended, piercing through the defenses of the spectral spirit cat, greedily siphoning its soul power. Before the astonished gaze of all present at the inn, the creature's form rapidly diminished, its cries echoing in despair, yet with each struggle, it grew more feeble, its soul power dwindling rapidly. A soul absorption technique? This ability is extraordinarily formidable, but it carries its own peculiarities. Overseeing the scene, Su Tianqi's eyes flickered with realization. The technique Ji Sun was employing was none other than the unrivaled ability to devour. Such a nefarious soul master's power. Without a strong backing, does one still wish to survive? Have we not learned from the fates of Scorpion Tiger Douluo and Crow Douluo? Meanwhile, still kneeling on the ground, Su Jiujiu awaited the inner courtyard disciple's mercy for herself and her companions. A flicker of irony dancing in her eyes as a barely perceptible smirk graced her lips. What a remarkable soul absorption technique. What an impressive plant-type battle soul saint. Aunt Zhu had unleashed her spectral cat form and numerous soul techniques, yet remained utterly defenseless, seemingly on the brink of death. Shrek, truly a formidable entity. Today, one comes to realize how vital strength is. Without it, even the most noble of statuses amount to naught. Chapter 49. The continent of Douluo rests upon the shoulders of Shrek Academy, and it is not for you to speak on behalf of the world. The battle did not endure for long. The moment the nether spirit cat was ensnared, her fate was sealed. With a resounding thud, Xuanwu found himself tightly bound within the heavenly blue ghost vine, his limbs stretched apart, his alluring form laid bare in a stark X, tattered garments revealing swathes of crimson skin. Groaning in anguish, Su Tianqi, observing this scene, nodded slightly, his gaze shifting once more to Su Jiujiu, and coldly remarked, "I have received the sincerity of your highness. The crown princess's apology. I harbor no interest in your life, but I find myself somewhat intrigued by the life of this woman. Since your highness has sincerely apologized, why not do me a favor and put an end to this foolish subordinate who has caused such calamity?" As the words fell, Su Jiujiu abruptly lifted her head, her expression one of sorrow and fury, her gaze fixed fiercely on Su Tianqi, her silver teeth clenched as she cried out, "Your demands are utterly outrageous. Have you even considered how you will face the world and its myriad voices?" Su Tianqi scoffed, delivering a kick to Chen Xiaojia's abdomen, adopting a condescending tone reminiscent of Yin Xiaojia. "Do not glare at me with such defiance. Let me remind you, as the crown princess of the Star Luo Empire, you must remember that you represent the image and dignity of the Star Luo Empire. You are expected to exercise sufficient control within this team. Yet, you failed to detect your disobedient subordinates' underhanded actions in a timely manner, allowing this waste beneath my foot to provoke those who should not be trifled with, committing the gravest error the Star Luo Empire has seen in millennia. From the current circumstances, your losses stem from your indulgence and negligence. While those 2 old fools from your academy bear some blame, you, as the crown princess, share in the culpability, and it is significant. You now risk your life to protect your companion. That serves as a balance of merit and fault, and I do not wish to pursue your responsibility further. If you contest my intent to kill her, strive to cultivate your strength. Should you one day become strong enough to match me, I shall grant you the opportunity for a challenge. But for now, you lack the standing to reproach me, a member of the Shrek monitoring team, who endeavors to rid the continent of threats and safeguard its inhabitants. What right have you to admonish me? The continent of Douluo rests upon the shoulders of Shrek Academy, and it is not for you to speak on behalf of the world." At that moment, the small elder temporarily possessed Su Tianqi, who felt like a genius on the spot, the kind that could infuriate without consequence. Su Jiujiu's complexion flushed, her anger overwhelming as she spat a mouthful of blood, darkness closing in as if she were about to lose all sight. This is Shrek. This is Shrek. They have long considered the continent of Douluo as their own. Indeed, without Shrek, the 3 great empires might have fallen before the Sun Moon Empire over 4,000 years ago. They certainly possess the right to take pride in their accomplishments. Your Highness, if you are dissatisfied, You may come forward and exchange a few blows with me. Do not strain yourself too much, for I assure you, I will not allow the elders to intervene. Su Tianqi observed the situation with a sardonic smile, his expression brimming with disdain for the ineptitude of those around him. Today revealed that the notoriously Feiyu, who is known for his ruthless ways, and the benevolent Han Tianzuan, who offers salvation, indeed possess unparalleled strategies. The sensation is profoundly gratifying. The Dark Demon Tiger Battle Soul King, Huang Xingyun, and the Nether Lion Battle Soul King, Duga Shangshan, trembled at his words. Glaring furiously at Su Tianqi, their soul power radiating uncontrollably. Yet, they refrained from acting in their rage. Chen Shaojia was still at their mercy, and the princess had been driven to the brink of vomiting blood. If they attacked, who could ensure the safety of Chen Shaojia and the princess? TSK. They truly are a pitiful bunch, hardly worth a second glance. Su Tianqi disdainfully shook his head, his gaze fixed on the despondent Su Jiujiu, his tone chilling further. After all, she is a high-ranking soul master. A mere loss of blood should not spell her end. I wonder how the princess has contemplated my request. Do not mistake my actions for excessive. I have shown considerable restraint within the inner court, preferring a low profile, unlike my senior sister, who is naturally gentle and more amenable. However, this does not imply that I am a pushover. It is intolerable to endure oppression from you all. Had the unfortunate victim been another student from Shrek, such as the esteemed Ma Xiaotao or the saintess Wu Ming, I can only speculate what chaos would have ensued. Perhaps even I could not envision the outcome. Su Tianqi discreetly incited further animosity against Shrek, and he spoke no falsehoods. Ma Xiaotao and Wu Ming are renowned as the two living volcanoes of Shrek's inner court, both possessing explosive tempers. Should they face such a scenario, Su Tianqi genuinely wondered how they might respond. However, given Ma Xiaotao's fierce dedication to defending Shrek's honor, it would not be surprising if she resorted to lethal force. Meanwhile, the 5 students from the Xingluo Royal Academy felt their blood boil, their rationality nearly overwhelmed by a torrent of fury. Their eyes turning crimson as their soul power surged forth, ready to confront Su Tianqi at any cost. This was sheer bullying, an intolerable affront. How dare someone like you claim to possess a good temper? Do you think us blind? If there is but one person in the Shrek inner court with a temperament more amiable than yours, the rest must surely be demons. Even the malevolent soul masters are not as ruthless as you Shrek individuals. Calm yourselves. Do not recklessly march to your demise. Do not let Su Jiujiu, like Chen Shaojia, clutch her chest in distress while struggling to rise. Supported by her companions, she gazed at Su Tianqi and coughed. Ahem, Your Excellency. I am willing to comply with your request, but can you assure that this matter will not be pursued further? Will you spare my companions behind me? Her face was ashen, devoid of vitality, crimson blood trickling from the corner of her mouth, each word a monumental effort, as if she had expended her entire strength. To kill Zhu Wen was a fate she wished to avoid, yet in the current predicament, she had no other option. If she refrained, she, along with her companions, would inevitably face a grim fate. To kill would allow her to endure humiliation for the sake of survival. Could it be that you believe these worthless beings behind you, devoid of even the courage to fight, merit my attention? If I so desired, every individual present would meet their demise at my hands within a mere quarter of an hour, and your brother would remain oblivious to it all. Yet, I shall not act upon such thoughts. The honor of Shrek illuminates the hearts of every Shrek member. We only slay those who deserve it. His tone was indifferent and calm, as if recounting an undeniable truth, evoking feelings of anger and helplessness among the members of the Star Luo Royal Academy and all those compelled to witness this extraordinary spectacle in the inn. Subsequently, a profound sense of desolation and anguish engulfed them, as if their hearts were sponges filled to the brim with water, causing them excruciating pain. Indeed, this arrogant Shrek prodigy possesses the heart to look down upon the world, considering himself a celestial dragon. Yet how could he ever sully his hands by exterminating beings he perceives as mere ants? They do not even qualify to be regarded as a threat. The most sorrowful aspect of this reality is that they are entirely invisible to him. I have long heard of your Academy's prodigies, sometimes marveling at their extraordinary feats. Today, witnessing it firsthand, I find your reputation to be well-deserved. Su Jiujiu uttered 3 praises, trembling as she rose. She then averted her gaze from the formidable Su Tianqi, swiftly retrieving a 5th-level soul-guiding short blade and advancing toward the despairing Zhu Wen. "Aunt Zhu, I am truly sorry," she murmured. With a swift motion, Su Jiujiu severed Zhu Wen's head, causing blood to gush forth from the severed neck, limbs falling helplessly. Holding the lifeless head of Zhu Wen, eyes wide in disbelief, Su Jiujiu turned her pale face towards Su Tianqi and proclaimed loudly, "Is this the result you desired? Is this the explanation you sought? A soul sage has paid the price for her errors with her life. Are you satisfied now? A smirk graced Su Tianqi's lips as he gestured toward the inn's entrance, his voice growing deeper yet more resonant. This was sufficient, but now it is not. Your nightly guardians have arrived. If you wish to spare them pointless sacrifice, go out and inform them to retreat as far as possible. Su Jiujiu let out a bitter laugh, gently placing Zhu Wen's head down and responding loudly, "Very well. Everything shall unfold as you wish." With that, she lowered her head, resembling a soulless automaton, and slowly made her way outside, the gate constructed of azure ghostly vines parting to grant her passage. Oh, how could I nearly forget the matter at hand? Su Tianqi's devilish voice echoed from behind her. As if contemplating, he added, I initially intended to rest for the night and inquire about the information on the hated demon soul killer group from those guardians tomorrow. However, since Her Highness wishes to engage with them, might you assist me in procuring that information as well? Upon hearing this, Su Jiujiu halted at the door, her shoulders trembling, fists clenched tightly as she struggled to suppress her wrath, her voice hoarse and terrifying. I have stated, everything shall unfold as you desire. Then I thank you, Princess. Shrek shall remember the cooperation of the Star Luo Empire's officials. This worthless being, I shall return to you out of respect for Her Highness. Casting aside the final words, Su Tianqi kicked Chen Xiaojia, as if dispatching a dog, sending him crashing into several individuals from the Xinglua Royal Academy. With a cheerful smile, he turned back and tossed a bag of gold soul coins to the innkeeper. Today, I shall compensate you doubly for your losses. Remember, do not slander our Shrek for bullying others. Also, prepare a room for us. After this prolonged commotion with a bunch of useless folks, I am quite fatigued. The innkeeper received the gold soul coins with trepidation, repeatedly acknowledging the gesture. As Su Tianqi ascended to the second floor with the innkeeper, he suddenly recalled something and called out from a distance. Let today's affairs conclude here. I hope that upon awakening tomorrow, I will find intelligence laid before me, along with my inner courtyard token. It would be much appreciated if the princess could conveniently deliver it as well. Ladies and gentlemen, the grand performance has reached its conclusion. Good night. That night, Su Tianqi did not sleep. Instead, he utilized the mirror water moon soul technique to conjure 3 illusions in his room, while his true self, accompanied by Yu Lao and Ji San, stealthily distanced themselves to observe the happenings within the inn. Ji San sought traces of the evil soul master, while Su Tianqi and Yu Lao kept watch. There was no choice. He had already established his persona. If he were to kill someone and then flee, how could he still be considered a proud disciple of Shrek? Only by eliminating foes with justified resolve could he truly showcase the unwavering confidence of Shrek in the face of danger. However, he could not disregard safety for the sake of bravado. To prevent Su Jiujiu from going mad with rage and summoning a tidal Douluo from the Xinglua imperial capital for retribution, they had already made preparations to swiftly retreat into the Mingdu Great Forest. It must be said, only he understood the immense effort he expended to maintain his newly crafted persona. Choosing to forsake the warmth of a cozy room and a comfortable soft bed, he braved the cold northwesterly winds outside for an entire night. Su Tianqi believed he was truly diligent, convinced that Emperor Su Jiawei of Xinglua would be deeply moved upon learning of these events. Even if his strength constrained him to endure in silence, he would undoubtedly harbor deep resentment toward Shrek. Once the seeds of hatred were sown, they would take root and eventually grow into towering trees. As for Su Jiujiu, whose dignity had been trampled into the dust and ruthlessly crushed countless times, Su Tianqi felt that as long as she lived, she would not forget this unforgettable night. The seeds of hatred had been generously nourished, and perhaps they had already sprouted into saplings. This woman, unlike many others on the Douluo Continent, including Princess Vina of the Heavenly Soul Empire, was remarkably devoid of romantic folly and possessed a keen intellect. Su Tianqi eagerly anticipated her future opportunity to seek retribution against Shrek. The night passed in silence. Su Jiujiu did not send for experts from the imperial capital, nor did she contact the nearby western army of the Xinglua Empire, perfectly fulfilling Su Tianqi's requests. At dawn, she delivered a scroll along with Su Tianqi's Shrek inner courtyard disciple token. Everything you requested is here, my lord. If there is nothing further, I shall take my leave. With a pallor devoid of vitality, Su Jiujiu relinquished 2 items. Her body stiffened as she performed a courtly bow to Su Tianqi, her alabaster arms drooping like a powerless sinner awaiting final judgment. The intelligence was remarkably detailed. Indeed, Her Highness the Princess was a person of trust. Su Tianqi spoke in a calm manner, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Su Jiujiu managed a feeble smile, preparing to turn away. Just as she approached the door, a distant male voice interrupted her. Considering the cooperation of Her Highness, allow me to offer you a piece of advice. Do not so readily display hatred before one whom you could never hope to oppose. Su Jiujiu paused, her eyes instantly brimming with tears, and whirled around to fixate on Su Tianqi, seated imperiously in his grand chair, interrogating him with each word. Do you truly believe that all people in this world ought to be as lifeless automatons, devoid of any emotion? She had nothing left to fear. All her dignity had been utterly stripped away last night, and her pride lay shattered before this cold, unfeeling, and overwhelmingly formidable man. His indifference was chilling, yet it instilled in her the belief that this man, who looked down upon her, would not take her life. Not out of fear of her station, but because, in his eyes, she was unworthy of the effort. What a lamentable and absurd rationale. Su Jiujiu smiled bitterly. Su Tianqi chuckled softly, the curve of his lips betraying unmasked disdain. He rose, leaning on the armrest of his chair, and stated, of course not. However, if you truly desire revenge, it must be executed with greater resolve, rather than the indecision you currently exhibit. Either abandon these two items and seek aid from your imperial brother or the Duke of the White Tiger to eliminate me under cover of night. Or, suppress all your resentment and endeavor to disarm both me and Shrek, becoming a concealed viper in the shadows, biding your time to amass strength until you find the opportunity for a decisive strike. This is the quality befitting a sagacious imperial princess, one that would earn my respect. Yet in your current state, you inspire in me not even the slightest caution. I have heard of your esteemed reputation in the Star Luo Empire. It is indeed deserved. For you are but a useless ornament, possessing little more than beauty, some talent, and an illustrious lineage. Do you believe that all your efforts are commendable? Not only have you fulfilled your duty as the princess of Star Luo to maintain the greater good, but you have also endeavored to win over the hearts of those worthless individuals. It is utterly laughable to be so concerned with constraints at such a time. Is it truly so difficult to kill us and then frame the evil soul master or soul beasts? The forces at your disposal extend far beyond this. Yet you have chosen the most foolish path, resulting only in self-indulgence and internal strife. No wonder you possess formidable martial souls, yet can never threaten Shrek's dominance on the battlefield. Observing Su Jiujiu's considerable shortcomings, Su Tianqi resolved to step in personally. Determined to impart the essential skills that a true avenger ought to possess, to enlighten the intellectually challenged denizens of Douluo Continent with a modicum of profound wisdom. Su Jiujiu forced a smile, her emotions gradually uplifting, the delicate and fair skin of her neck betraying a deep crimson hue. Clenching her fists, she shouted, "Are you teaching me how to seek vengeance against you and Shrek? Are you not afraid that I might become one of those two types of people you mentioned and exact deliberate retribution upon you and Shrek? I have had my share of interactions and insights into the disciples of Shrek's South Inner Court. I refuse to believe they are all as formidable as you, instilling despair and trembling in me. Some among them are merely average. Not all can be extraordinary monsters like you. If you wish to take revenge on them, that would be splendid. I have much more to say." Su Tianqi chuckled lightly, unfazed, and responded, "And so what? Shrek, with its millennia of legacy, has weathered countless storms. You cannot possibly believe that a mere princess of the Star Luo Empire can shake such a legendary institution." As he spoke, Su Tianqi shifted his tone and leisurely approached Su Jiujiu, continuing, "However, you are correct in one regard. Many of the inner court disciples of Shrek indeed possess little skill. Upon entering the inner court, they mistakenly believe they can rest easy, hardly superior to those worthless individuals from last night. It is truly disheartening. Shrek, bearing the glory of 1,000 years, should not remain forever in comfort. Only through external pressure can the drive to grow stronger emerge." As Su Tianqi stood beside Su Jiujiu, he gently blew against her enticingly flushed earlobe and whispered with a laugh, "Thus, I hope you, as a princess of the Star Luo, can possess some ability, providing us with a modicum of pressure. Only through fierce flames can true gold be refined. Shrek requires challenges to enhance its strength. As for whether your Star Luo Empire can obtain what you desire in this contest, that depends on your own capabilities. To earn respect, one must display strength. Dignity is forged through struggle. If you are weak, then you lack the qualification to command the attention of the strong. If you are unwilling to accept this, you must strengthen yourself and prove your worthiness for respect on the arena. To wear the crown, one must bear its weight. Only through the tumultuous waves can true gold be revealed. This principle applies to both you and me. Do you understand my teachings, The powerless and laughable princess? Chapter 51. You are the one I respect the most, yet you are also the enemy I despise the most in my life. Su Jiujiu's expression became dazed. Her mind felt vacant, and her emotions surged violently, wishing she could be a quail, escaping from everything before her. Until today, she had never felt such profound fear when confronting a young genius. The aura emanating from him felt not of youthful brilliance, but rather of an ancient sage, with eyes that bore the weight of worldly wisdom. Even her brother, Emperor Su Jiuwei of the Star Luo, had never instilled such a feeling in her. Feeling the weight of his presence acutely, Su Jojo's tears streamed down her cheeks as she sobbed softly. You should not have told me so much. Who on earth are you? When has Shrek's South Inner Court ever produced such a terrifying figure? I have encountered Duke Baihu's eldest son, Yuang. In terms of presence and intellect, he pales in comparison to you. Su Tianxi offered a mysterious smile and calmly replied, Who I am is of little consequence. My existence does not belong to the Inner Academy hierarchy. You shall not find me, nor should you expend any effort in your search. Just as we at Shrek seldom inquire into the number of titled Douluos concealed within your revered halls. Surely, you do not naively believe that an academy that has stood for millennia on this continent would allow you to easily uncover all its secrets, do you? Your Highness the eldest princess? However, Yuang is indeed a noteworthy individual, one who barely captures my attention among the next generation of Shrek's 7 monsters. He stands as a leader, second only to the esteemed Ma Xiaotao, a protege of Din Yan. Should you possess the strength to defeat him, perhaps you might catch up to my pace, for in years, you are still younger than he. Su Jojo's voice suddenly rose an octave. Are you inciting conflict between our royal family and the White Tiger Duke's house? Su Tianxi, with an air of resignation, shrugged and sighed. Here we go again, Your Highness. You are ever so disingenuous. A soul master must embody the essence of a soul master. One must possess the courage to confront their inner self in order to truly grow strong and ascend to greater heights. Spare me the pretense of familial ties between the Su and Dai families, and the farcical notion that your brother and Dai Hao share a bond akin to that of brothers. It is laughable. The Dai family, having wielded military power for over 4,000 years since the previous dynasty, poses a clear threat. Unless you are utterly incapable, you ought to have devised a means to eliminate them by now. If you lack the courage to contend with even the modest White Tiger Duke's estate, it seems you are even less equipped to challenge us at Shrek. Truly, you are like mud that cannot adhere to the wall. With that, Su Tianxi brusquely pushed past the graceful Su Jojo and made for the door. As anticipated, it was Su Jojo who called out to stop Su Tianxi, her voice imbued with unparalleled resolve. In 2 years' time, at the Continental Advanced Soul Master Tournament, I shall lead our Academy's team to battle against you at Shrek. Oh, I hope it proves to be somewhat interesting, Su Tianxi replied, still maintaining a nonchalant tone. Su Jojo fell silent for a moment. Her previously bewildered gaze gradually transformed into determination as she gritted her teeth and declared, I must thank you for revealing to me the true nature of this world, and for teaching me the mindset with which to cultivate. You are the most respected teacher I have ever encountered, and simultaneously, the most detested adversary of my life. Then I must express my gratitude for your recognition, Your Highness, Su Tianxi responded with a light smile. You are the most astonishing genius I have ever seen. If I could recruit you to our Star Luo Empire, I would spare no expense, even my own life. Yet I know this is impossible, for you have your ideals, which are destined to preclude any regard for us. Su Jojo pressed her lips together, speaking sincerely. Last night, I pondered much. Were I one of Shrek's, I might also deem the guardianship of the continent to be the noblest ideal, looking down upon the 3 great empires. However, I am the princess of the Star Luo Empire, and that dictates that I must stand firmly in support of my own realm. Her countenance turned cold as she spoke. Such words are better reserved until you attain the rank of Soul King. Otherwise, with every utterance, I could easily justify ending your life thrice over. As for your duels with those fools from the Inner Academy, I shall watch with keen interest. Su Tianxi did not linger, his foot barely grazing the ground before he vanished into the air. Shrek, oh Shrek, I hope you will appreciate the carefully prepared gift I have for you. Wait for me, for in 2 years, I shall unveil my transformation. I will ensure that I put those Inner Academy disciples, whom you disdain, in their rightful place. Within the courtyard, Su Jojo clenched her teeth, fixating on the direction of the departing figure, resolutely determined. Within 2 years, she must cultivate herself to become a soul emperor. She aims to showcase the brilliance of her star-crowned martial spirit on the arena, making it known that she is not to be trifled with. If she cannot defeat that scoundrel, can she not best the ordinary Inner Academy disciples? That fellow has also stated that most Inner Academy disciples are not much stronger than Huang Xingyun and his ilk. I do not know how powerful you truly are, but I suspect you pale in comparison to Yan Xiaozhi's direct disciple, Ma Xiaotao, am I correct? At that time, I shall witness your capabilities. A beam of golden light emanated from Su Jojo's forehead, revealing a diamond-shaped golden gem that burst forth in resplendent radiance, gently detaching and levitating upwards, transforming into a magnificent crown that adorned her head, showering her in a luminous glow akin to starlight. 2 yellow and 2 purple soul rings ascended, and Su Jojo gazed lovingly at her star-crowned martial spirit, her eyes igniting with fervent spirit. The Su family is not to be compared to the Shui family of the Douling Empire. The quality of the star-crowned martial spirit surpasses that of most top-tier martial spirits, as long as she is willing to strive. Coupled with the resources of the Star Luo Empire, achieving the rank of Soul Emperor within 2 years is not an impossibility. Your Highness, has that person departed? What shall we do now? A voice from outside, belonging to Elder Mo, echoed as he, along with Huang Xingyun and others, cautiously approached Su Jiujiu to ascertain the situation. Observing the surge of soul power surrounding Su Jiujiu, they feared that the inner academy disciples had committed another act of insult, provoking the princess's wrath. They must be wary not to find themselves in the line of fire. That unbridled madman has been known to force the princess to kneel and commit murder. There is little he would shy away from. He has left. There is no need to concern ourselves with him. You shall accompany me to meet my royal brother and report the events of last night in full. Let him decide on the matter. Do not fear incurring his wrath. It was I who killed him, and I shall bear all responsibility. My purpose here was twofold. First, to assist Chen Xiaojia in hunting the 5th ring of the 10,000-year-old soul beast, and second, to eradicate the detestable demon soul assassins. Now, both objectives have been rendered impossible. Chen Xiaojia has sustained severe injuries and has been sent overnight to the Western Legion's local hospital for treatment. It is conservatively estimated that he will require several months to recover. Absorbing a soul ring is of utmost significance and necessitates optimal conditioning. As for the detestable demon soul assassins, Su Jiujiu expressed her ignorance regarding their capabilities, but if that fierce deity has set his sights on them, leaving even a trace of remnants would be an act of kindness on his part. One may curse that scoundrel, but the strength and lethal intent of that being cannot be doubted. In the eradication of evil soul masters, Su Jiujiu is certain that he is genuinely committed. Indeed, we shall obey the princess's command. Elder Mo, Huang Xingyun, and the others breathed a sigh of relief, their faces reflecting gratitude, and their gazes towards Su Jiujiu held deep reverence. The 6 faculty and students of the Star Luo Royal Academy exchanged resolute glances. Kneeling before Su Jiujiu with a single knee bent and their right hands placed upon their chests, signifying their absolute allegiance. Your Highness, we owe you a debt of gratitude akin to a rebirth. From this day forth, we shall heed only your command. Had it not been for Princess Jiujiu's brave intervention last night, even if that madman had chosen not to slay them, their fates would undoubtedly have been dire. Such a life-saving grace cannot be repaid. Thus, we can only offer our utmost loyalty. They had mastered their skills with the hope of a promising future. To serve the royal princess is not a disgrace, but rather the finest path. Gaining the unwavering loyalty of these individuals has rendered last night's sacrifice somewhat worthwhile. While they may not stand a chance against that individual, they could still prove useful against other members of Shrek Academy, possessing considerable potential to challenge the title Douluo rank. Justifying her request for resources from her royal brother. One day, she would ascend to the rank of title Douluo, and even the Super Douluo, ultimately striving to reach the pinnacle of human potential. Even if it meant flying into the flames, she would undoubtedly attempt to unveil your mask. She would. Su Jiujiu led her companions out of the empty inn, a frenzied light flickering in her beautiful eyes. Chapter 52, Pursuit of the Malevolent Soul Assassin Group, 3rd Soul Skill. Outside the inn, 2 fleeting shadows darted through the myriad of tree canopies, heading towards the distance. Occasionally, their forms became visible, revealing Su Tianqi and Yu Lao. In a short while, the two reached the depths of the forest, where the figure of Ji Sun appeared in their line of sight. How has the search fared, senior? Have you managed to track down those rascals? Su Tianqi alighted gracefully, inquiring about the situation from Ji Sun, who was meditating to sense the surrounding environment. During this pursuit of the assassin group, he had certainly not placed all his hopes in the cooperation of the Star Luo Empire. Xiao Changfeng had previously gathered some intelligence. Compelling Su Jiujiu to deliver information merely deepened her hatred towards Shrek. His actions bore a tinge of misfortune for both Su Jiujiu and the Star Luo Empire. It was inevitable that she would undergo a significant transformation after this incident. Yet, he bore no regrets and even felt a sense of delight in seizing this fortuitous opportunity. Orchestrating a fine performance with the token gifted to him years ago by Zhang Lishuan, Su Tianqi sought to free himself from any moral constraints or the label of a good Samaritan. In his philosophy, one should be as warm as spring to their allies, yet as ruthless as thunder to their enemies, willing to employ any means necessary when the occasion demanded it. Shrek was his destined adversary, leaving no room for negotiation. All he could do was seize every opportunity to dismantle it. It was easy to obliterate Chen Xiaojia. He lacked any other suitable identities. And masquerading as a disciple of Shrek's inner court was the most logical choice. The people from Star Luo Royal Academy had approached him, and he would not let such an opportunity slip away. Since he was already disguised, he might as well maximize the benefits of his guise. The presence of the Tang God King loomed like a guillotine, instilling in him a sense of urgency. Everything he did was to improve his circumstances and allow himself more time to grow stronger in preparation for the looming storm. The past had seen Yin Xiaozhi force him into a corner without managing to take his life. Shrek would inevitably bear the brunt of his vengeance once he had emerged and matured, just as they would be annihilated by a level 12 fixed-position, soul-guided cannonball millennia later. Of course, one must act with principles. Firstly, one must not associate with the malevolent soul masters. Those who cannot be defeated should be left alone, while those who can be vanquished must be eliminated. If they cannot be dealt with for the moment, we shall wait until we are sufficiently strong to confront them. Secondly, civilians must not be involved. Battles among soul masters, regardless of the fatalities, are inconsequential, but the slaughter of innocent townsfolk is absolutely unacceptable. Upon awakening, Jisen nodded solemnly and stated, "Young master, I have roughly located the positions of those individuals. According to my findings, the leader, the abomination envoy, may have already attained the rank of Soul King. There are 3 or 4 from the Soul Sect, and over 30 soul masters at the level of Soul Respect or below. Shall I initiate a massacre? Soul King?" Su Tianqi expressed his surprise. He was a top-tier Soul Sect member 6 months ago. Has he advanced already? His cultivation is progressing swiftly. After a moment of contemplation, he clasped his hands seriously and replied, "I will first employ the Mirror Water Moon to infiltrate. You shall accompany me, but do not engage immediately. I will test their strength, and you can capture any who flee from the fray. If I can subdue the abomination envoy, that would be ideal. If I cannot, then I shall require your assistance." Having witnessed the terrifying battle prowess of this young master in the previous night's conflict, Su Tianqi understood the danger posed by the evil Soul Master Soul King, which could potentially threaten the Soul Emperor. However, he was no ordinary individual himself. "Old Moon, your experience is invaluable. Please remain outside to assist us in wrapping things up. These members of the assassin group have committed unspeakable atrocities, and if any manage to escape, let none go unpunished." After discussing plans of action with Jisen, Su Tianqi turned to Old Moon, earnestly addressing the need for closure. "It is utterly disgusting to leave loose ends. If one must kill, it must be done thoroughly. Not a single one of these scoundrels, who have become accustomed to pillaging and plundering, shall be spared." "Indeed," Old Moon responded with a fierce glint in his eyes, though he hesitated momentarily before adding. Upon hearing this, Su Tianqi's gaze flickered, and after a few seconds, he shook his head. "There is no need. Should I truly find their actions intolerable, I will send them on their way with artillery. After all, this is my trial, and I must witness what I am meant to experience." Old Moon nodded in agreement, refraining from further comment, as the 3 of them traversed mountains and valleys, arriving at a vast cavern obscured by thick vines and branches. Utilizing the illusory moon mystic eye to survey the surroundings, Su Tianqi narrowed his eyes. On the cavern's walls hung tattered remnants, resembling human skin, including that of infants. He sighed, "It is my first encounter with such a path to death. May you all find your end." Activating the 5th-level flying soul guiding device on his back and ensuring his invisibility, Su Tianqi dove headfirst into the depths below. His second soul skill, Mirror Water Moon, enveloped the earth with an imperceptible mental force, casting a veil over the expansive cavern. Inside, those who were either hoarding treasures or indulging in base desires seemed to have been pressed on pause, their movements and breaths suspended in an eerie stillness. Dark green vines erupted from the ground, ensnaring several victims, followed by an overwhelming explosion of sound. Boom, boom, boom. A series of fiery soul-guided shells soared forth, their wings unfurling as they glided into the cavern, erupting with merciless energy that engulfed every bandit whose thoughts had momentarily stagnated. At that moment, the cavern resonated with thunderous roars, beams of lightning and icy rays piercing through the air. Su Tianqi, hidden in the shadows like a specter, calmly harvested lives as he advanced through the chaos. Having slaughtered hundreds of bandits, Su Tianqi's expression remained as tranquil as a still lake. Wielding a pair of 4th-level soul-guided crossbows, unleashing frigid beams of light that betrayed no hint of warmth. The act of killing, it seemed, held no grandeur. With repetition, one became numb to its severity. With a resounding bang, a shot pierced the defenses of a bandit of soul master rank. Su Tianqi sensed a chilling malevolence and a mental prowess rivaling that of Chen Shao Jie emanating from him. His eyes glimmered with intensity as he unleashed a frigid beam of light aimed directly at the bandit's head. With a thunderous explosion, the head of this soul master bandit, perhaps one of the 6 infamous demon soul knights, burst apart like a watermelon. A mixture of crimson and ivory splattering the ground as he staggered and fell, his nefarious life extinguished. Clutched in the bandit's hand was a bone, the size of an infant's arm, from which Su Tianqi detected the profound scent of human blood, sharpening his gaze further. Suddenly, a repulsive roar emanated from the depths of the cavern. Who dares to disturb the demon souls I abhor? Come forth and meet your demise. The one destined to meet such an end is you. Su Tianqi bellowed in response, retrieving a Gatling-style 4th-level soul-guided cannon from his storage ring. Swiftly loading 6 shells before unleashing a thunderous barrage. The moment exploded with a cacophony of sound as purple-red lightning and pristine ice illuminated the dim cavern, releasing waves of terrifying energy. Wish to escape? I have yet to witness a malevolent soul master flee from my grasp, and you shall be no exception. With the 3rd soul skill, Frigid Moon's Gaze, Su Tianqi acted decisively as he saw his target attempting to flee, activating his 3rd soul ring. As the brilliance of the 8,000-year-old purple-black soul ring surged forth, he raised his arms high in the air, as if lifting an immense object. A luminous aura emerged from his eyes, accompanied by the sound of thunder and torrents of water that enveloped the surroundings, transforming into an ethereal ocean. His mental and soul powers coalesced into a lunar shadow, the clear moon suspended in the air, reminiscent of a moonlit scene upon the sea. The colossal phantom of a silver deep-sea whale leapt from the depths, emerging beneath the crescent moon, radiating purple-black light that surged forth like a tidal wave, bestowing Su Tianqi with an aura of war, as both lightning arcs and deep-sea waters surged around him, amplifying his might exponentially. The 3rd soul skill, Frigid Moon's Gaze, eradicated Su Tianqi's unfavorable conditions, doubling his soul and mental powers, while significantly enhancing his physical strength and the explosive power of the water and lightning elements, bringing the lightning element to near perfection and greatly bolstering his resistance to both water and lightning. This resembles a soul skill akin to a minor domain. Xiao Changfeng once remarked that activating this soul skill would enable Su Tianqi to contend directly with most soul kings and even determine victory. The only drawback is its considerable consumption, lacking the endurance of the White Tiger's diamond transformation, which can persist for half an hour. Revealing this trump card, Su Tianqi abruptly steadied himself, maneuvering the flying soul guide to glide over the waves. His gaze soon fell upon a bloodied and disheveled figure, unmistakably that of the Abomination Messenger. To Su Tianqi's astonishment, this Abomination Messenger had also equipped a flying soul guide to make his escape, albeit a level 4 one. Lacking the swiftness of Su Tianqi, the martial soul of the Abomination Messenger was a creature Su Tianqi had never encountered before. After several glances, he could not find a corresponding entity in his memory. Once this individual unleashed their martial soul, their form grotesquely expanded. This revolting being was aptly named Abomination, a type of undead creature from the Ilex half-plane, also found within the Holy Spirit Church, renowned for its astounding defensive capabilities. Although the Abomination Messenger appeared as a middle-aged man, he was certainly not a prodigy of the Holy Spirit Church. Nevertheless, his defenses were terrifyingly robust. He withstood 6 fixed-position soul cannon blasts without perishing on the spot, and the 1st, 2nd, and 4th soul rings on his corpulent body had long been illuminated. Under the effect of the soul skill, his massive physique continued to swell, and torrents of green poisonous mist erupted from the layers of his tattered and heavy flesh, accompanied by a repulsive dark yellow halo that swirled, mending his grievous injuries. This was a combination of soul skills that the Abomination Messenger took great pride in, providing immense assurance for his defense and vitality. Even at the 4th ring, he could contend against a Soul King and 2 Soul Ancestors, waiting for the opportune moment to counterattack and flee. However, today, the pursuers behind him were undeterred by his previously infallible poisonous mist assault and were swifter than he. The Abomination Messenger could not help but turn and curse, his expression wild and ferocious. Damn you! You've already slain so many of my subordinates, and now you pursue me so relentlessly. Are you not afraid of a life-or-death struggle? If I feared your desperation, I would not have come. Stop right there. Summoning the water-mine vortex to engulf the vast poisonous mist, Su Tianqi pursued the Abomination Messenger with the swiftness of a shooting star, his eyes suddenly concentrating 2 beams of light that fused mental and soul energy into a single thread. In an instant, the focused beams tore through the poisonous mist, striking the flying soul guide behind the messenger, ultimately piercing through that awkwardly proportioned body as well. The Abomination Messenger's body stiffened as he plummeted uncontrollably to the ground, crashing explosively. With a thunderous boom, a large pit appeared on the ground, clouds of dust swirling to obscure Su Tianqi's view. Seizing the moment, Su Tianqi did not relent. He leapt forth, intent on continuing the pursuit. The previous strike aimed to shatter the flying soul guide, and the damage inflicted had yet to reach a fatal threshold. However, before Su Tianqi could disperse the dust, a sharp voice filled with venomous resentment echoed from within the pit. Kid, I did not wish to resort to this move. but you have forced my hand. Fifth soul skill, blood of 10,000 corpses. Amidst the swirling dust, the heart of the grotesque envoy, diminished in size, bore two small orifices from which dark blood streamed forth. Even the dim yellow halo surrounding it could not mend its grievous wounds, and the amorphous visage devoid of humanity manifested a profound sense of dread and terror. Realizing the gravity of his precarious situation, he fiercely activated his fifth soul ring, causing a considerable mass of body fat to dissolve rapidly, transforming into a colossal blood shield enveloping him, resembling a gaping maw. Suddenly, an unexpected spectacle unfolded as large chunks of stone from the surrounding walls crumbled and fell, impeding Su Tianqi's pursuit. A multitude of corpses erupted from the stone walls, merging into the blood shield, which surged upward and expanded outward, threatening to take on a humanoid form, exuding a noxious aura of malevolence and power. Such a cunning backup plan. Fortunately, he had previously detonated the bodies of those bandits. Otherwise, he would have faced significant peril. With a decisive motion, Su Tianqi shattered the falling debris, dispersing the clouds of dust, his gaze growing increasingly grave as he silently commended his own caution. The grotesque envoy soul technique grew more formidable with each corpse absorbed. Though it lacked the terrifying potency of the death god's corpse explosion, it possessed its own unique, treacherous qualities. Su Tianqi resolved not to allow him the opportunity to prepare, opting instead to take the initiative. With determination, he moved his arms in a circular motion, causing the water and thunder vortex before him to coalesce into spheres of deep purple and black, crackling with the essence of thunder and condensing the power of heavy water, releasing an aura of elemental terror directed at the grotesque envoy. This assault, while lacking the amplification of the moonlight, was nonetheless a concentrated manifestation of dual elemental forces, thunder nearing its zenith and water embodying its ultimate form. It represented Su Tianqi's most potent offensive, achievable without the aid of a soul-guiding device, and he held firm confidence in his capability to breach the envoy's defenses. At that moment, the cavern had collapsed significantly, with strands of morning light cascading onto the battlefield. Su Tianqi, striking towards the heavens, was illuminated by the full moon overhead, as the shadows of a silver whale danced beneath him. Within the vortex, it seemed as if a brilliant meteor streaked across the sky, casting a scarlet glow upon the scene. In a thunderous roar, countless spheres of deep purple and black blotted out the sun, overwhelming the grotesque envoy's line of sight. A sudden pang of alarm struck within the envoy, who had been exceedingly confident in his fifth soul technique. The righteousness of heaven and earth's thunder had always been a bane to the wicked soul masters, and while the water element typically lacked this effect at that moment, the envoy felt an immense weight pressing down upon him. All surrounding water elements began to dissipate, as though Su Tianqi's attack had become the singular focus of existence. Even the blood soul shield, crafted from the multitude of devoured corpses, began to tremble precariously, inducing a profound sense of dread, as if his very heart were gripped tightly. The clash of their most potent attacks soon reached its conclusion, as the grotesque blood soul, saturated with the essence of countless corpses, was annihilated in the fusion of thunder and water. The ensuing thunder reverberated, and the cleansing waves of water surged forth, unleashing a torrential downpour from above, drowning the grotesque envoy's form in a cacophony of sound from which there was no escape. Such a level of thunderous power, combined with the force of water elements, was unfathomable. How could he still draw breath? The grotesque mass was excessively resilient. As the turmoil subsided, Su Tianqi descended, his complexion slightly pallid, gazing with a furrowed brow at the grotesque envoy's battered and tattered body. The envoy of abhorrence, with a resilience far surpassing that of Qin Shao Jia, is not a target that can be easily dispatched by merely 3 soul kings. Perhaps 3 soul emperors would suffice, but his soul power is nearly depleted. An erroneous intelligence has proven detrimental. Were it another soul king who faced such an assault, they would have perished countless times over. However, even at this juncture, the envoy of abhorrence remains unwilling to surrender. He shakes his rotund head and illuminates his 3rd soul ring. If you seek my demise, let us perish together. With that, he conjures a spectral white light that coalesces into a massive hook, followed by a bone chain, hurtling towards Su Tianqi with a frenzied and haunting gaze. This is his most potent singular soul technique, yet it is constrained by distance. Just moments ago, he yearned to flee as far as possible. Now, he casts aside all reservations to unleash it. Perish together? Do you think my hands are mere decorations? Su Tianqi bellows, channeling the last remnants of his soul power from his veins. He boldly strides forward, his expression wild, as the air around him crackles with the force of thunder. With a grasp on the ghastly hook, his right arm erupts with unparalleled strength, veins swirling like rampaging dragons. He yanks the hook, along with the connected bone chain. And the bewildered visage of the envoy of abhorrence, closer, with his left hand transformed into a fist, radiating a deathly black aura. He delivers a resounding strike that pierces through, splattering blood everywhere. With my soul power nearly exhausted, I hope to resolve this before my strength wanes. With a cold declaration, Su Tianxi unleashes a column of soul power that envelopes the envoy of abhorrence, followed by a cacophony of thunderous collisions intermingled with their anguished cries. 1 minute later, as the soul power column dissipates, Su Tianxi emerges, one hand pressed to his chest, gasping for breath. His hands bear significant wounds, and blood flows from his chest. He is utterly fatigued. Summoning the last vestiges of his spirit, he inquires of the suddenly appearing Ji-san, Senior, is there any chance he still lives? He is but a pile of bones. Ji-san replies decisively, having witnessed the entirety of the envoy's demise. That is good to hear. Su Tianxi nods gently and asks, have you apprehended the person you were seeking? I have. Of the 6 demon soul knights under his command, you have dispatched 4. One is not long for this world. And the remaining 1 is in my custody, Ji-san responds, his tone tinged with reflection. After years of mingling within the realm of soul masters, he has never encountered a young individual as exceptional as Su Tianxi. That is splendid. I would appreciate it if you could escort me away from this place to a secluded and safe location. I lack the strength to control the flying soul guiding device. Is that acceptable? Ji-san inquires with a furrowed brow, concern evident. No problem at all. I thoroughly enjoyed the battle. The bottleneck of my soul power will soon dissipate. Once I break through, we shall pay a visit to the Duke of the White Tiger. Chapter 54. A confidential meeting at the Star Luo Palace. Departure to the Duke of the White Tiger's residence. At the Star Luo Palace, Su Jiawei turns his back, lightly waving his hand to Huang Xingyun and the other 5. His voice deep and tranquil. However, Su Jiujiu, merely a step away from Su Jiawei, clearly perceives a flicker of anger crossing his noble features before vanishing. His lips pressing together in discomfort. Familiar with Su Jiawei's habits, Su Jiujiu immediately comprehends that her royal brother is suppressing his fury. Yes, we express our gratitude to His Majesty, she replies. Huang Xingyun and his 5 companions bowed respectfully to Su Jiawei before gracefully exiting the palace. Within the vast expanse of the palace, only Su Jiawei and Su Jiujiu remained, as all the palace attendants had been discreetly dismissed, enveloping the atmosphere in an eerie tranquility. With a deep sigh, Su Jiawei broke the silence, saying, Jiujiu, please share your thoughts on this matter. Here, it is just the 2 of us siblings. And we can speak freely. After a prolonged silence, Su Jiujiu lifted her gaze to meet Su Jiawei's, posing a seemingly unrelated question. Royal brother, how fares the venerable hall master? Not well, Su Jiawei replied somberly. The esteemed medical sage has confided in me that the hall master has but 3 years left to live. He is already over 280 years old, nearing the end of his days. While the lifespan of a titled Douluo greatly exceeds that of ordinary folk, with many living well over a century. Even a super Douluo or limit Douluo approaching 300 years enters their twilight years. Moreover, most soul masters bear hidden injuries from their youth that imperceptibly diminish their lifespan. Receiving this disheartening news, Su Jiujiu fell silent, and Su Jiawei regarded his sister with a heavy heart, sighing. Although reports indicate that the dragon god Douluo from Shrek is likely nearing the end of his life as well, they still possess the formidable 98th ranked gluttonous Douluo, capable of defending Shrek for decades to come. The gluttonous Douluo may be aging, but Shrek still has the 97th ranked Qingying Douluo, Elder Song, and the younger Mingfeng Douluo, Yin Xiaojia, who has already become a super Douluo and should continue to grow in strength. Upon my ascension, I contemplated ways to diminish Shrek's influence within our realm. Yet it became evident that no one in the court is unacquainted with Shrek. Any attempt to act would be futile. Furthermore, Jiujiu, to resist the encroachment of the Sun and Moon Empire, we cannot afford to be without Shrek. Though I am reluctant to admit it, to the Sun and Moon Empire, Shrek is the greatest obstacle to their dominion over the continent. Su Jiawei's voice was tinged with profound helplessness as he spoke of Shrek's powerful hierarchy. As an emperor, to place the hope of repelling foreign invaders upon an academy is an immense burden for one with aspirations such as Su Jiawei. Yet, the stability of the Su family throne is the result of a delicate compromise among various factions. With the Hall Master's impending demise, any reckless disruption of this balance could lead to consequences beyond control, jeopardizing both his position and the safety of the Su family. For Shrek, the absence of a 98th ranked powerhouse could render the Su family's divine artifact vulnerable to replacement by a more compliant Dai family. How advantageous that would be. Su Jiujiu comprehended this, thus refraining from harboring extravagant hopes that her royal brother could effect any change regarding Shrek. Instead, she had 2 requests and 1 suggestion for him to ponder. With her hands clasped in a formal gesture, she performed a deep courtly bow. Speak, and I shall give it my earnest consideration. In the coming 2 years, I wish to set aside all affairs, dedicating myself entirely to secluded cultivation in pursuit of the Soul Emperor realm. I implore you, royal brother, to allocate sufficient resources for me. At her words, Su Jiawei chuckled lightly, responding with nonchalance. Why must such matters be treated with such gravity? You are, after all, the princess of the Star Luo Empire. I shall take the lead. You may freely select from all the treasures and resources within the treasury. You may choose 3 pieces of the most exquisite 10,000-year soul bones at your discretion. You are welcome to visit the worship hall at any time to seek guidance from the Starlight Douluo or, if fortunate, receive insights from the hall master as well. Suddenly realizing the inappropriateness of mentioning the Tiansha Douluo, Su Jiawei hastily corrected himself, adding, of course, my cultivation is commendable. Should you inquire of me, I shall share all that I know. Brother, what if I desire 10 pieces of 10,000-year soul bones? Su Jiujiu unexpectedly posed this question. Su Jiawei's smile faltered, and he frowned, replying, the matter of 10,000-year soul bones is of great significance. Jiujiu, you are putting me in a difficult position. Throughout the long history of the Xinghua Empire and the Xinghuan sect, some 10,000-year soul bones have indeed been accumulated, but they remain an exceedingly rare and prestigious resource, to which Su Jiawei must approach with the utmost caution. Traditionally, only emperors, the most exceptional talents of the Xinghuan lineage, or the foremost powers within the worship hall can merge with and inherit such esteemed soul bones. I will undoubtedly lead the Xinghua team to the finals in 2 years, Su Jiujiu stated resolutely. She then added, I understand the predicament you face, brother. I vow that within 20 years, I shall reach the level of a titled Douluo. Should I fail, I shall willingly sever my own limbs. Su Jiawei raised an eyebrow. Do you aspire to inherit the position of hall master in the future? I am willing to take the risk. I shall not regret it, even in the face of death. Su Jiawei studied his sister for a moment, letting out a gentle sigh. Since you possess such determination, I shall support you. If you can secure second place in the upcoming competition, I will persuade those in power. This honor shall suffice. What is your other request? What do you propose? The second request is for my classmates, who have suffered great humiliation. While they may not possess the innate talent of the most exceptional geniuses, they are fiercely loyal to our royal family. Therefore, I wish to procure 1 piece of 10,000-year soul bone each for the outstanding Huang Xingyun and Duga Shangshan as a means of encouragement. Su Jiujiu stated with unwavering composure. Without hesitation, Su Jiawei nodded in agreement. This matter is easily resolved. You may choose for them. Should they require additional resources, the same applies. If any among them can break through to the Soul Emperor rank in 2 years, it would be most fortuitous. As for the 10,000-year soul bones, Su Jiawei was untroubled. They are merely lying in wait, a gesture of goodwill towards 2 future worshippers. Su Jiujiu expressed her gratitude and continued. My suggestion is to broaden our academy's exchanges with the Sun and Moon Empire, accelerating our pursuit in the field of soul guidance technology. Jiujiu, what do you mean by that? Did I hear you correctly? Su Jiawei's demeanor shifted dramatically at this moment, his previously composed countenance now revealing a profound concern as he regarded Su Jiujiu, embodying the weight of authority. There is no hidden agenda. It is simply to enhance our strength. You are aware, dear brother, that our empire's soul guidance technology is conservatively estimated to lag behind that of the Sun and Moon Empire by several centuries. It is impossible to close this gap through sheer diligence alone. The most effective approach would be to send individuals there for further study. If we wish to contend with Shrek, this may indeed be our only viable path, for we possess greater resources to equip our soul guidance legions. Your Highness, we find ourselves at a disadvantage compared to Shrek in terms of soul masters and inferior to the Sun Moon Empire in soul engineers. We have lagged behind for far too long. Fortunately, we excel in soul mastery over the Sun Moon Empire and have long believed this to be a viable approach. Recent intelligence indicates that the Sun Moon Empire is researching focused soul guiding devices. If we could acquire knowledge of such devices, we might overcome the limitation of our Star Crown lineage needing to train only at night, significantly enhancing our training efficiency. I have witnessed the formidable power of the fixed soul guiding artillery shells. Aunt Ju's cultivation is not significantly weaker than those 2 soul saints. Yet they subdued her in less than a minute when they joined forces. Moreover, it is known that the Royal Soul Engineer Academy of the Sun Moon Empire extended an invitation for academic exchange with Shrek long ago. But Shrek's martial soul faction has consistently declined. Upon hearing this, Su Jiawei pressed his forehead and paced back and forth in the hall, ultimately gesturing helplessly to Su Jiujiu with a wry smile. Even if you are correct, the Sun Moon Empire may not regard us highly. Su Jiujiu clenched her fist and nodded, her gaze shimmering like a deep, tranquil spring. I have been told that respect from others is earned through strength. Even if the Royal Academy of the Sun Moon Empire is unwilling to engage in exchange, we can seek alternatives, such as the Ming Capital Soul Engineer Academy, which would ensure parity. I must admit, your words hold considerable allure, Jujio. In that case, let us prepare diligently. Half a month later, under the cover of night in a certain area on the outskirts of the Mingdu Great Forest, Su Tianqi opened his eyes as he sat beside the campfire. Rising with a flicker of joy in his gaze, his soul power contained, and his killing intent concealed. Young master, have you made a breakthrough? The Elder Moon, on night watch, asked in astonishment, noticing Su Tianqi's transformation. It was merely by chance, Su Tianqi replied, shaking his head, nostalgia flickering in his eyes. The battle against the Apostle of Hatred was his first life and death struggle since arriving in this world, and the opponent's strength exceeded his expectations. That fellow's repulsive martial soul was indeed revolting, yet its defense was impenetrable, and his blubber-like physique significantly delayed even his mental assaults. It took a combination of explosive and striking efforts to finally defeat the foe, resulting in a near mutual destruction. The wickedness of the evil soul master is evident. Future battles must be approached with utmost caution. The prisoner has long since surrendered. Regarding the White Tiger Duke's third young master, Dai Yuhao, whom you were concerned about, his situation is dire. His mother is on the brink of death. Young master, this Dai Yuhao possesses a very low innate soul power. He is unlikely to follow the path of the Ice Phoenix Crown as Mist did. No matter, Su Tianqi replied nonchalantly. I never intended to bring him into the Xianming sect. He is not someone we can afford. With a smile, he added, tomorrow morning, let us don disguises and head to the Star Luo Imperial Capital. I shall also instruct that prisoner on how to speak properly. Chapter 55, Dai Yuhao. I vow by my martial soul. Today I shall enter the Holy Spirit sect, and for all eternity. I shall be a member of the Holy Spirit. In Star Luo City, at the White Tiger Duke's residence, amidst the surrounding hilly terrain, the rain fell in a steady rhythm. The former Dai Yuhao, yet to be renamed as Hui Yuhao, knelt on the muddy hillside, his hands bloodied and mangled. He mechanically dug into the earth, his small face pale and vacant, fingernails torn, blood mingling with the rainwater seeping into the soil. With each stroke, it felt as though he was excavating his own heart. Mother, you may rest in peace. Once I reach the 10th level of cultivation, I shall depart from this place. Venture into the Star Doe Forest, hunt for a soul ring, and become a soul master capable of avenging you. Dai Yuhao, frail from prolonged malnutrition, whispered in a voice hoarse and uncharacteristic of a youth, his deep blue eyes reflecting profound hatred. He recounted the wrongs inflicted upon him and his mother, the duchess who had driven them to the woodshed, the White Tiger Duke's second son, Dai Huabin, who had kicked her, and all those from the White Tiger Duke's household who had taken advantage of their misfortune, alongside the Duke himself, who had remained indifferent to their plight. Clenching his bloodied fist tightly, resentment swelled within him, bursting forth in a fervent declaration. I shall not spare anyone who has harmed you. I will grow stronger. I will undoubtedly grow stronger. One day, I will prove to that person that I can accomplish what he has done, and I shall trample all those from the White Tiger Duke's estate beneath my feet. The torrential rain intensified, as if the heavens mourned alongside him. After burying his mother, he set up a crudely fashioned wooden marker, ready to bow his head in grief. Suddenly, an inexplicable force suspended his body, preventing him from bending down, and a voice, deep and mocking, echoed around him. Ha ha ha. A mere child without a soul ring dares to obliterate the White Tiger Duke's estate, which has endured for over 4,000 years in the Star Luo Empire. How amusing. Startled, Dai Yuhao sprang to his feet, retrieving the White Tiger dagger left to him by his mother, scanning the surroundings for the source of the voice. Who is speaking in the shadows? Show yourself if you have the courage. Ha ha ha. Why should I fear a mere child? A chilling wind swept over, obscuring Dai Yuhao's vision. When he opened his eyes again, he discovered a figure atop a nearby hill, cloaked in black robes, eyes gleaming with derision, exuding an aura of a formidable presence. Well, little one, I have revealed myself. Why do you hesitate to speak? Dai Yuhao's astonishment deepened, gritting his teeth as he assumed a combat stance, shouting, Who are you? Why were you eavesdropping on my conversation with my mother? Who I am is of little consequence. By chance, I happened to pass through and overheard a child proclaiming intentions to annihilate the White Tiger Duke's estate, which piqued my interest. The figure, an evil soul master captured by Su Tianqi and his companions, while receiving messages through a soul communicator, maintained an air of superiority, taunting, Little one, judging by your appearance. Could you be the illegitimate son of the White Tiger Duke? Is your mother perhaps a woman who had a fleeting night with him, only to be forgotten? A pitiful soul without even a name? Silence, you old wretch. Dai Yuhao's eyes flared crimson, his steps quickening as he brandished his dagger, surging forward. All his pent-up rage erupting in a desire to slay this loathsome figure. Humph. Little one, I perceive that your martial soul possesses certain peculiarities that pique my interest. Should you fail to recognize the gravity of your situation, I would not hesitate to extinguish your insignificant life on behalf of the Duke of the White Tiger. Martial soul? Are you referring to my spirit, I'm martial soul? The battered Dai Yuhao, his entire body aching, stirred with newfound resolve as he struggled to rise from the mire, fixating intently on the formidable figure cloaked in black. Such immense power could only belong to a soul master of exceptional caliber. What rank might he hold? A soul sage? A soul Douluo? Or perhaps the most exalted title Douluo? Could he be an even greater master than the Duke of the White Tiger? Indeed. Oblivious to the discrepancy between his meager rank of soul master and the towering expectations Dai Yuhao harbored, the malevolent soul master slightly nodded, his tone softening as he remarked, "The I martial soul is an exceedingly rare embodiment. Should fortune favor you, there may yet be opportunities for you to achieve remarkable feats. While obliterating the esteemed lineage of the White Tiger Duke may be beyond your grasp, taking a life or two might still be within reach." Inherently perceptive, Dai Yuhao quickly discerned the underlying implications of the man's words, exclaiming in astonishment, "Are you implying that you would grant me such an opportunity? Does that surprise you?" The malevolent soul master scoffed, manipulating his soul-guiding ring to summon two elixirs that hovered above his palm. With a swift motion, Dai Yuhao was drawn towards him by an unseen force. Coughing painfully, he clutched his sore throat, his expression one of sheer horror as he demanded, "What kind of elixir are you offering me? Rest assured, it is a remarkable concoction, designed to enhance your frail constitution." The malevolent soul master cackled, declaring, "This is a treasure I acquired through the demise of some affluent merchants, worth a fortune. To partake of such an elixir is a stroke of fortune that you, little one, could scarcely hope to achieve in 2 lifetimes. You should be grateful for the bounties bestowed upon this world by the Holy Emperor." As he spoke, the wild malevolent soul master lowered his voice, reciting a common greeting among the members of the Holy Spirit sect. "Long live the Holy Emperor. May the Holy Maiden's ethereal grace endure. All things in this world shall return to the Holy Spirit." Dai Yuhao, utterly bewildered, queried, "What do you mean by Holy Emperor and Holy Maiden?" "The Holy Emperor is the progenitor of our Holy Spirit sect. It is through him that our sect exists. The Holy Maiden represents the inheritors and the strongest among us throughout the ages." The wild malevolent soul master, feigning the demeanor of an internal member, cackled, "Having consumed the elixir of our Holy Spirit sect, you are now one of us. Do you comprehend? Alone, you could never hope to challenge the Duke of the White Tiger, but with the Holy Spirit sect as your ally, perhaps vengeance might still be within your reach. Can the Holy Spirit sect truly contend with the Duke of the White Tiger? Are you more powerful than him?" Dai Yuhao asked, his eyes gleaming with hope. "Uft. That mere Duke Dai Hao, who is yet to attain the rank of title de law, would be but an afterthought to our elders should they desire his demise. It would be but a flick of the wrist. Even across the entirety of the Douluo Continent, only a scant few soul master factions could stand against our might. When the radiance of the Holy Spirit graces the earth, all shall tremble in awe of our power. You must have sensed the grace of the Holy Spirit, for you possess a modicum of meditation techniques, enabling you to transform your utterly feeble body into something exponentially stronger." The wild evil spirit master scoffed, fervently extolling the might of the Holy Spirit sect, reflecting on the years spent as a bandit alongside his leader, never once imagining that their kind possessed organization. Whether you believe it or not, even I was skeptical upon learning this. The formidable figures who had dealt with his group referred to themselves as such, thus I surmise it must be true. Once I arrange your affairs, I shall officially be an evil spirit master myself. However, your physical constitution is remarkably pathetic for one nearing 10 years of age. Possessing merely a soul power exceeding level 8, your innate gifts are far inferior to those I had in my youth. And it remains a mystery how you awakened the fabled original martial soul. The genes of the White Tiger clan are indeed formidable. Dai Yuhao nodded in vague comprehension, poised to inquire further when he suddenly felt 2 gentle forces surge through his narrow veins, filling him with an overwhelming sense of comfort that nearly elicited a moan. Was that the elixir? It felt astonishingly good. Without a moment's hesitation, Dai Yuhao decisively assumed a meditative posture, clumsily channeling the delicate essence of soul power to flow through his body's meridians. With each circuit completed, he felt an impulse to cry out in astonishment. The effects of the elixir were astounding, surpassing his own cultivation speed by more than 10-fold. 2 hours later, the evil spirit master, nearly lulled to sleep by the weight, finally witnessed Dai Yuhao's awakening and mused silently that this boy possessed the most meager talent he had ever encountered. In a low voice, he inquired, "So, young one, Have you reached level 10 in soul power? Do you now understand what to do? Indeed, I understand. Please, senior, guide me into the sect. Douluo, fully aware that he was presented with a legendary opportunity, rose with palpable excitement and bowed deeply to the evil spirit master. Until today, he had never envisioned that cultivation could be so effortless. This senior before him must be an enigmatic figure with a hard exterior but a compassionate heart, bestowing upon him such miraculous elixirs out of pity. The boy shows some discernment, yet you lack the qualifications to enter the sect. The evil spirit master coldly retorted. With your current cultivation, you must first pledge your resolve with your martial soul and demonstrate sufficient merit to earn the favor of the Holy Spirit. Do you understand? Douluo nodded fervently, brimming with anticipation. I beseech you, senior, to instruct me. I shall face any peril without hesitation. Very well. The evil spirit master cast forth a beam of white light into Douluo's embrace. This is a recommendation letter for the main city. With it, you may enter the continent's foremost academy, Shrek Academy, the largest den of vice in Douluo Continent. I require you to depart from the Duke of White Tiger's estate when Shrek Academy opens its doors for enrollment in over a year, and venture into the Douluo Forest to procure your first spirit ring, thereby becoming a covert agent of the Holy Sect. This shall be your trial. Douluo inquired. Perplexed, why must I wait over a year? The evil spirit master scoffed. Your mother has just passed. Is it so difficult to observe mourning for a year? What qualifications does one who disrespects even their own mother possess to earn the favor of the Holy Spirit? What right have you to forge a beautiful new world? Having spoken, he unleashed a palm imprint that gently descended upon Douluo, sternly declaring, This imprint enables me to sense your presence at any moment. Should you dare to leave prematurely, you shall meet your demise. Douluo immediately prostrated himself, his face awash with gratitude, exclaiming, Thank you, esteemed elder, for your favor and recognition. It appeared that this venerable figure was merely eccentric in temperament, yet fundamentally benevolent. Indeed, how could one be considered a person of worth if they were unfilial even to their own mother? Should you venture into the Douluo Forest, you might encounter others from Shrek Academy hunting for soul rings. If they invite you to join an ancient sect with a lineage spanning millennia, do not refuse. Embrace the opportunity. The Holy Emperor is the most illustrious figure in the annals of Douluo Continent. He embodies countless forms, beyond your imagination. By the oath of my martial soul, today I pledge my allegiance to the Holy Spirit sect, to be a Holy Spirit member for eternity. With those final words, the evil soul master vanished into thin air, disappearing from Douluo's sight after a brief moment. Douluo bowed deeply in the direction of the departing figure, his expression filled with gratitude, affirming, By the oath of my martial soul, today I pledge my allegiance to the Holy Spirit sect, to be a Holy Spirit member for eternity. Chapter 56. The arrival of the Three Kingdoms talents, the Red Dust siblings. Douluo could not have anticipated that shortly after his oath, the unparalleled elder he revered would meet an untimely demise amidst despair. Su Tianqi and his companions, of course, were not members of the Holy Spirit sect. The evil soul master's attempt to deceive Huiyuhao into joining was merely a precaution against the potential pursuit by the Tang God King. Once their task was accomplished, the evil soul master no longer had a reason to live. As orthodox soul masters, they would never tolerate such a being to continue existing. As for whether the Tang God King would seek trouble with the Holy Spirit sect afterward, Su Tianqi expressed great anticipation for such an intriguing development. After all, had it not been for the Tang God King's obliteration of the Slaughter City prison and the destruction of the Wuhuan Temple, which specialized in hunting down evil soul masters, and the failure of the Tang sect and Shrek Academy to fulfill their responsibilities, evil soul masters would never have reached their current scale. Today, the Holy Spirit sect is fortified by two limit Douluos, boasting an array of super Douluos and tidal Douluos. Their formidable strength eclipsing all other soul master factions on the continent. Truly a remarkable feat. Su Tianqi's determination to head to the Sun and Moon Empire was partly driven by a desire to avoid encountering such individuals on the battlefield. Especially with the presence of the deranged Yi Shishui within the Holy Spirit sect, he harbored no illusions about escaping the clutches of such a lunatic. At the intersection of the Mingdu mountain range, where the Star Luo and Sun Moon empires converge, a young master was informed, Young master, we have conducted our reconnaissance. The forces stationed on the other side of the Mingdu mountain range belong to the 1st Soul Master Regiment of the Sun Moon Empire, led by Su Shang, an 8th-level Soul Master hailing from the royal family, who has received guidance from your great-grandfather and shares some connections with your grandfather. The elder recounted the intricacies of Su Shang's past, then voiced his concerns, Young master. Do you truly intend to cross the Mingdu mountain range alone to reach their encampment? We could take a legitimate trade route instead. Su Tianqi shook his head with a smile. I left home to seek refuge with my uncle in the Xianming sect as a mere shadow. Obtaining official credentials is out of the question. Even if I were to forge some documents, it would still render me a black market entity, with little distinction. In recent days, the Sun and Moon Royal Soul Master Academy has traditionally organized its students to engage in patriotic education on the front lines. My destination is indeed the Sun and Moon Royal Soul Master Academy, eagerly awaiting their arrival. Furthermore, without such an endeavor, how could they trust in my unwavering resolve to seek vengeance for my mother within the Sun and Moon Empire? Rest assured, Yu Lao, I have now attained the rank of 35 in Soul Masters and possess the ability to craft 5th-level soul tools. I am capable of independent training. The remaining path is one I can traverse alone. My esteemed master has entrusted me with a letter of recommendation for Jing Hongshun. Upon hearing this, Yu Lao fell silent for a moment before slowly nodding. Very well, please exercise utmost caution. Fear not, I am mindful of the dangers, I replied. A day later, at the Mingdu mountain range defense area of the Sun and Moon Empire, the base of the first Soul Master Corps was abuzz. Director Lin, and esteemed young talents from the Sun and Moon Royal Academy. This is the first line of defense where our Sun and Moon Empire confronts the Star Luo Empire in a battle of might. Here, the natural barriers of the mountains serve as our stronghold, providing an impregnable defense. Commander Su Sheng of the 1st Soul Master Corps, rarely available, personally guided Lin Jiai and the other students from the Sun and Moon Royal Soul Master Academy in understanding the frontline layout, narrating with vivid detail. Typically, such matters would not require the personal attention of a commander, an aide would suffice. However, among the visiting students from the academy were not only a group of prodigies slated to participate in the National Glory competition in 2 years, but also the grandchildren of the esteemed Mingdu Hall Master. This warranted Commander Su's personal involvement. Master Jing Hongshun, the Hall Master of Mingdu, ranks among the most formidable in the empire, holding an unparalleled status and controlling vast resources. Cultivating a good relationship now would facilitate future requests for new equipment. Yet, amidst his diligent efforts, he noticed a certain individual in the crowd appearing somewhat detached, a white-haired youth, yawning and seemingly drowsy, whispering to a pale-skinned student beside him. Senshui, how do you achieve such fair skin? Do you have any secrets? Do share. Cough, cough, I jest, young master. You are the grandson of the Academy's president. While I am not, Director Lin and Commander Su are watching. I dare not slack off. Li Senshui, who had once altered the rankings of the Sun and Moon Royal Soul Master Academy's leaderboard, wore a distressed expression as he waved his hands, pleading with Xiao Hongqin to refrain from drawing attention to him. You are a dignified 9th-level soul engineer, the Academy President's grandson, and the most outstanding genius of the Sun and Moon Empire in a millennium. Those 2 8th-level masters would not dare to lay a hand on you. My humble self, however, cannot withstand such scrutiny. Xiao Hongqin smirked, casting a sidelong glance at Su Sheng and Lin Jiai, who seemed oblivious to their exchange. He lowered his voice and continued. What can I say? Your strikingly fair complexion is quite conspicuous in our nation. Among all the students, you stand out the most. With Dream's birthday approaching, I wish to surprise her. Just tell me your secret, and I assure you, the benefits will be substantial. I can procure soul tools of 6th level and below for you. Li Sanshui's expression grew even more forlorn. Honestly, I have no idea. Perhaps it is because neither of my parents is from the Sun and Moon Empire, and I am simply blessed with natural beauty? Xiao Hongqin retorted. Given my own darkened complexion, do you expect me to believe that? Perhaps you should divert your gaze from me. The world is replete with surprises, and there may be even finer treasures awaiting discovery. Li Sanshui implored, attempting to shift the attention of Xiao Hongqin. With a gentle shake of her head and a sigh, Xiao Hongqin glanced at Meng Hongqian, who was meticulously grooming her silvery locks with a small mirror and comb, seemingly indifferent to Su Sheng's monotonous discourse. A faint smile playing on her lips. You are well aware of our origins. Meng has been accustomed to various exquisite items from a young age. Even if I were to pilfer a 9th-level soul-guiding device from the Academy's warehouse, it might not bring her joy. She might even end up with something crafted by her grandfather himself. We must explore alternative avenues. Li Sanshui felt a flush of embarrassment. I have heard that for several years now, you have been stealthily admiring the various 6th-level and above soul-guiding devices stored in the Academy's warehouse. Xiao Hongqin, who treated the Royal Academy of Soul Engineers as if it were her own home, wore an expression of profound reflection, tinged with trepidation. Meanwhile, in the foreground, the ever-enthusiastic Su Sheng, seemingly oblivious to the few inattentive students, continued his jovial exchange with Lin Jiai. Director Lin, you may not be aware, but our defensive line serves a dual purpose. Not only to fend off the Star Luo Army's advances, but also to facilitate the entry of individuals from the three kingdoms seeking refuge in our glorious empire of sun and moon. Lin Jiai, intrigued, responded, "Oh, is it true that for these past years, individuals from the original Douluo three kingdoms have been willingly traversing countless hardships to reach our empire of sun and moon? Indeed, our advancements in soul-guiding technology are conservatively estimated to be over a millennium ahead of theirs. The disparity in living standards is stark, and our nation has always been welcoming of foreign talents, thus attracting many distinguished individuals." Su Sheng proudly puffed out his chest, grinning widely. "Take for instance your distinguished 8th-level chief researcher from Mingdu Hall, Master Xuanwu. His parents hail from the Heavenly Soul Empire, do they not?" "That is true." Lin Jiai nodded thoughtfully. While it was evident that those who crossed the borders lacked formal documentation, the Empire of Sun and Moon was largely unconcerned about such matters. As long as they could withstand scrutiny and exhibited sufficient talent, the Empire was more than willing to nurture geniuses originating from the former three kingdoms. Xuanwu was not only the foremost 8th-level soul-guiding master in the Empire, but also a direct disciple of a remarkably powerful 9th-level soul master, earning him the respect of even the hall leader, despite being merely a second-generation inheritor. It is somewhat lamentable, however, that the Douluo three kingdoms have consistently portrayed us as monsters. Truly discerning individuals are exceedingly rare. The majority of those who arrive here are those who dream of soul-guiding devices, yet find themselves unable to fulfill those aspirations. Genuine soul master prodigies are a rarity. Upon mentioning Xuanwu, Su Sheng reflected on the various individuals he had encountered during his time stationed here, all seeking political asylum from the Empire of Sun and Moon, and could not help but express his sentiments. While it could not be said that the Empire lacked soul master prodigies, they were indeed few and far between, whereas the three kingdoms boasted an abundance of such talents. Lin Jiai chuckled heartily. "There is no need for you to lament, Commander Su. Our academy will undoubtedly have its opportunity to catch up. Who knows, in a few days, we may welcome a few soul master prodigies flying in from across the way." At that moment, a figure suddenly soared from the distant front line, approaching Su Sheng and others at an astonishing speed to report the situation. "Commander, a young soul master genius from the Douluo three kingdoms is attempting to enter our Sun-Moon Empire. He possesses the cultivation of a three-ring soul master, and his strength is formidable." Coming just like that? Upon hearing this, Su Sheng and Lin Jiai exchanged glances filled with curiosity. "Director Lin, should we go and have a look?" Su Sheng suggested with keen interest. Without hesitation, Lin Jiai concurred. "Indeed, we must see." Turning to Xiao Hongchun and the others, he inquired, "What about you? Are you interested in joining us?" With a furrowed brow, Xiao Hongchun raised his hand silently. "I wish to go as well." Many students, including Li Sanshui, raised their hands in unison, eager to witness such a rare spectacle. Moments later, they faintly heard the voices of Su Tianqi conversing with the reconnaissance officer of the first line of defense. "I hail from the hidden sect, Ximing sect, in the Heavenly Soul Empire. My mother was from the Sun-Moon Empire, and due to certain unmentionable reasons, she met a tragic fate. I have endured persecution in the Heavenly Soul Empire and carry a blood feud, hoping to find refuge in the Sun-Moon Empire." His articulate speech and resonant voice, coupled with the significance of his background, instantly piqued the interest of the crowd, even eliciting a measure of intrigue from the typically aloof Xiao Hongchen. "The hidden sect? Ximing sect? I have heard of it from my grandfather. It seems to be a formidable sect from the three kingdoms." As Su Tianqi's figure conversed with the reconnaissance officer, the morning light gently illuminated half of his face, revealing eyes as clear as the moon, exuding an extraordinary aura that captivated all. This boy is quite handsome." Dream Hongchen's eyes sparkled as she discovered a visually appealing target. For reasons unknown, Xiao Hongchen's heart skipped a beat. Chapter 57. The Shock of Military Leaders. Fearless for the future of the Hongchen family. Settling down, Su Sheng spoke gently to Su Tianqi, whose expression was somewhat anxious. "Young lad, our Sun-Moon Empire has always welcomed talented individuals from outside. I can sense your determination for vengeance for your mother. However, you must prioritize your own well-being. Matters of revenge can be discussed in due time. To speak candidly, the standard of living in our Sun-Moon Empire far surpasses that of the three major empires. I've heard you are a three-ring soul master, a rare talent indeed, and you will surely find ample opportunity to showcase your abilities here." Su Tianqi nodded vigorously. His eyes filled with longing as he replied, "I know that the Royal Soul Master Academy of the Sun-Moon Empire is the premier academy on the continent, the only institution capable of rivaling Shrek Academy among all advanced Soul Master academies. Uncle, could you recommend me there? I also possess some knowledge of soul guidance devices." Before Su Sheng could respond, the expressions of Lin Jiai and the others shifted, realizing that this individual might be targeting them. Su Sheng felt a jolt of surprise within. yet maintained a FA of feigned difficulty as he waved his hand dismissively. This matter presents quite a challenge. That place is the esteemed academy of our Sun Moon Empire. Young one, you have just arrived from across the way, and we are yet to become acquainted with you. I am not familiar with them either, making it difficult for me to make an introduction on your behalf. You claim to be a reclusive disciple from the Heavenly Soul Empire. Could you perhaps disclose your specific identity to Uncle Su? For instance, who are your parents? The clearer the information, the better Uncle Su can arrange matters for you. And perhaps he could facilitate a connection with the esteemed Royal Soul Mentor Academy of the Sun Moon Empire. This was clearly a fabrication, Lin Jiai and the others thought. Xiao Hongchen's lips twitched, inwardly acknowledging that Captain Su was indeed a master of theatrics. Meng Hongchen could not help but stifle a giggle, her eyes curving into crescent shapes. Su Tianqi mused that had he not seen the two white-haired individuals, he might have been deceived by your ruse. Your acting skills are quite impressive. Rather than exposing Su Shang, Su Tianqi retrieved a purple gold token from his bosom and handed it to Su Shang, stating, "My father is the current leader of the Xianming sect, and I am the third in line in my family. This is a relic of my great-grandfather and may serve to validate my identity. Who would have thought you were the third young master of the Xianming sect? However, young one, a mere token does not suffice as proof," Su Shang replied, casually accepting the token with a friendly smile. Yet, his gaze grew serious as it fell upon the token. In the next instant, his pupils dilated sharply, and his hand trembled involuntarily as he grasped the token. When he looked back at Su Tianqi, astonishment filled his eyes, wide in disbelief as he repeatedly inquired, "Where did you acquire this token? How do you possess it? Who is your great-grandfather?" Lin Jiai and the others changed countenance at his words, casting anxious glances. Soon, those with discerning eyes exhibited expressions of shock, gasping as incredulity washed over them. Though the purple gold token bore signs of age, the carved image of the purple dragon remained resplendent, exuding an aura of untouchable dignity. It was the emblem of the Royal Dragon Soul Mentor Corps, one of the 5 great guardians of the nation. Such a token could only be possessed by individuals of Vice Leader rank or higher within the Royal Dragon Soul Mentor Corps. The Royal Dragon Soul Mentor Corps is the foremost among the 4 Beast King-level Soul Mentor Corps and operates directly under the Sun Moon Imperial Authority. Could this individual possibly be connected to the Imperial family? Wait, he does seem to bear the surname Su, doesn't he? Moreover, he identifies himself as Su Tianqi, a member of the Tian generation. Both Su Shang and Lin Jiai simultaneously arrived at this realization. The former experienced a whirlwind of thoughts, scouring through the familial connections of his distant relatives, yet he could not find a corresponding royal descendant linked to the individual before him. Su Tianqi shook his head, saying, "I have never met my grandfather or great-grandfather, but I have heard from the elders in my family that my great-grandfather's courtesy name was Zhan, and his surname was Kong, hailing from a branch of the Sun Moon Imperial lineage. Kong the Elder is your great-grandfather," Su Shang exclaimed in astonishment, losing composure as he seized Su Tianqi's garment, excitement radiating from him. "What of your grandfather? What of your mother? What has become of them? How did these unfortunate events transpire?" Upon hearing that the individual before him might be the descendant of an esteemed elder and a deceased friend, Su Shang could not contain his curiosity and urgently inquired about the fate of his old acquaintances. At his words, Su Tianqi's eyes brimmed with tears, his voice quivering with emotion. "They have all departed. I have heard that my grandfather tragically perished at the hands of the Sea Soul Beast due to his pursuit of soul rings. My mother entered the Shrek Academy, only to be met with a cruel fate at the hands of that old scoundrel from Shrek. The effects of the tear-inducing elixir I had swallowed in silence began to take hold, and Su Tianqi could no longer suppress the flood of tears that cascaded down, overwhelming him with grief." Su Shang, who was inquiring, found himself momentarily at a loss, exchanging glances with Lin Jiai. Su Shang remarked, "The matters this young one speaks of seem far too authentic. What shall we do? Should we accept him?" Lin Jiai replied, "There remain many mysteries surrounding his identity. We must await verification before proceeding." Su Shang responded, "Very well, I shall inquire further." He retrieved some tissues to dab at Su Tianqi's tears and continued, "Child, if you truly are the great-grandson of the esteemed Kong Zhan, it is possible that Su uncle was acquainted with your grandfather. Could you share more about your mother? How did she fall victim to that old rascal from Shrek?" "My mother is named Kong Xia, the leader of the Shrek's 7 monsters from 3 generations ago, and the former senior sister of the Inner Academy. Many years prior, during a soul-hunting expedition in the Stardow Forest, she and 11 other Inner Academy disciples were ambushed by a 10,000-year soul beast. The negligent old scoundrel Xuanzi, who was supposed to lead the team, failed to provide timely assistance, resulting in the tragic deaths of 8 Inner Academy disciples, including her. Moreover, the Academy's dean, Yin Xiaozhe, when apologizing to the Xianming sect, shamefully shifted the blame onto my mother. What a scoundrel indeed. At that moment, a clear female voice, laden with sympathy, interjected. Then why did you traverse the Mingdu mountain range to arrive here? Su Tianxi turned to see Meng Hongshun, whose expression was fraught with complexity. Without hesitation, he replied, After I sought refuge with my master, he treated me as his own and dedicated himself to my cultivation. Yet, I am still far from avenging my mother. To bring about the downfall of Shrek, I must come here. Only you possess the means to accomplish this. As he spoke, Su Tianxi's emotions spiraled out of control, teetering on the brink of collapse as darkness encroached upon his vision. Alas, Su Shen quickly supported the fainting Su Tianxi, urgently instructing the nearby investigator. Immediately prepare a room to accommodate this child. Should anything happen to him, I shall hold you accountable. Yes, yes, the investigator responded, swiftly carrying Su Tianxi to his quarters for care. Inside the tent, Su Sheng, who had initially come to witness the spectacle, adopted a grave demeanor and solemnly addressed Lin Jiai, Director Lin. It seems there is over a 70% likelihood that this child is indeed a descendant of the Venerable Kong. If no discrepancies arise, I implore you to consider my request and admit him to the academy, providing him with the finest training. The revelations Su Tianxi shared were increasingly alarming, intertwining with hidden sects such as the Xianming sect, the former senior sister Kong Xia of Shrek's inner academy, Dinyan Xiaozha, and even the princess of the Doling Empire, rendering the possibility of fabrication exceedingly slim. Lin Jiai nodded, though a note of concern crept into his voice as he remarked, While the matters this child speaks of are likely true, there remains a slight possibility that he is an undercover agent sent from the Da Three Kingdoms or Shrek Academy. The implications of this are profound. If he is indeed an infiltrator, his intentions must be significant. Upon hearing this, Su Shen calmed down, furrowing his brows in contemplation. Lin Jiai nodded, his tone imbued with a sense of wonder. I believe he cannot be older than 12, yet he possesses the cultivation of a soul master. And not merely a novice at that. Such talent is unparalleled even within the Shrek Academy, leaving us no room for carelessness. A somewhat ill-timed voice interjected, cough, cough. Director Lin, I think that breaking through to the soul master stage before the age of 12 isn't entirely absurd, is it? Su Sheng and Lin Jiai exchanged glances. Immediately recognizing the speaker, Lin Jiai shrugged, his expression one of resignation. Xiao Hongshun, I know you are a prodigy who ascended to the soul master level at 12. But your rapid advancement surely involved an abundance of medicinal pills, did it not? Even if your grandmaster is a titled Douluo, the resources he provides cannot compare to what the academy head grants you. Xiao Hongshun's expression stiffened, ready to assert that his achievements were largely due to his own efforts. When a gentle laugh interrupted him, that is indeed the case, and Xiao is particularly fond of absorbing metallic energy for cultivation, Meng Hongshun remarked playfully, mercilessly teasing her brother. Xiao Hongshun was immediately at a loss for words, knowing he should have refrained from speaking. By the way, Director and Captain Su, both Xiao and I find this boy quite intriguing. Once he awakens, shall we assist you in questioning him? Meng Hongshun suggested, her sparkling eyes gleaming with curiosity. Xiao Hongshun, astonished, lifted his head, ready to question when he found Su Tianxi had become so interesting to him, only to see Lin Jiai wave his hand, patting the sibling's shoulders with a look of entrusted responsibility. Very well. You too are the headmaster's grandchildren. The future of this academy also rests upon your shoulders. It is your duty to assess new students. I leave it in your capable hands. Meng Hongshun cheerfully agreed, while Xiao Hongshun's expression transformed from one of confusion to familial pride. He stood tall, thumping his chest in assurance. Rest assured, Director Lin, this matter shall be entrusted to us. For the future of the Hongshun family, I will not falter. Lin Jiai chuckled, pleased to have assigned this lively pair a task, allowing himself a respite. Chapter 58, Xiao Hongshun. So you are the talented individual from the Douluo Kingdom who issued a challenge, as Grandpa mentioned. Wait, Xiao? The age testing device indicates he appears to be under 11, yet he has already reached level 35, which is no less impressive than your initial achievements. This proves little. It merely suggests his cultivation speed rivals my own hopes. Let us not forget, I am also adept at soul guiding devices. I am the youngest level 4 soul engineer in the history of the Empire. Is that so? I recall you nearly failing your theoretical exam last year. Who was it that borrowed my notes 2 weeks prior to the test and sequestered themselves in the library for intensive study? This was an anomaly. Hee. Your anomalies seem plentiful. Just the other day, while training, you insisted on attempting to manipulate a level 6 soul guiding device, nearly causing an explosion due to lack of control. Meng, why must you remember every detail? However, the siblings appeared more engrossed in their playful banter than in their own accomplishments. Before the naked eye, the one whose face is filled with sorrow is none other than the elder brother, the prodigious soul master from the original tale, known as the three-legged golden toad. Xiao Hongshun, it is quite amusing to observe this gentleman, whose complexion fluctuates from green to pale as he struggles to find his words. Far more entertaining than the skits from my past life's Spring Festival Gala. However, the Hongshan siblings, both of whom are soul masters of the Fourth Ring Soul Sect, soon realized that their conversation had been overheard by an outsider who had inexplicably awakened. Their expressions shifted dramatically, with a face full of indignation. Xiao Hongshan leaned closer to Su Tianqi, adopting a fierce demeanor, and in a hushed, trembling voice, inquired, "Did you hear everything we just said?" Su Tianqi, honest to a fault, nodded affirmatively, assuring him that he had caught bits of their exchange, but not much. Xiao Hongshan, along with Meng Hongshan, remarked, "We scarcely uttered a few words. Surely you've grasped the essence?" "Ah, my reputation." Xiao Hongshan wore an expression of utter frustration, ultimately gazing at Su Tianqi with despair. "I'll make you an offer. Promise you won't speak of this again, all right?" Su Tianqi silently regarded this young master whose visage screamed of naivety and wealth easily swindled, and replied, "You need not worry, if you don't emphasize it. I shall soon forget. Furthermore, while I have fled from danger, I still possess some funds, and living in the capital for a few years should pose no issue. I am also skilled in crafting soul-guiding devices. Claiming you have but a meager sum hardly troubles me," Su Tianqi said. "Su Tianqi, you seem to be unaware. I, Xiao Hongshan, not only reign supreme among my peers in strength, but I also possess formidable financial resources. Apart from the royal family, few dare to contest my bids at the auction houses." Indeed, astonishment flickered across Su Tianqi's face. "You are Xiao Hongshan, descendant of the esteemed Hongshan family, the grandson of Dean Jing Hongshan?" "Indeed, I am he, the foremost genius of the Sun and Moon Empire for a millennium, the youngest soul master of the Fourth Ring and the record holder for the 4th level soul mentor," Xiao Hongshan declared. "This is a letter of recommendation from my master uncle to your grandfather. If it is convenient, please deliver it to him. My master uncle mentioned that Dean Jing has conducted numerous transactions with him over the years." Su Tianqi produced the recommendation letter penned by Xiao Changfeng, lifting it before Xiao Hongshan, his expression a complex tapestry of emotions. "Pardon? This is a letter for our grandfather?" Su Tianqi's expression grew peculiar. For if there were no other Dean Jing in the Royal Academy of Soul Mentors, it must indeed be intended for him. It was only upon receiving the letter from Xiao Changfeng that he realized the unsavory character who had been profiting from the academy by trading soul-guiding devices was none other than Dean Jing, Hongshan himself. It remains a mystery what kind of deal his master and master-uncle struck to have entangled Dean Jing in their affairs. He had initially suspected it was merely the avaricious Prince Su Guozhong of the Su family. "Wait, you mentioned your grandfather engaging in business with your master-uncle? What exactly transpired?" Xiao Hongshan inquired, tilting his head with a curious expression. Meng Hongshan too cast an expectant glance, her lips curving into a delightful smile. "Is it truly possible to uncover my grandfather's little secret during a visit? What a delightful surprise. It pertains to some soul-guiding devices, ranging from the 1st to the 5th level. Moreover, my master-uncle has procured 2 7th-level soul-guiding devices, one for focusing light and the other for stargazing. Though I cannot ascertain whether these were sourced from your grandfather." Su Tianqi spoke with unpretentious ease and then added, "By the way, he mentioned that he always leaves behind some complementary items with each shipment, which could be either medicinal pills or supplements from oceanic soul beasts. Are you aware of this?" Xiao Hongshan's voice took on a peculiar tone. "Not only are we aware, but we have also consumed those pills and oceanic beast supplements with grandfather," Su Tianqi remarked. "You are indeed quite candid." After a few moments of uncomfortable silence, Xiao Hongshan's exuberant exclamation pierced the air. "So you are the talented individual from the Douluo Three Kingdoms that grandfather spoke of, who came to issue a challenge soon?" Lin Jiai's worried voice echoed from outside the tent. "What's wrong, Xiao Hongshan? Is there an issue? This is bad. We cannot allow them to discover grandfather's duplicity. Block them." At that moment, the siblings shared a silent understanding. Xiao Hongshan dashed outside, parting the curtains to present a seemingly congenial smile to the skeptical Lin Jiai. Su Sheng, in the assembly of warriors, exclaiming, "Everything is perfectly fine. My sibling and I are having a delightful conversation with young brother Su Tianqi. It feels as though we have known him for ages." Meng Hongshan peeked out behind, nodding earnestly. "Xiao Hongshan speaks the truth. Young brother Su possesses extraordinary talent, and we intend to recommend him to grandfather, correct, Xiao?" "Indeed. Just the other day, grandfather had a dream during his slumber. He envisioned a prodigious talent from the Three Kingdoms overcoming numerous obstacles to come to the Sun and Moon Empire to seek mentorship. In retrospect, it must be young brother Su Tianqi." Su Sheng blinked in confusion. "But what was it I heard you mention about a challenge?" The Hongshan siblings momentarily faltered, unable to conjure an appropriate response. "Well, it is merely youthful exuberance. Upon hearing that the illustrious young master Xiao Hongchun is an unparalleled genius of the Sun and Moon Empire, I felt a surge of ambition to one day catch up to him. I had no inkling that director Jing Hongchun possesses such profound cultivation that he could even dream of this. From behind the curtain, Su Tianqi's face emerged, filled with excitement and determination, casting a knowing glance at Xiao Hongchun. So, young master Xiao, will you graciously accept my challenge? Xiao Hongchun's previously stiff smile instantly relaxed, giving Su Tianqi a mental thumbs up while pretending to deliberate. Ming Hongchun felt a pang of irritation, subtly pinching Xiao Hongchun's side. Why are you still pretending at a time like this? Isn't this to maintain the illusion of authenticity? Oh dear, sister, be gentle. Xiao Hongchun grimaced in silent agony, forcing a nonchalant expression as he declared, very well. I, Xiao Hongchun, accept your challenge. With that, he swiftly retreated. While Ming Hongchun and Su Tianqi shared an awkward smile with the onlookers, I shall assist young master Xiao in safeguarding him. What on earth is happening here, Director Lin? Su Sheng inquired, his expression contorted in confusion as he looked at the equally bewildered Lin Jiai. In less than 3 minutes of entering, the siblings Hongchun had established such a remarkable rapport with the three individuals. Su Tianqi is indeed impressive. Lin Jiai raised his hands in a gesture of confusion, indicating that the current situation was beyond their control. I shall contact the esteemed dean to adjudicate this matter. Despite both he and Su Sheng being level 8 soul masters, their disparity compared to Jing Hongchun was immeasurable. Lin Jiai's position was granted to him by that gentleman. The Hongchun siblings were the most extraordinary talents the Sun and Moon Empire had seen in a millennium, destined to become level 9 soul masters with limitless potential. The rapid bond Su Tianqi formed with these two, alongside becoming a provisional disciple of Jing Hongchun, meant that if any issues arose, he would be treated as if no problems existed, despite the mystery surrounding him. Su Sheng nodded and suddenly gazed towards the main tent, laughing heartily. If he truly becomes a direct disciple of Hongchun, then I have nothing to worry about. The esteemed Elder Kong would surely find solace from above. Lin Jiai also nodded in agreement. Su Tianqi's audacity to challenge Xiao Hongchun, who accepted the challenge, suggested an exceptional talent. However, Xiao Hongchun possessed a divine beast bloodline with his 3-legged golden toad martial spirit, while Su Tianqi's martial spirit remained unknown. Ah, Su Commander. It seems we have overlooked something important. What is it? Lin Jiai covered his face, feeling a wave of embarrassment. At this point, we don't even know what Su Tianqi's martial spirit is. How could the director of the Royal Soul Master Academy of the Sun and Moon overlook such fundamental knowledge? If I report this to the dean, he will surely reprimand me harshly. This is indeed a significant issue. Perhaps you could message the Hongchun siblings to inquire? Good idea. Chapter 59. The peculiar humor of Hongchun, overly enthusiastic Jing Hongchun. A moment later, the tent resonated once more with the thunderous voice of Xiao Hongchun. What? Your martial spirit is a psychic type entity? Moreover, it possesses characteristics of a celestial martial spirit, capable of absorbing moonlight for cultivation? Ming Hongchun's voice softened considerably, yet the astonishment in her gaze was no less than that of Xiao Hongchun. Indeed, without such a martial spirit, I wouldn't be held in such high regard by my master. Look, this is my soul ring. Su Tianqi silently activated his illusory moon mystic eyes, and 3 extraordinary soul rings emerged beneath him, 1 yellow and 2 purple. It was commonplace for a martial spirit soul master to possess an unusual soul ring configuration. Thus there was no need for concealment. Xiao Hongchun and Ming Hongchun exclaimed, "What a beautiful soul ring configuration. If only it were mine. This is bad. Today marks the arrival of a true challenger to my title as the foremost genius of the Sun and Moon Empire." Xiao Hongchun finally comprehended the ominous feeling he had experienced upon first laying eyes on Su Tianqi. This individual possessed terrifying talent. His own 3-legged golden toad was a divine beast martial spirit, yet Su Tianqi's martial spirit was also recognized as a superlative martial spirit, enhanced by its celestial attributes, making it equally formidable. Ming Hongchun, contemplating further, continued, "Earlier, you mentioned your ability to craft soul guide devices. What level of soul master are you now? Have you successfully passed the certification?" Yu Lao, hailing from a military background, dedicated himself to the study of offensive soul-guiding devices. Su Tianqi held a particular fondness for fixed soul-guided artillery shells, investing the majority of his energy into their research. Upon hearing that Su Tianqi had yet to obtain even a level 1 soul-guiding certificate, Xiao Hongchun let out a sigh of relief. He chuckled to himself, recalling that at Su Tianqi's age, he had already achieved the rank of level 3 soul master and could attempt to carve minor level 4 formations. It seemed he still held a distinct advantage. Noticing that his current demeanor appeared somewhat diminished, Xiao Hongchun adjusted his attire with a flourish and proclaimed, "It's perfectly acceptable not to have a certificate. The soul-guiding technology of the Douluo Three Kingdoms surely lags behind our Sun-Moon Empire by several years. Their examination standards are far less rigorous than ours. Even if they were to pass, we would not recognize it. Since you have come to our Sun-Moon Empire, you must strive diligently in your studies once you enter the academy. Should you have any queries, feel free to approach me. I welcome the opportunity for exchange and learning. In light of the exquisite sea cucumbers and abalones, Xiao Hongshan felt it necessary to showcase the distinguished demeanor of the illustrious Hongshan family. The other party was a prodigy who had reached the rank of level 35 Soul Master before the age of 11, far surpassing the majority within the academy, and thus was worthy of standing alongside Xiao Hongshan. Very well, Senior Xiao. However, I would like to inquire if there are any specific regulations pertaining to my temporary enrollment in the academy. Su Tianqi addressed him with familiarity, referring to the Sun Moon Royal Soul Master Academy as our academy. Well, the standard requirement for admission is to possess a soul ring before the age of 12. However, as a temporary transfer student, you might be subject to more stringent evaluations. Nonetheless, given your status as a soul master, you should have no issues. Xiao Hongshan contemplated before turning to his sister. Ming, what are the relevant regulations of our academy? My memory fails me, and I've forgotten. However, mindful of the presence of others, she graciously refrained from exposing his lapse. The evaluation criteria stipulate a soul power level above 20. The creation of 2 soul-guiding devices of level 1 or above within 1 day, and a 3-minute battle against a century-old soul beast. Indeed, to craft 2 soul-guiding devices and vanquish a century-old soul beast within 3 minutes. Xiao Hongshan relayed a simplified version of the requirements to Su Tianqi. Su Tianqi nodded in agreement and inquired further, is it mandatory to use soul-guiding devices in combat? Utilizing soul master abilities is permissible, though the scoring may be slightly lower, as our academy primarily focuses on soul masters. However, for you, this is inconsequential. Your status as a soul master guarantees your admission and the highest regard from the academy. Among the siblings, Meng Hongshan, who was relatively more adept at soul master abilities, remarked, "Come, let me impart some fundamental theoretical knowledge about soul-guiding devices to ensure you are not left in the dark upon entering the academy." Xiao Hongshan produced a book titled A Comprehensive Guide to Soul-Guiding Devices and eagerly beckoned Su Tianqi to join him for the lesson. Su Tianqi's eyes brightened. He thought to himself that although Xiao Hongshan appeared somewhat naive, he was genuinely kind-hearted. Outside the tent, Su Sheng and Lin Jiai, 2 level 8 soul masters, leaned in closely, quietly eavesdropping on the sounds emanating from within. It is not that they disregard their identities. Rather, it is the startled demeanor of Xiao Hongshan that has made them somewhat anxious. With challenges being issued and discussions surrounding the mental type martial souls, it is impossible not to take notice. The mental type martial soul, which primarily encompasses the eyes and the brain, is exceptionally suited for soul engineers, and its innate cultivation talent is remarkable. Even if one were to amass resources to reach the rank of title Douluo, it would undoubtedly be a worthy investment. The Sun and Moon Empire desperately needs a talent of Su Tianqi's caliber. Director Lin, I believe I overheard a lecture inside. Have they started early admissions? Su Sheng listened intently for a moment and confirmed that the topic being discussed was the fundamentals of soul guidance devices. Lin Jiai wore a complex expression. It is not merely a lecture. The one delivering it is none other than Xiao Hongshan. If I hadn't heard it so clearly, I might have thought I was dreaming. What does this imply? If the lecturer were Meng Hongshan, there might be a chance of compassionate overflow. But Xiao Hongshan has scarcely regarded anyone in the academy worthy of his personal instruction, indicating that he genuinely acknowledges Su Tianqi. I never anticipated that someone of his stature would so readily recognize an external prodigy. Lin Jiai was filled with emotion, contemplating how the sun must have risen from the west today. Is it truly such a challenge for your academy's students to earn Xiao Hongshan's recognition? One must at least possess the potential of an 8th-level soul engineer, akin to what you and I could achieve in the future. Indeed, that is quite a feat. I shall report this to the esteemed dean. I am certain he will be delighted to hear this news. A day later, having engaged with Xiao Hongshan on the subject of soul guidance devices and with Meng Hongshan on martial soul knowledge, Su Tianqi was met by representatives from the Royal Soul Engineer Academy of the Sun and Moon. Following the grand introduction by the Hongshan siblings, the formidable scholar, possessing the majestic build of an iron-eating beast, was none other than the illustrious Master Jing Hongshan. Ah, my dear child, you must be Tianqi. Xiao and Ming have often spoken of you in the communication soul guidance device. What a remarkable young man you are. I hastily arranged my affairs to meet you. I hope you haven't been kept waiting for long. Jing Hongshan grasped Su Tianqi's hands tightly, as if fearing he might flee. A glimmer of inexplicable excitement sparkled in his bright little eyes, causing Su Tianqi to feel quite uneasy. Su Tianqi thought to himself, Is this the customary enthusiasm of Dean Hongqian upon their first meeting? Is the influence of Master Uncle's recommendation truly this potent? Jing Hongqian remarked. After a long wait, I have finally encountered the individual behind the forceful dealings within the academy. As the elder and younger exchanged pleasantries, they both expressed humility, claiming that the accolades bestowed upon them were exaggerated, and that the dean's concern for his students was entirely justified, creating an atmosphere of utmost harmony. The atmosphere was so harmonious that even the Hongqian siblings felt somewhat like outsiders, exchanging glances and whispering discreetly. Brother, do you think Grandpa might be overly excited? Who knows? Perhaps he feels he has enjoyed enough seafood over the years and wishes to repay it now. Laughing, if you say that, it makes Grandpa sound like a glutton. True enough, yet it seems we have also indulged ourselves. What was that skin-nourishing turtle jelly you were so fond of? Why are you staring at me? With an innocent expression, Xiao Hongqian remarked, if you cannot speak, it is better to remain silent. Meng Hongqian wished to seal her brother's lips. The students eagerly anticipated this. Su Tianxi, displaying an eagerness that matched their sentiments, had long admired the great city of Mingdu. After imparting a few words of caution to Su Shang, Jing Hongqian noticed the growing seriousness in his eyes. Once assured that Su Tianxi's information would remain confidential, Jing Hongqian unfolded a biomimetic aircraft, enveloping Su Tianxi, Lin Jiai, and the Hongqian siblings within, personally piloting the craft into the sky. In the Mingdu mountain range, a golden shadow resembling a shooting star ascended, swiftly heading towards the heart of the Sun and Moon Empire. Outside the mountains, an ethereal figure draped in ice blue appeared in midair, nodding with a smile as she watched Jing Hongqian's party vanish from sight. Jing Hongqian indeed held a level of respect. He wondered about the situation on his mentor's side. Chapter 60. Jing Hongqian. Never have I encountered someone with such a tragic background. With a grand gesture, Jing Hongqian proclaimed a celebration for the forthcoming enrollment of new students, permitting Lin Jiai to lead a group of students for a night of revelry in the Mingdu night market, with all expenses covered by the esteemed dean. The students, including the Hongqian siblings, rejoiced, and even those who had never met Su Tianxi felt a newfound fondness for him. Su Tianxi was warmly escorted by the enthusiastic Dean Hongqian, who kindly inquired about various matters. Ah, little Su, I have maintained a long acquaintance with your master's uncle, yet I am not well versed in your circumstances. Could you share your story with me? For instance, what trials did you face at the Xianming sect, and how did you come to leave home? Su Tianxi gazed at the transitioning nightscape of Mingdu, his expression betraying a hint of anxiety. Before I awakened my martial soul, I received the grievous news of my mother's passing. Since then, I ceased all social interactions within the Xianming sect, dedicating my time solely to cultivation, which led to strained relations with most within the sect. The matriarch, Shui Lingxuan, reached an agreement with Yin Xiaozhe to undermine my will to cultivate. Unable to endure this, I departed the Xianming sect under the protection of an elder and an old servant who had served my mother. I first traveled to the far north to procure my second soul ring, then sought refuge in Hanhai City with my master's uncle, where I finally found some semblance of stability. Oh, it seems these two individuals are your great benefactors. I wonder where they are now. Are they also in Hanhai City? Su Tianxi lowered his head and quietly murmured, they are no longer here, his voice tinged with profound sorrow. When we journeyed by sea to Hanhai City, we encountered a battle between a sinister soul master and the titan of the abyss. We intervened, but unforeseen events transpired. The elder from the Xianming sect could not accompany me to Hanhai City. I have not seen him since we disembarked, and I miss him dearly. As he spoke, Su Tianxi's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Oh dear, Jing Hongqian exclaimed, taken aback by Su Tianxi's revelation. Quickly, he exchanged glances with the Hongqian siblings, who were quietly listening to the tale. Xiao Hongqian appeared bewildered and sorrowful, while Meng Hongqian promptly offered a stack of tissues. In the dim light of the world, Jing Hongqian, with a hint of exasperation, listened as Su Tianxi, in a flurry, wiped away her tears while offering heartfelt consolation. Once she had regained her composure, Su Tianxi continued, not long ago, I journeyed with the loyal servant of my late mother to the Sun and Moon Empire. As we traversed the vicinity of the Mingdu forest, we encountered the infamous Soul Eater killer group, leading to a fierce conflict. In that battle, I fought valiantly and vanquished the loathsome envoy, but my soul power was utterly depleted. After recuperating, I crossed the Mingdu mountain range alone. They informed me that the path ahead must be walked by me alone. Jing Hongqian, who prided himself on his worldly wisdom, had never encountered such a tragic tale as Su Tianxi's. Could it be that this child was in conflict with the evil soul master? How could one encounter such malevolence, even while traveling? With his status as a titled Douluo, he was certain Su Tianxi spoke the truth. The sorrow and hatred radiating from her spirit were undeniably genuine. Yet, this was too tragic indeed. What was her master uncle thinking, not sending someone to escort her? Wait, Could it be that this individual intended to convey to the sect leader that this child had no kin in the Xianming sect besides himself, thus allowing for bold investments without concern for her sincerity? By the way, child, what of your father? Has he not cared for you? He has been in seclusion since the days of my martial soul awakening, and I have yet to see him, Su Tianqi replied with a heavy heart. Jing Hongchun was rendered speechless. It appeared that Su Tianqi was not much different from an orphan. He had sensed her soul power fluctuations and found no physiological anomalies. Confident in his ability to discern truth from falsehood, even in a child. Do you have no other relatives in the Xianming sect? Perhaps siblings? Dream Hongchun, who had been eavesdropping, could not restrain herself and approached, her face adorned with sympathy. Su Tianqi shook her head, shrugging as she sighed. Among my peers in the Xianming sect, I have only one half-brother with whom I share a good relationship. But he is a student at Shrek Academy and is rarely home. Isn't that rather unreliable? Dream Hongchun blurted out. Cough, cough, what are you saying, Dream? Where am I being unreliable? Jing Hongchun interjected, a frown etched on his face as he stepped forward with curiosity. Your brother is at Shrek Academy? Is he formidable? He awakened the Xianming sect's ancestral martial soul, the Xianming turtle. We occasionally communicate. And he claims to have become the foremost defensive soul master of the Outer Academy of Shrek. The foremost defensive soul master of the Outer Academy? Could he possibly participate in the soul fighting tournament of his cohort? Jing Hongchun's eyes glimmered as he quickly grasped the critical points. Two top-tier prodigies from the Xianming sect entering the two most prestigious academies of the era? Such a prosperous fate surely hinted at some special intentions. This was indeed too conspicuous to withstand scrutiny. Jing Hongchun quietly compared the information, his heart easing significantly. This was the way of their kind, dispersing the family's talented offspring and simultaneously investing in both factions, ensuring that regardless of who emerged victorious, a legacy would remain. However, considering Su Tianqi's situation, he is indeed a solitary figure. Yet that is sufficient, and with due caution, he should encounter no issues. Sighing deeply, Jing Hongchun shook his head and gently spoke to Su Tianqi. Child, although you may be without a home now, the Empire of Sun and Moon offers boundless opportunities. As long as you work diligently, establishing a family and a career in the future will be well within your reach. As your dean, I shall be your guiding light. Having spoken, Jing Hongchun waved to his grandchildren and led Su Tianqi towards the realm of the Royal Soul Mentor Academy. On the spot, the Hongchun siblings exchanged glances. Meng, why do I feel that Grandpa values Su Tianqi even more than us? Are our positions in jeopardy? Xiao Hongchun, with a flicker of concern in his eyes, whispered into Meng Hongchun's ear, fixated upon the retreating figures of Jing Hongchun and Su Tianqi as if facing a formidable adversary. Meng Hongchun rolled her eyes in exasperation and retorted, just the other night, you were the one who told Director Lin that Grandpa intended to take on a disciple. Director Lin inquired, and Grandpa did not deny it, which is practically an acknowledgement. Xiao Hongchun, sheepishly scratching his head, mumbled softly, I simply didn't think of a more suitable excuse at the time. Besides, Grandpa is so busy, he hardly has time to teach students, let alone us. Then you should pray that some master in the academy coincidentally discovers little Su and takes him as a personal disciple. However, I doubt anyone would dare to compete with Grandpa for him, Meng Hongchun said, no longer wishing to discuss the matter with her brother. She turned and gestured for Xiao Hongchun to accompany her on a shopping trip, to which he reluctantly followed, his face displaying a pained expression. Accompanying a girl on a shopping spree was utterly torturous, especially when it was his own sister, with no means of escape. Chapter 61. Su Tianqi limited by material constraints. The Soul Master and the Soul Guidance device are not incompatible. The following day, under the watchful eyes of many, Su Tianqi emerged from his single dormitory and followed Jing Hongchun to the entrance examination site. Tianqi, you are already aware of the requirements. This is merely a formality. Proceed as you wish. Jing Hongchun reassured him with a pat on the shoulder, encouraging him to relax and not feel pressured. Su Tianqi nodded and approached the metallic workbench in the center of the arena. With his right hand, he grasped a standard engraving knife, while his left hand summoned a piece of metal, deftly manipulating the rare material. The blade in his hand gleamed with a chilling sharpness as he began to carve the array patterns, immediately capturing the attention of the onlookers. Lin Jiai expressed his astonishment. Dean, his movements are remarkably swift. It seems he intends to carve a secondary soul guidance device right from the start. Jing Hongchun's gaze remained fixed, and he murmured, his technique does not appear limited to merely crafting the core array of a secondary soul guidance device. Are you implying that the materials at hand may be insufficient, thus constraining his potential? Half an hour later, through a series of knocks and strikes, Su Tianqi completed the shaping, molding, and tempering of the soul guidance device's exterior on the workbench. The spectators were enraptured, their eyes narrowing into slits. My soul guidance device is complete. Su Tianxi raised the well-loaded secondary fixed spirit cannon and saluted Lin Jiai with the barrel. The director, Lin Jiai, felt a cold sweat bead on his forehead as he glanced at Jing Hanshun with a troubled expression. In previous entrance assessments, no one had ever crafted a secondary fixed spirit cannon shell, especially not within a mere half hour, when they had been allotted a full day. Among the three major categories of spirit tools, the fixed spirit tools possessed the greatest power and highest cost. And the difficulty of creating a secondary fixed spirit cannon shell surpassed that of many tertiary spirit tools. Furthermore, the destructive force of this shell was far more terrifying than that of most quaternary spirit tools. A single shot could easily send even weaker thousand-year spirit beasts to meet their demise, rendering the assessment unnecessary. In a typical evaluation, things should proceed as they ought. With his eyes closed, Jing Hanshun issued orders, now understanding why Su Tianxi's grandmaster had produced so many secondary fixed spirit cannon shells. The fervor in the boy's eyes while crafting the shell was genuine, and his technique was astonishingly skilled, far exceeding the level of a secondary spirit master, indicating he must have experience with tertiary or higher fixed spirit cannon shells. Even tertiary spirit masters needed to exercise extreme caution when creating a secondary fixed spirit cannon shell. A single misstep would necessitate starting over. However, Su Tianxi's movements flowed like water, placing him at the pinnacle among tertiary spirit masters. His innate talent for spirit tools was undoubtedly on par with, if not surpassing, that of Xiao. Suddenly, the 100-year-old earth wolf used for the assessment was unleashed, baring its fangs and charging at Su Tianxi. Su Tianxi deftly dodged backward, setting up a rocket-like cannon and pressing the button. A shell imbued with high-temperature effects thundered forth, leaving a trail of flames in its wake. Boom! The shell exploded, generating a shockwave, and the 100-year earth wolf departed painlessly amidst the light and heat, leaving behind a 100-year spirit ring. Don't waste it, collect it quickly, Jing Hanshun commanded upon witnessing the event. Lin Jiai immediately stepped onto the field, using a specialized spirit tool capable of storing spirit rings to collect the 100-year spirit ring. Excellent, perfectly passed. Jing Hanshun led the applause, casting a meaningful glance at Su Tianxi, praising, "Your talent is sufficient to advance directly to the 4th grade. Will you transfer directly, or start from the 1st grade? Since I Haven T taken the certification exam and Haven T learned various subjects, I shall begin with the fundamentals of the 1st grade. After all, a towering structure rises from the ground," Su Tianxi replied with a smile. Jing Hanshun nodded. "Good. Then from now on, you shall report to the 1st grade. Director Lin and I will closely follow your studies. As long as you obtain a certification of sufficient level, I will grant special permission for you to skip grades at any time. I look forward to you breaking Xiao's record. By the way, Xiao, did you see Tianxi's prowess? You should feel a sense of urgency. Hey Xiao, what's wrong?" Su Tianxi turned to see Xiao Hanshun, who had been fine just moments ago, now wearing a grave expression, his brows furrowed as if lost in thought. Jing Hanshun and Su Tianxi exchanged a subtle nod, choosing to overlook the matter. Young people bear heavy burdens, it is understandable. By the way, Xiao Su, do you have any further requests? Feel free to voice them. Why? I have a few acquaintances in the original 3 kingdoms and would like to surprise them in a couple of years. How foolish of me, truly. Xiao Hanshun lifted his lackluster gaze and continued. I only knew that Su Tianxi had not passed his certification and could merely craft rudimentary soul-guiding devices. I never anticipated that he specialized in the most challenging creation, the fixed-set soul-guiding cannonball, and his skills are truly astonishing. From the spirited expression that erupted on his face while crafting the cannonball, I am certain that this fellow is quite adept. He must have attempted to manufacture not just the 2nd-level fixed-set soul-guiding cannonball, but perhaps even the 3rd and 4th levels. Ming Hanshun, intrigued, inquired, "What makes you so certain?" As the foremost genius of the Sun and Moon Empire for a millennium, I am well acquainted with the unique arrogance inherent to such talents. Individuals like us relish the thrill of pushing boundaries. He surely despises solitude and has ventured to challenge the creation of 4th-level fixed-set, soul-guiding cannonballs. Xiao Hanshun asserted confidently, his eyebrows dancing with enthusiasm. Ming Hanshun surveyed their current location and questioned, "So this is your rationale for dragging me to the rooftop of the 1st-year classroom to eavesdrop on their lessons? This sneaky behavior hardly befits a genius, does it?" Cough. Cough. "I merely seek to gain a deeper understanding of him. Even geniuses require motivation to accelerate their progress." Xiao Hanshun replied while covering his mouth and letting out a few coughs, then sighed deeply, expressing, "Ming, you cannot fathom how lonely I have felt in the academy these past few years. Finally encountering a potential rival of my caliber has me utterly exhilarated." Ming Hanshun averted her gaze and quietly reminded him, "Little Su has completed his self-introduction, and Director Lin has taken over the class." Director Lin is actually going to teach? How rare. But I hope it isn't just another series of mind-numbing drivel, Xiao Hongqian remarked. I believe your guess is correct. Meng Hongqian murmured, observing Lin Jiai writing on the blackboard about whether soul-guiding masters would eventually be completely replaced by soul-guiding devices. She couldn't help but sigh. These old relics love to drone on with their repetitive rhetoric. If they possess genuine skill, why not impart it? Wouldn't explaining advanced soul-guiding devices be more beneficial? Students, today I will discuss the future trends in soul-guiding devices. Our academy has long held the belief that once the technology of soul-guiding devices reaches a sufficiently advanced level, specifically, when they can be utilized without the infusion of soul power, the profession of soul masters will be rendered obsolete, vanishing into the annals of history. However, there exists a starkly contrasting perspective within the academic community, emphasizing that the development of soul masters remains paramount. Today, I invite all students to voice their thoughts freely. I, as an old relic, am all ears, eager to hear the ideas of you young minds. On the podium, basking in the admiration of numerous students, Lin Jiai concluded his opening remarks with eloquence. The students below immediately began chattering, sharing their opinions. I believe soul-guiding devices are all-encompassing. A soul master can possess at most 9 soul skills, which pales in comparison to the myriad types of soul-guiding devices available. I contend that the significance of a soul master's training should not be overlooked. There are times when one might unexpectedly acquire a unique soul skill. In our Sun and Moon Empire, how many exceptionally gifted soul masters exist? To possess a unique soul skill, one must also have a formidable martial soul. The study of soul-guiding devices demands an immense amount of energy, leaving little to devote to the cultivation of martial souls. I believe that one cannot excel in both. One must commit to becoming a soul master. Let us not forget that a soul master, when distanced adequately, can turn an equal-level opponent into a mere swarm of bees. In solitary combat, a powerful soul master might stand a chance against a soul guide, but in a full-fledged confrontation, a legion of soul guides could obliterate an equally numbered regiment of soul masters, unless a tidal Douluo-level powerhouse stands in formation on the opposing side. Various cacophonous voices danced in Lin Jiai's ears, and a slight smile crept across his lips as his gaze swept over the crowd, finally settling on Su Tianqi, who had remained silent throughout. The esteemed dean has emphasized the importance of tailored education. Therefore, I must first gauge Su Tianqi's perspective on soul-guiding devices. While everyone's contributions hold significance, I yearn to hear more voices. Classmate Kong Tianqi, do you possess any unique insights? As the director spoke, the classroom fell into an expectant hush, all students casting their eyes upon the temporary transfer student, awaiting his thoughts. My understanding of soul-guiding devices is still rather rudimentary. However, in my personal view, I believe that a purely traditional soul master or soul guide does not represent the ultimate trajectory of history. Deep in contemplation of the technological evolution on the Douluo Continent over the past 10 millennia, Su Tianqi, having summarized the theoretical knowledge of soul-guiding devices, was not flustered when unexpectedly called upon. Rising calmly, he fixed his gaze on Lin Jiai and spoke slowly, from the perspective of optimal individual development. The foundation should be based on one's martial soul abilities, integrating soul-guiding devices with the martial soul or the soul master themselves, thereby complementing each other's strengths and achieving the pinnacle of personal power. In my view, the development of soul-guiding devices and the abilities of soul masters are not inherently contradictory. It is merely that in the original 3 kingdoms, there was a prevalent disdain for the role of soul-guiding devices, while here, the limitations of individual soul masters have led many to fall into the erroneous belief that soul-guiding devices and soul masters are at odds. As for military matters, I possess no knowledge and shall refrain from comment to avoid ridicule. In summary, soul masters and soul-guiding devices are not mutually exclusive. Upon Su Tianqi's conclusion, a profound silence enveloped the classroom, and Lin Jiai felt as though a tempest had surged within him, his countenance paling as he paused for several seconds before continuing. Classmate Kong Tianqi, would you care to elaborate? What a remarkable lad. No wonder the dean insisted on his personal attendance. This young man has just dropped a bombshell right from the outset. Had it been another instructor, he might have been swiftly branded as a heretic. Su Tianqi pondered for a moment before responding. To illustrate with my own experience, as a spiritual-type soul master, my abilities alone are insufficient to face any battlefield. However, with the aid of soul-guiding devices, I find my burden significantly lightened. For instance, I lack the ability to fly. Yet a flight soul-guiding device enables me to engage effectively in aerial combat, thwarting even the most evasive foes. Additionally, should I encounter an insurmountable adversary, I need only to maintain distance and unleash a few fixed soul-guiding cannonballs, making the subsequent battle considerably easier. Certainly, this merely scratches the surface of the profound amalgamation between the abilities of soul masters and soul-guiding devices. with even deeper integrations yet to be explored. Lin Jiai nodded thoughtfully and posed a question. However, as you mentioned, it seems your adversaries can resolve matters through fixed soul-guiding artillery shells and other such devices, rendering the Soul Master's techniques seemingly less significant. After all, it is widely acknowledged that prior to the Soul Sage level, under conditions of equal soul power consumption, the offensive capability of soul-guiding devices often surpasses that of soul techniques. Su Tianqi shook his head, raising 2 fingers, and replied slowly, in response to your inquiry. Director Lin, I would like to articulate 2 points. Firstly, from the perspective of a soul master, my soul techniques resonate more profoundly with my being, as they stem from my body's innate capabilities, allowing for greater proficiency. Moreover, certain soul techniques, such as amplification and domain techniques, remain unmatched by soul-guiding devices at present. Secondly, my utilization of powerful soul-guiding devices does not conflict with my cultivation of martial souls and soul power. For the source of a soul-guiding device's power is soul power itself. The stronger the physical constitution of the user, the greater the soul power they possess, thus enabling the use of more formidable soul-guiding devices. This should be a common understanding. In fact, you need not be told. If the average physical fitness of the soul masters from the Sun Moon Empire could reach that of their counterparts from the Douluo Continent, their combat prowess would undoubtedly ascend to new heights, making cross-dire utilization of soul-guiding devices a viable possibility. Upon concluding, Su Tianqi laughed heartily and gestured with a clenched fist, saying, I believe none of us wish to be mere weaklings who tire after a few uses of soul-guiding devices, right? A stronger physique is always advantageous. The students nodded in agreement, while Lin Jiai furrowed his brows, momentarily speechless. The brother and sister duo, Xiao Hongchen and Meng Hongchun, exchanged glances filled with excitement. Ha. As expected of someone favored by me, Xiao Hongchun, he truly possesses talent, managing to render Director Lin speechless. Impressive indeed. Xiao Hongchen chuckled with delight, relishing this display of brilliance overshadowing the elder's authority. Meng Hongchun observed Su Tianqi's confident demeanor through the window, her bright eyes curving with admiration. I previously mentioned that my understanding of soul-guiding devices remains at a rudimentary level, with deeper nuances yet to be uncovered, but mere words may not suffice for clarity. Recently, I engaged in a knowledge exchange with the 5th grade senior, Meng Hongchun. Perhaps I should cite an example from her. Oh, upon hearing Su Tianqi mention the 5th grade senior, a wave of excitement rippled through the students, accompanied by various exclamations. Some gazed at Su Tianqi with newfound respect, subtly giving him a thumbs up. First, he posed a question to Director Lin, then exchanged ideas with the top student, Senior Meng Hongchen. Truly impressive. They noted his striking appearance and wondered if it was this quality that caught Senior Meng's attention. Outside, Xiao Hongchen's jovial demeanor faltered as he turned abruptly, scrutinizing his sister's astonished expression with newfound seriousness. Meng, when did you discuss such matters with him? Why was I unaware? Dreaming of the mortal realm blinked her large eyes a few times, her voice tinged with confusion. I am uncertain. It seems that when you imparted knowledge of soul-guiding devices to him, he inquired about our preferences regarding the study of such devices. I casually mentioned some insights into close combat soul-guiding devices. Perhaps that is what he referred to? That is well, smiled dreaming, visibly relieved. Su Tianqi, indifferent to the children's playful banter, composedly articulated her thoughts. She once conveyed to me that within the realm of close combat soul-guiding devices, there exists a most precious armor-type device, capable of enveloping the vital areas of the human body. This device can be tailored specifically to the soul master's circumstances, significantly enhancing individual combat prowess. I believe such a device is immensely beneficial for every soul master. Allow me to present another example, one that dates back 10 millennia. During that epoch, the Douluo Continent was dominated by the formidable forces of the 2 great empires, the Heavenly Do and Star Luo, along with the Spirit Hall. You may have heard of them in the tales of the sea god, Tang San. I shall not delve into history, but rather share pertinent information. According to legend, the sea god, the angel god, and the Rakshasa god, who achieved divine status a millennium ago, were peerless beings of the 100th rank. Each of their 6 bodily regions was infused with high-quality soul bones, and upon attaining divinity, they reformed these bones through divine power, weaving them into a cohesive whole, transforming them into true divine armaments that vastly amplified their combat capabilities. This phenomenon is not exclusive to deities. Historical records indicate that soul masters, upon absorbing a sufficient number of soul bones, can potentially merge these bones to create soul bone armor. Possessing such armor signifies unparalleled combat strength, although occurrences of this in the annals of history are exceedingly rare. Naturally, the obscurity of this knowledge can be attributed to the Shrek Academy and Tang sect, who, after seizing the spoils from the Spirit Hall, chose to withhold relevant information, even relegating it to obscurity, unwilling to grant other soul masters the opportunity to learn. The other students and the Hongqian siblings suddenly comprehended. It was indeed the fault of Shrek. After vanquishing the Spirit Hall, they had the audacity to suppress this knowledge. And as for the Spirit Hall, having lost to the despicable Shrek in the dual god battle, they were rendered utterly ineffectual. The notion of gathering 6 soul bones is, of course, a fanciful dream. However, might we endeavor to utilize soul-guiding devices to achieve a similar effect? We have already developed some advanced soul-guiding devices based on soul bones. Could we not strive further to create personal soul-guiding armor that could replicate or even surpass the efficacy of soul bone armor? From the perspective of individual strength development, I deem this a topic of great significance. Should we achieve a breakthrough, the results would undoubtedly exceed our wildest imaginations. Su Tianqi's voice resonated with depth and richness, low and magnetic, imbued with passion and confidence, compelling all to contemplate and believe in her assertions. Lin Jiai fell into a profound silence, unable to refute her. The intellect of today's children is indeed formidable. They articulate their thoughts with references, even invoking records from millennia past. Had it not been for Su Tianqi's revelations, he would have remained oblivious to the existence of soul bone armor and true divine armaments. From now on, I shall refrain from discussing historical matters with this child, for I fear I lack the depth of his research. Truly, he is a prodigy, hailing from one of the foremost hidden sects of the ancient 3 kingdoms. Observing Lin Jiai rendered speechless by my theories on divine armaments from millennia past and battle armor concepts from the distant future, Su Tianqi smiled and raised his right index finger, unveiling another astonishing perspective. What I previously articulated was my belief in a profound fusion, the integration of soul guides with the human form. However, I contend that the most profound synthesis lies in the amalgamation of soul guides with martial souls. Over the past 2 days, I have engaged in extensive discussions with senior Shui Hongqian from the 5th grade regarding related knowledge. Through our dialogues, I arrived at a notion that may appear deceptively simple, yet seems to be instinctively overlooked by many. Lin Jiai instinctively lifted his gaze, eager to inquire, what notion? Su Tianqi, with a calm smile, pointed to his own eyes and remarked, in truth, each of us soul mentors possesses an innate soul guide, our martial soul, is it not? This is the finest gift bestowed upon every soul mentor by the heavens. With it, we are imbued with infinite possibilities. We often fret over the clumsiness we experience while wielding soul guides, yet our martial souls are devoid of such frustrations. If we could create a soul guide that entirely harmonizes with our martial soul, an innate soul guide intimately connected with our very being, might this not represent the most formidable direction for research into soul guides? Boom. Su Tianqi's words resonated in Lin Jiai's ears like thunder, momentarily darkening his vision and inducing a dizzying sensation. He murmured to himself, an innate soul guide. A theory proposed by Kong Lao in legend. Where did Su Tianqi, this natural genius of soul guides, emerge from? Chapter 63. Sister Ming. Are you also here at the library for self-study? Lin Jiai, still reeling from the revelation, found himself amidst a cacophony of opinions from curious onlookers regarding the trends in soul guides, providing some solace to the director of education. Secretly delighted, he mused that even the normally stoic director could experience such a day. Truly, this transfer student is a formidable presence. Could it be that this genius wishes to revel in the thrill of competition? Surely, this fish is large enough for the director. On the rooftop, the siblings Hongqian exchanged glances, both astonished by the unfolding events. After a prolonged silence, Ming Hongqian broke the stillness, her voice laced with a hint of schadenfreude. I fear your position as the most gifted prodigy of the Sun and Moon Empire for the past millennium may soon be in jeopardy. Ming, do not utter such disheartening words. Am I so easily vanquished? Shui Hongqian raised his chin towards the sky, his hands, hidden within his sleeves, uncontrollably trembling, grasping, and releasing, as sweat unknowingly soaked his back. Lin Jiai was not the only one left dazed by Su Tianqi's few words. After catching the rooftop breeze for a while, he regained his composure, managing to maintain his dignity in front of his sister. The smile that graced Ming Hongqian's lips was increasingly mischievous as she whispered, "Yet at your age, it seems you never broached such meaningful concepts." That was when I dedicated myself to mastering the creation of soul guides, laying a solid foundation. After all, a towering edifice must rise from the ground. With a nervous grip on the hands tucked away in his pockets, Xiahonkin felt the heat rise to his neck, refusing to concede, as sweat trickled down both inside and outside his collar. Yet, grandfather remarked that at his age, his level of skill might not exceed that of his counterpart by much. Ming Hongqian, with a gleam in her eyes, pressed on with renewed vigor. However, Grandfather also mentioned that his esteemed master had acquired numerous soul-guiding devices from our region, and besides, he had just indicated that his insights were derived from our exchanges, in which both of us had played a part. As Xiahonkin spoke, he was suddenly caught off guard by a chilling breeze, feeling an inexplicable urge to quench his throat with a couple of bottles of water. This time, Minghangshan did not immediately retort, but instead began counting on her delicate fingers. We are both top-tier 4th-level soul mentors. However, my theoretical knowledge stands at level 5, while your practical skills also reach level 5. Together, we embody the prowess of an exceptional 5th-level soul mentor. Wouldn't you agree? Indeed, we are both prodigies. Xiahonkin nodded without hesitation. We have only exchanged ideas with him for just over a day, primarily discussing fundamental knowledge, whereas we have been instructed by Grandfather since childhood. He has long attained the rank of 9th-level soul mentor, and collectively, we cannot match even a fraction of his wisdom, can we? Minghangshan appeared to ponder this deeply. Xiahonkin, now wearing a sullen expression, sensed where Minghangshan was heading and refrained from interjecting. With a dramatic wave of his hand, he lamented, I understand what you're implying. My position as the Millennium's foremost genius is about to be challenged. I sentee it. I shall heed your wishes and, from this day forth, dedicate myself entirely to the cultivation of soul-guiding devices. I will undoubtedly show you who is superior. Minghangshan's eyes sparkled with delight as she clapped her hands and exclaimed, This is the spirited genius of our Hongshan family. Avoiding reality is not the path to take. I relish witnessing your earnest efforts. Rest assured, I shall not let you down. Xiahonkin, in a huff, suddenly had a flash of inspiration. As words from years past resurfaced in his memory. Was this not fortuitous? Upon hearing Xiahonkin mumble, Minghangshan's eyes widened in realization. Indeed. You once asked me which side I would support if I encountered that 3 kingdoms genius. I had said that if he were handsome, I might just aid him against you. Now, I assentee it a coincidence that little Sue is rather attractive? Xiahonkin and Minghangshan exchanged knowing glances. As past words came to fruition, as the foremost genius of the Sun and Moon Empire, you must carry your pride and not bully a mere first-year junior. Minghangshan said with a serious expression. Without a second thought, Xiahonkin replied with an air of arrogance. Naturally, he is still quite weak. I shall wait until he reaches 5th grade before delivering the most despairing blow. Do you intend to challenge him then, relying on your superior cultivation? Minghangshan's gaze sharpened. No, I will ascend to 6th grade when he reaches 5th, then enroll in the Mingdu Hall for further study, demonstrating to him the absolute strength of this first genius. Who is the inconsiderate individual causing such a ruckus on the rooftop of the classroom? I shall ensure that all of you are reported for violating school regulations. Stop laughing, you fool. Run. Dream Hongshan swiftly roused her foolish brother, who was in a hysterical state, and skillfully maneuvered the flying soul guide to escape at light speed, quickly transforming into a mere speck that vanished from sight. Hey, wait for me, Dream. Laugh Hongshan, having been spun around by Dream, flailed about in a frenzy, searching for the flying soul guide within his storage ring, his legs propelling him forward as if to scale the walls. However, before he could equip himself with the flying soul guide, the stern director had already showcased his agility, having traversed from the classroom to the rooftop, blocking Laugh Hongshan's path with crossed arms, exclaiming in astonishment, Oh, look who it is, the frequent visitor from the academic office. Laugh Hongshan, what brings you here today? Have you decided to abandon your usual pursuits in the warehouse to become a gentleman of the rafters, seeking a new excuse to enter? With a face full of despair, Laugh Hongshan reluctantly set down the flying soul guide he had been cradling and, with a pained expression, murmured, Director, could you allow me to explain? Lin Jiai responded with a cold laugh. Certainly. Accompany me to the academic office for some official registration, and then you may explain at your leisure. Until your sister arrives to collect you, feel free to take your time. I have plenty of it. Haven't they already prepared a student suite for you? All the necessities for living are provided, along with ample experimental equipment. It will in no way disrupt your extraordinary talent for study. And it's quite serene, perfect for focused research. Defeated, Laugh Hongshan hung his head and obediently followed Lin Jiai to face his fate. That evening, the Sun and Moon Royal Soul Teacher Academy issued a broadcast. New school regulations have been established. It is strictly forbidden for any student to climb onto the rooftops of teaching buildings without permission. Any violations will result in immediate referral to the academic office for disciplinary action. The following day, within a secluded corner of the library at the Sun and Moon Royal Soul Teacher Academy, Su Tianxi, engrossed in a tome titled Comprehensive Guide to Level 1 Soul Teacher Assessments, looked up in astonishment at the sight of Dream, who sat across from him with a stack of books, wearing a duckbill cap and sunglasses that framed her youthful, collagen-rich visage, smiling and beckoning him. Dream Senior, are you here to study as well? Is there something you wish to discuss with me? Shoo, little Sue. Doesn't your second soul skill possess the ability to create illusions and render yourself invisible? Quickly activate it. I have something intriguing to show you. Dream Hongchen, donned in a spy-like ensemble, was scanning her surroundings, which gave Su Tianqi an unsettling sense of conspiracy. What scheme could this dream senior be plotting in her grandfather's academy? Chapter 64. Is Master Xuanwu here? I am Little Dream, and I have a very creative junior to introduce. Despite his curiosity about Dream Hongchen's intentions, Su Tianqi complied and activated the mirror water moon, cloaking Dream's presence. After all, it was wise to exercise caution in matters of conspiracy. If certain unscrupulous campus gossipers were to discover and disseminate this, the naive Laugh Hongchen might very well come seeking a confrontation. The amiable and plump director of the academy, Ming Hongchun, would undoubtedly regard the promising young talent, Su Tianqi, with a watchful eye. It seems that a certain individual has been scheming to undermine you, dear junior. And as a kind-hearted senior, I cannot stand idly by. Thus, I have come to offer my assistance, ensuring that no one was watching. Ming Hongchen casually selected several notebooks and slid them onto Su Tianqi's study desk. As she opened the notebooks to reveal her elegant handwriting, she began to explain. Here are some theories and insights I compiled during my preparation for the first-level Soul Mentor examination, along with some past exam questions. The content of the Academy's assessments has not varied significantly over the years. If you can thoroughly grasp these materials, passing the written evaluation will undoubtedly be within your reach. While that fellow may possess greater talent in manipulating soul-guiding devices, he cannot rival my theoretical understanding. Su Tianqi nodded in agreement as he followed Ming Hongchen's explanations. But soon he could no longer contain his curiosity. Ming, your generosity in helping me must surely have some ulterior motive, right? If there is something you need, please do not hesitate to say so. Although I have fled here, I am not entirely destitute. Ming Hongchen pondered for a moment before flashing a charming smile at Su Tianqi and gently coaxing, my dear junior. You may not fully grasp the financial prowess of the Hongchen family. Discussing money feels rather pedestrian. I do not judge my friends based on their wealth. Su Tianqi's lips twitched slightly. Then perhaps I could craft a few soul-guiding cannon shells for you? I cannot guarantee anything extravagant, but I can certainly manage a third-tier one as a token of my appreciation. With her hands elegantly folded on the desk, Ming Hongchun's eyes sparkled with mischief as she replied with a smile. I am helping you because I find you quite appealing and spirited during your debates with Director Lin in class. Your words carry great significance. Once your soul-guiding skills have advanced in a few years, we could have an enriching discussion about your concepts and research. Consider this an early investment on my part. What do you think? Su Tianqi's pupils constricted suddenly. He realized he was in a precarious situation. No, that was not right. The term academic seductress did not quite fit Ming Hongchun, whose talent was nearly on par with that of Xia Honkin. She was destined to become a titled Douluo and a 9th-level soul mentor, far from being a mere academic charlatan. Moreover, her grandfather's expertise in soul-guiding technology surpassed his own by geometric multiples. Although Xia Honkin might appear foolish, her capabilities in soul-guiding were substantial. She had no need to ride on his research accomplishments. Establishing a good rapport with her could indeed facilitate smoother support for his future projects. How about it, Junior? Have you given any thought to my suggestion? I am well acquainted with the director, and should your ideas hold merit, I could certainly assist you in securing ample funding from him. Noticing that her junior seemed overly cautious, Ming Hongchen felt it necessary to display the affluence befitting an heir of the Hongchen family, intending to dissuade him from the notion of repaying her kindness with monetary compensation. Could the granddaughter of the esteemed director possibly lack funds? Such a notion was utterly absurd. After a moment of serious contemplation, Su Tianqi decisively nodded in gratitude, giving a thumbs up as he pledged, your generosity is unmatched, senior. I shall not refuse. I assure you that any future research achievements will not be forgotten in regard to your support. In the future, one may dine at the academy of the other party's grandfather, and it would not be unreasonable to later attribute a first authorship to them. Given that the conversation has reached such a juncture, to refuse would be to show a lack of respect. Moreover, the intrinsic value of what he has proposed is well understood by him. While the overarching direction seems promising, the time and effort required to yield tangible results remain uncertain. In this tumultuous era of competition, the team led by Jing Hongchen has developed the Zero Mecha, which was subsequently pilfered amidst the chaos of the assault on Mingdu Hall by Hua. Similarly, Xian Ziwen, who was responsible for the creation of the initial battle armor, was also recruited by Hua into Tang's sect, toiling there for many years. The years of dedication invested by Mingdu Hall have ultimately served to benefit Shrek and Tang's sect, a fate that is undeniably tragic. Now that he has arrived, it is imperative to secure both of these innovations firmly in hand. Currently, his ability to replicate is formidable, yet the extent of his innovative prowess remains an enigma. The The junior is indeed quite endearing. The senior sister eagerly anticipates that he will ascend to the rank of level 9 Soul Master even before the ever-smiling one. Su Tianqi's swift agreement brought a gleam of joy to Meng Hongquan's eyes, a flicker of hopeful anticipation illuminating her gaze. The ever-smiling fellow has often lamented the solitude of being invincible within the academy. Perhaps he shall be grateful for her efforts in nurturing a future rival. How delightful it is that the junior possesses such an innocent appeal. Particularly those radiant eyes and the enchanting mark upon his brow. His innate martial spirit indeed holds a unique allure. Su Tianqi discerned from the exuberance in Meng Hongquan's expression that she is likely one who revels in the drama of others, intent on complicating matters for her esteemed brother. Yet, at present, they are engaged in an equitable exchange, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. With his remarkable memory and years of practical experience, passing the modest Level 1 Soul Master assessment should be a mere formality. With less than 3 months remaining in the semester, he sets a modest goal to upgrade his certification before the term concludes, thereby surpassing the record set by the ever-smiling prince and presenting Meng Hongquan with the results she yearns to see. He believes that once her initial fascination wanes, she may lose interest, perhaps even shifting to a role that encourages the ever-smiling one to strive for excellence. As for the possibility of success, Su Tianqi feels confident. If the standards from the Douluo Three Kingdoms dictate that one merely needs to inscribe the appropriate core array of their level to advance to a Soul Master, he would already qualify as a Level 5 Soul Master, with even Level 6 within reach. Here in the Sun and Moon Empire, the only barriers to his progress are theoretical knowledge. After a month of intense study in the library, even the demands of the CET-4 and CET-6 would be easily met. What is there to fear? Under the guidance of Meng Hongquan, Su Tianqi diligently absorbs knowledge, occasionally posing whimsical inquiries. Meng Hongquan ponders. What peculiar notions is the junior expressing? Why can she not comprehend him? The creativity of a Soul Master knows no bounds. I believe we can entirely employ a greater variety of methods to streamline our efforts. For instance, during my time at Xianming sect, I encountered the concept of a water wheel. If harnessed effectively, could this hydropower not also be used for cutting rare metals? Moreover, there exists a versatile energy source known as soul power. I believe that if we could effectively harness and store it for the automated powering of soul-guided machinery, this could significantly enhance the efficiency of our Soul Masters, particularly for large-scale operations. Su Tianqi, equipped with paper and pen, began sketching fervently, attempting to illuminate a new technological paradigm from his fragmented memories of a past life. The ancient craftsmanship of the Tang family continent was indeed exasperating, particularly when compared to the more advanced metallic structures found in the Sun and Moon Empire. Yet, he perceived that the efficiency remained subpar and lacked standardization. To achieve a substantial leap in productivity across the three kingdoms, would it not be imperative to establish an assembly line system? Meng Hongquan, grasping a scrap of paper, engaged her intellect, envisioning the scenarios Su Tianqi had described. In a daze, she felt as though she were grasping something elusive, yet it remained obscured. Wait a moment. I shall summon a specialist to assist us, she decisively declared. Unable to unravel her thoughts, she dialed a soul guide number with a respectful tone. Hello? Is this Master Xianziwen? This is Meng. I have a remarkably creative junior who has been discussing some fascinating concepts with me, which I believe could greatly contribute to your research on sealed milk bottles. Indeed, I'm in the library. My junior's name is Kong Tianqi. It's delightful to hear that you are already familiar with him. After concluding the soul guide communication, Meng Hongquan beamed at Su Tianqi, making a gesture of triumph with her right hand and cheerfully announcing, all set. What do you think, Junior? Isn't my prowess impressive? Just between us. The Master Xianziwen I just contacted is our esteemed Mingdu Hall's chief researcher, a top-tier 8th-level soul guide master in the Sun and Moon Empire. Su Tianqi nodded earnestly, expressing his profound admiration for Meng Hongquan's capabilities. It was no surprise, given her lineage as the Hall Master's granddaughter, that she could summon even the likes of Xianziwen at will. However, he pondered on Meng Hongquan's earlier remarks. Had Xianziwen truly heard of his situation? He had merely mentioned that he was bewildered by the director Lin Jiai. Was his reputation circulating so swiftly? Moments later, a gust of wind heralded the entrance of a man who appeared to be in his early 30s, storming into the library and heading directly toward Meng Hongquan and Su Tianqi, who had resolved the illusion. Meng Hongquan rose to offer her seat, warmly inviting the master to sit. Master Xianziwen, there's no need for such haste. Tianqi and I have yet to organize our thoughts. Ha ha ha. Urgency is essential. Little Meng, you are the Hall Master's treasured granddaughter, and you have introduced me to such a brilliant student. I cannot squander your goodwill, he replied. You are the Kong Tianqi who left Lin Jiai, that inept fool, in a state of confusion yesterday? You are indeed a promising candidate for soul-guided instrument research. Little Ming mentioned you have numerous ingenious ideas to share with me. That is splendid. Come, let us proceed to my laboratory, where we can delve into the wondrous world of soul-guided instruments. There is much to explore. As Xianziwen spoke, he disregarded the startled Meng Hongxun and the bewildered Su Tianxi, preparing to whisk Su Tianxi away with his formidable soul master prowess. In the realm of dreams, a sense of foreboding surged within Meng Hongxun. It seemed ill-advised to have summoned this individual. With little time to contemplate further, she cried out in alarm to prevent Xianziwen from forcibly taking her companion. Master Xian, Tianxi is currently under my guidance. Is it truly appropriate for you to simply take him away? Chapter 65. Oh no, Dean. The unscrupulous Xianziwen is attempting to poach talent. My apologies, Ming. You may join me in my laboratory. Feel free to observe for as long as you wish. However, your earlier statement is misguided. We are all members of the Academy, belonging to Mingdu Hall. Why the need to distinguish between yours and mine? Let us negotiate. Upon hearing Meng Hongxun's desperate words, Xianziwen turned his attention to the young lady, grinning mischievously. Meng Hongxun, flustered, felt her cheeks flush. But, Teacher Xian, I was the one who reached out to Tianxi first to discuss these matters. Isn't it rather disrespectful to take him away so abruptly? I seek not merely to observe. I wish to engage in collaboration. You are effectively sidelining me. Su Tianxi, whose arm was painfully grasped, nodded fervently and interjected, Teacher Xian, I am but a first-year student. I still need to catch up with Senior Ming and prepare for my assessments. I recognize your esteemed position as the mentor to the sixth-year students, and I humbly admit I lack the capacity to engage in discussions with you. A slight smile graced Meng Hongxun's lips. Her junior displayed commendable integrity. Xianziwen chuckled, shaking his head while raising a finger. No, Tianxi, you are being overly modest. The Soul Guide certification is merely a secondary matter. The innovative ideas are the true treasures of talent. Just from the two concepts you have presented, I can confidently assert that you are a genius in soul guiding with boundless potential, deserving of unconventional nurturing. Meng Hongxun's expression turned vigilant as she fixed her gaze on Xianziwen. Teacher Xian, Tianxi is not solely my prodigy. My grandfather holds him in high regard as well. Unperturbed by the interruption, Xianziwen continued to extol his own capabilities. Should you wish, I can outline the most comprehensive pathway for ascending in soul guiding, ensuring you reach the 6th year at the swiftest pace. After that, you may study in my laboratory. What do you say? Consider it. Bear in mind, I am the chief researcher of Mingdu Hall. Apart from the elusive 9th-level soul guides, no one is more qualified to mentor you than I. Those 9th-level masters are exceedingly busy. Take your grandfather, the dean, and my hall master for instance. He is currently leading a team to tackle a colossal project, while also managing the affairs of 2 major institutions. Even Ming seldom has the opportunity to provide individual instruction. Meng Hongxun stood by, utterly flabbergasted. Is it truly acceptable for you to undermine my relationship with my grandfather right in front of me? Su Tianxi, overwhelmed by the sudden turn of events, found himself in a quandary, unsure whether to nod or shake his head. Fortunately, Xianziwen seems to have finally recognized the increasingly unfriendly gaze of Meng Hongxun beside him, considering that the latter might directly summon Jing Hongxun. He chuckled heartily and forcefully handed a soul guide card to Su Tianxi before vanishing like the wind. Suddenly, I recalled that I had experimental data to record, so I shall conclude for today. I have already given you the access card to my laboratory. Do remember to visit. Xiaoming knows where my lab is. You can come together. He. Standing still, Su Tianxi glanced at the soul guide card in his hand, feeling a sense of unreality envelop him. He had just discussed the future directions of soul guide development in class, incorporating some of Kong Deming's concepts. Did this prompt a top-tier level 8 soul master to take action? If he were to make stronger statements later, would it provoke Kong Deming as well? It seems he must exercise a bit more caution in the future. Otherwise, if his reputation soared, bringing Kong Deming into the fray would be manageable. But summoning the formidable Yi Shishui would be most unfortunate. That despicable Xianziwen. How utterly shameless. This is too much. I must ensure that my grandfather deducts his allowance. While Su Tianxi found a moment of tranquility, Meng Hongxun was seething beside him, glaring fiercely in the direction where Xianziwen had disappeared and shaking her fists, muttering about docking his salary. Her silver-white hair danced chaotically, as if it too were enraged. Sister, I believe that rather than deducting his allowance, it would be more effective to scrutinize whether he has inflated his research funding. Su Tianxi decisively offered a brilliant suggestion while securing the card. Upon hearing this, Meng Hongxun's eyes lit up, only to dim again as she recalled something, sighing. Other level 8 soul masters may be feasible, but that insufferable fellow has a formidable backing. Even my grandfather regards him with a degree of respect. Otherwise, How would he dare to speak disparagingly of my grandfather in my presence, even if what he said holds some truth? Indeed, Xian Ziwen's mentor is the revered anchor of the Sun and Moon Empire, the esteemed Kong Deming. Even Jing Hongqian must address him as Kong Lao. It appears that I might have some distant kinship with Kong Deming, as my long-unseen great-grandfather seems to belong to the same generation as Kong Deming's nephew. Yet, the nature of their relationship back then remains a mystery. Is Xian Ziwen's urgency in seeking me perhaps due to the remarkable statements I have made or my current surname, Kong? Regardless of how powerful this person's backing may be, I refuse to believe that he possesses superior teaching abilities compared to me. Tianxi, do you trust in your elder sister? Distracted by Su Tianxi's interjection, Ming Hongqian regained her composure, her gaze fixed on him with intensity, as if fearing he might slip away. Of course, I trust in your capabilities, sister. Su Tianxi felt a twinge of nervousness under Ming Hongqian's piercing gaze, realizing that this senior had likely been quite stirred. That is all I need to hear. Did he not claim he could assist you in becoming a level 8 soul master in the shortest time possible? This time, I shall compete with that old fellow. While I may not achieve level 8, level 5 is certainly within reach. Su Tianxi observed the fuming Ming Hongqian, thinking that Xian Ziwen's had indeed stirred up a formidable opponent. Everyone is aware that Xiao Hongqian is the foremost prodigy of the Sun and Moon Empire, celebrated for a millennium. However, his sister, Ming Hongqian, possesses strength that is not significantly inferior to her brother S, and she harbors a quiet pride, exhibiting a reserved demeanor unlike the flamboyant Xiao Hongqian. In terms of pure soul mentor abilities, she may not rival her brother, who possesses the three-legged golden toad. Yet her confidence in theoretical knowledge surpasses that of anyone else. Nevertheless, in the realm of divine combat, the rivalry between these two has, in a certain sense, been advantageous for Tianxi, who greatly appreciates Ming's benevolence. Observing Ming Hongqian transform into a stern mentor, Su Tianxi silently resolved that should he innovate an 8th or 9th grade soul guide device, he would grant her naming rights. It is indeed a rare occurrence for a 4th grade soul mentor to inspire another to attain the same level. 2.5 months later, at the Soul Mentor Qualification Examination of the Sun and Moon Royal Soul Mentor Academy, Director Lin Jiai once again humbly took on the role of invigilator. He sat prominently at the examination podium, keenly observing Su Tianxi as he swiftly penned his answers to the theoretical questions. Moments later, Su Tianxi submitted his theoretical paper and, taking up his engraving tool, began to carve the fundamental designs of a secondary core formation on a piece of rare metal. He also made a note in the Academy evaluation section, commending the student's exceptional talent and granting him full marks. From somewhere nearby, Xian Ziwen, who had hastily arrived to oversee the examination, expressed his astonishment. Director Lin, you haven't even seen his practical results yet, and you're already awarding full marks? For someone who can produce a secondary fixed soul guide cannonball in half an hour, if he can't depict some flawless secondary core formations, it would merely indicate that his soul guide device isn't of secondary grade. Xian Ziwen nodded in agreement, clapping his hands in delight, and remarked, indeed. This child became a 1st grade soul mentor just a month after enrolling, and now he is testing for a 2nd grade title. Historically, there have been some prodigious students who studied at home and only formally tested at the academy, yet those individual skills likely pale in comparison to his. I have looked into his background. This child has just arrived from the desolate lands of soul guides to further his studies in this sanctuary. Achieving such accomplishments, truly a remarkable talent. Lin Jiai suddenly turned, his gaze filled with caution as he scrutinized Xian Ziwen. What are you scheming? He is someone the principal has already set his sights on. Is that the implication you're suggesting? Xian Ziwen chuckled leisurely, winking at Lin Jiai. The principal is so busy with his duties that he can hardly afford to be distracted by the trifles of teaching students. As I am in the prime of my life, it is only fitting that I assist him with some of his responsibilities. You've often claimed that I'm disinterested in participating in academy affairs and lack a sense of contribution, yet I have finally taken an interest in a student. This child not only possesses extraordinary talent, but also shares my surname, Kong. Wouldn't you say that signifies a tremendous connection? Moreover, I must let you in on a secret. I have already given him the access card to my laboratory. Lin Jiai was momentarily at a loss for words. Oh no, principal. Xian Ziwen, lacking in principles, is on the verge of usurping our resources. Abandoning the argument with Xian Ziwen, Lin Jiai turned and dashed out of the examination room, dialing the soul guide phone. As soon as the connection was established, he exclaimed loudly, the dean is in trouble. Someone is attempting to steal away the individual you have set your sights on. Chapter 66. Laughing in the mortal realm. Grandfather is unworthy, my sister is unreliable. And then there is Su Tianxi. What did you say? Who dares to covet the one I have chosen? I must confront him. Moreover, I shall investigate whether there are any issues with his research funding. In the dean's office, Jing Hongqian, while perusing the semester-end experimental reports of senior students. Answered a call and immediately felt a surge of anger upon hearing the report. Although Lin Jiai did not specify who among his subordinates had taken an interest in the individual, Jing Hongqian could easily deduce that it must be Su Tianqi, whom he had persistently cautioned to protect. This young man is a rare gem, a dual prodigy of both soul master and soul instructor. Someone the esteemed dean had meticulously nurtured. Who dares to disrupt this delicate arrangement? I shall unleash my culinary wrath upon them. The culprit is none other than Xian Ziwen, the mentor of the 6th grade students and the chief researcher of Mingdu Hall. Lin Jiai's words came out at a breakneck pace. What did you say? How could it be the scoundrel? Upon hearing Xian Ziwen's name, Jing Hongqian's fury subsided considerably, and his thoughts of sabotaging funding were extinguished in an instant. Xian Ziwen's position as chief researcher is not solely due to his own talent. He also possesses formidable connections, being a direct disciple of Kong Deming, the revered figure of the Sun and Moon Empire. Kong Deming, renowned as the father of 9th-level soul instructors, has indeed trained a significant portion of the nation's 9th-level soul masters, which means Xian Ziwen is likely to have numerous senior brothers and sisters among them. Even if Xian Ziwen were to be dismissed, he could easily seek refuge with his esteemed seniors, or even serve in the offering hall for Kong Lao, ensuring he would not go hungry. Should he rally a few influential 9th-level soul masters from his network, even Jing Hongqian would find himself in a troubling predicament. As he himself stated, he became intrigued upon hearing from a student who frequented various laboratories about Su's remarks in his class. Subsequently, he fortuitously encountered Su Tianqi in the library, instantly feeling a connection, which has led to his current role as the proctor for Su's 2nd-level examination. Lin Jiai, having heard from Xian Ziwen about the circumstances surrounding their meeting in the library, prudently chose to omit any mention of Meng Hongqian, considering the harmony of the dean's family. Infuriating. Outrageous. No one shall take away the student I, Jing Hongqian, have chosen. You are monitoring him in the examination hall. I shall go there at once. With a decisive slam, Jing Hongqian set down the student report and rushed out of his office, showcasing his formidable prowess as a titled Douluo, transforming into a beam of light as he sped towards the academy's examination hall. Xiao Gongzi, as the semester draws to a close, why are you not secluding yourself to strive for the top spot in the assessments, but instead seek out this idler? Whether I contend for the top spot or not is of little consequence. After all, it is either me or Meng. I was only just released by grandfather from the academic affairs office, where I had been confined for 2.5 months. Having completed my seclusion studies, I came to inquire about personal matters from you, the connoisseur of gossip, on the verdant path of the academy's playground. After being punished for causing a ruckus on the rooftop and confined until the semester's end, Xiao Hongqian had just completed his term and was engaging in idle chatter with the academy's foremost gossip enthusiast, Li Sanshui, expressing his thoughts in a continuous stream of sighs. Li Sanshui covered his ears with one hand, resembling a thief trying to muffle the sound of a bell, disregarding the complaints of Xia Hongqian. His other hand swayed restlessly. Xia Gongzi, do enlighten me about whom you wish to inquire. Otherwise, I dare not listen, even if you speak. Oh, the individual I wish to investigate is none other than Su Tianqi, who recently fled from the Doa 3 Kingdoms and has, within a mere month, passed the Level 1 Soul Mentor examination. Xia Hongqian seamlessly adopted the demeanor of a worldly sage, lamenting, this morning, while dining in the academy cafeteria, I heard that he has become a figure of great renown within the academy. Many students are seeking his favor before the final examinations, evoking a sense of nostalgia. I recall when Meng and I first arrived at the academy several years ago, many sought our goodwill as well. I wonder how long his fame will last. I am quite eager to see. Li Sanshui pondered for a moment before hesitantly responding. I believe it should endure for quite some time. Xia Hongqian nodded, adopting a nonchalant tone. It would not be surprising. Just this morning, someone spotted him again at the Soul Mentor qualification examination venue. What do you mean again? Xia Hongqian suddenly turned, his previously calm expression now overshadowed by astonishment. Li Sanshui gently nodded. Just as you suspect, if all goes well. He is likely attempting to acquire his Level 2 Soul Mentor certification. Considering the timeline, he might be nearing the end of his examination now. Taking into account that he passed the Level 1 Soul Mentor assessment with a perfect score, I surmise that succeeding in the second examination should pose no challenge for him. Otherwise, he would not have entered the examination hall. No, the Level 2 Soul Mentor examination encompasses an immense amount of theoretical knowledge. It took me several months to master it, and Meng was only slightly faster than I. How could he possibly succeed in such a short span? Xia Hongqian was left speechless, even questioning whether he had misheard. Could it be that this fellow is a prodigious genius? Yet, how did he manage to digest that towering pile of books within just a month and a half? Those reference materials are notoriously difficult to locate. And without a teacher's guidance, comprehension becomes even more arduous. Perhaps Director Lin provided him with special assistance? That I cannot ascertain. Perhaps he truly is an extraordinary talent. In fact, he registered 2 days ago, and everyone believes he is quite confident in his decision to sign up, which is why so many wish to seek his blessings for good fortune. By the way, there are already some inventive souls planning to create figurines resembling him as a good luck charm. Upon hearing this, Xiahonkin furrowed his brow. He was all too familiar with such figurines. The Academy even offered souvenirs modeled after him in Ming. However, his merchandise never sold as well as Ming's. Just then, a piercing sound sliced through the air above them, prompting Li Sanshui to excitedly point upward. Xiagongzi, look quickly. Is that not your esteemed grandfather soaring through the sky? Our esteemed dean? What? What do you mean? Upon hearing this, Xiahonkin lifted his gaze, his eyelids twitching involuntarily. The figure streaking through the air as a beam of light was none other than his beloved grandfather, Jing Hongqin. Based on years of experience, he could sense a hint of urgency etched upon his grandfather's face. Ah, young Master Xiao, it appears that your grandfather is headed towards the Soul Mentor qualification examination venue, Li Sanshui remarked, astonished. In an instant, a shadow fell across Xiao Hongqian's face. His instincts suggested that his grandfather's haste was likely directed towards Su Tianqi. Perhaps Su Tianqi had stirred up yet another significant incident, prompting his grandfather to abandon his affairs and take matters into his own hands. The question arose, after being detained by the Academic Affairs Office for 2.5 months, why was there such a flurry of concern over Su Tianqi, a mere disciple yet to be formally accepted, while his own grandson was overlooked? Thank you for the information. I shall seek refuge in the library and devote myself to intense study, Xiao Hongqin declared with a heavy tone, handing a soul guidance device to Li Sanshui. Before striding purposefully toward the vast library. My grandfather is unworthy, my sister unreliable, and then there's Su Tianqi. Once I attain the rank of level 5 soul mentor, I will ensure that you all regard me with newfound respect. Li Sanshui watched Xiao Hongqin's retreating figure, shaking his head silently and murmuring to himself, fortunately. Didn't he mention that someone saw your sister accompanying Su Tianqi to the soul mentor qualification examination venue, waiting outside the entire time? Otherwise, you would be even more enraged. Yet, this Su Tianqi is truly remarkable. He has managed to form a connection with Miss Ming upon his arrival at the academy, even garnering the dean's attention. His talent surely affords him certain privileges. I wonder if Miss Ming has taken a liking to him, and how the dean will react upon discovering this. Chapter 67, Su Tianqi. Rest assured, Dean, I will catch up to Senior Xiao and Miss Ming at the fastest pace. Little Ming, what brings you here? Jing Hongqian, having hastened from the dean's office to the soul mentor qualification examination venue, immediately spotted his granddaughter peering inside, as if awaiting someone's emergence. Meng Hongqian, startled, quickly donned a sweet smile and affectionately linked her arm with Jing Hongqian's wrist, raising her fist with fervor, exclaiming, I fortuitously passed by here and overheard Director Lin mention that the detestable teacher Xian Ziwen intends to poach the student you have your eye on. Upon hearing this, I could not remain idle. As your granddaughter, I must confront Xian Ziwen. Upon hearing this, Jing Hongqian, who had initially harbored some doubts, was instantly all smiles. Lovingly patting Meng Hongqian's forehead, his face displaying a confident grin. Rest assured, little Meng, are you not aware of your grandfather's capabilities? A mere Xian Ziwen cannot stir up significant trouble. With that, the imposing Hall Master Hongqian led his beloved granddaughter into the fiercely loyal soul mentor qualification examination venue. Upon entering, his heart eased considerably. Su Tianqi seemed to have completed his assessment not long ago, and Lin Jiai was ostentatiously inspecting his flawless level 2 core array, which was evidently impeccable. Xian Ziwen sat nearby, calm and composed, seemingly unfazed by the impending storm. Upon noticing the formidable Jing Hongqian and his granddaughter enter, Xian Ziwen leapt to his feet, greeting Jing Hongqian with a smile that met his authoritative gaze. Hall Master, what brings you here today? Jing Hongqian was quite displeased with the persistent inquiries of this individual and retorted sharply, Isn't it more appropriate for you, Master Xian, the chief researcher of Mingdu Hall, to focus on your high-level research rather than supervising an examination here? Are you truly so idle? Conducting research necessitates assistance from students, does it not? I recall that as a researcher of my caliber, I have the privilege of selecting students preferentially, do I not, esteemed master? Xian Ziwen glanced sideways, intending to catch sight of Su Tianqi, only to discover that Su Tianqi had somehow been shielded by Meng Hongqian. The corner of his mouth twitched slightly as he raised his hands in a gesture of surrender towards Jing Hongqian. In any case, I trust you understand my point. Everyone at the Douluo Royal Academy is, after all, your disciple. Is that not so? You have devoted so much of your time and energy to the empire. How could you possibly concern yourself with the trivialities of teaching students? Jing Hongqian immediately patted his chest, his eyes widening in disbelief. Who says I lack the time to teach students? I have plenty of energy. Xian Ziwen rubbed his hands together with a grin. I have heard that you have been tirelessly dedicated to the research of the Zero Machine, to the point of sleepless nights. It must be exhausting. Even Xiao Xiao was only able to find a moment to accompany you last night. Jing Hongqian thought, how does this fellow know everything? Hearing this, Su Tianqi, hidden behind Meng Hongqian, wore a peculiar expression. Meng Xuejia, Xiao Xuezhang, just came out of the Academic Affairs office last night. Well, that's not particularly important, Meng Hongqian stammered, inadvertently inflicting a verbal blow on a certain elder. Meanwhile, Xian Ziwen's eyes shifted as he painted a promising scenario for Jing Hongqian. In any case, the selection of teachers is a matter to be considered in the 5th year. There is no rush. Why not allow me to endure a bit of hardship now and later bring Xiao Meng and the others to visit the offering hall more often? I am more familiar with that place than you, and surely the esteemed teacher would be pleased. What do you mean by that? Upon hearing Xian Ziwen invoke his support, Jing Hongqian's eyes narrowed suspiciously. Could it be that this time Xian was acting out of the instructions of Kong Lao? Xian Ziwen, with a smile, produced a treasured sword, declaring his advantageous position. As a top-tier level 8 soul mentor, I certainly cannot compete with you, a level 9 soul mentor. However, I do have my teacher. You wouldn't dare confront me in front of him, would you? Is this truly the intention of Kong Lao? Jing Hongqian's heart sank as he saw confirmation. Xian Ziwen pretended to take out a soul communicator. If you doubt me, I can contact my teacher right now. Stop. Kong Lao has been in seclusion for many years. How could I disturb his tranquility over such trivial matters? Confirming that Xian Ziwen had indeed come prepared, Jing Hongqian waved his hands repeatedly, indicating that everything could be negotiated. As a figure within the core power circles of the Diyue Empire, Jing Hongqian feared nothing but Kong Deming. Even he had to bow in respect before Kong Deming. If Kong Deming felt inclined to take on another disciple, Jing Hongqian would find himself at a loss. Sighing, he lamented in his heart about the precious duck he had just placed in the pot being eyed by someone backed by a formidable force he could not afford to provoke. No longer casting a glance at the bothersome Xian Ziwen, Jing Hongqian strode purposefully towards Su Tianqi, seamlessly donning a kind and benevolent smile. Like a magician, she produced a golden purple card and placed it into Su Tianqi's palm, cheerfully announcing, Tianqi, congratulations on passing the Level 2 Soul Mentor Certification exam in just 2.5 months. This is a token of encouragement from our esteemed dean. With this card, you may freely access the Academy's Soul Guiding Apparatus Repository, borrowing any regular soul guiding devices of level 6 or below for your research and studies without any additional credentials. I know you have a penchant for fixed-form soul guiding devices. This card allows you to borrow up to 12 level 6 fixed-form soul guiding shells at once for your learning. This is the maximum reward available to students. For level 7 and above fixed-form shells, even I must follow procedures to requisition them. Xian Ziwen raised an eyebrow in surprise, exclaiming, Dean, I recall your grandson attained the position of Chief Warehouse Overseer thanks to this very privilege, did he not? Jing Hongqian's expression darkened. Rolling her eyes, she retorted, what nonsense. He is merely a mischievous boy who has never depleted those advanced soul-guiding devices and has spent quite some time reflecting on his actions at the Academic Affairs Office. As for you, Teacher Xian, I remember you wielding the protection of Old Kong to stir up quite a ruckus in the academy back in your day. It seems you may have been even more audacious than he. Shall we tally the old accounts? We could set up a dedicated reflection room for you at the Academic Affairs Office. I will cover all expenses. And you may even relocate your laboratory there without needing reimbursement. Plus, I can arrange for additional experimental equipment and rare metals. I trust Old Kong would not object. Oh, that is quite unnecessary. As a researcher, how could I dare to impose such costs upon you? Su Tianwen stammered. Xiao Kong, Xiao Meng, do come visit my laboratory when you have the time. As the skeletons of past misdeeds were unearthed, Su Tianwen felt his face flush with embarrassment and promptly retreated. Making a hasty exit, Dream Hongqian, who had remained silent throughout, lifted her chin slightly, a charming smile gracing her delicate features. Little Su Tianwen, no worries. With the troublesome Xian Ziwen dispatched, Jing Hongqian nodded in satisfaction, her expression radiating the smile of a victor. Tianqi, for now, you need only focus on your training. I believe you will achieve even greater accomplishments in the future. Su Tianqi nodded earnestly, his voice resolute. Rest assured, Dean. I shall strive to catch up to Senior Meng and Senior Xiao at the fastest pace. Jing Hongqian paused for a moment before revealing a hopeful smile. Very well. I shall await your progress with anticipation. Senior Meng is also looking forward to your success. You must surpass Xiao's record and prevent him from growing complacent. Dream Hongqian harbored high hopes for Su Tianqi's aspirations to match her own, and she eagerly anticipated him breaking Xiao Hongchen's records. Su Tianqi responded with a peculiar expression, secretly lamenting Xiao Hongchen's plight. Indeed, one must never become too arrogant. Soaring too high might invite familial reprimands. A year later, the Sun Moon Royal Soul Mentor Academy welcomed a new semester's conclusion, and the long-forgotten broadcast echoed once more in the ears of countless students. Unlike the previous announcement regarding school regulations, this time it heralded a commendation for the entire school. Dear students, it is with great pleasure that we announce our esteemed 5th grade student, Kong Tianqi, has successfully passed the rigorous Level 5 Soul Mentor Qualification examination this morning. This achievement has been personally certified by our esteemed Dean, Jing Hongchen, along with several Level 8 Soul Masters. As many are aware, Kong Tianqi previously took 1 month, 1.5 months, 3 months, and 4 months to consecutively pass the Level 4 Soul Mentor assessments. Living up to expectations, he has now created yet another unprecedented miracle by accomplishing this in just 5 months. Our revered Dean, Jing Hongchen, expressed his hopes that many students will take inspiration from this achievement, striving for excellence and showcasing their talents and abilities in the upcoming evaluations. Chapter 68, Dean, I wish to venture into the Douluo Forest in search of opportunities. As the campus broadcast resonated, the public screens throughout the Sun and Moon Royal Soul Mentor Academy displayed live footage of the Soul Mentor Qualification examination venue. Standing beside Kong Tianqi was the complex-faced young master, who had only recently attained his Level 5 Soul Mentor status, while his sister, Miss Ming, radiated a stunning smile that contrasted sharply with his demeanor. The joys and sorrows of individuals are not the same. This broadcast elicited a fervent response among the students, many believing that the era of the Hongchen siblings dominating the realm had finally come to an end. A new formidable figure had emerged within the Sun and Moon Royal Soul Mentor Academy, whose influence in the certification arena was undeniably powerful. Having enrolled just over a year ago and already overcoming the Level 5 Soul Mentor examination, if his cultivation progresses accordingly, could he not potentially attain the Level 9 Soul Mentor status within 3 years? This was the prevailing thought among the crowd, and Su Tianqi shared the same sentiment. Following his successful certification, he proposed to dedicate more of his energy to cultivation and presented a well-prepared plan. What did you say? You wish to venture to the Douluo Forest in search of opportunities? Have you not yet broken through to the 4th ring? In the dean's office, Jing Hongchen perused the plan submitted by Su Tianqi, occasionally casting glances at him, his brows furrowing deeply. The newly minted Level 5 Soul Mentor prodigy was not retreating into seclusion for rigorous training within the academy nor indulging in leisure within the capital. Instead, he intended to travel to the distant Douluo Forest in pursuit of fortune. That area is perilously close to Shrek, with a danger level second only to the highest. I perceive this as a sort of mystical guidance, a pathway to victory, perhaps akin to the forces of destiny. Recently, I foresaw a tremendous opportunity awaiting me in the Douluo Forest, and not pursuing it would be a lifelong regret. Such notions of fateful guidance are, of course, mere fabrications. Su Tianqi was earnestly spouting nonsense, merely seeking to venture into the Douluo Forest to attempt to intercept the dream ice silkworm and ilex. Mystical guidance. Forces of destiny. How could such extraordinary elements exist within your martial soul? Upon receiving Su Tianqi's explanation, Jing Hongchen's brow relaxed slightly, yet concern still lingered in his expression. At Jing Hongchen's level of understanding, he was certainly aware of the existence of fate, fortune, and auspicious signs in the world. But his encounters with such phenomena were limited. He had not anticipated Su Tianqi to conjure such a surprise. I am uncertain about this, but I believe the challenges may not be insurmountable. If you harbor concerns, perhaps a teacher could accompany you? Su Tianqi was aware that this assertion seemed rather absurd. Thus he proactively suggested that Jing Hongchen send someone to provide protection. After a moment of contemplation, Jing Hongchen slowly nodded, stating, "Very well. I shall take matters into my own hands." Su Tianqi interjected hurriedly, "I do not recommend that you personally engage. It is far too perilous." Observing Jing Hongchen's determination to intervene directly, Su Tianqi swiftly halted him. "Why is that?" Jing Hongchen inquired. "In the Douluo Forest, aside from a few legendary ferocious beasts, is there truly anything that could pose a threat to me?" He fixed his gaze intently on Su Tianqi. Su Tianqi shook his head, responding, "Not within the Douluo Forest, but in the vicinity of Shrek, there is." "Who?" Jing Hongchen asked. "The 98th ranked Titan Douluo Xuanzi?" He continued confidently, "Even if I were to face him alone, I would not fear him. If we were to set up a formation, I still possess the capability to bring him down with me." Jing Hongchen spoke with unwavering confidence. Su Tianqi replied, "That old fellow is manageable, but Dean, Shrek also has a 99th ranked limit Douluo. Although he has long since been incapacitated, he is certainly still alive." Upon hearing this, Jing Hongqin's expression shifted to one of astonishment. Incredulity evident on his face. Isn't the current strongest member of Shrek the Titan Douluo Xuanzi? How can there be another limit Douluo? Su Tianqi sighed and pressed his forehead, lamenting, Dean, it is not my intention to criticize you, but your intelligence work leaves much to be desired. The core strength of Shrek lies within the Sea God Pavilion. And naturally, the strongest among them is the Sea God Pavilion Master. Surely you are not unaware of who the current Sea God Pavilion Master is? Jing Hongqin blinked in confusion. Isn't it the Titan Douluo? He queried. Wrong, Su Tianqi corrected. It is the Dragon God Douluo. Over 200 years ago, he emerged with extraordinary talent, hailing from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family, possessing the Holy Light Dragon martial soul. He is now the foremost powerhouse of Shrek. The Dragon God Douluo Moon. How can one expect to gather accurate intelligence amidst such incompetence? Su Tianqi lamented. I must confess, I have not heard of Muon. Has he perhaps already retired? The youthful Hongqin master admitted his unfamiliarity with the individual. Indeed, over a century ago, he engaged in a life-and-death battle with the former leader of the body sect, Poison Death, resulting in mutual destruction. Poison Death perished shortly thereafter, while the dragon god Douluo survived, having broken through the 99th level barrier, yet he has been absent from the spirit master realm for over 100 years. Su Tianqi sighed, his tone growing more serious as he continued. However, a limit Douluo is still a limit Douluo. Shrek's foundation is extraordinary. If he does not leave the city, even a fully intact limit Douluo may struggle to contend with him. Even now, in his weakened state, it would not be overly difficult for him to defeat you. Forgive my candor, Dean, but your ambitions may be overly grand. If by chance that individual discovers you, even if he does not eliminate us, he may very well extort a plethora of high-grade soul-guiding devices from you. I still possess some connections in the Douluo Three Kingdoms. Ensuring my survival will not be too challenging, but your fate remains uncertain. Jing Hongqin was taken aback. Surely it cannot be that dire? According to your account, he is a legendary figure, and Shrek Academy is renowned throughout the land, with a martial soul as illustrious as the Holy Light Dragon. Su Tianqi, expressionless, produced a Shrek Inner Court token, waving it before Jing Hongqin. Dean, do not hastily draw conclusions simply because you are unfamiliar with Shrek. Excessively glorifying them serves no purpose. What if they are esteemed throughout the world? My mother was killed by them. What significance does the Holy Light Dragon hold? The morally reprehensible Yan Xiaojia is in possession of the illustrious Phoenix and is also a direct disciple of the Dragon God Douluo. If the disciple is already such, how much better can the master be? Furthermore, based on the ancient texts I observed within the Xianming sect, it appears that the first president of Shrek Academy, the four-eyed cat eagle, Flinder, was nothing more than a shrewd merchant. My familiarity with soul-guided devices does not match yours. However, my knowledge of Shrek surpasses yours. Jing Hongqin fell silent, while Su Tianqi's every word exuded dissatisfaction towards Shrek, alleviating many of his doubts, but also causing him further distress. From his remarks, it seemed that Shrek Academy resembled a den of bandits, lacking any semblance of decorum. After pondering for a considerable time, Jing Hongqin finally gritted his teeth and made a difficult decision. Very well, since this is the case, I shall send that fellow Xianziwen with you, and he can bring along Xiao as well, treating it as an excursion. Perhaps they might encounter their future opponents. Upon hearing this, Su Tianqi displayed a troubled expression. Dean, Senior Xiao is rather unreliable. Wouldn't it suffice with just Teacher Xian and myself? Nonsense. You will be in command of this operation. I shall ensure that he follows your orders. If he misbehaves, I authorize you to knock him out decisively, Jing Hongqin declared, granting Su Tianqi the authority to act as he deemed fit. With a meaningful smile, he added, although your soul power may not match Xiao's, should a confrontation arise, he would stand little chance. If you utilize your second soul skill that grants invisibility, victory will be assured. It's merely a stroke of luck, nothing more. Su Tianqi chuckled lightly, turned, and exited with the plan sanctioned by Jing Hongqin, seeking out Xiao Hongqin and Xianziwen. Jing Hongqin watched Su Tianqi depart, his gaze shifting to the soul-guided communicator on the table. After a moment's hesitation, he picked it up and dialed a seldom-used number. Hello, is it Elder Kong? It's Xiao Jing. The matter is this. Your beloved disciple Xianziwen intends to take my grandson and student to the Stardow Forest near Shrek City for field research. I have activated my intelligence network and have just received a top-secret report indicating the presence of a limit Douluo in Shrek City. Indeed, I would rather Xianziwen not venture out, but he is too stubborn for me to deter. Furthermore, my grandson and student are equally resolute. Should any unforeseen incident occur, I may need to trouble you to escort them, considering they are among the Empire's most treasured talents. Chapter 69, Tang San. All is prepared, except for the bait. In the divine realm, within the majestic Sea God Palace, Ethereal light enveloped the space like exquisite silk, with clouds of gold appearing both sanctified and grand. A figure clad in aquamarine stood alongside a young woman in a pink dress, the man's countenance revealing a hint of melancholy as he pondered deeply. Sigh. The once revered god king, Tang San, lamented, engaging in conversation with Xuanwu about the myriad changes in Douluo Continent over the millennia and the decline of the Tang sect. Xuanwu comforted him, saying, "Third brother, do not dwell too much on it. In a certain sense, the decline of the Tang sect is a consequence of the progress of the era and the realm." Tang San nodded in agreement. "You are right. But the Tang sect was my creation, and I cannot bear to see it vanish into oblivion. As a law enforcer of the divine realm, I am forbidden from intervening in the fluctuations of the lower realms. However, it seems that a new star has recently emerged in the Douluo Continent, intricately linked to my Tang sect. I have endeavored to discern its destiny, yet the path remains obscured by a dense fog. I can only hope that everything unfolds favorably." Unbeknownst to Xuanwu, a shadow of darkness flickered within Tang San's eyes, which radiated a sacred light. A few days prior, he had inadvertently discovered that his connection to this new star had become considerably muddled, evidently due to external interference, most likely instigated by the will of the Douluo Continent itself. After a brief exchange, Xuanwu went to greet the visiting Ning Rongrong, leaving the solitary Tang God King's expression abruptly shift to one of cold contemplation. He murmured to himself, "In the days before my ascension, I left various arrangements on the continent due to past affections. Now that the new star has finally emerged, if I do not seize it, have I not squandered my efforts? If I cannot harness this new star and merge it with the essence of ice and fire, I shudder to think how long it shall be before I can confront the god of destruction. Without my control over the divine realm, how can I navigate the impending crisis? And what of the grand scheme I have meticulously crafted for the continent over millennia?" The new star would undoubtedly gravitate towards the prestigious Shrek Academy. The only concern was its unknown gender. However, this was of little consequence. At worst, I could devise a plan within the Qiankuan asking for Love Valley. There was no flaw in the plan. The Tang God King meticulously reviewed his strategy. The Shrek Golden Tree, the Haotian sect, the fierce beasts of the ice and fire duality eye, and the well-prepared Qiankuan asking for Love Valley, all meticulously laid out. Everything was in place, save for the bait. His gaze settled upon his daughter, who flitted through the mist not far away. A flash of blue light ignited in Tang San's eyes, causing Tang Wutong's petite figure to freeze, her eyes vacant as if her soul had departed. Slowly approaching her, Tang San wore a tender smile. "Xiaoqi, though my intentions may be selfish, this elaborate scheme holds endless benefits for you as well. Fear not. Whatever the new star possesses, you shall have in abundance." At the Royal Sun Moon Academy of Soul Masters, within the practical training grounds for soul-guided devices, Xiao Hongchun, infused with the spirit of his martial soul, unleashed a flurry of nearly 100 metal spheres. These orbs transformed in midair into thick metal cannon tubes, enveloping him entirely. Like a great hedgehog, Xiao Hongchun shouted to commence his practice, activating numerous soul-guided cannons of level 4 and above. The air was filled with countless golden specks, as beams of soul-guided light burst forth like a golden ocean, engulfing the distant moving target. He did not change for the 7th round, not due to fatigue, but because he was hailed by an acquaintance. "Oh, Xiao Senior, I did not expect to find you here. I have a matter to inform you about. Please, do not take too much of my training time. The field assessment for our 6th-year students is fast approaching, and I must further my studies at the Mingdu Hall next semester. Time is of the essence." Xiao Hongchun emphasized the significance of the 6th year and Mingdu Hall, his eyes gleaming with pride. Upon hearing this, Su Tianxi offered a regretful smile, raising the project plan in his hand, and sighed. "I have just submitted a plan for a practical investigation in the Stardow Forest near Shrek City to the Dean. Not only did he approve the plan, but he also consented to my request for a companion. I never expected you, Senior Xiao, to be so diligent. I shall have to seek out other classmates." With that, he beckoned to Xian Ziwen, whose lips curled into a smile. "Come on, Teacher Xian. Let's not disturb Senior Zhao's training. Let us go see if Senior Meng or Senior Marulong from Mingdu Hall have some time to spare. Let us change the scenery." Xian Ziwen turned and strode away, moving faster than Su Tianxi. Hey, don't go. In a whirlwind, Xiao Hongchun dashed before them, seamlessly linking arms with Su Tianxi. "Old Su, you can't be serious. Who do you think I am? Among all the students at the Sun and Moon Royal Soul Mentor Academy, I am the most unoccupied, with the most time on my hands." With a hearty pat on his chest and a confident grin, Xiao Hongchun proclaimed, "When it comes to venturing into the Stardow Forest, is there anyone more suitable than me?" "Impossible, absolutely impossible," Su Tianxi whispered, "but I see that Senior Meng seems quite idle too. She even mentioned that if something interesting came up, I should definitely invite her." That was merely a ruse to maintain an air of mystery before you. In reality, she is quite busy, currently engrossed in studying the theories for level 6 soul mentors. Without hesitation, Xiao Hongqian recounted Meng Hongqian's academic progress. Then, with a conspiratorial look, he added quietly, "Don't you know that young girls love to have fun? They always dress so glamorously, and going out is a hassle for them. We, on the other hand, have fewer qualms. Going with you would be absolutely hassle-free." Su Tianqi lowered his voice and fixed his gaze on Xiao Hongqian. "Are you truly certain there would be no trouble?" Relaxing into a smile, Su Tianqi replied, "That's wonderful. I'm in charge of this practical exercise, and all actions will adhere to my directives. You mustn't think of swinging by Shrek just to find someone to spar with." "What?" "Well," Xiao Hongqian's expression faltered. He had indeed contemplated seeking out a formidable talent in Shrek City for a bout. "It appears, Senior Xiao, your fighting spirit is rather excessive. I think I shall find Senior Ming instead. She's certainly one to engage in fights at the drop of a hat." Su Tianqi brushed aside Xiao Hongqian's hand, feigning a departure. Xiao Hongqian, momentarily taken aback, hurriedly stepped forward, earnestly promising, "I'll follow your lead. This time, I shall heed your every command, and I assure you, I won't cause any chaos." Compared to traversing alongside this fellow and his own sister, Xiao Hongqian felt that suppressing his restless heart was indeed manageable. "I promise there will be no mishaps." "Good. Here's the valuable information I've compiled for you. Take a look." Su Tianqi produced a stack of papers, and upon closer inspection, Xiao Hongqian's mouth twitched involuntarily. The Stardow Action Safety Guide. Flipping further revealed details on disguises, name changes, and introductions to key figures from Shrek Academy and the Stardow Forest. "Is it really necessary to go to such lengths?" Xiao Hongqian questioned, bewildered. Both of them were 5th-level soul mentors, accompanied by the top-tier 8th-level soul mentor, Xianzuan. They were certainly capable of putting up a fight against titled Douluos. So why the excessive caution? As for traveling outside, safety is paramount, Su Tianqi sincerely remarked. In the Star Luo Empire, at the Duke of White Tiger's estate, the sun stood high in the sky, casting a gentle warmth. The back door on the northern side of the Duke's residence opened silently, and a slender figure stealthily slipped out. After gently closing the door behind him, Dai Yuhao quickly took a few steps before abruptly halting. His gaze fixated on a solitary grave in the distant hills, his expression gradually hardening, revealing a fierce determination. "From this moment forth, I shall adopt your surname." Changing it to Hui Yuhao. Having uttered these words, Hui Yuhao cast a final, profound glance at the Duke's estate before turning and sprinting northward. During his time at the Duke's residence, he had familiarized himself with the general layout of the continent. To the north lay the Stardow Forest. This forest was the largest gathering place for soul beasts on the continent, adjacent to Shrek Academy. If he could hunt a soul beast there on his own, he would ascend to the rank of Soul Master, fulfilling the trial set forth by that esteemed elder of the Spirit Hall. Hui Yuhao had come to understand the formidable power of the Duke of White Tiger's estate. Even if he became a titled Douluo, it would be difficult to shake the foundations of such a colossal entity. Only by completing the trial assigned to him by that noble figure and becoming a member of the Spirit Hall could he gain the strength to exact revenge and eradicate the lineage of the Duke of White Tiger. "Mother, rest assured, your little Yuhao has grown up. I will certainly become a soul master, a powerful soul master." Hui Yuhao raced forward, his eyes gradually reddening.